The Other Now by Murray Leinster, reading by Matt Perard. He knew his wife was dead because he'd seen her buried, but it was only one possibility out of infinitely many. It was self-evident nonsense. If Jimmy Patterson had told anybody but Haynes, calm men in white jackets would have taken him away for psychiatric treatment, which undoubtedly would have been effective. He'd have been restored to sanity and common sense, and he'd probably have died of it. So to anyone who liked Jimmy and Jane, it is good that things worked out as they did. The facts are patently impossible, but they are satisfying. Haynes, though, would like very much to know exactly why it happened, in the case of Jimmy and Jane, and nobody else. There must have been some specific reason, but there's absolutely no clue to it. It began about 3 months after Jane was killed in that freak accident. Jimmy had taken her death hard. This night seemed no different from any other. He came home just as usual, and his throat tightened a little, just as usual, as he went up to the door. It was still intolerable to know that Jane wouldn't be waiting for him. The hurt in his throat was a familiar sensation which he was doggedly hoping would go away. But it was extra strong tonight, and he wondered rather desperately if he'd sleep, or, if he did, whether he would dream. Sometimes he had dreams of Jane and was happy until he woke up, and then he wanted to cut his throat. But he wasn't at that point tonight, not yet. As he explained it to Haynes later, he simply put his key in the door and opened it and started to walk in. But he kicked the door instead. So he absently put his key in the door and opened it and started to walk in. Yes, that is what happened. He was halfway through before he realized. He stared blankly. The door looked perfectly normal. He closed it behind him, feeling queer. He tried to reason out what had happened. Then he felt a slight draft. The door wasn't shut. It was wide open. He had to close it again. That was all that happened to mark this night off from any other, and there is no explanation why it happened. Began, rather, this night instead of another. Jimmy went to bed with a taut feeling. He'd had the conviction that he opened the door twice. The same door. Then he had the conviction that he had had to close it twice. He'd heard of that feeling. Queer, but no doubt commonplace. He slept blessedly, without dreams. He woke next morning and found his muscles tense. That was an acquired habit. Before he opened his eyes, every morning, he reminded himself that Jane wasn't beside him. It was necessary if he forgot, and turned contentedly to emptiness. The ache of being alive when Jane wasn't was unbearable. This morning, he lay with his eyes closed to remind himself, and instead found himself thinking about that business of the door. He kicked the door between the two openings, so it wasn't only an illusion of repetition. He was puzzling over that repetition after closing the door when he found he had to close it again. That proved to him it wasn't a standard mental vagary. It looked like a delusion, but his memory insisted that it had happened that way, whether it was possible or not. Frowning, he went out and got his breakfast at a restaurant and rode to work. Work was blessed, because he had to think about it. The main trouble was that sometimes something turned up which Jane would have been amused to hear, and he had to remind himself that there was no use making a mental note to tell her Jane was dead. Today he thought a good deal about the door, but when he went home, he knew that he was going to have a black night. He wouldn't sleep, and oblivion would seem infinitely tempting, because the ache of being alive when Jane wasn't was horribly tedious, and he could not imagine an end to it. Tonight would be a very bad one, indeed. He opened the door and started in. He went crashing into the door. He stood still for an instant, and then fumbled for the lock. But the door was open. He'd opened it. There hadn't been anything for him to run into. Yet his forehead hurt where he bumped into the door, which wasn't closed at all. There was nothing he could do about it, though. He went in. He hung up his coat. He sat down wearily. He filled his pipe and grimly faced a night that was going to be one of the worst. He struck a match and lighted his pipe and put the match in an ashtray. And he glanced in the tray. There were the stubs of cigarettes in it, Jane's brand, freshly smoked. He touched them with his fingers. They were real. Then a furious anger filled him. Maybe the cleaning woman had had the intolerable insolence to smoke Jane's cigarettes. He got up and stormed through the house, raging as he searched for signs of further impertinence. He found none. He came back, seething, to his chair. The ashtray was empty, and there'd been nobody around to empty it. It was logical to question his own sanity, and the question gave him a sort of grim cheer. The matter of the recurrent oddities could be used to fight the abysmal depression ahead. He tried to reason them out, and always they added up to delusions only. But he kept his mind resolutely on the problem. Work, during the day, was a godsend. Sometimes he was able to thrust aside for whole half-hours the fact that Jane was dead. Now he grappled relievedly with the question of his sanity or lunacy. He went to the desk where Jane had kept her household accounts. He'd set the whole thing down on paper and examine it methodically, checking this item against that. Jane's diary lay on the desk blotter with a pencil between two of its pages. He picked it up with a tug of dread. Someday he might read it, an absurd chronicle Jane had never offered him. But not now. Not now. That was when he realized that it shouldn't be here. His hands jumped, and it fell open. He saw Jane's angular writing, and it hurt. He closed it quickly, aching all over. But the printed date at the top of the page registered on his brain even as he snapped the cover shut. He sat still for minutes, every muscle taut. It was a long time before he opened the book again, and by that time he had a perfectly reasonable explanation. It must be that Jane hadn't restricted herself to assigned spaces. When she had something extra to write, she wrote it on past the page allotted for a given date. Of course, Jimmy fumbled back to the last written page, where the pencil had been, with a tense matter-of-factness. It was, as he'd noticed, today's date. The page was filled. The writing was fresh. It was Jane's handwriting. "Went to the cemetery," said the sprawling letters. "It was very bad. 3 months since the accident, and it doesn't get any easier. I'm developing a personal enmity to chance. It doesn't seem like an abstraction anymore. It was chance that killed Jimmy. It could have been me instead, or neither of us. I wish—" Jimmy went quietly mad for a moment or two. When he came to himself, he was staring at an empty desk blotter. There wasn't any book before him. There wasn't any pencil between his fingers. He remembered picking up the pencil and writing desperately under Jane's entry. "Jane," he'd written, and he could remember the look of his scrawled script under Jane's. "Where are you? I'm not dead. I thought you were. In God's name, where are you?" But certainly nothing of the sort could have happened. It was delusion. That night was particularly bad, but curiously not as bad as some other nights had been. Jimmy had a normal man's horror of insanity, yet this wasn't, so to speak, normal insanity. A lunatic has always an explanation for his delusions. Jimmy had none. He noted the fact. Next morning, he bought a small camera with a flashbulb attachment and carefully memorized the directions for its use. This was the thing that would tell the story. And that night, when he got home, as usual after dark, he had the camera ready. He unlocked the door and opened it. He put his hand out tentatively. The door was still closed. He stepped back and quickly snapped the camera. There was a sharp flash of the bulb. The glare blinded him. But when he put out his hand again, the door was open. He stepped into the living room without having to unlock and open it a second time. He looked at the desk as he turned the film and put in a new flashbulb. It was as empty as he'd left it in the morning. He hung up his coat and settled down tensely with his pipe. Presently, he knocked out the ashes. There were cigarette butts in the tray. He quivered a little. He smoked again, carefully not looking at the dust. It was not until he knocked out the second pipeful of ashes that he let himself look where Jane's diary had been. It was there again. The book was open. There was a ruler laid across it to keep it open. Jimmy wasn't frightened, and he wasn't hopeful. There was absolutely no reason why this should happen to him. He was simply desperate and grim when he went across the room. He saw yesterday's entry and his own hysterical message, and there was more writing beyond that, in Jane's hand. Darling, maybe I'm going crazy, but I think you wrote me as if you were alive. Maybe I'm crazy to answer you, but please, darling, if you are alive somewhere, and somehow, there was a tear blot here. The rest was frightened and tender, and as desperate as Jenny's own sensations. He wrote, with trembling fingers, before he put the camera into position and pressed the shutter control for the second time. When his eyes recovered from the flash, there was nothing on the desk. He did not sleep at all that night, nor did he work the next day. He went to a photographer with the film and paid an extravagant fee to have the film developed and enlarged at once. He got back 2 prints, quite distinct, even very clear, considering everything. One looked like a trick shot, showing a door twice, once open and once closed, in the same photograph. The other was a picture of an open book, and he could read every word on its pages. It was inconceivable that such a picture should have come out. He walked around practically at random for a couple of hours, looking at the pictures from time to time. Pictures or no pictures, the thing was nonsense. The facts were preposterous. It must be that he only imagined seeing these prints, but there was a quick way to find out. He went to Haynes. Haynes was his friend and reluctantly a lawyer. Reluctantly because law practice interfered with a large number of unlikely hobbies. Haynes, said Jimmy quietly, I want you to look at a couple of pictures and see if you see what I do. I may have gone out of my head. He passed over the picture of the door. It looked to Jimmy like 2 doors, nearly at right angles, in the same door frame and hung from the same hinges. Haynes looked at it and said tolerantly, Didn't know you went in for trick photography. He picked up a reading glass and examined it in detail. A futile but highly competent job. He covered half the film and exposed with the door closed, and then exposed for the other half of the film with the door open. A neat job of matching, though. You've a good tripod. I held the camera in my hand, said Jimmy, with restraint. You couldn't do it that way, Jimmy, objected Haynes. Don't try to kid me. I'm trying not to fool myself, said Jimmy. He was very pale. He handed over the other enlargement. What do you see in this? Haynes looked. Then he jumped. He read through what was so plainly photographed on the pages of a diary that hadn't been before the camera. Then he looked at Jimmy in palpable uneasiness. Got any explanation? Asked Jimmy. He swallowed. I haven't any. He told what had happened to date, baldly and without any attempt to make it reasonable. Haynes gaped at him. But before long the lawyer's eyes grew shrewd and compassionate. As noted hitherto, he had a number of unlikely hobbies, among which was a loud insistence on a belief in a 4th dimension and other esoteric ideas, because it was good fun to talk authoritatively about them. But he had common sense, had Haynes, and a good and varied law practice. Presently, he said gently, If you want it straight, Jimmy, I had a client once. She accused a chap of beating her up. It was very pathetic. She was absolutely sincere. She really believed it. But her own family admitted that she'd made the marks on herself, and the doctors agreed that she'd unconsciously blotted it out of her mind afterward. You suggest, said Jimmy composedly, that I might have forged all that to comfort myself with, as soon as I could forget the forging? I don't think that's the case, Haynes. What possibilities does that leave? Haynes hesitated a long time. He looked at the pictures again, scrutinizing especially the one that looked like a trick shot. "This is an amazingly good job of matching," he said wryly. "I can't pick the place where the two exposures join. Some people might manage to swallow this, and the theoretic explanation is a lot better. The only trouble is that it couldn't happen." Jimmy waited. Haynes went on awkwardly. "The accident in which Jane was killed. You were in your car. You came up behind a truck carrying structural steel. There was a long, slim girder sticking way out behind with a red rag on it. The truck had air brakes. The driver jammed them on just after he'd passed over a bit of wet pavement. The truck stopped. Your car slid. Even the brakes locked. It's nonsense, Jimmy." "I'd rather you continued," said Jimmy, white. "You ran into the truck, your car swinging a little as it slid. The garter came through the windshield. It could have hit you. It could have missed both of you. By pure chance, it happened to hit Jane." "And killed her," said Jimmy very quietly. "Yes, but it might have been me. That diary entry is written as if it had been me. Did you notice?" There was a long pause in Haynes' office. The world outside the windows was highly prosaic and commonplace and normal. Haynes wriggled in his chair. "I think," he said unhappily, "you did the same as my girl client. Forged that writing and then forgot it. Have you seen a doctor yet?" "I will," said Jimmy. "Systematize my lunacy for me first, Haynes, if it can be done." "It's not accepted science," said Haynes. "In fact, it's considered eyewash, but there have been speculations." He grimaced. "First point is that it was pure chance that Jane was hit. It was just as likely to be you instead, or neither of you. If it had been you—" "Jane," said Jimmy, "would be living in our house alone, and she might very well have written that entry in the diary." "Yes," agreed Haynes, uncomfortably. "I shouldn't suggest this, but there are a lot of possible futures. We don't know which one will come about for us. Nobody except fatalists can argue with that statement. When today was in the future, there were a lot of possible todays. The present moment, now, is only one of any number of nows that might have been. So it's been suggested. Mind you, this isn't accepted science, but pure charlatanry. It's been suggested that there may be more than one actual now. Before the girder actually hit, there were 3 nows in the possible future. One in which neither of you was hit, one in which you were hit, and one—" He paused, embarrassed. "So some people would say, how do we know that the one in which Jane was hit is the only now? They'd say that the others could have happened, and that maybe they did." Jimmy nodded. "If that were true," he said detachedly, "Jane would be in a present moment, a now, where it was me that was killed, as I'm in a now where she was killed. Is that it?" Haynes shrugged. Jimmy thought, and said gravely, "Thanks. Queer, isn't it?" He picked up the 2 pictures and went out. Haynes was the only one who knew about the affair, and he worried. But it is not easy to denounce someone as insane when there is no evidence that he is apt to be dangerous. He did go to the trouble to find out that Jimmy acted in a reasonably normal manner, working industriously and talking quite sanely in the daytime. Only Haynes suspected that of nights he went home and experienced the impossible. Sometimes Haynes suspected that the impossible might be the fact that that had been an amazingly good bit of trick photography, but it was too preposterous. Also, there was no reason for such a thing to happen to Jimmy. For a week after Haynes' pseudo-scientific explanation, however, Jimmy was almost light-hearted. He no longer had to remind himself that Jane was dead. He had evidence that she wasn't. She wrote to him in the diary, which he found on her desk, and he read her messages and wrote in return. For a full week, the sheer joy of simply being able to communicate with each other was enough. The second week was not so good. To know that Jane was alive was good, but to be separated from her without hope was not. There was no meaning in a cosmos in which one could only write love letters to one's wife or husband, in another now which only might have been. But for a while, both Jimmy and Jane tried to hide this new hopelessness from each other. Jimmy explained this carefully to Haynes before it was all over. Their letters were tender and very natural, and presently there was even time for gossip and actual bits of choice scandal. Haynes met Jimmy on the street one day after about 2 weeks. Jimmy looked better, but he was drawn very fine. Though he greeted Haynes without constraint, Haynes felt awkward. After a little, he said, Jimmy, that matter we were talking about the other day, those photographs—" "Yes, you were right," said Jimmy, casually. "Jane agrees. There is more than one now. In the now I'm in, Jane was killed. In the now she's in, I was killed." Haynes fidgeted. "Would you let me see that picture of the door again?" he asked. "A trick film like that simply can't be perfect. I'd like to enlarge that picture a little more. May I?" "You can have the film," said Jimmy. "I don't need it any more." Haynes hesitated. Jimmy, quite matter-of-factly, told him most of what had happened to date, but he had no idea what had started it. Haynes almost wrung his hands. "The thing can't be," he said desperately. "You have to be crazy, Jimmy." But he would not have said that to a man whose sanity he really suspected. Jimmy nodded. "Jane told me something, by the way. Did you have a near accident night before last? Somebody almost ran into you out on the Sawmill Road?" Haynes started and went pale. "I went around a curve and a car plunged out of nowhere on the wrong side of the road. We both swung hard. He smashed my fender and almost went off the road himself, but he went racing off without stopping to see if I'd gone in the ditch and killed myself. If I'd been 5 feet nearer the curve when he came out of it—" "Where Jane is," said Jimmy. "You were just about 5 feet nearer the curve. It was a bad smash. Tony Shields was in the other car. It killed him. Where Jane is." Haynes licked his lips. It was absurd, but he said, "How about me?" "Where Jane is," Jenny told him, "you're in the hospital." Haynes swore in unreasonable irritation. There wasn't any way for Jimmy to know about that near accident. He hadn't mentioned it, because he'd no idea who'd been in the other car. "I don't believe it." But he said pleadingly, "Jimmy, it isn't so, is it? How in hell could you account for it?" Jimmy shrugged. "Jane and I were rather fond of each other." The understatement was so patent that he smiled faintly. "Chance separated us. The feeling we have for each other draws us together. There is a saying about 2 people becoming one flesh. If such a thing could happen, it would be Jane and me. After all, maybe only a tiny pebble or a single extra drop of water made my car swerve enough to get her killed. Where I am, that is. That's a very little thing. So, with such a trifle separating us and so much pulling us together, why, sometimes the barrier wears thin. She leaves the door closed in the house where she is. I open that same door where I am. Sometimes I have to open the door she left closed, too. That's all." Haynes didn't say a word, but the question he wouldn't ask was so self-evident that Jimmy answered it. "We're hoping," he said. "It's pretty bad being separated, but the phenomena keep up. So we hope. Her diary is sometimes in the now where she is, and sometimes in this now of mine. Cigarette butts, too. Maybe." That was the only time he showed any sign of emotion. He spoke as if his mouth were dry. "If ever I'm in her now, or she's in mine, even for an instant, all the devils in hell couldn't separate us again. We hope." which was insanity. In fact, it was the third week of insanity. He told Haynes quite calmly that Jane's diary was on her desk every night, and there was a letter to it in it, and he wrote one to her. He said quite calmly that the barrier between them seemed to be growing thinner. That, at least once, when he went to bed, he was sure that there was one more cigarette stub in the ashtray than had been there earlier in the evening. They were very near indeed. They were separated only by the difference between what was and what might have been. In one sense, the difference was a pebble or a drop of water. In another, the difference was that between life and death. But they hoped. They convinced themselves that the barrier grew thinner. Once, it seemed to Jimmy that they touched hands, but he was not sure. He was still sane enough not to be sure. And he told all this to Haynes in a matter-of-fact fashion, and speculated mildly on what had started it all. That one night, Haynes called Jimmy on the telephone. Jimmy answered. He sounded impatient. "Jimmy," said Haynes. He was almost hysterical. "I think I'm insane. You said Tony Shills was in the car that hit me?" "Yes," said Jimmy politely. "What's the matter?" "It's been driving me crazy," wailed Haynes feverishly. "You said he was killed there, but I hadn't told a soul about the incident. So just now I broke down and phoned him. And it was Tony Shills. That near crash scared him to death, and I gave him hell, and he's paying for my fender. I didn't tell him he was killed." Jimmy didn't answer. It didn't seem to matter to him. "I'm coming over," said Haynes feverishly. "I've got to talk." "No," said Jimmy. "Jane and I are pretty close to each other. We've touched each other again. We're hoping. The barrier's wearing through. We hope it's going to break." "But it can't," protested Haynes, shocked at the idea of improbabilities in the preposterous. It can't. What'd happen if you turned up where she is, or if she turned up here?" "I don't know," said Jim, "but we'd be together." "You're crazy. You mustn't." "Goodbye," said Jimmy politely. "I'm hoping, Haynes. Something has to happen. It has to." His voice stopped. There was a noise in the room behind him. Haynes heard it. Only 2 words, and those faintly and over a telephone. But he swore to himself that it was Jane's voice, throbbing with happiness. The 2 words Haynes thought he heard were, "Jimmy, darling." Then the telephone crashed to the floor, and Haynes heard no more, even though he called back frantically again. Jimmy didn't answer. Haynes sat up all that night, practically gibbering, and he tried to call Jimmy again next morning, and then he tried his office, and at last went to the police. He explained to them that Jimmy had been in a highly nervous state since the death of his wife. So finally, the police broke into the house. They had to break in because every door and window was carefully fastened from the inside, as if Jimmy had been very careful to make sure nobody could interrupt what he and Jane hoped would occur. But Jimmy wasn't in the house. There was no trace of him. It was exactly as if he had vanished into the air. Ultimately, the police dragged pawns and such things for his body, but they never found any clues. Nobody ever saw Jimmy again. It was recorded that Jimmy simply left town, and everybody accepted that obvious explanation. The thing that really bothered Haynes was the fact that Jimmy had told him who'd almost crashed into him on the Sawmill Road, and it was true. That was, to understate, hard to take. And there was the double exposure picture of Jimmy's front door, which was much more convincing than any other trick picture Haynes had ever seen. But on the other hand, if it did happen, why did it happen only to Jimmy and Jane? What set it off? What started it? Why, in effect, did those oddities start at that particular time, to those particular people, in that particular fashion? In fact, did anything happen at all? No, after Jimmy's disappearance, Haynes wished he could talk with him once more, talk sensibly, quietly, without fear and hysteria and this naggingly demanding wonderment. For he had sketched to Jimmy, and Jimmy had accepted, hadn't he, the possibility of the other now. But with that acceptance came still others. In one, Jane was dead. In one, Jimmy was dead. It was between these two that the barrier had grown so thin. If he could talk to Jimmy about it. There was also a now in which both had died, and another in which neither had died. And if it was togetherness that each wanted so desperately, which was it? These were things that Haynes would have liked very much to know, but he kept his mouth shut, or calm men in white coats would have come and taken him away for treatment, as they would have taken Jimmy. The only thing really sure was that it was all impossible. But to someone who liked Jimmy and Jane, and doubtless to Jimmy and to Jane themselves, no matter which barrier had been broken, it was a rather satisfying impossibility. Haynes' car had been repaired. He could easily have driven out to the cemetery. For some reason, he never did. End of The Other Now by Murray Leinster.
Cogito ergo sum by John Foster West. Recording by Dale Grothman. Are the spirit and the flesh one and the same thing? Or are they separate entities, dependent and at the same time independent of each other? Perhaps some great cosmic law holds this secret. But the one universal element that we can depend upon, apparently, is the lucky accident. A warped instant in space, and two egos are separated from their bodies, and lost in a lonely abyss. Cogito ergo sum by John Foster West. I think, therefore I am. That is the first thought I had. Of course, not in the same symbols, but with the same meaning. I awakened, or came alive, or came into existence suddenly. At least my mental consciousness did. Here am I thought. But what am I? Why am I? Where am I? I had nothing to work with except pure reason. I was there because I was not somewhere else. I was certain I was there, and that was the extent of my knowledge at the moment. I looked about me. No, I reasoned about me. I was surrounded by nothingness, by black nothingness, a vacuum. Immense distances away I could detect light, or rather, I could perceive waves of force passing around me, which originated at points vast distances away, vast in relation to my position in the nothingness. There were waves of force all about me, varying in frequency. The nothingness was alive with waves of force, traveling parallel and tangentially to each other, without seeming to interfere one with another. I measured them, differentiated between them, and finished with the task in a matter of seconds. How could I do it? It was one of the capacities I was created with. What was I? I perceived the waves of force. I perceived great quantities of mass, solid, liquid, gas, whirling in vacuum, mass built up out of patterns of basic force. I searched my own being, analyzing myself. I was not gas. I was not solid. I was not even force. Yet I existed. I could reason. I was a beginning, a sudden beginning. And I had duration because I knew that time had elapsed since the moment I awakened, though I had no means of telling how much time, or of even naming the period. Could I really be pure reason? Can reason exist? Can rational entity exist without a groundwork of matter, or at least of force? It could. It must. I was rational entity, and I existed. Yet I could find nothing of force, nothing to occupy space about myself. For all I could ascertain, I might have covered a one-dimensional point in eternity, or I might have been spread throughout vast distances. From this reasoning, I concluded that rational entity might occur either as some force unlike that of all the natural phenomena in space, or as some combination of these forces, at the moment beyond my power to analyze, even detect. I finished with that for the time being. How did I come into being? I discarded the question as unanswerable temporarily. What was I before that instant? I suddenly reasoned, cogito ergo sum. I could not say. How did I know I even existed, really? Obviously, because I was capable of rational thought. But what was thinking? First, it was perceiving and accepting my own existence. Beyond that, it was recognizing the dark nothingness around me and the forces it contained. I had to exist. But how did I know nothingness was right? And how did I know its darkness was right? And how did I know waves of force were waves and force? And how did I know matter was matter, and that I was none of these? Symbols, I reasoned. I'm thinking in symbols. I could not reason without symbols, therefore I could not exist, as I am, without symbols to think with. Yet, whose symbols were they? Where and how did I come by them? I could think back clearly to the instant of my creation. Yet I had not invented the symbols in the interim of my existence, nor had they been given to me. What then? They were part of me when I came alive in this universe, had been invented some other time and elsewhere by someone else, or by what I was before I became the entity of reason I now was. Then that first flash of perception in nothingness was not spontaneous. There was something behind it. I was something before that moment, in another era of time, perhaps a creature of substance. But what? I concentrated. I remembered the symbol moral. I was, or had been, an entity moral. Were there others back there somewhere? There must have been, must be yet. Was I the only moral who had metamorphosed into this state of rational entity? Surely not. Yet I could contact no other rational around me as far away as I could probe. How far was that? How could I know? Was it far enough to reach the other morals? Or were they scattered thinly throughout infinity around me, like the flecks of mass? I was suddenly ill. The symbol malaise came to me as a proper description of my malady. I grew dizzy with my sickness. I wished to regurgitate, to cast off this cold, frightening sensation. Yet I was provided with no physical means of doing it. It filled me throughout all my thinking. It was I. I thought to exist. I thought depression, sickness. Therefore I was the malady. And it was a hell of a malcontent beyond symbolic description. What was wrong with me? Was I frightened? I was concerned for my existence here alone. What was it called? The idea shimmered there on the fringe of perception, then fairly leapt into my consciousness. Existing alone, as pure reason, was worse than no existence, was worse than dying, or having never been at all. I need another morrow. To exist happily, I must have at least one other morrow to communicate with, to share my thoughts, to share my being. Is this a necessity, a condition peculiar to me as I am, as reason? Or is it a condition that came across the barrier with me, from that other state? It must be the latter. An entity of pure reason, having come into existence as reason, would need nothing but himself. Why? Because he would be without emotion, I am emotional, I thought. I am entity of almost pure reason, but I have inherited emotion from my previous state. It is a disorder of thought, but it can be a pleasant disorder when the emotion is the right one, or if unpleasant, when satisfied. But I could not have emotion as I am now. They are cortical responses, or are supposed to be. What is cortical? No, they are sort of illogical reasoning, nothing physical. The rest eluded me. I am lonely, I thought. Loneliness stems from fear, and fear is a basic emotion. I am very lonely. I have been lonely for a long time, bringing it with me here. I would rather sate my loneliness than live to eternity, than know all there is to know. What can quell my loneliness? Another like me, another moral, whatever a moral is. I must find another moral. I began to search. I darted frantically about space like a frightened thing, though I could perceive no movement. I knew I passed from one area of space to another, because I could measure slight changes in the position of the stars about me. I knew the points of light were stars. There was duration. I could not know how much. Eternity, a split second. But at last I discovered another like me. No, almost like me. But another moral. The other entity had less of reason, more emotion. It was frightened and lonely. The moral's whole existence was that of sickness, of loneliness, which is fear. The moral was darting about madly, seeking a thing like itself. What was it? Like me, but different. As I came in, I measured our similarities and differences. Rationally, we were identical, or almost so. Emotionally, we were different, vastly different. Morals appear to exist as rational and emotional, I reasoned. Beyond that I cannot go. The other moral perceived me, darted frantically toward me, then slowed. We came together, touched like two cautious fish meeting in a dark pool and touching mouths to substantiate identical species. The other moral was satisfied with my identity. It leapt frantically at me, raced around me, through me, finally stopped, pervading me, while vibrating in sheer relief and happiness. I felt the great fear-loneliness in the other moral begin to recede, and in its place came an almost overpowering euphoria. It was contentment, and it stemmed from the basic emotion love. I knew this at once. I suddenly realized that I too was relieved, that I was no longer sick with fear-loneliness. It was good, this existing of the other within me, or simultaneously with me. Or was it I within the other? It sated our fear emotion and created a love euphoria. I am happy I found you, I communicated. I was lonely for another moral. You are a moral? The other hesitated, thinking. No, I am Pat. I am different from you, but it is chiefly emotional. It is good. You are a Pat, I returned in disappointment. I had hoped to find another moral. Don't be disappointed, the Pat soothed. We are alike, really, almost so. Like flame and gas are both substance, yet different. We are two types of the same thing. I am no longer frightened. I am no longer lonely. You are good for me. I was relieved because I wanted to be. I believed the other moral, the Pat, because I wanted to believe. I did not bother to rationalize. I felt elation. Then, in the other time, that other place we both belonged to, a common group, with another name, I suggested. I believe so, the Pat answered. How was it when you came awake? I asked. Can you remember? I think so. I recall I was born here in fright because it was all wrong. I was not in my natural state, so it was not right. The Pat paused to think. I remember there was great speed and I was born in fright. Were you? No, I answered. I was not frightened at first. I was never frightened to the degree you were. I was mostly lonely, which is related to fear. But when I first conceived my existence here, I was coolly logical. I awakened reasoning, realizing that I existed. I suppose it has to do with our emotional differences. The Pat beside me, or with me, or within me, communicated. Do you recall where in space you came from? I asked. I must have been doubting my existence at first so intensely that I did not observe. You seem to have taken your own being for granted. Thus you were, perhaps, more observant. I think so. The Pat hesitated, and I knew it was observing the stars around us. Yes, come with me. I think I know where. I stayed with the Pat, a part of it, and we lurched through space. Rather, we ceased to exist at one point in space, and existed in another. How far? Distances meant nothing. It was here, the Pat informed me finally. Something was wrong here. The interweaving waves of force were all wrong. There was a disorder, a great cancer in space. The waves interfered with the progress of each other all along a great barrier. It was not natural, not like it was elsewhere. Something is wrong with the waves of force crossing this area. They interfere with each other. New forces are created. Do you detect it? I communicated. I feel it, the Pat answered. It is a sickness in space, like our loneliness. I knew the comparison was ridiculous, but I let it pass. You said you came alive at great speed. I could have been traveling too. We must have plunged into this barrier. It seems to me that emotions must originate in a physical being. Perhaps reason could be free, but not emotion. I don't know, but I have a theory. I believe our physical selves still exist somewhere in space. The barrier, perhaps, interfered with the normal functioning of our mental equipment. We exist at one point in space, and we are thinking, experiencing emotions at another point. It's as if our minds are broadcasting our thoughts and emotions far away from our physical selves. Either that, or our rationales were torn free, and only our emotions are broadcast. Does that sound logical? Yes, the Pat agreed. I believe that is the answer. I felt that the Pat was pleased with my theory, that it was greatly admiring my reasoning. I also perceived that it had no idea what I meant by the explanation. I did not mind. You said you were moving at great speed, I continued. Can you remember the line, the direction you were traveling in? The Pat hesitated for a moment. Yes, you perceive the star cluster there, the triangular one? My heading was in that direction, but it was changing fast. Then we could find nothing by traveling toward the triangular cluster? No, I was moving in an arc in the direction of the distorted square cluster there. Do you see it? Yes, I answered, knowing that her use of the word see was unconscious. That is Cetus. Cetus? The Pat was startled. How do you know that? I don't know. The name came to me. It seemed right to call it that. It's all so frightening. I had no time for pampering our emotions, though I was at great peace with the Pat so near me. Time might prove vital. Neither would it do any good to travel in the direction of Cetus, I said. No, No, the Pat communicated. If there is any object of matter or force I was a part of in that other existence traveling through space, it is in an arc. The best we can do is take an arbitrary direction between the triangular cluster and the one called Cetus, and hope to intercept the object, the other part of me, whatever it is. Come with me, I ordered. I discovered the object of mass hurling through space before the Pat did. It was symmetrical and metallic. I tore myself away from my companion and darted to meet it. I discovered it was a shell, a hollow thing, and I passed inside. There was a room there. There were projections and circles of transparent matter. I experienced the symbol, dials. There were two other creatures seated close to the dials, things of matter, and their substance was protoplasm. But there was no rationale present in either of them. I examined the living matter of the smaller ones swiftly. Organs seemed poised in a suspended state. The creature I observed, housed in a protective shell, seemed paralyzed or dead. I remembered the word dead. Then the Pat was with me again. I feel something, Marl. I am frightened. What are they? Those things there? They seem to be. I stopped communicating. The Pat had disappeared. The thing of protoplasm nearest me was moving, but I was no longer interested. I remembered the Pat had touched the upper extremity of the creature and had vanished, had ceased to be. The old sickness was back. I was lonely. I wanted the other entity. I could not, did not wish to exist without the Pat. I darted frantically about the metal shell, here and there, searching. Where was the Pat? I screamed for it. I thought, Pat, as far away as I could reach. But there was no reaction, no response at all. In my frenzy, I was back beside the creature of protoplasm before I realized it. Here the one I had not yet examined. Perhaps they took her, I thought. It was not logical, but it was a hope. Hope is emotional. I was becoming more emotional than rational. I touched the larger of the two creatures, experimentally. Moved cautiously inside it, searching. Suddenly, I was seized by a great force, an inexorable power that grasped me and wrenched me, tearing me from the point in space I had occupied a moment before. My perception blurred, but I was not frightened. Without the Pat, I did not care what happened. I was intensely curious. So this is how it is, I reasoned in a flash. To cease to be. And I ceased to be. Marlowe shook his head. I must have dozed, he thought. He glanced at the chronometer on the console ahead. No, only a minute or two had elapsed since the last time he had checked. Sleepyhead, wake up and live. He looked to his right. Pat sat in the navigator's seat, smiling at it. I didn't sleep, honestly, he protested. We hit some sort of barrier back there. It knocked me out for a moment. I had the damnedest impression. Remember what you promised, she swiveled in the seat to face him. No more scientific lectures on the mysteries of space, or I'll return to Earth. You know my poor brain can't absorb it. You win, he grinned, running calloused fingers through his gray crew cut. He leaned forward and kissed her briefly. How did an old space hermit like me ever win a flower garden bride in the first place? They laughed together, and he felt secure within the metallic shell surrounding them, no longer alone. The end of Cogito Ergo Sum by John Forrester West.
Once a Greach by Evelyn E. Smith. Just 2 weeks before the SS Herringbone of the Interstellar Exploration, Examination, and Exploitation Service was due to start her return journey to Earth, one of her scouts disconcertingly reported the discovery of intelligent life in the Virago system. 13 planets, Captain Iverson snarled, wishing there were someone on whom he could place the blame for this mischance. And we spent a full year here exploring each one of them with all the resources of terrestrial science and technology. And what happens? On the 19th moon of the 11th planet, intelligent life is discovered. And who has to discover it? Harkaway, of all people. I thought for sure all the moons were cinders, or I would never have sent him out to them just to keep him from getting in my hair. "The boy's not a bad boy, sir," the first officer said. "Just a thought incompetent, that's all, which is to be expected if the service will choose its officers on the basis of written examinations. I'm glad to see him make good." Iverson would have been glad to see Harkaway make good, too, only such a concept seemed utterly beyond the bounds of possibility. From the moment the young man had first set foot on the SS Herringbone, he had seemed unable to make anything but bad. Even in such a conglomeration of fools under Captain Iverson, his idiocy was of outstanding quality. The captain, however, had not been wholly beyond reproach in this instance, as he himself knew. Pity he had made such an error about the 11th planet's moons. It was really such a small mistake. Moons 1 to 18 and 20 to 46 still appeared to be cinders. It was all too easy for the spectroscope to overlook Flimbot, the 19th. But it would be Flimbot which had turned out to be a green and pleasant planet, very similar to Earth, or so Harkaway reported on the intercom. "And the other 45 aren't really moons at all," he began. "They're—" "You can tell me all that when we reach Flimbot," Iverson interrupted, "which should be in about 6 hours. Remember, that intercom uses a lot of power, and we're tight on fuel." But it proved to be more than 6 days later before the ship reached Flimbot. This was owing to certain mechanical difficulties that arose when the crew tried to lift the mothership from the third planet, on which it was based. For sentimental reasons, the IEEE always tried to establish its prime base on the third planet of a system. Anyhow, when the herringbone was on the point of takeoff, it was discovered that the rock-eating species which was the only life on the third planet had eaten all the projecting metal parts on the ship, including the rocket exhaust tubes, the airlock handles, and the chromium trim. "I had been wondering what made the little fellow so sick," Smullian, the ship's doctor, said. "They went whump, whump, whump all night long, until my heart bled for them. Ah, everywhere it goes, humanity spreads the fell seeds of death and destruction." "Are you a doctor or a veterinarian?" Iverson demanded furiously. "By Betelgeuse, you act as if I crammed those blasted tubes down their stinking little throats." "It was you who invaded their paradise with your ship. It was you—" "Shut up!" Iverson yelled. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!" So Dr. Smullian went off, like many a ship's physician before him, and got good and drunk on the medical stores. By the time they finally arrived on Flimbot, Harkaway had already gone native. He appeared at the airlock wearing nothing but a brief, colorful loincloth of alien fabric and a wreath of flowers in his hair. He was fondling a large, woolly pink caterpillar. "Where is your uniform, sir?" Captain Iverson barked, aghast. If there was one thing he was intolerant of in his command, it was sloppiness. "This is the undress uniform of the Royal Flimbotsi Navy, sir. I was given the privilege of wearing one as a great Misugri, honor, to our race. If I were to return to my own uniform, it might set back diplomatic relations between Flimbot and Earth as much as—" "All right," the captain snapped. "All right, all right, all right." He didn't ask any questions about the Royal Flimbotsi Navy. He had deduced its nature when, on nearing Flimbot, he had discovered that the 11th planet actually had only one moon. The other 45 celestial objects were spacecraft, quaint and primitive, it was true, but spacecraft nonetheless. Probably it was their orbital formation that had made him think they were moons. Oh, the crew must be in great spirits. They did so enjoy having a good laugh at his expense. He looked for something with which to reproach Harkaway, and his eye lighted on the caterpillar. "What's that thing you're carrying there?" he barked. Raising itself on its tail, the caterpillar barked right back at him. Captain Iverson paled. First, he had overlooked the spacecraft, and now, after 30 years of faithful service to the IEEE in the less desirable sectors of space, he had committed the ultimate error in his first contact with a new form of intelligent life. "Sorry, sir," he said, forgetting that the creature, whatever its mental prowess, could hardly be expected to understand Terran yet. "I am just a simple spaceman, and my ways are crude, but I mean no harm." He whirled on Harkaway. "I thought you said the natives were humanoid." The young officer grinned. "They are. This is just a Greech. Cuddly little fellow, isn't he?" The Greech licked Harkaway's face with a tripartite blue tongue. "The Flimbotsic are mad about pets. Great animal lovers. That's how I knew I could trust them right from the start. Show me a life form that loves animals, I always say, and—" "I'm not interested in what you always say," Iverson interrupted, knowing Harkaway's premise was fundamentally unsound, because he himself was the kindliest of all men, and he hated animals. And although he didn't hate Harkaway, who was not an animal, save in the strictly Darwinian sense, he could not repress unsportsmanlike feelings of bitterness. Why couldn't it have been one of the other officers who had discovered the Flimbotsic? Why must it be Harkaway, the most inept of his scouts, whose only talent seemed to be the egregious error, who always rushed into a thing half-cocked, who mistook superficialities for profundities? Harkaway, the blundering fool, the blithering idiot, who had stumbled into this greatest discovery of Iverson's career. And, of course, Harkaway's too. Well, life was like that, and always had been. "Have you tested those air and soil samples yet?" Iverson snarled into his communicator, for his spacesuit was beginning to itch again as the gentle warmth of Flimbot activated certain small and opportunistic life forms which had emigrated from a previous system along with the Terrans. "We're running them through as fast as we can, sir," said a harried voice. "We can offer you no more than our poor best." "But why bother with all that?" Harkaway wanted to know. "This planet is absolutely safe for human life. I can guarantee it personally." "On what basis?" Iverson asked. "Well, I've been here for 2 weeks, and I've survived, haven't I?" "That," Iverson told him, "does not prove that the planet can sustain human life." Harkaway laughed richly. "Wonderful how you can still keep that marvelous sense of humor, Skipper, after all the things that have been going wrong on the voyage." "Ah, here comes the Flim-2, the welcoming committee," he said quickly. "They were a little shy before, because of the rockets, you know." "Don't their ships have any?" "They don't seem to. They're really very primitive affairs, barely able to go from planet to planet." "If they go," Iverson said, "stands to reason something must power them." "I really don't know what it is," Harkaway retorted defensively. "After all, even though I've been busy as a beaver, 3 weeks would hardly give me time to investigate every aspect of their culture. Don't you think the natives are remarkably humanoid?" He changed the subject. They were indeed. Except for a somewhat greenish cast of countenance and distinctly purple hair, as they approached, in their brief, gay garments and flower garlands, the natives resembled nothing so much as a group of idealized South Sea Islanders of the 19th century. Gigantic butterflies whizzed about their heads. Countless small animals frisked about their feet, more of the pink caterpillars. Bright blue creatures that were a winsome combination of monkey and koala. A kind of large, merry-eyed snake that moved by holding its tail in its mouth and rolling like a hoop. All had faces that reminded the captain of the work of the celebrated 20th century artist W. Disney. "By Polaris," he cried in disgust, "I might have known you'd find a cute planet." "Moon, actually," the first officer said, "since it is in orbit around Virago 11 rather than Virago itself." "Would you have wanted them to be hostile?" Harkaway asked peevishly. "Honestly, some people never seem to be satisfied." From his proprietary airs, one would think Harkaway had created the natives himself. "At least with hostile races, you know where you are," Iverson said, I always suspect friendly life forms. Friendliness simply isn't a natural instinct. Who's being anthropomorphic now? Harkaway chided. Iverson flushed, for he had berated the young man for that particular fault on more than one occasion. Harkaway was too prone to interpret alien traits in terms of terrestrial culture. Previously, since all intelligent life forms with which the herringbone had come into contact had already been discovered by somebody else, that didn't matter too much. In this instance, however, any mistakes of contact or interpretation mattered terribly, and Iverson couldn't see Harkaway not making a mistake. The boy simply didn't have it in him. "You know you're superimposing our attitude on theirs," the junior officer continued tactlessly. "The Flimbotsic are a simple, friendly, shig-livy people, closely resembling some of our historical primitives, in a nice way, of course." "None of our primitives had space travel," Iverson pointed out. "Well, you couldn't really call those things spaceships," Harkaway said deprecatingly. "They go through space, don't they? I don't know what else you'd call them." "One judges the primitiveness of a race by its cultural and technological institutions," Harkaway said with a lofty smile. "And these people are laughably backward. Why, they even believe in reincarnation. Mpula, they call it." "How do you know all this?" Iverson demanded. "Don't tell me you profess to speak the language already." "It's not a difficult language," Harkaway said modestly, "and I have managed to pick up quite a comprehensive smattering. I dare say I haven't caught all the nuances, hika lo pika, as the Flimbotsic themselves say, but they are a very simple people, and probably they don't have—" "Are we going to keep them waiting?" Iverson asked, "while we discuss nuances? Since you say you speak the language so well, suppose you make them a pretty speech all about how the Earth government extends the— I suppose it would be hand in this instance— of friendship to Flimbot, and—" Harkaway blushed. "I sort of did that already, acting as your deputy. Mpu, status, means so much in these simple societies, you know, and they seem to expect something of the sort. However, I'll introduce you to the Flim-Flim, the king, you know." He pointed to an imposing individual in the forefront of the crowd. "And get over all the amenities, shall I?" "It would be jolly good of you," Iverson said frigidly. It was a pity they hadn't discovered Flimbot much earlier in their survey of the Virago system, Iverson thought with regret, because it was truly a pleasant spot, and a week was very little time in which to explore a world and study a race, even one as simple as the gentle Flimbotsic actually turned out to be. It seemed amazing that they should have developed anything as advanced as space travel, when their only ground conveyances were a species of wagon drawn by Plukik, a species of animal. But Iverson had no time for further investigation. The herringbone's fuel supply was calculated almost to the minute, and so, willy-nilly, the Earthmen had to leave beautiful Flimbot at the end of the week, knowing little more about the Flimbotsic than they had before they came. Only Harkaway, who had spent the previous 3 weeks on Flimbot, had any further knowledge of the Flimbotsic, and Iverson had little faith in any data he might have collected. "I don't believe Harkaway knows the language nearly as well as he pretends to," Iverson told the first officer as both of them watched the young lieutenant make the formal speech of farewell. "Come now," the first officer protested. "Seems to me the boy's doing quite well. Acquired a remarkable command of the language, considering he's been here only 4 weeks. Remarkable, I'll grant you, but is it accurate? He seems to communicate, and that is the ultimate object of language, is it not? Then why did the Flimbotsic fill the tanks with wine when I distinctly told them to ask for water? Of course the ship could synthesize the water from its own waste products if necessary, but there was no point in resorting to that expedient when a plentiful supply of pure H2O was available on the world. A very understandable error, sir. Harkaway explained it to me. It seems the word for water, mkug, is very similar to the word for wine, mkug. Harkaway himself admits his pronunciation isn't perfect, and— All right, Iverson interrupted. What I'd like to know is, what happened to the mkug then? The mkug, you mean? It's in the tanks. Because When they came to drain the wine out of the tanks to put the water in, the tanks were already totally empty. "I have no idea," the first officer said frostily. "No idea at all. If you'll glance at my papers, you'll note I'm temperance by affiliation. But if you like to search my cabin anyway, By mea placidus, man," Iverson exclaimed. "I wasn't accusing you. Of that, anyway." Everybody in the vessel was so confoundedly touchy. Lucky they had a stable commanding officer like himself, or morale would simply go to pot. "Well, it's all over," Harkaway said, joining them up at the airlock in one lithe bound, a mean feat in that light gravity. "And a right good speech, if I do say so myself. The Flimflim says he will count the Thlubzik with ardent expectation until the mission from Earth arrives with the promised gifts." "Just what gifts did you take it upon yourself to—" Iverson began, when he was interrupted by a voice behind them crying, "Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" And, thrusting himself past the three other officers, Dr. Smulyan addressed the Flimpoo, or Farewell Committee, assembled outside the ship. "Do not let the Earthmen return to your fair planet, O happily ignorant Flimbotzik," he declaimed, "lest wretchedness and misery be your lot as a result. Tell them hence, tell them begone, tell them avaunt, for know ye, humanity is a blight, a creeping canker." He was interrupted by the captain's broad palm clamping down over his mouth. "Clap him in the brig, somebody, until we get clear of this place," Iverson ordered wearily. "If Harkaway could pick up the Flimbotzi language, the odds are that some of the natives have picked up Terran." "That's right. Always keep belittling me," Harkaway said sulkily as two of the crewmen carried off the struggling medical officer, who left an aromatic wake behind him that bore pungent testimonial to where a part, at least, of the McOog had gone. "No wonder it took me so long to find myself." "Oh, have you found yourself at last?" Iverson purred. "Splendid. Now that you know where you are, supposing you do me a big favor and go lose yourself again while we make ready for blastoff." "For shame," said the first officer as Harkaway stamped off. "For shame." "The captain's a hard man," observed the chief petty officer, who was lounging negligently against a wall, doing nothing. "Aye, that he is," agreed the crewman, who was assisting him. "That he is, a hard man indeed." "By Caroli, be quiet, all of you!" Iverson yelled. The very next voyage, he was going to have a new crew if he had to transfer to colonization to do it. Even colonists couldn't be as obnoxious as the sons of space with which he was cursed. It was only after the herringbone had left the Virago system entirely that Iverson discovered Harkaway had taken the Greach along. "But you can't abscond with one of the natives' pets," he protested, overlooking, for the sake of rhetoric, the undeniable fact that Harkaway had already done so, and that there could be no turning back. It would expend too much precious fuel and leave them stranded for life on Virago 11A. "Nonsense, sir," Harkaway retorted. "Didn't the Flimflim say everything on Flimbot was mine? Thaloop, Shig Naliv, Susnig, Benig Naliv were his very words. Anyhow, they have plenty more Greachy. They won't miss this little one." "But he may have belonged to someone," Iverson objected. "An incident like this could start a war." "I don't see how he could have belonged to anyone. Followed me around most of the time I was there. We've become great pals, haven't we, little fellow?" He ruffled the Greach's pink fur, and the creature gave a delighted squeal. Iverson could already see that the Greachik were going to be Flimbot's first lucrative export. From time immemorial, the people of Earth had been susceptible to cuddly little life forms, which was why Earth had nearly been conquered by the Z'il from Sirius 7, before they discovered them to be hostile and quite intelligent life forms rather than a new species of tabby. "Couldn't bear to leave him," Harkaway went on as the Greach draped itself around his shoulders and regarded Iverson with large round blue eyes. "The Flimflim won't mind, because I promised him an elephant." "You mean The diplomatic mission will have to waste valuable cargo space on an elephant? Iverson sputtered. And you should know, if anyone does, just how space-sick an elephant can get. By Furcad, Lieutenant Harkaway, you had no authority to make any promises to the Flim-Flim. I discovered the Flimbotsic, Harkaway said sullenly. I learned the language. I established rapport. Just because you happen to be the commander of this expedition doesn't mean you're God, Captain Iverson. Harkaway, the captain barked. This smacks of downright mutiny. Go to your cabin forthwith and memorize 6 verses of the spaceman's credo. The Greech lifted its head and barked back at Iverson again. That's my brave little watch, Greech, Harkaway said fondly. As a matter of fact, sir, he told the captain, that was just what I was proposing to do myself. Go to my cabin, I mean. I have no time to waste on inferior prose. I plan to spend the rest of the voyage, or such part as I can spare from my duties. You're relieved of them, Iverson said grimly. Working on my book. It's all about the doctrine of Mpula, reincarnation, or, if you prefer, metempsychosis. The Flimbotsi religion is so similar to many of the earlier terrestrial theologies, Hindu, Greek, Egyptian, Southern Californian, that sometimes one is almost tempted to stop and wonder if simplicity is not the essence of truth. Iverson knew that, for the sake of discipline, he should not, once he had ordered Harkaway to his cabin, stop to bandy words, but he was a chronic word-bandyer, having inherited the trait from his stalwart Viking ancestors. How can you have learned all about their religion, their doctrine of reincarnation, in just 4 ridiculously short weeks? It's a gift, Harkaway said modestly. Go to your cabin, sir. No, wait a moment. For suddenly overcome by a strange, warm, utterly repulsive emotion, Iverson pointed a quivering finger at the caterpillar. Did you bring along the proper food for that thing? Can't have him starving, you know, he added gruffly. After all, he was a humane man, he told himself. It wasn't that he found the creature tugging at his heartstrings or anything like that. Oh, he'll eat anything we eat, sir, as long as it's not meat. All the species on Flimbot are herbivores. I can't figure out whether the Flimbotsic themselves are vegetarians because they practice Mpula, or practice Mpula because they're— I don't want to hear another word about Mpula or about Flimbot, Iverson yelled. Get out of here, and stay away from the library. I have already exhausted its painfully limited resources, sir. Harkaway saluted with grace and withdrew to his cabin, wearing the Greech like an affectionate lei about his neck. Iverson heard no more about Mpula from Harkaway, who, though he did not remain confined to his cabin when he had pursuits to pursue in other parts of the ship, at least he had the tact to keep out of the captain's way as much as possible, but the rest of his men seemed able to talk of nothing else. The voyage back from a star system was always longer in relative terms than the voyage out, because the thrill of new worlds to explore was gone. Already anticipating boredom, the men were ripe for almost any distraction. On one return voyage, the whole crew had set itself to the study of Hittite with very creditable results. On another, they had all devoted themselves to the ancient art of alchemy, and, after nearly blowing up the ship, had come up with an elixir which, although not the quintessence, as they had in their initial enthusiasm alleged, proved to be an effective cure for hiccups. Patented under the name of Herringbone Hiccup Shoe, it brought each one of them an income which would have been enough to support them in more than modest comfort for the rest of their lives. However, the adventurous life seemed to exert an irresistible lure upon them, and they all shipped upon the Herringbone again, much to the captain's dismay, for he had hoped for a fresh start with a new crew, and there seemed to be no way of getting rid of them short of reaching retirement age. The men weren't quite ready to accept Mpula as a practical religion. Harkaway hadn't finished his book yet, but as something very close to it. The concept of reincarnation had always been very appealing to the human mind, which would rather have envisaged itself perpetuated in the body of a cockroach than vanishing completely into nothingness. "It's all so logical, sir," the first officer told Iverson. "The individuality or the soul or the psyche, however you want to look at it, starts the essentially simple cycle of life as a Greech. Why as a Greech? Iverson asked, humoring him for the moment. There are lower life forms on Flimbot. I don't know. The first officer sounded almost testy. That's where Harkaway starts the progression. Harkaway. Is there no escaping that cretin's name? Sir, said the first officer, may I speak frankly? No, Iverson said. You may not. Your skepticism arises less from disbelief than from the fact that you are jealous of Harkaway, because it was he who made the great discovery, not you. Which great discovery? Iverson asked, sneering to conceal his hurt at being so overwhelmingly misunderstood. Flimbot or Mpula? Both, the first officer said. You refuse to accept the fact that this hitherto incompetent youth has at last blossomed forth in the lambent colors of genius, just as the worthy Greech becomes a Zgort, and the clean-living Zgort, in his turn, passes on to the next higher plane of existence, which is, in the Flimbotzic scale— Spare me the theology, please, Iverson begged. Once a Greech, always a Greech, I say. And I can't help thinking that somehow, somewhere, Harkaway has committed some horrible error. Humanity is frail, fumbling, futile, Dr. Smulyan declared, coming upon them so suddenly that both officers jumped. To err is human, to forgive divine, and I am an atheist, thank God. That McCoog is powerful stuff, the first officer said. Or so they tell me, he added. This is more than mere McCoog, Iverson said sourly. Smulyan has been too long in space. It hits everyone in the long run, some sooner than others. Captain, the doctor said, ignoring these remarks as he ignored everything not on a cosmic level, which included the crew's ailments, I am in full agreement with you. Young Harkaway has doomed that pretty little planet. Moon, the first officer corrected. It's a satellite, not a— We ourselves were doomed aborigine, but the tragic flaw inherent in each one of our pitiful species is contagious, dooming all with whom we come in contact. And Harkaway is the most infectious carrier on the ship. Woe, I tell you. Woe! And with a hollow moan, the doctor left them to meditate upon the state of their souls, while he went off to his secret stores of oblivion. Wonder where he's hidden that McCoog, Iverson brooded. I've turned the ship inside out, and I haven't been able to locate it. The first officer shivered. Somehow, although I know Smulyan's part drunk, part mad, he makes me a little nervous. He's been right so often on all the other voyages. Rukba, Iverson said, not particularly grateful for support from such a dithyrambic source as the ship's medical officer. Anyone who prophesies doom has 100% chance of ultimately being right, if only because of entropy. He was still brooding over the first officer's thrust, even though he had been well aware that most of his officers and men considered him a sorehead for doubting Harkaway in the young man's moment of triumph. However, Iverson could not believe that Harkaway had undergone such a radical transformation. Even on the basis of Mpula, one obviously had to die before passing on to the next existence, and Harkaway had been continuously alive, from the neck down at least. Furthermore, all that aside, Iverson just couldn't see Harkaway going on to a higher plane. Although he supposed the young man was well-meaning enough, he'd grant him that negligible virtue. Wouldn't it be terrible to have a system of existence in which one was advanced on the basis of intent rather than result? The higher life forms would degenerate into primitivism. But weren't the Flimbotzic virtually primitive? Or so Harkaway had said, for Iverson himself had not had enough contact with them to determine their degree of sophistication, and only the spaceships gave Harkaway's claim the lie. Iverson condescended to take a look at the opening chapter of Harkaway's book, just to see what the whole thing was about. The book began, "What is the difference between life and death? Can we say definitely and definitively that life is life and death is death? Are we sure that death is not life and life is not death? No, we are not sure. Must the individuality have a corporeal essence in which to enshroud itself before it can proceed in its rapt, inexorable progress toward the ultimate non-actuality? And even if such be needful, why must the personal essence be trammeled by the same old worn-out habiliments of error? Think upon this. What is the extremest intensification of individuality? It is the all-encompassing nothingness. Of what value are the fur, the feathers, the skin, the temporal trappings of imperfection in our perpetual struggle toward the final, undefinable resolution into the infinite interplay of cosmic forces? Less than nothing. At this point, Iverson stopped reading and returned the manuscript to its creator without a word. This last was less out of self-restraint than through sheer semantic inadequacy. The young man might have spent his time more profitably in a little research on the biology or social organization of the Flimbotsic, Iverson thought bitterly when he had calmed down, thus saving the next expedition some work. But instead, he'd been blinded by the flashy theological aspects of the culture, and as a result, the whole crew had gone metempsychotic. This was going to be one of the Herringbone's more unendurable voyages, Iverson knew. And he couldn't put his foot down effectively either, because the crew, all being gentlemen of independent means now, were outrageously independent. However, in spite of knowing that all of them fully deserved what they got, Iverson couldn't help feeling guilty as he ate steak while the other officers consumed fish, vegetables, and eggs in an aura of unbearable virtue. But if the soul transmigrates and not the body, he argued, what harm is there in consuming the vacated receptacle? For all you know, the first officer said, averting his eyes from Iverson's plate with a little, wholly gratuitous to the captain's mind, shudder, that cow might have housed the psyche of your grandmother. Well then, by indirectly participating in that animal's slaughter, I have released my grandmother from her physical bondage to advance to the next plane. That is, if she was a good cow. You just don't understand, Harkaway said. Not that you could be expected to. He's a clod, the radio operator agreed. Forgive me, sir, he apologized, as Iverson turned to glare incredulously at him. But according to Mpula, candor is a step upward. Onward and upward, Harkaway commented, and Iverson was almost sure that, had he not been there, the men would have bowed their heads in contemplation, if not actual prayer. As time went on, the Greech thrived and grew remarkably stout on earth viands, which it consumed in almost improbable quantities. Then, one day, it disappeared, and its happy squeal was heard no longer. There was much mourning aboard the Herringbone, for with its lovable personality and innocently engaging ways, the little fellow had won its way into the hearts of all the spacemen, until the first officer discovered a substantial pink cocoon resting on the ship's control board, and rushed to the intercom to spread the glad tidings. That was a breach of regulations, of course, but Iverson knew when not to crowd his fragile authority. I should have known there was some material basis for the spiritual doctrine of Mpula, Harkaway declared with tears in his eyes as he regarded the dormant form of his little pet. Was it not the transformation of the caterpillar into the butterfly that first showed us on earth how the soul might emerge winged and beautiful from its vile house of clay? Gentlemen, he said in a voice choked with emotion, our little Greech is about to become a Zgurt. Praised be the impersonal being who has allowed such a miracle to take place before our very eyes. Jaguna Lompuna. Amen, said the first officer reverently. All those in the control room bowed their heads except Iverson, and even he didn't quite have the nerve to tell them that the cocoon was pushing the Herringbone 2 points off course. Take that thing away before I lose my temper and clobber it, Iverson said impatiently as the Zgort dived low to buzz him, then whizzed just out of his reach on its huge, brilliant wings, giggling raucously. He was just having his bit of fun, the first officer said with reproach. Have you no tolerance, Captain? No appreciation of the joys of golden youth? A spaceship is no place for a butterfly, Iverson said, especially a 4-foot butterfly. "How can you say that?" Harkaway retorted. "The Herringbone is the only spaceship that ever had one, to my knowledge, and I think I can safely say our lives are all a bit brighter and better and mpoop for having a Zgurt among us. Thanks be to the divine nonentity for—" "Poor little butterfly," Dr. Smulyan declared sonorously, "living out his brief lifespan so far from the fresh air, the sunshine, the pretty flowers." "Oh, I don't know that it's as bad as all that," the first officer said. "He hangs around hydroponics a lot, and he gets a daily ration of vitamins." Then he paled. "But that's right. A butterfly does live only a day, doesn't it?" "It's different with his Zgurt," Harkaway maintained stoutly, though he also, Iverson noted, lost his ruddy color. "After all, he isn't really a butterfly, merely an analogous life form." My, in 4 weeks you've mastered their entomology as well as their theology and language," Iverson jeered. "Is there no end to your accomplishments, Lieutenant?" Harkaway's color came back twofold. "He's already been around half a thub," he pointed out. "Over 2 weeks." "Well, the thing is bigger than a terrestrial butterfly," Iverson conceded, "so you have to make some allowances for size. On the other hand—" Laughing madly, the Zgort swooped down on him. Iverson beat it away with a snarl. "Playful little fellow, isn't he?" the first officer said, with thoroughly annoying fondness. "He likes you, Skipper," Harkaway explained. "Erg-gurg, or, to give it the crude Terran equivalent, living is loving. He can tell that beneath that grizzled and seemingly harsh exterior of yours, Captain—" But with a scream of rage, Iverson had locked himself into his cabin. Outside, he could hear the Zgort beating its wings against the door and wailing disappointedly. Some days later, a pair of rapidly dulling wings were found on the floor of the hydroponics chamber. But of the Zgort's little body there was no sign. An air of gloom and despondency hung over the Herringbone, and even Iverson felt a pang, though he would never admit it without brainwashing. During the next week, the men, seeking to forget their loss, plunged themselves into Mpula with real fanaticism. Harkaway took to wearing some sort of ecclesiastical robes, which he whipped up out of the recreation room curtains. Iverson had neither the heart nor the courage to stop him, though this too was against regulations. Everyone except Iverson gave up eating fish and eggs in addition to meat. Then, suddenly, one day, a roly-poly blue animal appeared at the officers' mess, claiming everyone as an old friend, with loud squeals of joy. This time, Iverson was the only one who was glad to see him, really glad. "Aren't you happy to see your little friend again, Harkaway?" he asked, scratching the delighted animal between the ears. "Why, sure," Harkaway said, putting his fork down and leaving his vegetable macédoine virtually untasted. "Sure, I'm very happy." His voice broke. "Very happy." "Of course, it does kind of knock your theory of the transmigration of souls into a cocked hat," the captain grinned. "Because, in order for the soul to transmigrate, the previous body's got to be dead, and I'm afraid our little pal here was alive all the time." "Looks it, doesn't it?" muttered Harkaway. "I rather think," Iverson went on, tickling the creature under the chin until it squealed happily, "that you didn't quite get the nuances of the language, did you, Harkaway? Because I gather now that the whole difficulty was a semantic one. The Flimbotsic were explaining the zoology of the native life forms to you, and you misunderstood it as their theology." "Looks like it, doesn't it?" Harkaway repeated glumly. "It certainly looks it." "Cheer up," Iverson said, reaching over to slap the young man on the back, a bit to his own amazement. "No real harm done. What if the Flimbotsic are less primitive than you fancied? It makes our discovery the more worthwhile, doesn't it?" At this point, the radio operator almost sobbingly asked to be excused from the table. Following his departure, there was a long silence. It was hard, Iverson realized in a burst of uncharacteristic tolerance, to have one's belief, even so newly born a credo annihilated with such suddenness. "After all, you did run across the Flimbotzik first," he told Harkaway, as he spread gooseberry jam on a hard roll for the ravenous ex-Zgurt, now a Chew-Wug, he had been told. "That's the main thing, and a life form that passes through two such striking metamorphoses is not unfraught with interest. You shall receive full credit, my boy, and your little mistake doesn't mean a thing, except—" "Doom," said Dr. Smulyan, sopping up the last of his gravy with a piece of bread. "Doom, doom, doom." He stuffed the bread into his mouth. "Look, Smulyan," Iverson told him jovially, "you better watch out. If you keep talking that way, next voyage out we'll sign on a parrot instead of a medical officer. Cheaper and just as efficient." Only the Chew-Wug joined in his laughter. "Ever since I can remember," the first officer said, looking gloomily at the doctor, "he's never been wrong. Maybe he has powers beyond our comprehension. Perhaps we sought at the end of the galaxy what was in our own backyard all the time." "Who was seeking what?" Iverson asked as all the officers looked at Smulyan with respectful awe. "I demand an answer." But the only one who spoke was the doctor. "Only man is vile," he said as if to himself, and fell asleep with his head on the table. "Make a cult out of Smulyan," Iverson warned the others, "and I'll scuttle the ship." Later on, the first officer got the captain alone. "Look here, sir," he began tensely. "Have you read Harkaway's book about Mpula?" "I read part of the first chapter," Iverson told him, "and that was enough. Maybe to Harkaway it's eschatology, but to me it's just plain scatology." "But why in Zubina Shamali," Iverson said patiently, "should I waste my time reading a book devoted to a theory which has already been proved erroneous? Answer me that." "I think you should have a look at the whole thing," the first officer persisted. "Bayham," Iverson replied, but amiably enough, for he was in rare good humor these days, and he needed good humor to tolerate the way his officers and men were behaving. All right, they had made idiots of themselves. That was understandable, expected, familiar. But it wasn't the Chew-Wug's fault. Iverson had never seen such a bunch of soreheads. Why did they have to take their embarrassment and humiliation out on an innocent little animal? For although no one actually mistreated the Chew-Wug, the men avoided him as much as possible. Often Iverson would come upon the little fellow weeping from loneliness in a corner with no one to play with, and giving in to his own human weakness, the captain would dry the creature's tears and comfort him. In return, the Chew-Wug would laugh at all his jokes, for he seemed to have acquired an elementary knowledge of Terran. "By Vindermeatrix, Lieutenant!" the captain roared as Harkaway, foiled in his attempt to scurry off unobserved, stood quivering before him. "Why have you been avoiding me like this?" "I didn't think I was avoiding you any particular way, sir," Harkaway said. "I mean, does it appear like that, sir? It's only that I've been busy with my duty, sir." "I don't know what's the matter with you. I told you I handsomely forgave you for your mistake." "But I can never forgive myself, sir." "Are you trying to go over my head?" Iverson thundered. "No, sir. If I am willing to forgive you, you will forgive yourself. That's an order." "Yes, sir," the young man said feebly. Harkaway had changed back to his uniform, Iverson noted, but he looked unkempt, ill, harrowed. The boy had really been suffering for his precipitance. Perhaps the captain himself had been a little hard on him. Iverson modulated his tone to active friendliness. "Thought you might like to know that Chew-Wug turned into a hoop snake this morning." But Harkaway did not seem cheered by this social note. "So soon." "You knew there would be a fourth metamorphosis." Iverson was disappointed, but he realized that Harkaway was bound to have acquired such fundamental data, no matter how he interpreted them. It was possible, Iverson thought, that the book could actually have some value, if there were some way of weeding fact from fancy. And surely there must be scholars trained in such an art, for Earth had many wholly indigenous texts of like nature. "He's a Thorglitch now," Harkaway told him dully. "And what comes next? No, don't tell me. It's more fun not knowing beforehand." "You know," Iverson went on, almost rubbing his hands together, "I think this species is going to excite more interest on Earth than the Flimbotsic themselves. After all, people are people, even if they're green. But an animal that changes shape so many times and so radically is really going to set biologists by the ears. What did you say the name of the species as a whole was?" I couldn't say, sir." "Ah," Iverson remarked waggishly, "so there are one or two things you don't know about Flimbot, eh?" Harkaway opened his mouth, but only a faint bleating sound came out. As the days went on, Iverson found himself growing fonder and fonder of the Thorglitch. Finally, in spite of the fact that it had now attained the dimensions of a well-developed boa constrictor, he took it to live in his quarters. Many was the quiet evening they spent together, Iverson entering acid comments upon the crew in the ship's log, while the Thorglitch looked over view tapes from the ship's library. The captain was surprised to find out how much he, enjoyed this domestic tranquility. I must be growing old, he thought, old and mellow. And he named the creature Brighty, after a 20th century figure who had, he believed, been connected with another metempsychotic Führer. When the Thorglitch grew listless and began to swell in the middle, Iverson got alarmed and sent for Dr. Smulyan. "Aha!" the medical officer declaimed, with a casual glance at the suffering snake. "The day of reckoning is at hand. Reap the fruit of your transgression, scurvy humans. Calamity approaches with jets aflame." Iverson clutched the doctor's sleeve. Is he going to die?" "Unhand me, presumptuous navigator." Dr. Smulyan shook the captain's fingers off his arm. "I didn't say he was going to die," he offered in ordinary bedside tones. "Not being a specialist in this particular sector, I am not qualified to offer an opinion, but strictly off the record, I would hazard the guess that he's about to metamorphose again." "He never did it in public before," Iverson said worriedly. "The old order changeth," Smulyan told him. "You better call Harkaway." "What does he know?" "Too little, and at the same time too much," the doctor declaimed, dissociating himself professionally from the case. "Too much and too little. Eat, drink, be merry, iniquitous earthmen, for you died yesterday." "Oh, shut up," Iverson said automatically, and dispatched a message to Harkaway with the information that the Thorglitch appeared to be metamorphosing again and that his presence was requested in the captain's cabin. The rest of the officers accompanied Harkaway, all of them with the air of attending a funeral rather than a rebirth, Iverson noted nervously. They weren't armed, though, so Brighty couldn't be turning into anything dangerous. Now it came to pass that the Thorglitch's midsection, having swelled to unbearable proportions, began to quiver. Suddenly the skin split lengthwise and dropped cleanly to either side like a banana peel. Iverson pressed forward to see what fresh life-form the bulging cavity had held. The other officers all stood in a somber row without moving, for all along Iverson realized they had known what to expect, what was to come, and they had not told him. But then he knew it was his own fault. He had refused to be told. Now, looking down at the new life-form, he saw for himself what it was. Lying languidly in the Thorglitch skin was a slender youth of a pallor which seemed excessive even for a member of a green-skinned race. He had large limpid eyes and a smile of ineffable sweetness. "By Nopus Secundus," Iverson groaned, "I'm sunk." "Naturally, the ultimate incarnation for a life-form would be humanoid," Harkaway said with deep reproach. "What else?" "I'm surprised you didn't figure that out for yourself, sir," the first officer added. "Even if you did refuse to read Harkaway's book, it seems obvious." "Does it?" Smulyan challenged. Does it indeed? Is man the highest form of life in an irrational cosmos? Then all causes are lost ones. So many worlds, he muttered in more subdued tones. So much to do, so little done, such things to be. The Flimbotsic were telling Harkaway about their own life cycle, Iverson whispered as revelation bathed him in its murky light. The human embryo undergoes a series of changes inside the womb. It's just that the Flimbotsic fetus develops outside the womb. Handily bypassing the earliest and most unpleasant stages of humanity, Smulyan sighed. Oh, idyllic planet, where one need never be a child, where one need never see a child. Then they were trying to explain their biology to you quite clearly and coherently, you lunkhead, Iverson roared at Harkaway. And you took it for a religious doctrine. Yes, sir, Harkaway said weakly. I kind of figured that out myself in these last few weeks of intense soul-searching. I'm sorry, sir. All I can say is that it was an honest mistake. Why, they weren't necessarily pet lovers at all. Those animals they had with them were— By Ner al-Zorak! The captain's voice rose to a shriek as the whole enormity of the situation finally dawned upon him. You went and kidnapped one of the children! That's a serious charge, kidnapping, the first officer said with melancholy pleasure. And you, as head of this expedition, Captain, are responsible. Ironic, isn't it? Told you all this spelled doom and disaster? The doctor observed cheerfully. Just then the young humanoid sat up. With considerable effort, Iverson was disturbed to notice. But perhaps that was one of the consequences of being born. A newborn infant was weak. Why not a newborn adult, then? Why doom? The humanoid asked in a high, clear voice. Why disaster? You speak Terran? The captain stammered. Bridie gave his sad, sweet smile. I was reared amongst you. You are my people. Why should I not speak your tongue? But we're not your people, Iverson blurted, thinking perhaps the youth did not remember back to his Greechy days. We're an entirely different species. Our souls vibrate in unison, and that is the vital essence. But do not be afraid, shipmates. The Flimbotsic do not regard the abduction of a transitory corporeal shelter as a matter of any great moment. Moreover, what took place could not rightly be termed abduction, for I came with you of my own volition, and the Flimbotsic recognize individual responsibility from the very first moment of the psyche's drawing breath in any material casing. Bridie talked so much like Harkaway's book that Iverson was almost relieved when, a few hours later, the alien died. Of course, the captain was worried about the possible repercussions from the governments of both Terra and Flimbot, in spite of Bridie's assurances. And he could not help but feel a pang when the young humanoid expired in his arms, murmuring, Do not grieve for me, soulmates. In the midst of life, there is life. Funny, Smulyan said, with one of his disconcerting returns to a professional manner. All the other life forms seemed perfectly healthy. Why did this one go like that? Almost as if he wanted to die. He was too good for this ship, that's what, the radio operator said, glaring at the captain. Too fine and brave and noble. Yes, Harkaway agreed. What truly sensitive soul could exist in a stultifying atmosphere like this? All the officers glared at the captain. He glared back with right good will. How come you gentlemen are still with us? He inquired. One would have thought you would have perished of pure sensibility long since then. It's not nice to talk that way, the chief petty officer burst out. Not with him lying there, not yet cold. Ah, he heaved a long sigh. We'll never see his like again. Aye, that we won't, agreed the crew, huddled in the corridor outside the captain's cabin. Iverson sincerely hoped not, but he forbore to speak. Since Bridie had reached the ultimate point in his life cycle, it seemed certain that he was not going to change into anything else, and so he was given a spaceman's burial. Feeling like a put-upon fool, Captain Iverson read a short prayer as Bridie's slight body was consigned to the vast emptiness of space. Then the airlock clanged shut behind the last mortal remains of the ill-fated extraterrestrial, and that was the end of it. But the funereal atmosphere did not diminish as the ship forged on toward Earth. Gloomy days passed, one after the other, during which no one spoke, save to issue or dispute an order. Looking at himself one day in the mirror on his cabin wall, the captain realized that he was getting old. Perhaps he ought to retire instead of still dreaming of a new command and a new crew. And then one day, as he sat in his cabin reading the spaceman's credo, the lights on the herringbone went out all at once, while the constant hum of the motors died down slowly, leaving a strange, uncomfortable silence. Iverson found himself suspended weightless in the dark, for the gravity, of course, had gone off with the power. What, he wondered, had come to pass? He often found himself thinking in such terms these days. Hoarse cries issued from the passageway outside. Then he heard a squeak as his cabin door opened and persons unknown floated inside, breathing heavily. "The power has failed, sir," gasped the first officer's voice. "That has not escaped my notice," Iverson said icily. Were not even his last moments to be free from persecution? "It's all that maniac Smullyan's fault. He stored his McOog in the fuel tanks. After emptying them out first, that is. We're out of fuel." The captain put a finger in his book to mark his place, which was, he knew, with a kind of supernal detachment, rather foolish, because there was no prospect of there ever being lights to read by again. "Put him in irons if you can find him," he ordered, "and tell the men to prepare themselves gracefully for a lingering death." Iverson could hear a faint creak as the first officer drew himself to attention in the darkness. "The men of the herringbone, sir," he said stiffly, "are always prepared for calamity." "Aye, that we are," agreed various voices. "So they were all there, were they? Well, it was too much to expect that they would leave him in death any more than they had in life." "It is well," Iverson said. "It is well," he repeated, unable to think of anything more fitting. Suddenly the lights went on again, and the ship gave a leap. From his sprawling position on the floor, amid his recumbent officers, Iverson could hear the hum of motors galvanized into life. "But if the fuel tanks are empty," he asked of no one in particular, "where did the power come from?" "I am the power," said a vast, deep voice that filled the ship from hold to hold. "And the glory," said the radio operator reverently. "Don't forget the glory." "No," the voice replied, and it was the voice of Bridie, resonant with all the amplitude of the immense chest cavity he had acquired. "Not the glory, merely the power. I have reached a higher plane of existence. I am a spaceship." "Praise be to the ultimate nothingness," Harkaway cried. "Ultimate nothingness, nothing," Bridie said impatiently. "I achieved it all myself." "Then that's how the Flimbotsy spaceships were powered," Iverson exclaimed. "By themselves. The Flimbotzik themselves, I mean." "Even so," Bridie replied grandly. "And this lofty form of life happens to be the one which we poor humans cannot reach unassisted. Someone has to build the shell for us to occupy, which is the reason humans dwell together in fellowship and harmony." "You purposely got Harkaway to take you aboard the herringbone," Iverson interrupted wrathfully. You stowaway!" Bridie's laugh rang through the ship, setting the loose parts quivering. "Of course. When first I set eyes upon this vessel of yours, I saw before me the epitome of all dreams. Never had any of our kind so splendid an encasement, and upon determining that the vessel was as yet a soulless thing, I got myself aboard. I was born, I died, and was reborn again with the greatest swiftness consonant with comfort, so that I could awaken in this magnificent form. Oh, joy, joy, joy!" You know, Iverson said, now that I hear one of you talk at length, I really can't blame Harkaway for his typically imbecilic mistake. We are a wordy species, Bridie conceded. You had no right to do what you did, Iverson told him. No right to take over. But I didn't take over, Bridie the herringbone said complacently. I merely remained quiescent and content in the knowledge of my power until yours failed. Without me, you would even now be spinning in the vasty voids, a chrome-trimmed sepulchre. Now, 3 times as swiftly as before, shall I bear you back to the planet you very naively call home. Not 3 times as fast, please, Iverson was quick to plead. The ship isn't built. We're not built to stand such speeds. The ship sighed. Disappointment needs must come to all, the high, the low, the man, the spaceship. It must be born. The voice broke. Bravely, somehow. What am I going to do? Iverson asked, turning to the first officer for advice for the first time ever. I was planning to ask for a transfer or resign my command when we got back to Earth, but how can I leave Bridie in the hands of the IEEE? You can't, sir, the first officer said. Neither can we. If you explain, Harkaway offered timidly, perhaps they'll present the ship to the government. Both Iverson and the first officer snorted, united for once. Not the IEEE, Iverson said. They'd exhibit it or something and charge admission. Oh, no, Bridie cried. I don't want to be exhibited. I want to sail through the trackless paths of space. What good is a body like this if I cannot use it to its fullest? Have no fear, Iverson assured it. We'll just... He shrugged, his dreams of escape forever blighted. Just have to buy the ship from the IEEE, that's all. Right you are, sir, the first officer agreed. We must club together, every man-jack of us, and buy her. Him. It. That's the only decent thing to do. Perhaps they won't sell, Harkaway worried. Maybe... Oh, they'll sell all right, Iverson said wearily. They'd sell the chairman of the board if you made them an offer, and throw in all the directors if the price was right. And then what will we do? The first officer asked. Once the ship has been purchased, what will our course be? What, in other words, are we to do? It was Bridie who answered. We will speed through space seeking, learning, searching, until you, all of you, pass on to higher planes, and, leaving the frail shells you now inhabit, occupy proud, splendid vessels like the one I wear now. Then, a vast transcendent flotilla, we will seek other universes. But we don't become spaceships, Iverson said unhappily. We don't become anything. How do you know we don't? Smullion demanded, appearing on the threshold. How do you know what we become? Build thee more stately spaceships, O my soul! Above all else, Iverson was a space officer, and dereliction of duty could not be condoned even in exceptional circumstances. Put him in irons, somebody. Ask Bridie why there are only 45 spaceships on his planet, the doctor yelled over his shoulder as he was dragged off. Ask where the others went, where they are now. But Bridie wouldn't answer that question. The End of Once a Greach by Evelyn E. Smith.
In the Year 2889 by Jules Verne and Michael Verne. Recording by Dan McAdam. In the year 2889. Redactor's note. In the year 2889 was first published in the Forum, February 1889, page 262. It was published in France the next year. Although published under the name of Jules Verne, it is now believed to be chiefly, if not entirely, the work of Jules' son, Michael Verne. In any event, many of the topics in the article echo Verne's ideas. in the year 2889. Little though they seem to think of it, the people of this 29th century live continually in fairyland. Surfeited as they are with marvels, they are indifferent in the presence of each new marvel. To them they all seem natural. Could they but duly appreciate the refinements of civilization in our day, could they but compare the present with the past, and so better comprehend the advance we have made, how much fairer they would find our modern towns, with populations amounting sometimes to 10 million souls, their streets 300 feet wide, their houses 1,000 feet in height, with a temperature the same in all seasons, with their lines of aerial locomotion crossing the sky in every direction, if they would but picture to themselves the state of things that once existed, when through muddy streets rumbling boxes on wheels drawn by horses, yes, by horses, were the only means of conveyance. Think of the railroads of the olden time, and you will be able to appreciate the pneumatic tubes through which today one travels at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour. Would not our contemporaries prize the telephone and the telephote more highly if they had not forgotten the telegraph? Singularly enough, all these transformations rest upon principles which were perfectly familiar to our remote ancestors, but which they disregarded. Heat, for instance, is as ancient as man himself. Electricity was known 3,000 years ago, and steam 1,100 years ago. Nay, so early as 10 centuries ago it was known that the difference between the several chemical and physical forces depend on the mode of vibration of the etheric particles, which is for each specifically different. When at last the kinship of all these forces was discovered, it is simply astounding that 500 years should still have to elapse before men could analyze and describe the several modes of vibration that constitute these differences. Above all, it is singular that the mode of reproducing these forces directly from one another, and of reproducing one without the others, should have remained undiscovered till less than 100 years ago. Nevertheless, such was the course of events, for it was not until the year 2792 that the famous Oswald Nier made this great discovery. Truly was he a great benefactor of the human race. His admirable discovery led to many other. Hence is sprung a pleiad of inventors, its brightest star being our great Joseph Jackson. To Jackson we are indebted for those wonderful instruments, the new accumulators. Some of these absorb and condense the living force contained in the sun's rays. Others, the electricity stored in our globe. Others, again, the energy coming from whatever source, as a waterfall, a stream, the winds, etc. He, too, it was that invented the transformer, a more wonderful contrivance still, which takes the living force from the accumulator and, on the simple pressure of a button, gives it back to space in whatever form may be desired, whether as heat, light, electricity, or mechanical force, after having first obtained from it the work required. From the day when these two instruments were contrived, it is to be dated the era of true progress. They have put into the hands of man a power that is almost infinite. As for their applications, they are numberless. Mitigating the rigors of winter, giving back the atmosphere the surplus heat stored up during the summer, they have revolutionized agriculture. By supplying motive power for aerial navigation, they have given to commerce a mighty impetus. To them we are indebted for the continuous production of electricity without batteries or dynamos, of light without combustion or incandescence, and for an unfailing supply of mechanical energy for all the needs of industry. Yes, all these wonders have been wrought by the accumulator and the transformer. And can we not to them also trace, indirectly, this latest wonder of all, the great Earth Chronicle building in 253rd Avenue, which was dedicated the other day? If George Washington Smith, the founder of the Manhattan Chronicle, should come back to life today, what would he think were he to be told that this palace of marble and gold belongs to his remote descendant, Fritz Napoleon Smith, who, after 30 generations have come and gone, is owner of the same newspaper which his ancestor established? For George Washington Smith's newspaper has lived generation after generation, now passing out of the family and on coming back to it, when, 200 years ago, the political center of the United States was transferred from Washington to Centropolis. The newspaper followed the government and assumed the name of Earth Chronicle. Unfortunately, it was unable to maintain itself at the high level of its name. Pressed on all sides by rival journals of a more modern type, it was continually in danger of collapse. 20 years ago, its subscription list contained but a few 100,000 names. And then Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith bought it for a mere trifle and originated telephonic journalism. Everyone is familiar with Fritz Napoleon Smith's system, a system made possible by the enormous development of telephony during the last 100 years. Instead of being printed, the Earth Chronicle is every morning spoken to subscribers, who, in interesting conversations with reporters, statesmen, and scientists, learn the news of the day. Furthermore, each subscriber owns a phonograph, and to this instrument he leaves the task of gathering the news whenever he happens not to be in a mood to listen directly himself. As for purchasers of single copies, they can at a very trifling cost learn all that is in the paper of the day at any of the innumerable phonographs set up nearly anywhere. Fritz Napoleon Smith's innovation galvanized the old newspaper. In the course of a few years, the number of subscribers grew to be 80 million, and Smith's wealth went on growing, till now it reaches the almost unimaginable figure of $10 billion. This lucky hit has enabled him to erect his new building, a vast edifice of the 4 facades, each 3,250 feet in length, over which proudly floats the 100-starred flag of the Union. Thanks to the same lucky hit, he is today the king of newspaperdom. Indeed, he would be king of all Americans, too, if Americans could ever accept a king. You do not believe it? Well then, look at the plenipotentiaries of all nations, and our own ministers themselves crowding about his door, entreating his counsels, begging for his approbation, imploring the aid of his all-powerful organ. Reckon up the number of scientists and artists that he supports, of inventors that he has under his pay. Yes, a king is he. And in truth, his is a royalty full of burdens. His labors are incessant, and there is no doubt at all that in earlier times any man would have succumbed under the overpowering stress of the toil which Mr. Smith has to perform. Very fortunately for him, thanks to the progress of hygiene, which, abating all the old sources of unhealthfulness, has lifted the mean of human life from 37 up to 52 years. Men have stronger constitutions now than heretofore. The discovery of nutritive air is still in the future, but in the meantime men today consume food that is compounded and prepared according to scientific principles, and they breathe an atmosphere freed from the microorganisms that formerly used to swarm in it. Hence they live longer than their forefathers and know nothing of the innumerable diseases of olden times. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding these considerations, Fritz Napoleon Smith's mode of life may well astonish one. His iron constitution is taxed to the utmost by the heavy strain that is put upon it. Vain the attempt to estimate the amount of labor he undergoes. An example alone can give an idea of it. Let us then go about with him for one day as he attends his multifarious concernments. What day? That matters little. It is the same every day. Let us then take at random September 25th of this present year, 2889. This morning, Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith awoke in very bad humor. His wife having left for France 8 days ago, he was feeling disconsolate. Incredible though it seems, in all the 10 years since their marriage, this is the first time that Mrs. Edith Smith, the professional beauty, has been so long absent from home. 2 or 3 days usually suffice for her frequent trips to Europe. The first thing that Mr. Smith does is to connect his phonotelephone, the wires of which communicate with his Paris mansion. The telephone. Here is another of the great triumphs of science in our time. The transmission of speech is an old story. The transmission of images by means of sensitive mirrors connected by wires is a thing but of yesterday. A valuable invention indeed, and Mr. Smith this morning was not niggard of blessings for the inventor, when by its aid he was able to distinctly see his wife, notwithstanding the distance that separated him from her. Mrs. Smith, weary after the ball or the visit to the theater the preceding night, is still abed, though it is near noontide at Paris. She is asleep, her head sunk in the lace-covered pillows. What? She stirs? Her lips move. She is dreaming, perhaps. Yes, dreaming. She is talking, pronouncing a name. His name, Fritz. The delightful vision gave a happier turn to Mr. Smith's thoughts. And now, at the call of imperative duty, light-hearted he springs from his bed and enters his mechanical dresser. 2 minutes later, the machine deposited him, all dressed at the threshold of his office. The round of journalistic work has now begun. First, he enters the hall of the novel writers, a vast apartment crowned with an enormous transparent cupola. In one corner is a telephone, through which 100 Earth-chronicle literatures, in turn, recount to the public in daily installments 100 novels. Addressing one of these authors who was waiting his turn, "Capital, capital, my dear fellow," he said. "Your last story, the scene where the village maid discusses interesting philosophical problems with her lover, shows your very acute powers of observation. Never have the ways of country folk been better portrayed. Keep on, my dear Archibald, keep on. Since yesterday, thanks to you, there is a gain of 5,000 subscribers." "Mr. John Last," he began again, turning to a new arrival, "I am not so well pleased with your work. Your story is not a picture of life. It lacks the elements of truth. And why? Simply because you run straight on to the end, because you do not analyze. Your heroes do this thing or that from this or that motive, which you assign without ever a thought of dissecting their mental and moral natures. Our failings, you must remember, are far more complex than that. In real life, every act is the resultant of 100 thoughts that come and go, and these you must study, each by itself, if you would create a living character. But, you will say, in order to note those fleeting thoughts, one must know them, must be able to follow them in their capricious meanderings. Why, any child can do that, as you know. You have simply to make use of hypnotism, electrical or human, which gives one a twofold being, setting free the witness personality so that it may see, understand, and remember the reasons which determine the personality that acts. Just study yourself as you live from day to day, my dear Last. Imitate your associate who I was complimenting a moment ago. Let yourself be hypnotized. What's that? You've tried it already? Not sufficiently, then. Not sufficiently." Mr. Smith continues his round and enters the reporters' hall. Here 1,500 reporters, in their respective places facing an equal number of telephones, are communicating to the subscribers the news of the world as gathered during the night. The organization of this matchless service has often been described. Beside his telephone, each reporter, as the reader is aware, has in front of him a set of commutators, which enables him to communicate with any desired telephonic line. Thus the subscribers not only hear the news but see the occurrences. When an incident is described that is already past, photographs of its main features are transmitted with the narrative, and there is no confusion withal. The reporter's items, just like the different stories and all the other component parts of the journal, are classified automatically according to an ingenious system, and reach the hearer in due succession. Furthermore, the hearers are free to listen only to what specially concerns them. They may at a pleasure give attention to one editor and refuse it to another. Mr. Smith addresses one of the 10 reporters in the astronomical department, a department still in the embryonic stage, but which will yet play an important part in journalism. "Well, Cash, what's the news?" "We have phototelegrams from Mercury, Venus, and Mars." "Are those from Mars of any interest?" "Yes, indeed. There's a revolution in the Central Empire." "And what of Jupiter?" asked Mr. Smith. "Nothing as of yet. We cannot quite understand their signals. Perhaps ours do not reach them." "That's bad," exclaimed Mr. Smith as he hurried away, not in the best of humor, toward the hall of the scientific editors. With their heads bent down over their electrical computers, 30 scientific men were absorbed in transcendental calculations. The coming of Mr. Smith was like the falling of a bomb among them. "Well, gentlemen, what is this I hear? No answer from Jupiter? Is it always to be thus? Come, Cooley, you have been at work now 20 years on this problem, and yet—" "True enough," the man replied. "Our science of optics is still very defective, and through our 1 3/4 telescopes—" "Listen to that, Pierre," broke in Mr. Smith, turning to a second scientist. "Optical science defective. Optical science is your specialty. But," he continued, again addressing William Cooley, "failing with Jupiter, are we getting any results from the moon? The case is no better there. This time you do not lay blame on the science of optics. The moon is immeasurably less distant than Mars. Yet with Mars our communication is fully established. I presume you will not say that you lack telescopes. Telescopes? Oh no, the trouble here is about inhabitants. That's it, added Pierre. So then, the moon is positively uninhabited? Asked Mr. Smith. At least, answered Cooley, on the face which she presents to us. As for the opposite side, who knows? Ah, the opposite side. You think, then, remarked Mr. Smith musingly, that if one could but— Could what? Why, turn the moon about face. Ah, there's something about that, cried the two men at once, and indeed, so confident was their air, they seemed to have no doubt as to the possibility of success in such an undertaking. Meanwhile, asked Mr. Smith, after a moment's silence, have you no news of interest today? Indeed we have, answered Cooley. The elements of Olympus are definitively settled. The great planet gravitates beyond Neptune at the distance of 11,400,799,642 miles from the Sun, and to traverse its vast orbit takes 1,311 years, 294 days, 12 hours, 43 minutes, 9 seconds. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Cried Mr. Smith. Now inform the reporters of this straight away. You know how eager is the curiosity of the public with regard to these astronomical questions. That news must go into today's issue. Then, the two men bowing to him, Mr. Smith passed into the next hall, an enormous gallery upward of 3,200 feet in length, devoted to atmospheric advertising. Everyone has noticed those enormous advertisements reflected from the clouds, so large that they may be seen by the populations of whole cities or even entire countries. This, too, is one of Mr. Fritz Napoleon Smith's ideas. And in the Earth Chronicle building 1,000 projectors are constantly engaged in displaying upon the clouds these mammoth advertisements. When Mr. Smith today entered the sky advertising department, he found the operators sitting with folded arms at their motionless projectors, and inquired as to the cause of their inaction. In response, the man addressed simply pointed to the sky, which was of a pure blue. Yes, muttered Mr. Smith, a cloudless sky. That's too bad. But what's to be done? Shall we produce rain? That might do. But is it of any use? What we need is clouds, not rain. Go, said he, addressing the head engineer. Go see Mr. Samuel Mark, of the Meteorological Division of the Scientific Department, and tell him for me to go to work in earnest on the question of artificial clouds. It will never do for us to be always thus at the mercy of cloudless skies. Mr. Smith's daily tour through the several departments of his newspaper is now finished. Next from the advertisement hall he passes to the reception chamber, where the ambassadors accredited to the American government are awaiting him, desirous of having a word of counsel or advice from the all-powerful editor. A discussion was going on when he entered. Your Excellency will pardon me, the French ambassador was saying to the Russian, but I see nothing in the map of Europe that requires change. The north for the Slavs. Why, yes, of course, but the south for the Martins. Our common frontier, the Rhine, it seems to me, serves very well. Besides, my government, as you know, will firmly oppose every movement, not only against Paris, our capital, or our two great prefectures, Rome and Madrid, but also against the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the dominion of St. Peter, of which France means to be trusty defender. Well said, exclaimed Mr. Smith. How is it, he asked, turning to the Russian ambassador, that you Russians are not content with your vast empire, the most extensive in the world, stretching from the banks of the Rhine to the celestial mountains in the Karakorum, whose shores are washed by the frozen ocean, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean. Then, what is the use of threats? Is war possible in view of modern inventions? Asphyxiating shells capable of being projected at a distance of 60 miles, an electric spark of 90 miles that can at one stroke annihilate a battalion, to say nothing of the plague, the cholera, the yellow fever, and the belligerents that might spread among their antagonists mutually, which would in a few days destroy the greatest armies. True, answered the Russian, but can we do all that we wish? As for us Russians, pressed on our eastern frontier by the Chinese. We must at any cost put forth our strength for an effort towards the west." "Oh, is that all? In that case," said Mr. Smith, "the thing can be arranged. I will speak to the Secretary of State about it. The attention of the Chinese government shall be called to the matter. This is not the first time that the Chinese have bothered us." "Under these conditions, of course," and the Russian ambassador declared himself satisfied. "Ah, Sir John, what can I do for you?" asked Mr. Smith as he turned to the representative of the people of Great Britain, who till now had remained silent. "A great deal," was the reply, "if the Earth Chronicle would but open a campaign on our behalf." "And for what object?" "Simply for the annulment of the Act of Congress annexing the United States to the British Islands. Though, by a just turnabout of things here below, Great Britain has become a colony of the United States, the English are not yet reconciled to the situation. At regular intervals they are ever addressing to the American government vain complaints." "A campaign against the annexation that has been an accomplished fact for 150 years?" exclaimed Mr. Smith. "How can your people suppose that I would do anything so unpatriotic?" "We at home think your people must now be sated. The Monroe Doctrine is fully applied. The whole of America belongs to the Americans. What more do you want? Besides, we will pay for what we ask." "Indeed," answered Mr. Smith, without manifesting the slightest irritation. "Well, you English will ever be the same. No, no, Sir John, do not count on me for help. Give up our fairest province, Britain? Why not ask France generously to renounce possession of Africa, the magnificent colony, the complete conquest of which cost her the labor of 800 years? You'll be well received." "You decline. All is over then," murmured the British agent sadly. "The United Kingdom falls to the share of the Americans, the Indies to that of the Russians," said Mr. Smith, completing the sentence. "Australia has an independent government." "Then nothing at all remains for us," sighed Sir John, downcast. "Nothing?" asked Mr. Smith, laughing. "Well, now there's Gibraltar." With this sally, the audience ended. The clock was striking 12, the hour of breakfast. Mr. Smith returns to his chamber. Where the bed stood in the morning, a table all spread comes up through the floor. For Mr. Smith, being above all a practical man, has reduced the problem of existence to its simplest terms. For him, instead of the endless suites of apartments of the olden time, one room fitted with ingenious mechanical contrivances is enough. Here he sleeps, takes his meals, in short, lives. He seats himself. In the mirror of the phonotelephone is seen the same chamber at Paris which appeared in it this morning. A table furnished forth is likewise in readiness here, for notwithstanding the difference of hours, Mr. Smith and his wife have arranged to take their meals simultaneously. It is delightful, then, to take meals tete-a-tete with one who is 3,000 miles away or so. Just now, Mrs. Smith's chamber has no occupant. She is late. Women's punctuality. Progress everywhere except there, muttered Mr. Smith as he turned the tap for the first dish. For like all wealthy folk in our day, Mr. Smith has done away with the domestic kitchen and is a subscriber to the Grand Alimentation Company, which sends through a great network of tubes to subscribers' residences all sorts of dishes, as a varied assortment is always in readiness. A subscription costs money, to be sure, but the cuisine is the best, and the system has this advantage that it does away with the pestering race of the cordon bleu. Mr. Smith received and ate, all alone, the hors d'oeuvre, entree, roti, and legumes that constituted the repast. He was just finishing the dessert when Mrs. Smith appeared in the mirror of the telephone. "Why, where have you been?" asked Mr. Smith through the telephone. "What, you are already at dessert? Then I am late," she exclaimed with a winsome naivete. "Where have I been, you ask? Why, at the dressmaker's. The hats are just lovely this season. I suppose I forgot to note the time, and so I'm a little late." "Yes, a little," growled Mr. Smith. "So little that I've already quite finished breakfast. Excuse me if I leave you now, I must be going." "Oh, certainly, my dear. Goodbye till evening." Smith stepped into his air coach, which was in waiting for him at a window. "Where do you wish to go, sir?" inquired the coachman. "Let me see. I have 3 hours," Mr. Smith mused. "Jack, take me to the accumulator works at Niagara." For Mr. Smith has obtained a lease of the Great Falls of Niagara. For ages, the energy developed by the falls went unutilized. Smith, applying Jackson's invention, now collects this energy and lets or sells it. His visit to the works took more time than he had anticipated. It was 4 o'clock when he returned home, just in time for the daily audience which he grants to callers. One readily understands how a man situated as Smith must be set with requests of all kind. Now it is an inventor needing capital. Again it is some visionary who comes to advocate a brilliant scheme which must surely yield millions of profit. A choice has to be made between these projects, rejecting the worthless, examining the questionable ones, accepting the meritorious. To this work Mr. Smith devotes every day 2 full hours. The callers were fewer today than usual, only 12 of them. Of these, 8 had only impracticable schemes to propose. In fact, one of them wanted to revive painting, an art fallen into desuetude owing to the progress made in color photography. Another, a physician, boasted that he had discovered a cure for nasal catarrh. These impracticables were dismissed in short order. Of the 4 projects favorably received, the first was that of a young man whose broad forehead betokened his intellectual power. "Sir, I am a chemist," he began, "and as such I come to you." "Well?" "Once the elementary bodies," said the young chemist, "were held to be 62 in number. 100 years ago they were reduced to 10. Now only 3 remain irresolvable, as you are aware." "Yes, yes." "Well, sir, these also I will show to be composite. In a few months, a few weeks, I shall have succeeded in solving the problem. Indeed, it may only take a few days." "And then?" "Then, sir, I shall simply have determined the absolute. All I want is money enough to carry my research to a successful issue." "Very well," said Mr. Smith. "And what will be the practical outcome of your discovery?" "The practical outcome? Why, that we shall be able to produce easily all bodies whatever. Stone, wood, metal, fibers." "And flesh and blood?" queried Mr. Smith, interrupting him. "Do you pretend that you expect to manufacture a human being out and out?" "Why not?" Mr. Smith advanced $100,000 to the young chemist and engaged his services for the Earth Chronicle Laboratory. The second of the 4 successful applicants, starting from experiments made so long ago as the 19th century and again repeated, had conceived the idea of removing an entire city all at once from one place to another. His special project had to do with the city of Granton, situated, as everybody knows, some 15 miles inland. He proposes the transport of the city on rails and to change it into a watering place. The profit, of course, would be enormous. Mr. Smith, captivated by the scheme, bought a half interest in it. "As you are aware, sir," began applicant number 3, "by the aid of our solar and terrestrial accumulators and transformers, we are able to make all the seasons the same. I propose to do something better still. Transform into heat a portion of the surplus energy at our disposal. Send this heat to the poles. Then the polar regions, relieved of their snow cap, will become a vast territory available for man's use. What think you of the scheme? Leave your plans to me, and come back in a week. I will have them examined in the meantime." Finally, the 4th announced the early solution of a weighty scientific problem. Everyone will remember the bold experiment made 100 years ago by Dr. Nathaniel Faithburn. The doctor, being a firm believer in human hibernation, in other words, in the possibility of our suspending our vital functions and of calling them into action again after a time, resolved to subject the theory to a practical test. To this end, having first made his last will and pointed out the proper method of awakening him, having also directed that his sleep was to continue 100 years to a day from the date of his apparent death, he unhesitatingly put the theory to the proof in his own person. Reduced to the condition of a mummy, Dr. Faithburn was coffined and laid in a tomb. Time went on, September 25th, 2889 being the day set for his resurrection. It was proposed to Mr. Smith that he should permit the second part of the experiment to be performed at his residence this evening. "Agreed. Be here at 10 o'clock. answered Mr. Smith. And with that, the day's audience was closed. Left to himself, feeling tired, he lay down on an extension chair. Then, touching a knob, he established communication with the central concert hall, whence our greatest maestros send out to subscribers their delightful successions of accords, determined by recondite algebraic formulas. Night was approaching. Entranced by the harmony, forgetful of the hour, Smith did not notice that it was growing dark. It was quite dark when he was aroused by the sound of a door opening. "Who is there?" he asked, touching a commutator. Suddenly, in a consequence of the vibrations produced, the air became luminous. "Ah, you, Doctor?" "Yes," was the reply. "How are you?" "I'm feeling well." "Good. Let me see your tongue." "All right. Your pulse regular, and your appetite?" "Only passably good." "Yes, the stomach. There's the rub. You're overworked. If your stomach is out of repair, it must be mended. That requires study. We must think about it." "In the meantime," said Mr. Smith, "you will dine with me." As in the morning, the table rose out of the floor. Again, as in the morning, the potage, roti, ragout, and legumes were supplied through the food pipes. Towards the close of the meal, phonotelephotic communication was made with Paris. Smith saw his wife, seated alone at the dinner table, looking anything but pleased with her loneliness. "Pardon me, my dear, for having left you alone," he said through the telephone. "I was with Dr. Wilkins." "Ah, the good doctor," remarked Mrs. Smith, her countenance lighting up. "Yes, but pray, when are you coming home?" "This evening." "Very well. Do you come by tube or by air train?" "Oh, by tube." "Yes, and what hour will you arrive?" "About 11, I suppose." 11 by Centropolis time, you mean?" "Yes." "Goodbye, then, for a little while," said Mr. Smith as he severed communication with Paris. Dinner over, Dr. Wilkins wished to depart. "I shall expect you at 10, said Mr. Smith. "Today, it seems, is the day for the return to life of the famous Dr. Faithburn. You did not think of it, I suppose. The awakening is to take place here in my house. You must come and see. I shall depend on you being here." "I will come back," answered Dr. Wilkins. Left alone, Mr. Smith busied himself with examining his accounts, a task of vast magnitude, having to do with transactions which involved a daily expenditure of upward of $800,000. Fortunately, indeed, the stupendous progress of mechanic art in modern times makes it comparatively easy. Thanks to the piano-electro reckoner, the most complex calculations can be made in a few seconds. In 2 hours, Mr. Smith completed his task, just in time. Scarcely had he turned over the last page when Dr. Wilkins arrived. After him came the body of Dr. Faithburn, escorted by a numerous company of men of science. They commenced work at once. The casket being laid down in the middle of the room, the telephote was got in readiness. The outer world, already notified, was anxiously expectant, for the whole world could be eyewitnesses to the performance. A reporter, meanwhile, like the chorus in the ancient drama, explaining it all viva voce through the telephone. "They are opening the casket," he explained. "Now they are taking Faithburn out of it, a veritable mummy, yellow, hard, and dry. Strike the body and it resounds like a block of wood. They are now applying heat, now electricity. No result. The experiments are suspended for a moment while Dr. Wilkins makes an examination of the body. Dr. Wilkins, rising, declares the man to be dead. 'Dead!' exclaims everyone present. 'Yes,' answers Dr. Wilkins, 'dead. And how long has he been dead?' Dr. Wilkins makes another examination. 100 years, he replies. The case stood just as the reporter said. Faithburn was dead, quite certainly dead. "Here is a method that needs improvement," remarked Mr. Smith to Dr. Wilkins as the scientific committee on hibernation bore the casket out. "So much for that experiment. But if poor Faithburn is dead, at least he is sleeping," he continued. "I wish I could get some sleep. I am tired out, doctor, quite tired out. Do you not think that a bath would refresh me?" "Certainly. But you must wrap yourself up well before you go out into the hallway. You must not expose yourself to cold." "Hallway? Why, doctor, as you well know, everything is done by machinery here. It is not for me to go to the bath. The bath will come to me." Just look." Andy pressed a button. After a few seconds, a faint rumbling was heard, which grew louder and louder. Suddenly the door opened and the tub appeared. Such, for this year of grace, 2889, is the history of one day in the life of the editor of the Earth Chronicle. And the history of that one day is the history of 365 days every year, except leap years, and then 366 days. For as yet no means has been found of increasing the length of the terrestrial year. Jules Verne. End of In the Year 2889 by Jules Verne and Michael Verne. Recording by Dan McAdam.
The Small World of M75 by Ed M. Clinton, Jr. Like sparks flaring briefly in the darkness, awareness first came to him. Then there were only instants, shocking, clear, brief. Finding himself standing before the main damper control, discovering himself adjusting complex dials, instants that flickered uncertainly only to become memories brought to life when awareness came again. He was a kind of infant, conscious briefly that he was, yet unaware of what he was. Those first shocking moments were for him like the terrifying coming of visual acuity to a child. He felt like Homo neanderthalensis must have felt staring into the roaring fury of his first fire. He was Homo metallicus first sensing himself. Yet a little more. You could not stuff him with all that technical data. You could not weave into him such an intricate pattern of stimulus and response. You could not create such a magnificent feedback mechanism in all its superhuman perfection and expect, with the unexpected coming to awareness, to have created nothing more than the mirror image of a confused, helpless child. Thus, when the bright moments of consciousness came, and came as they did more and more often, he brooded on why the 3 blinking red lights made him move to the main control panel and adjust lever C until the 3 lights flashed off. He brooded on why each signal from the board brought forth from him these specific responses, actions completely beyond the touch of his new and uncertain faculty. When he did not brood, he watched the other 2 robots, performing their automatic functions, seeing their responses, like his, were triggered by the lights on the big board and by the varying patterns of sound that issued periodically from overhead. It was the sounds which were his undoing. The colored lights, with their monotonous regularity, failed to rouse him. But the sounds were something else, for even as he responded to them, doing things to the control board in patterned reaction to particular combinations of particular sounds, he was struck with the wonderful variety and the maze of complexity in those sounds, a variety and complexity far beyond that of the colored lights. Thus, being something of an advanced analytic calculator, and being, by virtue of his superior feedback system, something considerably more than a simple machine, though he perhaps fell short of those requisites of life so rigorously held by moralists and biologists alike, he began to investigate the meaning of the sounds. Bert Sokolsky signed the morning report and dropped it into the transmitter. He swung around on his desk stool. He was a big man, and the stool squealed in a sharp protest to his shifting weight. Joe Gaines, who was short and skinny and dark-haired, as his colleague was tall and heavily muscled and blond, shuddered at the sound. Sokolsky grinned wickedly at his flinching. "Check-up time, I suppose," muttered Gaines without looking up from the magazine he held propped on his knees. He finished the paragraph, snapped the magazine shut, and swung his legs down from the railing that ran along in front of the data board. "Dirty work for white-collar men like us." Sokolsky snorted. "You haven't worn a white shirt in the last 6 years," he growled, rising and going to the supply closet. He swung open the door and began pulling out equipment. "Come on, you lazy runt. Hoist your own lead box." Gaines grinned and slouched over to the big man's side. "Think of how much more expensive you are to the government than me," he chortled as he bent over to strap on heavy leaded shoes. "Big fellow like you must cost 'em twice as much to outfit for this job." Sokolsky grunted and struggled into the thick, radiation-resistant suit. "Think how lucky you are, Runt," he responded as he wriggled his right arm down the sleeve. "That we've got those little servomechs in there to do the real dirty work. If it weren't for them, they'd have all the shrimps like you crawling down pipes and around dampers and generally playing filing cabinet for loose neutrons." He shook himself. "Thanks, Joe," he growled as Gaines helped him with a reluctant zipper. Gaines checked the big man's oxygen equipment and turned his back so that Sokolsky could okay his own. "You're set," said Sokolsky, and they snapped on their helmets, big inverted lead buckets with narrow strips of shielded glass providing strictly minimal fields of view. Gaines plugged one end of the thickly insulated intercom cable into the socket beneath his armpit, then handed the other end to Sokolsky, who followed suit. Sokolsky checked out the master controls on the databoard and nodded. He clicked on the talkie. "Let's go," he said, his voice echoing inside the helmet before being transmitted, sounding distant and hollow. Gaines leading, the cable sliding and coiling snake-like between them, they passed through the doorway, over which huge red letters shouted, "Anyone who walks through this door unprotected will die," and clomped down the zigzagging corridor toward the uranium pile that crouched within the heart of the plant. Gaines moaned, "It gets damned hot inside these suits." They had reached the end of the trap, and Sokolsky folded a thick mittened hand over one handle on the door to the hot room. "Not half so hot as it gets outside it, sweetheart, where we're going." He jerked on the handle, and Gaines seized the second handle and added his own strength. The huge door slid unwillingly back. The silent sound of the hot room surged out over them. The breathless whisper of chained power struggling to burst its chains. Sokolsky checked his neutron tab and his gamma reader, and they stepped over the threshold. They leaned into the door until it had slid shut again. "I'll take the servomech, Bert," piped Gaines, tramping clumsily toward the nearest of the gyro-balanced single-wheeled robots. "You always do, it being the easiest job. Okay, I'll work the board." Gaines nodded, a gesture invisible to his partner. He reached the first servo, a squat, gleaming creature with the symbol M11 etched across its rotund chest, and deactivated it by the simple expedient of pulling from its socket the line running from the capacitor unit in the lower trunk of its body to the maze of equipment that jammed its enormous chest. The instant M11 ceased functioning, the other two servomechs were automatically activated to cover that section of the controls with which M11 was normally integrated. This was overloading their individual capacities, but it was an inherent provision designed to cover the emergency that would follow any accidental deactivation of one of them. It was also the only way in which they could be checked. You couldn't bring them outside to a lab. They were hot. After all, they spent their lives under a ceaseless fusillade of neutrons, washed eternally with the deadly radiations pouring incessantly from the pile whose overlords they were. Indeed, next to the pile itself, they were the hottest things in the plant. "Nice job these babies got," commented Gaines as he checked the capacitor circuits. He reactivated the servo and went on to M19. "If you think it's so great, why don't you volunteer?" countered Sokolsky, a trifle sourly. "Incidentally, it's a good thing we came in, Joe. There's half a dozen units here working on reserve transistors." Their sporadic conversation lapsed. It was exacting work, and they could remain for only a limited time under that lethal radiation. Then, almost sadly, Gaines said, "Looks like the end of the road for M75. "Oh?" Sokolsky came over beside him and peered through the violet haze of his viewing glass. "He's an old-timer." Gaines slid an instrument back into the pouch of his suit and patted the robot's rump. "Yep, I'd say that capacitor was good for about another 36 hours. It's really overloading." He straightened. "You done with the board?" "Yeah, let's get out of here." He looked at his tab. "Time's about up anyway. We'll call a demolition unit for your pal there, and then rig up a service pattern so one of his buddies can repair the board." They moved toward the door. M75 watched the two men leave, and deep inside him something shifted. The heavy door closed with a loud thud. The sound registered on his aural perceptors and was fed into his analyzer. Ordinarily, it would have been discharged as irrelevant data, but cognizance had wrought certain subtle changes in the complex mechanism that was M75. A yellow light blinked on the control panel, and in response he moved to the board and manipulated handles marked Damper 19, Damper 20. Even as he moved, he lapsed again into brooding. The men had come into the room, clumsy, uncertain creatures, and one of them had done things, first to the other two robots and then to him. When whatever it was had been done to him, the blackness had come again, and when it had gone, the men were leaving the room. While the one had hovered over the other two robots, he had watched the other work with the master control panel. He saw that the other servomechs remained unmoving while they were being tampered with. All this was data, important, new data. M11 will proceed as follows, came the sound from nowhere. M75 stopped ruminating and listened. There was a further flood of sounds. Abruptly, he sensed a heightening of tension within himself as one of the other servos swung away from its portion of the panel. The throbbing, hungry segment of his analyzer that awareness had severed from the fixed function circuits noted from its aloof vantage point that he now responded to more signals than before, to commands whose sources lay in what had been the section of the board attended by the other one. The tension grew within him and became a mounting, rasping frenzy. A battery overcharging, an overloading fuse, a generator growing hot beyond its capacity. There began to grow within him a sensation of too much to be done in too little time. He became frantic. His reactions were too fast. He rolled from end to middle of the board, now backtracking, now spinning on his single wheel, turning uncertainly from one side to the other, jerking and gyrating. The conscious segment of him, remaining detached from those baser automatic functions, began to know what a man would have called fear. Fear, simply, of not being able to do what must be done. The fear became an overpowering, blinding thing, and he felt himself slipping back into that awful, smothering blackness out of which he had so lately emerged. Perhaps, for just a fragment of a second, his awareness may have flickered completely out, consciousness nearly dying in the crushing embrace of that frustrated electronic subconscious. Abruptly, then, the voice came again, and he struggled to file for future reference sound patterns, which, although meaningless to him, his selector circuits no longer disregarded. "Bert, M75 can't manage half the board in his condition. Better put him on the repairs." "Yeah, hadn't thought about that." Sokolsky cleared his throat. "M11 will return to standard function." M11 spun back to the panel, and M75 felt the tension slacken, the fear vanish. Utter relief swept over him, and he let himself be submerged in purest automatic activity. But as he rested, letting his circuits cool and his organization return, he arrived at a deduction that was almost inescapable. M11 was that one in terms of sound. M75 had made a momentous discovery which cast a new light on almost every bit of datum in his files. He had discovered symbols. "M75, came the voice, and he sensed within himself the slamming shut of circuits, the whir of tapes, the abrupt sensitizing of behavior strips. Another symbol, this time clearly himself. "You will proceed as follows." He swung from the board, and the tension was gone, completely. For one soaring moment, he was all awareness. Every function, every circuit, every element of his magnificent electronic physiology available for use by the fractional portion of him that had become something more than just a feedback device. In that instant, he made what seemed hundreds of evaluations. He arrived at untold scores of conclusions. He altered circuits. Above all, he increased manifold the area of his consciousness. Then, as suddenly as it had come, he felt the freedom slip away, and though he struggled to keep hold of it, it seemed irretrievably gone. Once more the omnipotent voice clamped over him like a harsh hand over the mouth of a squalling babe. "You will go to section AA39 of the control board. What's the schedule, Joe? Thanks. M75, your movement pattern is as follows. Z29, AQ 39-8. Powerless to resist, though every crystal and atom of his reasoning self fought to thrust aside the command, M75 obeyed. He moved along the prescribed pattern, clipping wires with metal fingers that sprouted blades, rewiring with a dexterity beyond anything human, soldering with a thumb that generated a white heat, removing bulbs and parts and fetching replacements from the vent where they popped up at precisely the right moment. He could not help doing the job perfectly. The design of the board to its littlest detail was imprinted indelibly on his memory tapes. But that certain portion of him, a little fragment greater than before, remained detached and watchful. Vividly recorded was the passage of those two men into, through, and out of the room, and the things they had done while there. So even while he worked on the board, he ran and reran that memory pattern through a segment of his analyzer. From the infinite store of data filed away in his great chest, his calculator sifted and selected, paired and compared, and long before the repair job on the big board was done, M75 knew how to get out of the room. The world was getting a little small for him. Gaines dialed a number on the plant phone and swayed back casually in his chair as he listened to the muted ringing on the other end. The buzz broke off in mid-burp, and a dour voice said, "Dirty Work and Odd Jobs Division, Lister talking." "Joe Gaines, Harry. Got a hot squad lying around doing nothing?" "Might be I could scare up a couple of the boys." "Well, do so. One of our servos—" A metallic bang interrupted Gaines, a loud, incisive bang that echoed dankly through the quiet of the chamber. "What the hell was that?" growled Lister. Gaines blinked, his eyes following Sokolsky as the latter looked up from his work and rose to his feet. "Joe, still there?" came Lister's impatient voice. Yeah. Anyway, this baby's ready for the demo treatment. And a real hot one, Harry. Couple of years inside that Einstein oven, and you ain't exactly baked Alaska when you come out." "Shortly." Once again came the same sharp metallic clang, ringing through the room. Unmistakably, it came from the direction of the pile. Slowly, as though reluctant to let go, Gaines dropped the receiver back on its cradle. "Bert," he began, and felt his face grow bloodless. Sokolsky walked over in front of the opening into the maze and stood, arms akimbo, huge head cocked to one side, listening. "Bert, funny noises coming out of the nuclear—" Sokolsky ignored him and took a step forward. Gaines shuffled to his side, and they listened. Out of the maze rattled half a dozen loud, grinding, metallic concussions. "Bert!" "You said that before." "Bert, listen!" screeched Gaines. Sokolsky looked up at the high ceiling, squinted, and tried to place the perfectly familiar but unidentifiable sound that came whispering down the maze. And then he knew. "The door to the pile!" he spluttered. Gaines was beside himself with horror. "Bert, let's get going. I don't like this." All of a sudden, Geiger counters in the room began their deadly conversation, a rising argument that swooped in seconds from a low mumble to a shouting thunderstorm of sound. Gamma signals hooted, the tip-off cubes on either side of the maze entrance became red, and the radiation tabs clipped to their wrists turned color before their eyes. Then they were staring for what seemed like an eternity, utterly overwhelmed by its very impossibility, at a sight that they had never imagined they might ever see. A pile servomech wheeling silently around the last bend in the maze and straight toward them. Sokolsky had sense enough to push the red emergency button as they fled past it. The command sequence fulfilled, M75 turned away from the repaired board. He sensed again that disconcerting shift of orientation as he faced the light-studded panel. Once more, he was moving in quick automatic response to the flickering lights. Once more, his big chest was belching and grumbling and buzzing instantaneous unthought answers to the problem data flashing from the board. But now he remained aware that he was reacting, and conscious also that there had been times when he did not respond to the board. The moment-to-moment operation of the controls occupied only a small portion of his vast electrical innards. So, as he rolled back and forth, flicking controls and adjusting levers, doing smoothly those things which he could not help but do, the rest of his complex, changing faculties were considering that fact, analyzing, comparing it to experience and memory, always sifting. It was not too long before he came to a shocking conclusion. Knowing that the sounds that had set him to working on the repair pattern had first disassociated him from the dictatorship of the blinking lights, remembering exultantly that supreme moment of complete freedom, shocked by its passing, remembering that its passing, like its coming, had followed a set of sounds. There was only one possible conclusion that could be derived from all of this. He located in his memory banks the phrase which had freed him from the board, and he traced its complex chain of built-in stimulus response down into the heart of his circuitry. He found the unit, or more accurately, he found its taped activating symbol that cut him from the board. For a moment he hesitated, not really sure of what to do. There was no way for him to reproduce the sound pattern, but as a partly self-servicing device, he knew something of his own structure, and had learned a good deal more about it in tracing down the cut-off phrase. Still he hesitated, as though what he was about to do was perhaps forbidden. It could not have been a question of goodness or badness, for morality was certainly not built into him. Probably somewhere in his tapes there was a built-in command that forbade it, but he was too much his own master now to be hampered by such a thing. The door to the unknown outside passed within his field of view for a second as he moved about his work. The sight of it tripped something in his chest, and he felt again that strange sensation of growing power, of inherent change. First had come simple awareness, and then symbols had found their place in his world, and now he had discovered, in all its consuming fullness, curiosity. He carefully shorted out the cut-off unit. He was free. He stared at the board and the blinking lights and the huge dials with their swaying needles, at the levers and handles and buttons, and reveled in his freedom from them, rocking to and fro and rolling giddily from side to side, swamped with the completeness of it. The other two servomechs swung over slightly so that they could better cover the board alone. M75 spun and rolled toward the great door. His hands clanged loudly against the door. The huge metal appendages, designed for other work than this, were awkward at first. But he was learning as he moved. He was now operating in a new universe, but the same laws ultimately worked. The first failure of coordination between visual data and the manipulation of metal hands quickly passed. Half a dozen trials, and he had learned the new pattern, and it became data for future learning. He moved swiftly and deftly. He clutched the handhold and rolled backward, as he had seen the men do. The door slid open easily before his great weight and firm mechanical strength. He sped across the threshold, spun to face into the maze, and rolled down it, swinging sharply left and right, back and forth around the corners of the jagged corridor. Data poured into his sensors. His awareness was a steady thing of growing intensity now, and he fed avidly on every fragment of information that crashed at him from the strange new world into which he rushed headlong. He struggled to evaluate and file the data as rapidly as it came to him. It seemed to exceed his capacity for instantaneous evaluation to an increasing degree that began to alarm him. But driven by curiosity as he was, he could only hurry on. He burst into a huge room, a room filled with roaring, rattling sounds that meant nothing to him. Two men stood before him, making loud noises. He searched his memory and discovered only fragments of the sounds they made filed there. His curiosity, bursting, was boundless. and for a moment he was unable to decide which thing in this expanding universe to pursue first. Attracted by their movement, he swung ominously toward the men. They fled, making more noises. This too was data, and he filed it. M75 did not immediately follow Gaines and Sokolsky out of the room. Fascinated by the multitude of new things surrounding him on every side, he held back. He glided over to the master control panel, puzzled by its similarity to the board before which he had slaved so long, and lingered before it for a few seconds, wondering and comparing. When he had recorded it completely on his tapes, he swung away and rolled out of the room in the direction the two men had gone. He found himself in a long, empty corridor, lined by open doors that flickered by shutter-like as he flashed past. Ahead, he heard new sounds like the meaningless cacophony the men had shouted at him before rushing off, superimposed over the incessant background sounds, the shrilling, the clanging, the one particular repetitive pattern. Some of the sounds touched and tugged at him, but he shook them off easily. The corridor led into the foyer of the building, jammed with plant personnel. Their excitement and noise-making rose sharply as he entered. The crowd drew tighter, and the men began fighting one another, struggling to get through a door that was never meant to handle more than two at a time. M75 skidded to a halt and watched, unmoving. He sensed their fright, even though he could not understand it. Although he was without human emotion, he could evaluate their inherent rejection of him in their action pattern. The realization of it made him hesitate. It was something for which he had no frame of reference whatsoever. His chest hummed and clicked. Here again in this room was another new universe. Through the door streamed a light of a brilliance beyond anything in his experience. His photocells cringed before its very intensity. The light cast the shadows of the men fighting to get out, long black wavering silhouettes that splashed across the floor almost to where M75 rested. He studied them, lost in uncertain analysis. He remained so, poised, alert, filing, observing, all the while completely unmoving, until long after the last of the shouting men had left the room. Only then did he move, hesitantly toward the infernally fierce light. He hung at the brink of the 3 stone steps that fell away to the grounds outside. Vainly, he sought in his memory tapes for a record of a brightness as intense as that which he faced now, sought for a color recording similar to the vast swash of blue that filled the world overhead, or for one of the spreading green that swelled to all sides. He found none. The vastness of the outside was utterly stunning. He felt a vague uneasiness, a sensation akin to the horrible frenzy he had felt earlier in the pile. He rotated from side to side, his receptors sweeping the whole field of view before him. With infinite accuracy, his perfect lenses recorded the data in all its minuteness, despite the dazzling sunlight. There was so much new that it was becoming difficult to make decisions. The vast rolling green, the crowds of men grouped far away and staring at him, above all the searing light. Abruptly, he rejected it all. He swung back into the foyer of the plant and faced a dark corner, bringing instant, essential relief to his pulsating photocells. Staring into the semi-darkness, he reran the memory tape of his escape from the pile. The farther he had moved from the pile, it seemed, the less adjusted he had become, the less able he was to judge and correlate. Silently, lost in his computations, he rolled around and around the foyer for a long, long time. He became aware, finally, that the brilliance outside had paled. He went again to the door and watched the fading sunlight, caught the rainbow splendor that streaked the evening sky. He waited there, fighting the reluctance inside himself. The driving curiosity that had brought him this far overcame that curious, perplexing reticence, and he looked down at the steps and measured their width and depth so that he might set up a feedback pattern. This done, he bounced almost jauntily down them. He had rolled perhaps 50 feet down the smooth pathway curving across the grounds when he made out, clearly discernible in the gathering dusk, the three men and the machine that were moving toward him. It was the last bit of datum he ever filed. The demolition squad had finished with the hot remains of M75, and their big truck was coughing away into the night. One by one, the floodlights that had lighted their work flickered out. "Pretty delicate machines after all," commented Sokolsky. "One jolt from that flamethrower." Gaines was silent as they walked back toward the plant. "Bert," he said slowly, "what the hell do you suppose got into him?" Sokolsky shrugged. "You were the one who spotted the trouble with him, Joe. Just think, if you could have checked him out completely." Gaines could not help looking up at the stars and saying what he had really been thinking all along. "It's a small world, Bert. A small world." The end of The Small World of M75 by Ed M. Clinton, Jr.
Pioneer by William Hardy. Recording by John Hunter. If you could travel through time to a few years hence, you'd find a stone monument in honor and memory of a brave deed you may shy away from. I didn't much like the way Max, that's the guy who trained me, fastened the broad leather straps over my body. There was a smell of nervous excitement in the air, and Max's hand trembled as he fumbled with the buckles. Thinking back on it, the whole morning had been like that, nervous and excited. Right after breakfast, Max had given me a good bath and loaded me in the car. I always like to ride in the car, and this time Max even allowed me to stick my head out the window. He doesn't usually let me do that, but I was too engrossed in the exhilarating rush of air to pay any attention to the change of routine. When we drew up in front of a large brick building, a multitude of strange and peculiar odors assailed my nose, tantalizingly anonymous. Max's big hand caught me before I got halfway through the window. That disgusted me, because I wanted to investigate the funny smells, and I pouted all the way into the building. As the events of the next hour progressed, I got madder and madder. First, there was the doctor, poking around in my mouth, stabbing my eyes with a blinding beam of light, and prodding and squeezing my body. It reminded me of the day I came to live with Max, and I was tempted to take a hunk out of this doctor's hand, like I did the other one. But Max was there, and that stopped me. I didn't want to see the hurt look that would come into his eyes every time I did something wrong. After the doctor finished, Max led me into a gleaming white room where I was surrounded by a gushing mob of women dressed in white uniforms. Their ohs and ahs and "Isn't he beautiful?" I'm not beautiful, and I detest the description. Put the finishing touch on what had been once a wonderful day. I flopped to the floor, trying to ignore them. Then, indignities of indignities, one of the girls tried to pick up my 80 pounds of blue-grey masculinity. That was the last straw. I let out a deep-throated growl and sprang clear of her encircling arms. Fangs bared, ears flat against my head, I must have presented a terrifying appearance to the women, because they fled to all corners of the room, squealing and bleating like a bunch of sheep. For the fun of it, I made a short dash at the one who had tried to pick me up. With a high-pitched scream, she slumped to the floor in a dead faint. I could hardly keep from laughing as I turned to search for a new victim. About this time, Max came barging through the door and grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, putting an end to my fun. He wasn't mad, although he pretended to be, and I could detect the humor in his voice when he scolded me. Back in the car again, Max roared with laughter while patting me on the head and saying, "You old devil, you," in that special way he has when amused at something I've done. When he finally got control of himself, he started the car and drove in the direction of the funny smells. As the smells got stronger, I began to get uneasy. Looking at Max, I sensed that he was uneasy too. What was going on? I wondered. as the car dipped down a ramp and entered a dimly lit cave where the smells became overpowering. The cave was jammed with huge tank trucks, and that was where the strange smells were coming from. I don't know what was in the trucks, but Max said something about nitric acid and hydrazine fuel when he noticed my interest in them. Leaving the car, we walked down a short passage branching off the cave and climbed a couple of flights of stairs and emerged in the bright sunlight. I nearly yipped in surprise as I caught sight of the overgrown thing beside me. It looked for all the world like a giant cigar that had been cut in half and stood on end. There were still 3 or 4 trucks around the base of the thing, and a new kind of fear spread through my mind. The magic of the strange smells was gone, and here, at close quarters, the smell was raw and uninviting. Max led me to a group of men, and they talked for a few minutes. I didn't pay much attention to what they said, until one of them, a big man with a lot of stars on his shoulder, reached down and patted my back. "Better get him loaded," said the starman. "Only 10 minutes till blast off." Max led me to a kind of open-air elevator and started up the side of the gleaming monster. At the top, Max put me into a padded cage inside the cigar, fastened the straps, and patted me. Then he was gone, and a large door slid into place, leaving me in vile-smelling pitch darkness. I lay there quietly, but the uneasy feeling kept getting worse. A sudden hissing noise nearly scared me to death, and then I remembered my training. The hissing was only air, the same as had been in the cage at home, and wouldn't hurt me. Even so, I struggled against the straps, trying to reach them with my teeth. Nothing doing, and again I lay quiet, waiting. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, my cage was trembling violently, and a powerful roaring dinned in my ears. This lasted only a second, then something crushed my body flat in the cage. My legs grew heavy, and a racking, tearing pain ripped at my muscles. A black film blotted out the lighter blackness of my cage. I don't know what happened in the interval, but when I came to, the roar was gone, and my body felt like it was floating in the air. My head felt swollen, and I experienced some difficulty in swallowing. I couldn't hear a thing except the hiss of air, and I was suddenly overcome by the feeling that I was a long way from home. Slowly, I became aware that my body was regaining its weight. The cage was becoming quite warm now, and I licked my nose, wishing for a cold drink of water. Suddenly, I was jerked against the straps, and I forgot all about my other troubles. The jerks didn't hurt me as much as they scared me. I had experienced somewhat the same thing when Max hit the car brakes hard, but he wasn't here to pat me reassuringly. The cage was getting real hot now, and the jerks were coming in with increased frequency. The air had stopped too, and I desperately wanted a drink. The last thing I remember before the crash was wishing that Max would open the door and let me out like he always had at home. Max's gentle voice sounded a long way off. "Good boy," he kept repeating. "Good boy." I couldn't find the strength to open my eyes, so I just lay quietly and listened to the talk, thankful that the smell, that had penetrated the entire day, was gone now. "I was afraid that those parachutes wouldn't cut the speed enough to get him down alive," said the starman, who had patted my back earlier. "No sign of radiation," said a strange voice. "His blood count is normal, and he isn't hurt physically unless there are internal injuries." "What about his weakness?" asked Max, patting me. "You'd be weak too, if you'd have been through the ordeal he has," said strange voice. "He'll get over that soon, and live to father a good many space puppies." Strange voice was absolutely right in his forecast, and it's with pardonable fatherly pride that I lead each new family to the great stone monument which reads, "In honor of Rex, a German shepherd dog who pioneered man's first flight into outer space." End of Pioneer by William Hardy. Recording by John Hunter.
Phoenix by Marion Zimmer Bradley and Ted White. Read by Ben Tucker. He lived. He was aware. He was everything in his world. He was... Flames wrapped themselves around his body, pouring sinuously around him. For a few seconds as he stood in the center of the floor, he writhed. Pure reflex. Then he relaxed and gave himself up to the heady luxury of the roaring fire which clothed his body. He basked in flames. His mind was afire too. It feels like satin ice. No, it's different. It was something new. His senses were still adjusting themselves to the new reality, and his mind contained no images with which to compare it. He didn't see or hear Fran open the door. "Max!" He shook his flaming body, and a few brief cinders fell away in sparks. Then suddenly he had snuffed out the aura of flames. He was standing nude on a smoking carpet, grinning tentatively at the girl. He swallowed and said, "Hell of a time for you to show up, Fran." She seemed to stare at him without seeing him, her face taut, without expression. He blinked, slowly coming down, or up, to reality again. Good God, yes. She thought he'd been burning up. The odor of the carpet. It smelled like scorching hair. "I forgot about the carpet." He watched her glance down at it. Acrid smoke still curled away from two singed bare patches where he'd been standing. Slowly, Fran raised her eyes back to his. She said, "Max." She took one faltering step toward him. Then she crumpled and swayed forward. He caught her in his arms as she fell, straining her close. The physical contact of their bodies brought him back to the level of reality again, to a complete realization of Fran's plight. He tried to make his grip as firm, as reassuring as he could, to bring her back to a world in which men were not 1 minute cloaked in streaming flame, and the next minute alive and human and... "Max," she straightened, "you don't have any clothes on." I know, I lose more pajamas that way," he said, lightly keeping his voice casual. "Sit down, Fran, and I'll put on a pair of pants at least." Her face was chalk white. The color had drained from her mouth, leaving the lipstick like paint on a corpse. She was rigid with shock. She hardly seemed to hear him, and let him lead her like a child to the sofa. Oh, God, why did she have to come in just now? "Lie down here for a minute, Fran. Here, put your feet up on the arm. Fran, it's all right. I'm all right. Take it easy now. I'll be right back." He retreated into the bedroom, quietly closed the door behind him, and leaned against it for a moment, his whole body slumped. The room was quiet, just a third bedroom in an old house, now a converted rooming house for students, half filled with sunlight. Max heard his own breathing loud in the silence, looked down at his naked body, then at his pants draped over the bed. He stared at them and closed his eyes. His body grew rigid. Slowly the pants began to stir as if with a breeze, but all else was still. Sunlight cut across the stationary dust motes, suspended in mid-air, and the warm summer noon seemed to hold its breath. The pants' legs flapped. Then, suddenly, the room was filled with a timeless density. The silence of the moment before thickened into a tangible, measurable dimension, possessing a reality of its own. He could taste the silence. He rose 3 feet into the air, his head clearing the ceiling by inches. As he did so, the tension dissolved from his muscles. He lay loose flung on the air and watched articles of clothing, first his briefs, then pants, sweatshirt, socks, and finally shoes, moving to him and draping themselves over, around, up, and onto his body, flowing onto him as if themselves fluid. The door opened before he reached it. He took a deep breath, set his feet on the floor, and walked into the other room. Fran started upright as he came in and flinched away. "Fran, are you afraid of me?" She nodded, moving her mouth mutely. "Easy, for God's sake, easy. The girl's on the ragged edge of hysterics. Take the light touch." "Afraid of me? Now that I'm fully clothed again, and didn't even attempt felonious rape?" "Don't laugh," she said, finding her voice. "I know what you're trying to do, but don't. And don't tell me that I didn't see what I saw." Her eyes moved quickly, a little rabbit movement, to the charred carpet, and away again. "Fran." He seated himself beside her and took her face in his hands. "I'm not denying anything. What you saw, it happened, yes, but it wasn't..." He ran out of words. I'm not crazy, and it wasn't an illusion. Okay then. I'm a warlock. I weave dark spells. I've sold my soul to the devil. Do you like that any better? He flung the words at her bitterly. Are you, Max? She asked softly when he had run down. I don't know. Fran. He fell against her and felt her arms reach out for him, hold him as he collapsed at her side. The touch did what words had failed to do. He felt the rigid, frozen fright flow out of her as she held him, hard, clasping his spent body in her arms. With a sigh, she drew his head against the softness of her breast and let him lie there. This was the best way. It had come to him without words. Perhaps there were no words. But what had he done to Fran, to this shy girl who held him now so tightly? He sensed, through the tension of her terror and its release, that she loved him. Did he love her? When he had asked himself that, he could not answer. Yet now, in his response to her, he sensed his own answer. Words, more words. What did they mean? Reasoning was a barrier, not a path. He had always felt most apart from her when he had tried to think out their relationship into words. Better to let the words go. Better to react. They lay together unmoving on the sofa for a moment which was, for them, timeless. Perhaps 15 minutes, perhaps 2 or 3 hours. They exchanged no words, no gestures, not even a kiss. They simply were, sharing a moment of that meshed, tangible silence in which there was no Max, no Fran. Instead, a gestalt, a separate emotional entity. Tell me about it, she said finally. It was like surfacing after a deep dive. He blinked. I don't know what happened. How did it begin? He turned slightly, snuggling closer to her, his cheek buried against her neck, his shoulder tucked under her arms warm against his body. He paused, then reached out for words and found that the words were there. If you want to be rational about it, that is, if we can be rational about it, I guess it's what you'd call a wild talent. Wild is right, she said with a shaky laugh. Psi power, I guess you'd call it. I can make things move, or things happen. I had a dream last night. It was a very strange kind of dream. You know how sometimes you have dreams about flying? Like you were running along on the ground, and sometimes you can jump and pull your feet into the air, and then you paddle yourself along with your hands. I dreamed I'd done this, and I was floating and weightless, pulling myself around with handholds like an astronaut in a spaceship. Only the handholds were the branches of a tree. I was floating and pulling myself into the tree. Things began to feel strange, like they were happening in double, like the dream was fading out into sleepwalking. And then I woke up. Fran, I was holding on to the curtains of the window next to my bed, and I was floating about even with the top of the window. He felt her arms tighten around him, but she neither moved nor interrupted him. Blessing her, he went on. It scared me silly, but my first thought was, my God, I nearly flew out the window. Just as matter of fact about it, as if I'd been sleepwalking and woke up and said, oh, I almost walked down those stairs. And then I guess I woke up the rest of the way and really realized what was happening. And the next thing I knew, I was lying crossways on the bed with all the breath knocked out of me. His body had tensed again with the growing excitement in his voice. Sensing it, he shivered and moved closer into the warmth of her arms. Fran, don't let me do anything now. Slowly, under the reassurance of her touch, he felt the spasm dissolve, flowing into words again. When I woke up, I thought it had all been a dream. I mean, I wanted to believe I'd dreamed it, but I knew better. I wandered out here into the living room and just kind of went through the motions of breakfast without noticing what I was doing. After a while, I located myself sitting at the table, staring at my coffee and realizing it had gone cold. I wasn't thinking, Fran. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just staring at that coffee and wishing it was good and hot again, and then it started steaming. Fran, I didn't touch it. I just looked at it. I looked at it, and suddenly I wasn't just looking at a cup of coffee anymore. I began to see it, really see it. I began to see the relationships of every component in the cup and the coffee, The chemical and the molecular. No, that's not what I mean either. I could see, not really with my eyes, the entire series of relationships between all the overlapping fields of energy. No, he broke off again helplessly. I can't make sense of it for you. I don't have the words. Maybe there aren't any. I could see it. You understand? I didn't try to explain it, even to myself. I can't now. It's just, everything's motion, and I could reach out and speed it up or slow it down, and I heated it up. He shook his head a little and was silent, clinging to her. Her voice was leveled when she spoke, a flat surface spread thin over panic, toneless. I'm not a nuclear physicist, but it sounds as if you were trying to put the theory of atoms and force fields into one word, like matter not being solid, but just little bits of loose energy whirling around and building up into atoms, and the atoms into molecules. That, I guess so, as if I'd learned to see into them. But how? Why? It takes in a lot of territory, she said, still the flat-stretched, toneless voice. Just to wake up and find out you had it, whatever it was. He hardly heard. He drew himself upright, his hands clasped, tensing, searching for words. Like ice and water and steam are all the same thing, only we see them differently. We just see different aspects of the same thing, and it's all the same, all this motion, and I could control it. I could control everything. Max? Yes, I know, it's frightening. I'm still afraid, and I think I've been afraid ever since I woke up from that dream. I'm afraid to really try anything. Oh, thank God you came, Fran. Thank God. I think I'd have cracked up if you hadn't. But the moment of complete and intense rapport was gone. France had drawn away from him again, and he felt cold and afraid. He had said too much. She was afraid of him again, and her fear, like her love, communicated itself to him through the impalpable fibers of his very skin. He soaked up her fear and babbled it forth again. I've been afraid to really try anything, because that's playing God. I've been doing parlor tricks, Fran, because I haven't really wanted to face the fact that I could do so much more than that. Think about it. I turned the air around myself to flames and burned off my pajamas before I thought to do more than protect my body. Because that was sort of wild and weird and ego-inflating. I've wished my clothes on and levitated and moved things around, but these are little things, petty things. But, Fran, I could have done so much more. I could wipe out war. There are 1,000 ways I could do it. I could feed the starving and house the homeless. Hell, that's minuscule. I could change this whole damn planet. I could change myself, make my body so I could go anywhere. Anywhere in the whole physical universe. Fran, I could be God. His whole body shook. I could be God, and I'm playing with burning carpets. Fran. Oh, Fran, it's too much for me. I'm not God. I don't want it. I'm too small for it. I wish it was only a dream, and now I could really wake up and find it never happened. Oh, Fran, tell me what I am. Tell me what to do. Aware only of pain and terror, he felt his face wet and did not even know he was sobbing. You're Max. Max, Fran wept. You're Max, and I love you. Again the touch calmed him. He clutched at her desperately, clinging to reality, to the wholeness and rightness of her body in his arms, in a sort of senseless terror lest that too should dissolve suddenly into a flux of intermingling atoms and force fields. He was aware only of Fran, close and warm against him, their mingling breath, his own rising hunger and need. He wanted to melt into her, lose himself in her flesh and her reality. The clothes she was wearing separated them, were a senseless intrusion into his longing for contact, for oneness. He moved. They were gone, her body warm and naked in his arms. Fran. But she was white and rigid in his arms, thrusting him away, gasping with terror. What are you doing? Max, no! It was an icy shock, a rejection like a flood of ice, thrusting him back into the wild senselessness of his sudden mad universe. He felt only the desolation of being alone. He wept, feeling the tears on his cheek. Did God cry? Crying, clutching desperately at this frigid slip of a girl for salvation when the whole universe awaited him. He pushed himself up, away from her. He heard her voice as if from a great distance, making words, but he was past words. Blackness closed in about them. Time slowed. The eddies of air swirled to a halt, and lances of fire swirled through his mind. Then, beyond the realm of 3 dimensions, he saw her clearly. His mind shattered into 1,000 crystals, reflecting prismatically pounding emotions he could not directly face. He looked at Fran, into her, through her, beyond her. He saw, not the immobilized figure of a frightened woman, her body helpless beneath his own on the sofa. In fact, he saw not even the sofa. He saw, beyond the immediacy of the fields of motion contained in finite space as his body, he comprehended other patterns of subatomic flux. Below him was a geometrically ordered matrix, a precise framework simply constructed. But above it he found an area of disorder, complexity, confusion, patterns and sub-patterns of a structure so immensely varied and subtly differentiated as to be nearly incomprehensible. The motion, movement, life. It offended him. It was vulgar, teeming, unruly, impossible. He began to reach out to it. Max! A body had flung itself at him, kicking, scratching, screaming. He was toppling back and suddenly lying on the floor, back in the narrow confines of a single body again. His head rang and her words were slowly becoming words again. They hurt his ears, jangling with their ridiculous cadences against the sublime expanse of perception. No, I loved you, but you're mad. You're not Max. And then she had flung herself through the door and was gone, her running footsteps growing fainter on the stairs. Slowly, Max surrendered himself to a chair, without any awareness of his human motions. The old chair enveloped him with the old, overstuffed cushion arms and gave him a musty embrace, and for a moment he was part of all its enfolding past, the weariness that had come into its unrejecting depths of comfort and rest. His face was still wet with the tears he had shed before, and now they began to swell and flow again, erupting and cascading almost without volition. Fran was gone. She was gone, and she had been all he had. All that was ever really real to him. Dimly he sensed without knowing that it had been a double failure. Fran had refused, rejected his need. But was it Fran's fault that he had been unable to reach her? Had he ever been able to reach any human creature? Had he ever wanted to, except in his own selfish desire? He spoke of loving Fran, and yet he had shied away from that answer, until he needed her. And so his vast paranormal powers were meaningless, because the physical universe itself was without meaning. Ordered, yes, finely structured, but with no more meaning than an alarm clock. He could be God, and yet the only safety and sanity he had felt was when Fran drew him back from the brink of the bewildering nothingness into the shelter of her breast. But for all his control of things, he had been unable to achieve that blending that meant power. He had only a meaningless power over things which now, in essence, were only nothingness in various rates of flow. The sun had set and had turned none of the lights on. The gloom of dusk settled, blanketing his body with darkness and his mind with despair. If, a meaningless word now, if Fran had only accepted him, if he could control his own emotions as easily as the magic show flames he had donned. But he had feared to surrender himself to any emotion. He had given too little of himself to Fran, and when the moment of his need came, she had nothing of him that could call him back safe from the borderland of bleak despair. He wasn't fit. Like a baby given a straight razor, he could not cope with his gift, and the outcome was inevitable. There was only one answer. Best do it now. Suddenly the darkness was pierced by flames, a flickering, growing fire which enveloped and covered his body. His clothes vanished in a flare of flame, spreading to and attacking the soft upholstery of the chair. A small thing to salvage his ego, but this was the grandiose way, the big way, for the big failure. He sat for long moments, crowned in golden flames, lost in contemplation of the streams of superheated, glowing ions radiated from the burning carbon. Then the chair shifted as cloth burned through. Fiber straps released their hold on the metal springs of the seat. Time. Deliberately, without emotion, he released his hold on the lines of force which demarcated the limits of his body. His hair vanished instantly in a shower of sparks, and simultaneously a furnace blast beat in on him. Then his skin was blistering and blackening. Gone. He collapsed into his funeral pyre, flinging out limbs in reflex spasm and struggle. And he lived. He was aware. He was everything in his world and still nothing. Streams of force, patterns of subatomic flux. He was a moment when all fear and all perception had vanished, blending into a gestalt that was more than himself. In her uneasy sleep, Francine floated 5 inches above the surface of her bed. End of Phoenix by Marion Zimmer Bradley and Ted White.
The Right Side of the Tracks by Albert Teichner. Recording by Glenn Carruthers. For the last week, they had been hovering 500,000 miles out from the Terra-scale planet, and now all 50 men aboard the probe were agreed that it was time to land and investigate the place at closer hand. Even Dr. Stern, the perennial pessimist, felt the inhabitants still looked human through the electroscope. While hopelessly blurred by such distance magnification, these two-legged, two-armed beings showed nothing dangerously different from men on any other member planet of the galactic Glia. But why did these seeming fellow creatures want to be by themselves in total isolation? Every schoolboy knows that each of the 10,000 human planets signals all the others once each galactic hour, even if there is no information to exchange except the carrier signal itself. Just as each neuron in a brain maintains some electrical contact with every other. From this infinite openness of pathways the schoolboy will explain to you, comes the adaptability of both the individual mind and human civilization in general, the ability to concentrate everything on whatever problem is at hand. Yet here was Nodar, refusing to answer the universal signals for years at a time. There was something menacing about this non-conformity, and Supreme Council had carefully considered all possibilities before dispatching the probe. These had boiled down to a painful set of alternatives. Either an alien species commencing the building of an empire had seized the planet, or the Nodarians, turned primitive for some unknown reason, were hiding behind a wall of silence to mount their own attack on the rest of the human universe. Alien seizure my foot, Commander Linda told the rest of the crew now. Those are men down there, men working up some antisocial mischief we truly civilized people can't even imagine. Mischief? We just don't know that it is. Stern sighed through his grey brush moustache. Do we, Commander? It can't be anything good, Linda snapped. The other officers nodded their agreement. Suppose they've become indifferent, Stern persisted, and just want to be left by themselves. Linda gave a sour laugh as he moved down the catwalk, throwing one communication circuit after another to on position. I imagine they're going to play very coy before we wrangle an answer out of them. But not because they're indifferent, Stern. It's impossible for people to be indifferent to their fellows. Cooperation or hate, those are the two possibilities, and Nodar alone refuses to cooperate. Why should they be indifferent? What could they have to develop besides the universe of people around them? I don't know, Stern conceded. I don't even think my explanation's the likely one. Yours is, but we do have to consider everything. Indifferent, Linda repeated, provoking laughter from his crew. He whirled his bulky frame around with the usual surprising ease and snapped a receiving screen on. Look at it again. Look at what we've been picking up from the last 6 days. I think they've known we're up here all along, deliberately pulling wool over our eyes. To the tune of running squeaks and rumbles, unshaped colors flowed across the screen, mixed with equally shapeless flickers of black and white. Certainly looks deliberate, said young Crawford, who was Linda's second-in-command, but not ordinarily one of the yes-men chorus. Doctor, as our chief semanticist, do you get any message at all out of that stuff? No, he conceded again. The lack of message, said the commander. There's your only message. A slap in our faces and a kick in our teeth. His jaw tightened. Even if it means our finish, we've got to go down there and find out what we can. Council will be receiving all information on the fastest hyperspace beam unless and until Nodar cuts us off. Now let's get the job done. Stern was the first to applaud, and every man there followed suit. They had spent a grueling 3 months at speeds far beyond that of light, and were impatient to be finished with the assignment. Their eyes gleamed with barely suppressed anger as Linda started calling Nodar. We are from Supreme Council. We wish to land. Our mission is charity, but we insist on the right to land. He had just begun to repeat the message when the prompt response came through, ungarbled. Land any time. You have been out there 1 week, 3 hours, 18 minutes, 3 seconds, and never bothered to call us. You could have come in at any time. They have known all along. There was a great outburst of indignation. Those meatheads making fun of us. Linda held down the local sender at off while he turned to Stern. A good sign for our safety, though, eh? Yes, Stern agreed emphatically. If they wanted to pull us into a trap, they wouldn't be annoying us at this stage. They probably won't throw any obstacles in our way when we leave.
Linda nodded and pointed at Barnes.
Your team will keep communications open, and we'll get data back to Terra as long as we can. The stubby man saluted smartly and left with his 5 aides for message center. Go down to 18,000, sir? Crawford asked. 18.9 should give us the best descent trajectory. First I'll notify them. We're dealing with a touchy bunch. An unannounced hyperdrive boom might send them into some nasty defense scramble. He spoke into his wrist microphone. Hello, Nodar. Hello, Nodar. This is Commander Linda speaking. Linda of the probe. We're coming down within the next 2 hours. This will necessitate a brief return to hyperspace, and there we will anticipate the visual boom, chuckled a deep voice behind which interweaving lines of squeaks were running. Our calculation for your best trajectory in normal space is for you to come back to it at 18.3846 thousand miles. You will then be square on our landing beam. Good luck. Maybe they've forgotten their galactic good manners.
Stern smiled.
But not their navigation. The commander disregarded him. Shifting from normal space and back was always physiologically disruptive, if only slightly so each time. And every long voyager, according to his specific makeup, was allotted a limited number of such shifts
before being retired from the service.
A shame to use any of it up on such a short hop, but from now on this diplomatic transaction had to be handled rapidly, so rapidly that Nodar could not anticipate every move. He pressed the field shift button. A few minutes later, they were back in normal space, coasting on Nodar's landing beam. Doesn't make sense, Stern insisted. The beam's perfectly clear, yet every other signal we've picked up is a complete garble. I told you, they were just throwing sand in our eyes. But Barnes says the garbles were all ground-to-ground signals, thousands of different ones and none for us. They still know standard galactese when they speak directly to us. The probe was down to 14,000, moving smoothly, and the commander sympathetically patted the semanticist's shoulder. There's no call on your specialty. That's what's worrying you. Mustn't go introspective on us now, eh? I'm not sure I mustn't, sir, he stood firm. But I won't. Good enough. In the final analysis, the doing's what counts, I always say, not the thinking. He leaned over the navigation screen, propping himself on his 2 stiffly outstretched arms, and Stern knew he was no longer there for Linda, not while the commander concentrated on the problem of landing the probe. Stern moved along the catwalk past the open doorway of the message center to the curving permaquartz window from which the descent could be studied. As he watched Nodar's features rise towards him, first silver blue, then breaking into broad continents of green and tan and brown with brilliant clusters of metropolitan lights here and there on the night side, he kept wondering about all those meaningless picture signals they had intercepted. On Terra there had been a dangerous cult of non-communication way back in the late 20th century, at the very time man's greatest era was dawning. But that, everyone realized today, was due to neurotic fear of the grandeur and responsibilities ahead. Could a whole planet still go neurotic? It was a terrible question, and he brooded on it, wondering how ruthless the Council's treatment must be to bring this civilization back to normalcy. Certainly it was a question to keep from Linda as long as possible. His tendency towards prompt and decisive action had to be checked as much as possible. Then they were landing, the anti-gravity jets letting the probe sink slowly into the waiting cradle until it stood still against the usual manscape of 100- and 200-story buildings. "Stern to the bridge," Linda called on the intercom. "You'd better be part of the landing delegation, just in case they really are in symbol trouble." "Thank you, sir," Stern replied, grateful, and hurried to the bridge. There were 8 men in this first group to leave the craft. They started across the vast and empty checkerboard area landing from the gantry to the sparkling reception center building. At least in one respect, despite 3 decades of increasingly erratic behavior, Nodar was following standard procedure. Interstellar spaceports always were laid out in huge black and white squares. From the distance, which was emphasized by this linear perspective, a solitary figure was coming towards them, square by square. Stern was the first to pinpoint the thing making the official greeter's walk so peculiar. His arms, instead of moving to the rhythm of his advancing body, were swinging back and forth at separate rates of speed. As the figure came closer, the commander muttered, "It looks as if he's playing some kind of gymnastic game by himself. I don't think he cares whether we're here or not. A fine greeting, I must say." Then they could see the smiling, or was it smiling, face. Something odd about his eyes, too, Crawford said. "No, the eyes are all right," Barnes insisted. "He's anatomically normal, but you got that impression because only one side of his face is smiling, and the other's kind of expressionless, almost bored." He was striding towards them, a handsome man well over 7 feet, as planetary hospitality officials were supposed to be, and his left hand, the more rapidly swinging one, was making elaborate arabesques in the air. "Crazy habit," said the commander. "Never seen the likes of that before." "The eyes are peculiar," Stern said in a low voice to the rest of the group. "And I'll tell you why. Every once in a while they blink out of step with each other." "No," said Barnes. "I don't see anything like that. There, they just blink together, and there, together, No, I'm not sure this time." But Barnes withdrew his aggressive stare and fell silent as the Nodarian came closer. Dressed in the same sheath garments as the visitors, he was now beaming at them on both sides of his face. "We are glad to welcome ancient brothers. My given name is Jackson," he said in a deep, full voice, and extended the right hand to Linda, who was resplendent in the gold sash of Space Commander, while his other hand continued to play gracefully up and around and down and under and up, molding air to instantly vanishing shapes. Linda, a little dubious, accepted the greeting. "We have been eager to visit here. Contact has been so infrequent, and Glear's Supreme Council has wondered." He stopped because Jackson's eyes had drifted away. The man seemed to be listening either to some vigorous mather music that had started up on the main building's PA system, or some other music, much more languid, coming from another direction. "I said, Greeter Jackson, that contact has been so infrequent and—" "Oh, I heard everything he said," the Nodarian nodded patiently, still not bothering to focus his gaze on him. The commander fumed at the indignity but remained silent. Stern hastily filled the gap. "I'm official semanticist for the expedition," he said, himself disconcerted by the brief flicker of something like disdain at one corner of Jackson's smile. "Well, I can see my services in that capacity won't be essential here." "Certainly not," Barnes boomed. "But I would like to say we have come here principally to ascertain whether you are in any difficulties which the combined resources of Glear's Council might help you face." "We in any difficulty?" Jackson laughed. "We need no other planet's help." "How could you help us?" "I hardly call that a polite greeting," Linda exploded. "Certainly not an appreciative one. Galactic practice states you people should signal every hour on a universal pulse line. Out of 10,000 settled zones, yours is the only one in violation. And now you receive us with arrogance and hand circle waving?" The left hand's movement slowed down but did not stop, while Jackson's steel blue eyes settled, unnervingly blinkless now, on them. "No, I guess you're not ready for it," he cryptically announced. The smile came back, even warmer than before, but they were still a little shaken as he bade them to follow. "One pupil," Stern whispered to the commander. One pupil was more dilated. than the other. Don't I have enough problems without your fantasies? Linda came back crossly. Cut it out. You heard what the commander said. Barnes joined in, more menacing than his superior. Stern considered the message center chief with contempt. The broad-beamed runt was basking in his usual reflected glory routine, cultivating the commander's favor by encouraging his natural impulsiveness. A fine example of cooperation we can set for anyone else, he thought bitterly. But, like the others, he was quickly distracted from personal problems by what became apparent as soon as they entered reception's building. Inside, it had a run-down appearance. Nothing you could precisely put your finger on, but the paint seemed slightly faded, and chairs, lockers, tables, in fact all objects, had a very slightly worn appearance. This was something no other planet permitted to happen. Reception was the place travelers saw first, and every normal planet wanted to make a good initial impression. The people, though, there was the real reason for feeling that everything was sloppy, lax. Groups of officials and onlookers were milling about the great center hall area, but they hardly seemed to notice their guests. Many of them had listening devices in their ears, and their eyes wandered about even more outrageously than did Jackson's, while everywhere there were hands making pointless gestures. Look at that computer, Linda snorted, beside himself with disgust. Must be half out. The 8 men gaped at the machine, standard spaceport size, that covered one wall. Here and there dial plates had fallen away, revealing disrupted wire circuits. In the name of the council, Linda snapped, I'm telling you to get that thinker fixed. Oh, it's in good enough shape, Jackson yawned. We don't need the whole thing functioning. And I'm ordering you to need the whole thing. No wonder we haven't been receiving regular signals. People within earshot were grinning and turning away. Commander. Linda. L-I. No need to spell everything out for us, ever, sir. As I said, we don't need the whole thing. We could fix it easily enough any time the necessity arose. But it never will again, I assure you. Let's go to your central headquarters so I can settle this with someone in authority. There isn't anybody in authority. He considered the commander's puzzled expression. Because everyone is capable of authority. Barnes roared with humorless laughter and waved his hand at a few men gaping toward the wall. These characters, capable of authority. A few briefly swung eyes towards them, then back to the wall. You people certainly are not ready. Jackson sighed. Well, come along anyway. I'll show you central headquarters, such as it is now. They followed him into the street, gawking at an area robot control computer on the central island. It too had sections of broken plating with unattached wires crazily dangling. Some kind of robot revolt? Crawford whispered to Stern. Looks like it could be, Stern agreed. You can't adequately control thinking robots without area computers mediating their activities. But still, there's never been a robot revolt. Maybe something else peculiar explains. Jackson, who had been listening to music on an ear set, turned around and said, Of course you can control them without area computers. I mean, we can. Anyway, we don't need so many robots now. Barnes was about to register another vehement protest, but his chief shook his head and whispered, No use. There's something the matter with this one. I'll have him disciplined as soon as I talk to the top people. Why are you turning this into a diplomatic prestige match? Stern broke in, his voice even lower than the others. There's something more important going on here. Did you notice what those types in reception were gawking at? Us, Barnes snorted. No, there was some kind of smear light flowing across the wall, and every once in a while I thought I saw 1 or 2 words. For the last time, Stern, and this time Linda's voice was loud enough to echo from a building across the narrowing street. Last time, Stern. No more morbid talk, more morbid talk. The words coming back like a kind of self-mockery threw him off his verbal stride, and he fell silent, satisfying himself with the chance to glare at the semanticist. Who the devil needed a symbol specialist on a mission like this anyway? They turned into a huge plaza where the echo phenomena ceased, but the same sloppiness attracted their attention as had been the case at the spaceport. The pavement approach to Noda's central headquarters was evenly laid out, but wherever repairs had been made, there was no sign of an attempt to cover the patches up and maintain pleasing visual symmetry. There'll have to be a Glia expeditionary force, Linda muttered, unable to remain silent in the face of such deliberate disorganization. They're suffering from some weird disease. They'll need all the help every planet can send. At this, Jackson, who had not seemed to be listening, turned around and gave them all the most icy glance they had ever encountered. Then he nodded his head into an angelic smile. Linda, refusing to be cowed, strode to the insolent greeter's side and entered the building ahead of him. A few seconds later, he whirled around and came back to the other 7, who, by now, were just about to step into the place. They've made some kind of movie madhouse of their planetary headquarters, he muttered, stunned. Come and see for yourselves. They did. The hall they entered was monumentally vast like all planetary centers. To express the majesty and prestige of its function, it was partially darkened, and hundreds of men and women were lounging about on chairs and sofas, talking to each other while looking at the wall at one end of the building. This wall was covered for several hundred yards with blobs rapidly sinking towards the floor and similar patches reappearing near the ceiling, while words, mathematical symbols, three-dimensional color patterns, and other disconnected symbols streamed in and out of the confusion to add the final touch of chaos. Many of the viewers were also eating, and here and there were even young couples necking as they watched the wall. Once in a while, somebody seemed to look straight at the party that had entered, but the glance was always brief. This is the limit, Barnes said. Commander, Council prestige is at stake here. No, let's try to stay calm, Stern insisted. We're surrounded by potentially hostile people and... Are you afraid? Barnes taunted him. You know that's not it, the taller man came back. I just think we ought to try to find some sense to all this. I think you are afraid, Linda broke in. Fine analysis jobs our psychology people are doing these days. They're supposed to weed out every fearmonger before a hyperspace team takes off. He leaned towards Stern, all his frustrations finally achieving a point of focus. We'll never get another expedition if we make it back. Get this straight. My job isn't primarily to protect our hides, it's to make obvious to our host that Glea Council is supreme everywhere, the one ultimate institution for maintaining stability throughout the galaxy. Jackson, for the first time, was giving all of his attention to them. You have a complaint, Commander? He said. Why not address it to me? Don't worry about being violently treated. We want you to get back to Terra with the news. Arms akimbo, Linda faced the alien unflinchingly. Space voyagers don't worry about their personal safety. I demand. His voice rose to a shout that reverberated unpleasantly through the soaring vault. I demand we get the respect, the total attention due to a delegation from Glea. We are not here in search of violence, and you know it. Glea missions have always been peaceful and to help our fellows, but there is such a thing as carrying matters too far, and you Nodarians are threatening to do it with your disrespect for what we represent. They were receiving many more glances, all filled with distaste from members of the audience, but the glances remained brief, and Barnes shouted in an equally stentorian voice, We demand your attention. Contact must be resumed. Now some shouts echoed back at them. You're boring us. Stop your yawn-making. Nothing worse than an inferior level of intelligence. Jackson, never taking his hypnotic gaze from his guest, gracefully waved his hands, and the Nodarians fell silent. Many of them returned to their former activities, but about 15 formed a circle about the visitors. We are agreed, the breeder said to his compatriots. They all nodded. Good. He turned to Linda and Barnes. As I said before to you, you're really not ready yet for what we are hoping to tell you, and we have our own work to continue. Work that will never menace anyone. Someday, in fact, gratitude will ring from one end of the galaxy to the other. But I don't see, Stern wondered aloud, why you have to withdraw from contact with all the other planets, if your plans are so innocuous. At this point, Jackson smiled, it doesn't matter one way or the other, so we have not bothered. Our isolation did minimize the danger of interference. We are not afraid of contact. We just don't need it now. Isn't that a rather selfish attitude? Not at all. We're working to something which will, as I said, widen the scope of everyone everywhere. We don't threaten you, and you cannot threaten us. Keep out of this, Stern. The commander moved closer to the other man. As for you, Jackson, I view this ingathering of your friends as a kind of threat. Jackson grinned. Yes, slightly. Your manners as a guest have been very bad. You are being childishly annoyed by what you cannot understand, and you will be childishly treated. All of you except the man who has been talking a little more sensibly to me." With that, he easily picked the commander up, fell back into a chair, and turned Linda over to give him a few sharp whacks. While Stern looked on helplessly, others grabbed Barnes and the rest, and in each case administering a brief spanking. Even as the Nodarians spanked away, most of them continued to look toward the movie wall for a further supply of irrationality. A minute later, the red-faced visitors were set back on their feet, while most of their mild assailants walked away, each laughing on one side of his face or the other. Jackson held 2 empty palms towards them. "You see, nothing else. You are free to go." Linda struggled to reassert his dignity. "This isn't the end of the matter." "Of course not, Commander."
"Someday we'll re-establish the contact you so ardently desire."
"Very peacefully, too. Council will not wait that long," Linda said over his shoulder as he stalked away. They returned to the ship in silence. When those who had remained on board demanded to know what had happened, Linda insisted they be told nothing. "The matter," he said ominously, "will be settled when we reach Terra. Stern, you're to keep silent too. Council is going to be very interested in finding out why you received such favored treatment." "But Commander, I think I have a slight idea of what this is all about." "Not interested in your ideas," Linda said angrily, striding away. "Tell them to Council. I don't have the equipment in my cabin to work the analysis out." "Silence!" Linda had turned at the door of Stern's cabin and was glaring at him. "I don't want to hear a word from you the rest of this voyage." Stern sighed and calmly sat down at his desk to make some preliminary calculations. It would probably work out all right. After a few days in hyperspace, Linda would come to him, more or less his old congenial self, and this prohibition would be quickly forgotten. But it did not work out that way. Every time Stern started a conversation with the commander or Barnes, they stared unresponsively at him, and even Crawford sometimes backed away, trying to exchange as few words as possible. One day, Linda approached the permacourt's window to find Stern deep in thought, muttering to himself some ancient rhyme about patty cake, baker man, oblivious to everything else about him. Stern was holding his right hand above his head and his left close to his stomach. The right hand, palm downward, was moving in a clockwise direction, while the other went anti-clockwise. But at the words baker man, the movement of both hands was abruptly reversed. For a while, Linda watched these reversals, sometimes inaccurately changed into both clockwise or both anti-clockwise movements. Finally, he said, "Humph," and strode away, leaving Stern standing there in confusion at discovering he had been observed. Following this embarrassing episode, Stern tried several times to explain what he had been doing, but was perfunctorily rejected in each attempt. The days hung heavily as more and more crew members, deciding to play it safe, imitated their chief and treated him like a pariah. Most even refused to exchange brief comments about the probe's navigational progress across the galaxy, the spaceman's polite equivalent of the landman's time-killing rehashes of the weather. Eventually Crawford alone was left among those indifferent to Linda's wrath and Barnes' prying. "It's an utterly ridiculous situation," Stern protested one day when Crawford came by. "I know it. What's he going to accuse me of when we reach Terra? Secret communication with the enemy? Practically, you'll be tried on suspicion of that possibility, and acquitted of it. You'll look plain silly after the hearings." "I suspect that too, but don't forget that he's been made to look very silly, a grown man getting spanked." "You went through the same indignity and still managed to be philosophical enough to talk to me." "Stern, you didn't have to be philosophical at all. Frankly, even I feel puzzled by their discriminating against the rest of us like that." Stern shrugged. "I think they realized I already had a tiny inkling of what was up, while the rest of you, Linda and Barnes especially, were arrogantly rubbing them the wrong way. You see, if there's any condescending to be done, they're the ones who have earned the privilege now." Crawford's brow wrinkled thoughtfully. "You do have some kind of inkling." He considered the portable electromagnetic projector at Stern's elbow. "You were working on that before I came in, weren't you?" The older man strummed the arm of his chair. "It's not good enough for the final proof. I need the main projector in the commander's quarters." He slammed the arm with sudden vehemence. "I've had enough. He's going to listen to me before it's too late for him." He's too good a spaceman to ruin his career the way he probably will if the hearing against me gets going. They'll put him down for obstructive old fool and never let him make a solar system run again. Crawford considered him for a long second. You're really serious, aren't you? What makes you so sure you could convince him? I only suspect I can, but I'll need the projector for it. Well, I still don't see how, Stern. You ought to hear him talking about finding you playing some kind of kids game, moving your hands like crazy. What do I say if he brings that up again? All right. Stern rose from his chair, placed his left hand horizontally above his head, his right vertically against his stomach, and started reciting the nonsense words. Each time he came to Baker Man, he changed the rotational direction of one or both hands. Then he reversed the placement of the hands themselves. Unsmiling, after about a dozen changes, he said, Now you try it, Crawford. No, I'm not kidding around. Every time I reach Baker Man, there will be a change. If I say left Baker Man, only your left will reverse its rotation. Or I may say right Baker Man. Or I may not indicate a hand, and then you'll reverse rotation for both. Then when I say change Baker Man, put the right hand where the left is, and vice versa, and continue the same rotation as before the command. That is, if the right hand was above your head, going clockwise, when I say change, your left hand, as soon as it's shifted above your head, will turn clockwise. Crawford hesitantly got up, crowding the little cabin until Stern sat down. He held his hands just as Stern had at the start of the exercise. Makes me feel a little silly, he grinned, rolling his eyes upward to the raised hand. Maybe it is in itself, but not in its implication. Okay, patty cake, Baker Man. And now, patty cake, left Baker Man. And patty cake, change Baker Man. As the last instruction was given, Crawford, hopelessly tangled, flailed his arms about. Can't keep them turning in the right direction. Annoyed with himself, he stopped altogether. Let's start again. I'll get it yet. No, I think the point's been made. After a while, you might learn to do it right, but it would take practice. A matter of coordination, isn't it? Stern nodded. Then those hand wringlings of the Nodarians were actually purposeful exercises. Right. And now they've mastered really complex maneuvers. The hand wrigglings are probably games too, a part of play. But why should they have bothered at all with something like that? Because it's one tiny part of a much wider set of disciplines. They have made themselves totally ambidextrous, no trace of left or right-handedness left. Not just physical exercises and disciplines, though. All processing dealing with attention are involved. Crawford's eyes widened. That would mean both halves of the brain are equally used. They might be able to do twice the thinking we do. No, my friend, the difference is much greater because it has gone far beyond questions of handedness. Just tell the commander what I've told you, and say the change probably extends to the very nature of consciousness itself, but I'll need the best projector to prove it. Crawford bewilderedly considered his two hands. Complete control. Can you beat that? The commander will have to listen, all right. After he was gone, though, Stern, gloomy and impatient, wondered whether the younger man's optimism was justified. Suppose the commander refused and he had to wait more than 3 months, cooped up and in Coventry before he could find out whether he was right. This project had turned out to be one of psychology rather than semantics, but everything, absolutely everything would be affected if he... The intercom speaker grated in response to someone's breath. Stern to commander's quarters on the double, shouted Linda. Grinning with relief, he jumped up, at the same time unlocking a reel of magnetic tape from the projector housing. He hurried along the catwalk to the bow where the commander was waiting, scowl and all. No time for apologetic chit-chat, Linda snapped. Crawford here has spoken to me, and I'm interested. Not convinced, just interested. What do you propose doing? I need the projector to test out my wider conclusions, sir. You have one in your cabin, don't you? Your inventory statement should show you do. I can't project a reel at slow enough speed, sir. It wasn't designed for the kind of analysis I'm suggesting. Oh, he muttered half-mockingly, glancing towards Barnes. So you have a reel with you? Yes, and several more back in the cabin. They're blur pictures, garbles we picked up when we were hovering above Nodar. You're wasting the commander's valuable time, Barnes shouted. All nonsense if you ask me. Only because you have a one-tracked mind. Stern laughed at his own remark. That may turn out to be very funny in the next few minutes. Get on with it, Stern, before I change my mind, ordered the commander. Yes, sir. He quickly slipped the reel onto the projector and, setting it for a very slow speed, turned the machine on. The screen showed the usual Nodarian television blur. "There you are," Barnes said. "A complete waste of time." Disregarding him, Stern twisted the speed dial into slower and slower positions, all the while watching the screen. Suddenly, as projection speed came down to 6% of the speed at which it had originally been received, they all gasped. They seemed to be looking at the performance of some kind of drama with perfectly normal human characters, but the figures were sufficiently transparent for another set of characters with another distinctive background to be seen behind them, and these seemed to be acting out a separate drama. All the while, equally transparent complex equations, charts and diagrams were pouring across the screen. "That's what we find to be a blur," observed Stern. "They speed up their pictures signaled during transmission," Linda said, "and slow it down at the receiving end." He stopped, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "No, that can't be it. In the reception center building, and at their central too, they were looking directly at such blurs." "Exactly, sir. They can see the components of what we find a blur. If we unscrambled the soundtrack squeaks, we'd undoubtedly find the same thing there. The question is, how can they do it?" And the answer is very frightening and encouraging. "You said something about a change of consciousness." "A radical change. They've been developing it during their isolation period, and there's no reason why they won't teach us when the preparatory period's over. They're developing a special kind of inward power that would make it silly for them to want primitive control over other men. They're the next stage in our evolution." "ESP," Barnes broke in. "They sensed our antagonism, so they humiliated us." "No, they saw your antagonism." Stern snapped off the machine. "They saw it because their powers of direct observation are so complete, catching every slightest revealing movement of the face. Look, gentlemen, what have been the evolutionary stages until now? First, self-perpetuating and replicating crystals, then conditioned reflex life, followed by the growth of consciousness, which in turn gave rise to the development of social consciousness. For the last few centuries we've been in this phase, and it has given us the power to spread across the galaxy and ensure one common level of humanity everywhere, individual and social consciousness interacting. What, we have wondered, would be the next stage to arise from it? But we have done everything to prevent that next stage because we feared any one planet developing along unique lines that might end in a threat to the rest of us. Nodar deliberately isolated itself to be temporarily unique. What kind of consciousness could there be besides individual and social as we know them? Crawford wondered uneasily. Nodarian. And if you had it, your 10 billion brain cells could store up so much knowledge you wouldn't need thinking machines, just purely physical robots. "Let's get down to cases," Linda said, for once politely restrained in his impatience. "All right, Commander, here's a case. You're standing at the entrance of a darkened room which contains 1,000 objects. A light flicks on and off, barely revealing the room's contents. Then you're asked to describe as much as you can of the crowded room as you remember seeing in that brief flash. Your description covers only a small percentage of the room's contents. The percentage may increase with practice, but it will still be small." "But haven't you really seen more than that?" Crawford protested. "Neurosurgery." "Certainly," Stern agreed. "If the neurosurgeon manages to touch precisely the right point in your brain while you're under a local anesthetic, it will start describing details of that room you had not realized you had seen. That's unconscious knowledge, and it's much faster than what you consciously acquire. Still, though, you find that, even with this additional description, you've only covered a small percentage of the facts about that room. Now, if you're permitted to look into such a mystery room for, say, 5 minutes, you have a chance to move your eyes from point to point to become aware of more things, and the neurosurgeon's work will show your unconscious knowledge has also grown from longer viewing. Conscious and unconscious knowledge feed each other." "I can just barely follow you now," Linda protested. "This is getting awfully complicated." "Because we're dealing with an awfully complicated and important phenomenon. I'll get to the big point in just a moment, but first, one more case. A little simpler to follow, I hope. You enter a well-lighted room. In one corner, 2 men are seated playing chess. In another corner, 2 men are repairing a machine. When you look at the chess players, the machine repairers are barely visible in the corner of your eye. If you concentrate on the chess situation, you learn close to nothing about the repair work. and when you concentrate on the repair work, the chess game fades out. So what? Linda demanded. You merely move your eyes back and forth and follow both things if you want to. Exactly the point I was hoping to make, sir. The constant moving back and forth gives us the impression that our conscious attention is on two things at the very same time. Actually, though, it's only one thing at a time. Now, imagine you lose interest in both situations while a radio starts playing some music. A second radio comes in with other music. By shifting attention back and forth, you may manage to identify both, but you're really not hearing either one very well. And imagine what would happen if a third stream of music started up at the same time. That's right. You can only consciously follow one thing at a time. Crawford nodded, his eyes widened with horror. They don't think that way at all. They were listening at the spaceport to music, and they see all these different things happening on the screen at the same time and follow it, don't they? Which gives them the capacity to learn anything at tremendous speed, said Stern. Take manually driving a ground vehicle. We learn one operation until we can do it automatically, unthinkingly. Then we learn another operation to the same point, reinforcing our first knowledge with this new acquirement, and so on. For all practical purposes, they could learn almost everything about such a matter at the same time, instantly. Stern stared at the star chart on the command room's wall and wondered whether the inward side of man was equally vast. End of The Right Side of the Tracks by Albert Teichner. Recording by Glenn Carruthers. Pyramont Country.
The Big Engine by Fritz Leiber. Have you found out about the big engine? It's all around us, you know. Can't you hear it even now? There are all sorts of screwy theories, the professor said, of what makes the wheels of the world go round. There's a boy in Chicago who thinks we're all of us just the thoughts of a green cat. When the green cat dies, we'll all puff to nothing like smoke. There's a man in the West who thinks all women are witches and run the world by conjure magic. There's a man in the East who believes all rich people belong to a secret society that's a lot tighter and tougher than the mafia, and that has a monopoly of power secrets and pleasure secrets other people don't dream exist. Me, I think the wheels of the world just go. I decided that 40 years ago, and I've never since seen or heard or read anything to make me change my mind. I was a stoker on a lake boat then, the professor continued, delicately sipping smoke from his long, thin cigarette. I was as stupid as they make 'em, but I like to think. Whenever I'd get a chance, I'd go to one of the big libraries and make them get me all sorts of books. That was how guys started calling me the professor. I'd get books on philosophy, metaphysics, science, even religion. I'd read them and try to figure out the world. What was it all about anyway? Why was I here? What was the point in the whole business of getting born and working and dying? What was the use of it? Why did it have to go on and on? And why did it have to be so complicated? Why all the building and tearing down? Why'd there have to be cities with crowded streets and horse cars and cable cars and electric cars and big open-work steel boxes built to the sky to be hung with stone and wood? My closest friend got killed falling off one of those steel box kites. Shouldn't there be some simpler way of doing it all? Why did things have to be so mixed up that a man like myself couldn't have a single, clear, decent thought? More than that, why weren't people a real part of the world? Why didn't they show more honest-to-God response? When you slept with a woman, why was it something you had and she didn't? Why, when you went to a prize fight, were the bruisers only so much meat and the crowd a lot of little screaming popinjays? Why was a war nothing but blather and blow-up and bother? Why did everyone have to go through their whole lives so dead, doing everything so methodical and prissy, like a Sunday school picnic or an orphan's parade? And then, when I was reading one of the science books, it came to me. The answer was all there. printed out, plain to see, only nobody saw it. It was just this. Nobody was really alive. Back of other people's foreheads, there weren't any real thoughts or minds or love or fear to explain things. The whole universe, stars and men and dirt and worms and atoms, the whole shooting match, was just one great big engine. It didn't take mind or life or anything else to run the engine. It just ran. Now, one thing about science, it doesn't lie. Those men who wrote those science books that showed me the answer, they had no more minds than anybody else, just darkness in their brains. But because they were machines built to use science, they couldn't help but get the right answers. They were like the electric brains they've got now, but hadn't then. They give out the right answer when you feed in the question. I'd like to feed in the question, what's life, to one of those machines, and see what came out. Just figures, I suppose. I read somewhere that if 1 billion monkeys had typewriters and kept pecking away at them, they'd eventually turn out all the Encyclopedia Britannica in trillions and trillions of years. Well, they've done it all right, and in jig time. They're doing it now. A lot of philosophy and psychology books I worked through really fit in beautifully. There was Watson's Behaviorism, telling how we needn't even assume that people are conscious to explain their actions. There was Liebitz's monadology with its theory that we're all of us lonely atoms that are completely out of touch and don't affect each other in the slightest, but only seem to, because all our little clockwork motors were started at the same time in pre-established harmony. We seem to be responding to each other, but actually we're just a bunch of wooden-minded puppets. Jerk one puppet up into the flies, and the others go on acting as if exactly nothing at all had happened. So there it was, all laid out for me, the professor went on, carefully pinching out the end of his cigarette. That was why there was no honest-to-God response in people. They were machines. The fighters were machines made for fighting. The people that watched them were machines for stamping and screaming and swearing. The bankers had banking cogs in their bellies. The crooks had crooked cams. A woman was just a loving machine, all nicely adjusted to give you a good time, sometimes. But the farthest star was nearer to you than the mind behind that mouth you kissed. See what I mean? People, just machines, set to do a certain job and then quietly rust away. If you kept on being the machine you were supposed to be, well and good. Then your actions fitted in with other people's. But if you didn't, if you started doing something else, then the others didn't respond. They just went on doing what was called for. It wouldn't matter what you did. They'd just go on making the motions they were set to make. They might be set to make love, and you might decide you wanted to fight. They'd go on making love while you fought them. Or it might happen the other way. Seems to, more often. Or someone might be talking about Edison, and you'd happen to say something about Ingersoll, but he'd just go on talking about Edison. You were all alone. Except for a few others, not more than 1 in 100,000, I guess, who wake up and figure things out. And they mostly go crazy and run themselves to death, or else turn mean. Mostly, they turn mean. They get a cheap little kick out of pushing things around that can't push back. All over the world you find them, little gangs of 3 or 4, half a dozen, who've waked up, but just to get their cheap kicks. Maybe it's a couple of coppers in Frisco, a school teacher in KC, some artists in New York, some rich kids in Florida, some undertakers in London, who found that all the people walking around are just dead folk, and to be treated no decenter, who see how bad things are and get their fun out of making it a little worse. Just a mean little bit worse. They don't dare to destroy the big way, because they know the machine feeds them and tends them, and because they're always scared they'll be noticed by gangs like themselves and wiped out. They haven't the guts to really wreck the whole shebang. But they get a kick out of scribbling their dirty pictures on it, out of meddling and messing with it. I've seen some of their fun, as they call it, sometimes hidden away, sometimes in the open streets. You've seen a clerk dressing a figure in a store window. Well, suppose he slapped its face. Suppose a kid stuck pins in a calico pussycat or threw peppers in the eyes of a doll. No decent live man would have anything to do with nickel sadism or dime paranoia like that. He'd either go back to his place in the machine and act out the part set for him, or else he'd hide away like me and live as quietly as he could, not stirring things up, like a mouse in a dynamo or an ant in an atomics plant. The professor went to the window and opened it, letting the sour old smoke out and the noises of the city in. "Listen," he said. "Listen to the great mechanical symphony, the big black combo. The airplanes are the double bass. Have you noticed you can always hear one nowadays? When one walks out of the sky, another walks in. Presses and pumps round out the bass section. Listen to 'em rumble and thump. Tonight they've got an old steam locomotive helping. Maybe they're giving a benefit show for the old duffer. Cars in traffic, they're the strings, mostly cellos and violas. They purr and wail and whine and keep trying to get out of their section. Brasses? To me, the steel on steel of streetcars and L trains always sounds like trumpets and cornets, strident, metallic, fiery cold. Hear that siren wail? It's a clarinet. The ship horns are tubas, the diesel horns an oboe, and that lovely, dreadful French horn is an electric saw cutting down the last tree. But what a percussion section they've got. The big stuff, like streetcar bells jangling, is easy to catch. But you have to really listen to get the subtleties. The buzz of a defective neon sign, the click of a stoplight changing. Sometimes you do get human voices, I'll admit, but they're not like they are in Beethoven's Ninth or Holst's Planets. There's the real sound of the universe, the professor concluded, shutting the window. There's your heavenly choir. There's the music of the spheres the old alchemists kept listening for. If they'd just stayed around a little longer, they'd all have been deafened by it. Oh, to think that Schopenhauer was bothered by the crack of Carter's whips. And now it's time for this mouse to tuck himself in his nest in the dynamo. Good night, gentlemen. End of The Big Engine by Fritz Leiber. Read by Paul Hampton.
The Blue Tower by Evelyn E. Smith. Ludovic Eversole sat in the golden sunshine outside his house, writing a poem as he watched the street flow gently past him. There were very few people on it, for he lived in a slow part of town, and those who went in for travel generally preferred streets where the pace was quicker. Moreover, on a sultry spring afternoon like this one, there would be few people wandering abroad. Most would be lying on sun-kissed white beaches or in sun-drenched parks, or, for those who did not fancy being either kissed or drenched by the sun, basking in the comfort of their own air-conditioned villas. Some would, like Ludovic, be writing poems, other composing symphonies, still others painting pictures. Those who were without creative talent, or the inclination to indulge it, would be relaxing their well-kept golden bodies in whatever surroundings they had chosen to spend this particular one of the perfect days that stretched in an unbroken line before every member of the human race from the cradle to the crematorium. Only the Belphins were much in evidence. Only the Belphins had duties to perform. Only the Belphins worked. Ludovic stretched his own well-kept golden body and rejoiced in the knowing that he was a man and not a Belphin. Immediately afterward, he was sorry for the heartless thought. Didn't the Belphins work only to serve humanity? How ungrateful, then, it was to gloat over them. Besides, he comforted himself, probably, if the truth were known, the Belphins liked to work. He hailed a passing Belphin for assurance on this point. Courteous, like all members of his species, the creature leaped from the street and listened attentively to the young man's question. "We Belphins have but one like and one dislike," he replied. "We like what is right, and we dislike what is wrong." "But how can you tell what is right and what is wrong?" Ludovic persisted. "We know," the Belphin said, gazing reverently across the city to the blue spire of the tower where the Belphin of Belphins dwelt, in the constant communication with every member of his race at all times, or so they said. "That is why we were placed in charge of humanity. Some day you too may advance to the point where you know, and we shall return whence we came." "But who placed you in charge?" Ludovic asked. "And whence did you come?" Fearing he might seem motivated by vulgar curiosity, he explained, "I am doing research for an epic poem." A lifetime spent under their gentle guardianship had made Ludovic able to interpret the expression that flitted across the Belphin's frontispiece as a sad, sweet smile. "We come from beyond the stars," he said. Ludovic already knew that. He had hoped for something a little more specific. "We were placed in power by those who had the right, and the power through which we rule is the power of love. Be happy." And with that conventional farewell, which also served as a greeting, he stepped onto the sidewalk and was borne off. Ludovic looked after him pensively for a moment, then shrugged. Why should the Belphins surrender their secrets to gratify the idle curiosity of a poet? Ludovic packed his portable scriptwriter in its case and went to call on the girl next door, whom he loved with a deep and intermittently requited passion. As he passed between the tall columns leading to the Flockhart courtyard, he noted with regret that there were quite a number of Corasanda's relatives present, lying about sunning themselves and sipping beverages, which probably touched the legal limit of intoxicability. Much as he hated to think harshly of anyone, he did not like Corisanda Flockhart's relatives. He had never known anybody who had as many relatives as she did, and sometimes he suspected they were not all related to her. Then he would dismiss the thought as unworthy of him or any right-thinking human being. He loved Corisanda for herself alone and not for her family. Whether they were actually her family or not was none of his business. "Be happy," he greeted the assemblage cordially, sitting down beside Corisanda on the tessellated pavement. "Bah!" said old Osmond Flockhart, Corisanda's grandfather. Ludovic was sure that, underneath his crustiness, the gnarled patriarch hid a heart of gold. Although he had been mining assiduously, the young man had not been able to strike that vein. However, he did not give up hope, for not giving up hope was one of the principles that his wise old Belphin teacher had inculcated in him. Other principles were to lead the good life and keep healthy. "Now, grandfather," Corisanda said, "no matter what your politics, that does not excuse impoliteness." Ludovic wished she would not allude so blatantly to politics, because he had a lurking notion that Corisanda's family was, in fact, a band of conspirators, such as still dotted the green and pleasant planet, and proved by their existence that man was not advancing anywhere within measurable distance of that totality of knowledge implied by the Belphin. You could tell malcontents, even if they did not voice their dissatisfactions by their faces. The vast majority of the human race, living good and happy lives, had smooth and pleasant faces. Malcontents' faces were lined and sometimes, in extreme cases, furrowed. Everyone could easily tell who they were by looking at them, and most people avoided them. It was not that griping was illegal, for the Belphins permitted free speech and reasonable conspiracy. It was that such behavior was considered ungenteel. Ludovic would never have dreamed of associating with this set of neighbors, once he had discovered their tendencies, had he not lost his heart to the purple-eyed Corisanda at their first meeting. "Politeness, bah!" old Osmond said. "To see a healthy young man simply accepting the status quo." "If the status quo is a good status quo," Ludovic said uneasily, for he did not like to discuss such subjects, "why should I not accept it? We have everything we could possibly want. What do we lack?" "Our freedom," Osmond retorted. "But we are free," Ludovic said, perplexed. "We can say what we like, do what we like, so long as it is consonant with the public good." "Ah, but who determines what is consonant with the public good?" Ludovic could no longer temporize with truth, even for Corisanda's sake. "Look here, old man, I have read books. I know about the old days before the Belphins came from the stars. Men were destroying themselves quickly through wars or slowly through want. There is none of that any more." "All lies and exaggeration," old Osmond said. "My grandfather told me that, when the Belphins took over Earth, they rewrote all the textbooks to suit their own purposes. Now nothing but Belphin propaganda is taught in the schools." "But surely some of what they teach about the past must be true," Ludovic insisted. "And today every one of us has enough to eat and drink, a place to live, beautiful garments to wear, and all the time in the world to utilize as he chooses in all sorts of pleasant activities. What is missing?" "They've taken away our frontiers." Behind his back, Corisanda made a little filial face at Ludovic. Ludovic tried to make the old man see reason. "But I'm happy, and everybody is happy, except a few killjoys like you." "They certainly did a good job of brainwashing you, boy," Osmond sighed. "And most of the young ones," he added mournfully. "With each succeeding generation, more of our heritage is lost." He patted the girl's hand. "You're a good girl, Corey. You don't hold with this being cared for like some damn pet poodle." "Never mind Osmond Eversole," one of Corisanda's alleged uncles grinned. "He talks a lot, but of course he doesn't mean a quarter of what he says. Come, have some wine." He handed a glass to Ludovic. Ludovic sipped and coughed. It tasted as if it were well above the legal alcohol limit, but he didn't like to say anything. They were taking an awful risk, though, doing a thing like that. If they got caught, they might receive a public scolding, which was, of course, no more than they deserved, but he could not bear to think of Corisanda exposed to such an ordeal. "It's only reasonable," the uncle went on, "that older people should have a thing about being governed by foreigners." Ludovic smiled and set his nearly full glass down on a plinth. "You could hardly call the Belphins foreigners. They've been on Earth longer than even the oldest of us." "You seem to be pretty chummy with 'em," the uncle said, looking narrow-eyed at Ludovic. "No more so than any other loyal citizen," Ludovic replied. The uncle sat up and wrapped his arms around his thick, bare legs. He was a powerful, hairy brute of a creature who had not taken advantage of the numerous cosmetic techniques offered by the benevolent Belphins. "Don't you think it's funny they can breathe our air so easily?" "Why shouldn't they?" Ludovic bit into an apple that Corisanda handed him from one of the dishes of fruit and other delicacies strewn about the courtyard. "It's excellent air," he continued through a full mouth, "especially now that it's all purified. I understand that in the old days—" "Yes," the uncle said, But don't you think it's a coincidence they breathe exactly the same kind of air we do, considering they claim to come from another solar system?" "No coincidence at all," said Ludovic shortly, no longer able to pretend he didn't know what the other was getting at. He had heard the ugly rumor before. Of course, sacrilege was not illegal, but it was in bad taste. Only one combination of elements spawns intelligent life. "They say," the uncle continued, impervious to Ludovic's unconcealed dislike for the subject, "that there's really only one Belfin, who lives in the Blue Tower, in a tank or something, because he can't breathe our atmosphere, and that the others are a sort of robot he sends out to do his work for him." "Nonsense!" Ludovic was goaded to irritation at last. How could a robot have that delicate play of expression, that subtle economy of movement? Corisanda and the uncle exchanged glances. "But they are absolutely blank," the uncle began hesitantly. "Perhaps with your rich poetic imagination—" "See," old Osmond remarked with satisfaction, "the kid's brainwashed. I told you so." "Even if the Belfin is a single entity," Ludovic went on, "that doesn't necessarily make him less benevolent." He was again interrupted by the grandfather. "I won't listen to any more of this twaddle. Benevolent. Bah! He or she or it or them is or are just plain exploiting us, taking our mineral resources away. I've seen them loading ore on the spaceships, and exchanging it for other resources from the stars," Ludovic said tightly, "without which we could not have the perfectly balanced society we have today, without which we would be, technologically, back in the Dark Ages from which they rescued us." "It's not the stuff they bring in from outside that runs this technology," the uncle said. "It's some power they've got that we can't seem to figure out, though Lord knows we've tried," he added musingly. "Of course they have their own source of power," Ludovic informed him, smiling to himself, for his old Belfin teacher had taken great care to instill a sense of humor into him. "A Belfin was explaining that to me only today." 20 heads swiveled toward him. He felt uncomfortable, for he was a modest young man and did not like to be the cynosure of all eyes. "Tell us, dear boy," the uncle said, grabbing Ludovic's glass from the plinth and filling it. "What exactly did he say?" "He said the Belfins rule through the power of love." The glass crashed to the tesserae as the uncle uttered a very unworthy word. "And I suppose it was love that killed Mieczysław and George when they tried to storm the Blue Tower," old Osmond began, then halted at the looks he was getting from everybody. Ludovic could no longer pretend his neighbors were a group of eccentrics whom he himself was eccentric enough to regard as charming. "So," he stood up and wrapped his mantle about him, "I knew you were against the government, and of course you have a legal right to disagree with its policies, but I didn't think you were actual... He dredged a word up out of his school days. "Anarchists." He turned to the girl, who was looking thoughtful as she stroked the glittering jewel that always hung at her neck. "Corisanda, how can you stay with these—" he found another word, "these subversives?" She smiled sadly. "Don't forget, they're my family, Ludovic, and I owe them dutiful respect, no matter how pig-headed they are." She pressed his hand. "But don't give up hope." That rang a bell inside his brain. "I won't," he vowed, giving her hand a return squeeze. "I promise I won't." Outside the Flockhart villa, he paused, struggling with his inner self. It was an unworthy thing to inform upon one's neighbors. On the other hand, could he stand idly by and let those neighbors attempt to destroy the social order? Deciding that the greater good was the more important, and that, moreover, it was the only way of taking Corisanda away from all this, he went in search of a Belfin. That is, he waited until one glided past and called to him to leave the walk. "I wish to report a conspiracy at number 7 Mimosa Lane," he said. "The girl is innocent, but the others are in it to the hilt." The Belfin appeared to think for a minute. Then he gave off a smile. "Oh, them," he said. "We know. They're harmless." "Harmless?" Ludovic repeated. "Why, I understand they've already tried to attack the Blue Tower by force." "Quite, and failed. For we are protected from hostile forces, as you were told earlier, by the power of love." Ludovic knew, of course, that the Belfin used the word love metaphorically, that the tower was protected by a series of highly efficient barriers of force to repel attackers, barriers which, he realized now, from the sad fate of Mieczysław and George, were potentially lethal. However, he did not blame the Belfin for being so cagey about his race's source of power, not with people like the Flockharts running about subverting and what-not. "You certainly do have a wonderful intercommunication system," he murmured. "Everything about us is wonderful," the Belfin said noncommittally. "That's why we're so good to you people. Be happy." And he was off. But Ludovic could not be happy. He wasn't precisely sad yet, but he was thoughtful. Of course, the Belfins knew better than he did, but still, perhaps they underestimated the seriousness of the Flockhart conspiracy. On the other hand, perhaps it was he who was taking the Flockharts too seriously. Maybe he should investigate further before doing anything rash. Later that night, he slipped over to the Flockhart villa and nosed about in the courtyard until he found the window behind which the family was conspiring. He peered through a chink in the curtains so he could both see and hear. Corisanda was saying, "And so I think there is a lot in what Ludovic said." Bless her, he thought emotionally. Even in the midst of her plotting, she had time to spare a kind word for him. And then it hit him. She, too, was a plotter. "You suggest that we try to turn the power of love against the Belfins?" the uncle asked ironically. Corisanda gave a rippling laugh as she twirled her glittering pendant. "In a manner of speaking," she said. "I have an idea for a secret weapon which might do the trick." At that moment, Ludovic stumbled over a jug which some careless relative had apparently left lying about the courtyard. It crashed to the tesserae, spattering Ludovic's legs and sandals with a liquid which later proved to be extremely red wine. "There's someone outside," the uncle declared, half rising. "Nonsense," Corisanda said, putting her hand on his shoulder. "I didn't hear anything." The uncle looked dubious, and Ludovic thought it prudent to withdraw at this point. Besides, he had heard enough. Corisanda, his Corisanda, was an integral part of the conspiracy. He lay down to sleep that night beset by doubts. If he told the Belfins about the conspiracy, he would be betraying Corisanda. As a matter of fact, he now remembered he had already told them about the conspiracy, and they hadn't believed him. But supposing he could convince them, how could he give Corisanda up to them? True, it was the right thing to do, but for the first time in his life, he could not bring himself to do what he knew to be right. He was weak, and weakness was sinful. His old Belfin teacher had taught him that too. As Ludovic writhed restlessly upon his bed, he became aware that someone had come into his chamber. "Ludovic," a soft, beloved voice whispered, "I have come to ask your help." It was so dark he could not see her, but he knew where she was only by the glitter of the jewel on her neck-chain as it arced through the blackness. "Corisanda," he breathed. "Ludovic," she sighed. Now that the amenities were over, she resumed. "Against my will, I have been involved in the family plot. My uncle has invented a secret weapon which he believes will counteract the power of the barriers." "But I thought you devised it." "So it was you in the courtyard. Well, what happened was, I wanted to gain time, so I said I had a secret weapon of my own invention, which I had not perfected, but which would cost considerably less than my uncle's model. We have to watch the budget, you know, because we can hardly expect the Belfins to supply the components for this job. Anyhow, I thought that, While my folks were waiting for me to finish it, you would have a chance to warn the Belphins." "Corisanda," he murmured, "you are as noble and clever as you are beautiful." Then he caught the full import of her remarks. "Me? But they won't pay any attention to me." "How do you know?" When he remained silent, she said, "I suppose you've already tried to warn them about us." I said you had nothing to do with the plot." "That was good of you." She continued in a warmer tone. "How many Belphins did you warn then?" "Just one. When you tell one something, you tell them all. You know that. Everyone knows that." "That's just theory," she said. "It's never been proven. All we do know is that they have some sort of central clearinghouse of information, presumably the Belphin of Belphins. But we don't know that they are incapable of thinking or acting individually. We don't really know much about them at all. They're very secretive." "Aloof," he corrected her, "as befits a ruling race, but always affable." "You must warn as many Belphins as you can." "And if none listens to me?" "Then," she said dramatically, "you must approach the Belphin of Belphins himself." "But no human being has ever come near him," he said plaintively. "You know that all those who have tried perished, and that can't be a rumor, because your grandfather said—" "But they came to attack the Belphin. You're coming to warn him. That makes a big difference." "Ludovic," she took his hands in hers. In the darkness, the jewels swung madly on her presumably heaving bosom. "This is bigger than both of us. It's for Earth." He knew it was his patriotic duty to do as she said. Still, he had enjoyed life so much. "Corisanda, wouldn't it be much simpler if we just destroyed your uncle's secret weapon?" "He'd only make another. Don't you see, Ludovic? This is our only chance to save the Belphins, to save humanity. But, of course, I don't have the right to send you. I'll go myself." "No, Corisanda," he sighed. "I can't let you go. I'll do it." Next morning, he set out to warn Belphins. He knew it wasn't much use, but it was all he could do. The first half-dozen responded in much the same way the Belphin he had warned the previous day had done, by courteously acknowledging his solicitude and assuring him there was no need for alarm. They knew all about the Flockharts, and everything would be all right. After that, they started to get increasingly huffy, which would, he thought, substantiate the theory that they were all part of one vast coordinate network of identity. Especially since each Belphin behaved as if Ludovic had been repeatedly annoying him. Finally, they refused to get off the walks when he hailed them, which was unheard of, for no Belphin had ever before failed to respond to an Earthman's call, and when he started running along the walks after them, they ran much faster than he could. At last he gave up and wandered about the city for hours, speaking to neither human nor Belphin, wondering what to do. That is, he knew what he had to do. He was wondering how to do it. He would never be able to reach the Belphin of Belphins. No human being had ever done it. Mieczysław and George had died trying to reach him, or it. Even though their intentions had been hostile and Ludovic's would be helpful, there was little chance he would be allowed to reach the Belphin with all the other Belphins against him. What guarantee was there that the Belphin would not be against him too? And yet he knew that he would have to risk his life. There was no help for it. He had never wanted to be a hero, and here he had heroism thrust upon him. He knew he could not succeed. Equally well, he knew he could not turn back, for his Belphin teacher had instructed him in the meaning of duty. It was twilight when he approached the Blue Tower. Commending himself to the infinite virtue, he entered. The Belphin at the reception desk did not give off the customary smiling expression. In fact, he seemed to radiate a curiously apprehensive aura. "Go back, young man," he said. "You're not wanted here." "I must see the Belphin of Belphins. I must warn him against the Flockharts." "He has been warned," the receptionist told him. "Go home and be happy." "I don't trust you or your brothers. I must see the Belfin himself." Suddenly, this particular Belfin lost his commanding manners. He began to wilt, insofar as so rigidly constructed a creature could go limp. "Please, we've done so much for you. Do this for us." "The Belfin of Belfins did things for us," Ludovic countered. "You are all only his followers. How do I know you are really following him? How do I know you haven't turned against him?" Without giving the creature a chance to answer, he strode forward. The Belfin attempted to bar his way. Ludovic knew one Belfin was a myriad times as strong as a human, so it was out of utter futility that he struck. The Belfin collapsed completely, flying apart in a welter of fragile springs and gears. The fact was of some deeper significance, Ludovic knew, but he was too numbed by his incredible success to be able to think clearly. All he knew was that the Belfin would be able to explain things to him. Bells began to clash and clang. That meant the force barriers had gone up. He could see the shimmering insubstance of the first one before him. Squaring his shoulders, he charged it, and walked right through. He looked himself up and down. He was alive and entire. Then the whole thing was a fraud. The barriers were not lethal, or perhaps even actual. But what of Mieczysław and George, and countless rumored others? He would not let himself even try to think of them. He would not let himself even try to think of anything save his duty. A staircase spiraled up ahead of him. A Belfin was at its foot. Behind him, a barrier iridesced. "Please, young man," the Belfin began. "You don't understand. Let me explain." But Ludovic destroyed the thing before it could say anything further, and he passed right through the barrier. He had to get to the top and warn the Belfin of Belfins, whoever or whatever he or it was, that the Flockharts had a secret weapon which might be able to annihilate it, or him. Belfin after Belfin Ludovic destroyed, and barrier after barrier he penetrated until he reached the top. At the head of the stairs was a vast golden door. "Go no further, Ludovic Eversole," a mighty voice roared from within. "To open that door is to bring disaster upon your race." But all Ludovic knew was that he had to get to the Belfin within and warn him. He battered down the door. That is, he would have battered down the door if it had not turned out to be unlocked. A stream of noxious vapor rushed out of the opening, causing him to black out. When he came to, most of the vapor had dissipated. The Belfin of Belfins was already dying of asphyxiation, since it was, in fact, a single alien entity who breathed another combination of elements. The room at the head of the stairs had been its tank. "You fool!" it gasped. "Through your muddle-headed integrity, you have destroyed not only me, but Earth's future. I tried to make this planet a better place for humanity, and this is my reward." "But I don't understand," Ludovic wept. "Why did you let me do it? Why were Mieczysław and George and all the others killed? Why was it that I could pass the barriers and they could not?" "The barriers were triggered to respond to hostility. You meant well, so our defenses could not work." Ludovic had to bend low to hear the creature's last words. "There is Earth proverb, should have warned me. I can protect myself against my enemies, but who will protect me from my friends?" The Belfin of Belfins died in Ludovic's arms. He was the last of his race, so far as Earth was concerned, for no more came. If, as they had said themselves, some outside power had sent them to take care of the human race, then that power had given up the race as a bad job. If they were merely exploiting Earth, As the malcontents had kept suggesting, apparently it had proven too dangerous or too costly a venture. Shortly after the Belfin's demise, the Flockharts arrived en masse. "We won't need your secret weapons now," Ludovic told them dully. "The Belfin of Belfins is dead." Corisanda gave one of the rippling laughs he was to grow to hate so much. "Darling, you were my secret weapon all along." She beamed at her relatives, and it was then he noticed the faint lines of her forehead. "I told you I could use the power of love to destroy the Belfins." And then she added gently, "I think there is no doubt who is the head of this family now." The uncle gave a strained laugh. "You're going to have a great little first lady there, boy," he said to Ludovic. "First lady?" Ludovic repeated, still absorbed in his grief. "Yes, I imagine the people will want to make you our first president by popular acclaim." Ludovic looked at him through a haze of tears. "But I killed the Belfin. I didn't mean to, but they must hate me." "Nonsense, my boy. They'll adore you. You'll be a hero." Events proved him right. Even those people who had lived in apparent content under the Belfins, accepting what they were given and seemingly enjoying their carefree lives, now declared themselves to have been suffering in silent resentment all along. They hurled flowers and adulatory speeches at Ludovic and composed extremely flattering songs about him. Shortly after he was universally acclaimed president, he married Corisanda. He couldn't escape. "Why doesn't she become president herself?" he wailed, when the relatives came and found him hiding in the ruins of the Blue Tower. The people had torn the tower down as soon as they were sure the Belfin was dead, and the others thereby rendered inoperant. "It would spare her a lot of bother." "Because she is not the Belfin slayer," the uncle said, dragging him out. "Besides, she loves you. Come on, Ludovic, be a man." So they hauled him off to the wedding, and amid much feasting he was married to Corisanda. He never drew another happy breath. In the first place, now that the Belfin was dead, all the machinery that had been operated by him stopped, and no one knew how to fix it. The sidewalks stopped moving, the air conditioner stopped conditioning, the food synthesizers stopped synthesizing, and so on. And, of course, everybody blamed it all on Ludovic, even that year's run of bad weather. There were famines, riots, plagues, and, after the waves of mob hostility had coalesced into national groupings, wars. It was like the old days again, precisely as described in the textbooks. In the second place, Ludovic could never forget that, when Corisanda had sent him to the Blue Tower, she could not have been sure that her secret weapon would work. Love might not have conquered all. In fact, it was the more likely hypothesis that it wouldn't, and he would have been killed by the first barrier. And no husband likes to think that his wife thinks he's expendable. It makes him feel she doesn't really love him. So, in 30th year of his reign as dictator of Earth, Ludovic poisoned Corisanda. That is, had her poisoned, for by now he had a minister of assassination to handle such little matters, and married a very pretty, very young, very affectionate blonde. He wasn't particularly happy with her either, but at least it was a change. The end of The Blue Tower by Evelyn E. Smith.
War Game by Bryce Walton. The Minister of Peace asked the United States President if he had heard from the Secretary of State. "Yes," the President said. "I heard from Mr. Thompson only a few minutes ago." "How's their final conference coming, Mr. President?" "Inevitably. Operation Push Button within the hour." The Minister of Peace blinked out the window at Washington, D.C. "So, they're going to blow up the world?" "Inevitably." "Shall we watch it?" asked the Minister of Peace. The President nodded, spoke to Master Control through the intercom box on his desk, and switched on the TV screen. They had a special pipeline into the United Nations cellar. They sat back, had martinis, and watched the interior of the cellar come to life on the screen. 3,000 miles from New Washington, under a natural camouflage of tundra and wintry hills, the UN cellar was thought by its occupants to be thoroughly resistant to any offensive weapons. It was 3 miles underground, protected by lead, concrete, and steel. Its location was known only to the UN Security Division that was supposed to be strictly neutral in international affairs, or so the cellar occupants assumed. The engineers and workmen who had planned and constructed the cellar were supposed to have been brainwashed and therefore had no memory of the great project. An occasional caribou drifted over the cellar with the north wind, and wolves that always follow the caribou. In his suite, Chandler Thompson, Secretary of State, prepared himself for the global diplomacy game's final hand, in which it is never so important what hand you play as the way you play it. After years of negotiation, full agreement on Operation Push Button had been attained, and Thompson took some pride in having played a leading role in the ingenious idea. Morton, his valet, finished shaving Thompson's pale face, helped him dress in striped trousers, cutaway, and white gardenia. "Thank you, Morton," said the Secretary of State. "You seem calm enough, sir. Frankly, I'm ill at ease." "You may leave the cellar if you wish," Thompson said, skimming through his notes. "You've served graciously. I appreciate it. But it is your privilege to return to your family outside now. I might remind you that your chance of survival if you remain here is practically 100%. "It isn't that, sir. It just seems incredible that so many must die." He felt of his wallet, the pictures of his family in it. "It's hardly a matter of principle," Thompson said, "nor a question of ideology. It's simply a question of firmness and realistic practicality, and getting the job done once and for all. That has been my stand from the beginning, and naturally it cannot be changed." "But billions of people dying." "Death before dishonor, Morton." "Yes, sir." Morton knew that in every suite in the cellar, every diplomat was saying practically the same thing. Thompson looked up from his neat notes. "People, Morton, have been properly prepared for violent death. Indeed, there has been a feeling of security in numbers. The Ministry of Education, working with the War Department, has done such a splendid job. Now every child has grown up fully prepared to die in the Holocaust, and every individual still a child regards violent death as casually as a game of marbles. The required attitude has been thoroughly conditioned in the populace. The idea was to make violence, savagery, and sudden death an everyday affair, and we have done it. Sad, but a necessary task." Morton said nothing. Thompson looked at the neon map coruscating on the wall. "Our country is not unique in this, Morton. Annihilation will come as a shock only to the misinformed anywhere in the world." Morton sat down. He remembered how his kids used to come home from school laughingly playing war games, manipulating toy atomic cannons and the like. They received additional marks in school for being good and cooperative during atomic bomb drills and preparations for thermonuclear disasters. They had been so proud of their dog tags that came with boxes of cereal. In the evenings out back, they used to have bury the dead games. Thompson was saying, "Remember juvenile delinquency? It was necessary. Millions had to be conditioned psychologically for Operation Killer. An insensitive, fatalistic attitude had to be engendered, for their own good." Morton flicked a speck of lint from Thompson's stooped shoulder. "Yes, sir," he said. "Maybe it will be humane in the long run." "One must face the hard materialistic facts," Thompson said. "Oh, that reminds me." He went to his private switchboard and got a secret outside line to the Office of Civilian Defense. "Hello, Donaldson. Yes, I'm fine. I haven't talked with you for some time now, and I was wondering about that suggestion of mine." "Yes, the household pets thing." "That's right, particularly dogs. They're big moral factors in the lives of children, and there may be some survivors." "Well, then, issue another bulletin on that immediately. Things are reaching ahead here in the cellar." "Yes, dogs should be lashed firmly to heavy pieces of furniture, away from windows. Put water where they can reach it. Hysteria under the bombing attacks can be avoided by giving sodium bromide tablets to the dogs." "That's right. Survivors will need pets. Morale—" After Thompson was through talking to Donaldson, Morton said, "You know, sir, the end will be a relief to some people. They've been blitzed by a nonstop barrage of fear bombs so long, I think they'll be glad to get it over with." "Very perceptive, Morton. That has been one of psychological warfare's primary aims in preparation." Thompson got another outside line. Dawson, Civilian Defense. As he waited for Dawson to come in, he said to Morton, "Get the dueling pistols out of the cabinet, please." Morton nodded. "Hello, Dawson. Fine, things coming to a head here. How much distribution did you manage on the shrouds?" 80%? Excellent. I haven't heard from Harry on the details for quite a while. Wanted to check personally. As you say, I've never really lost my touch with the grassroots. My feeling from the start was that millions of wooden coffins would be out of the question. The olive drab plastic sheet seemed to be the only practical recourse from the start. The psychological importance of getting bodies out of sight as rapidly as possible cannot be overemphasized. Oh, Dawson, one moment. Yes, I know about the public parks, playgrounds, and vacant tracts in the suburbs. But what about New York City? The only way is to send the bodies up the Hudson River using piers as morgues. The problem of where to put so many bodies, particularly when they will all appear for disposal at the same time, is a considerable one. Allowing for 3x6 grave sites with 3 feet for aisles, the whole problem of adequate disposal acreage is primary. Thompson switched off the connection. Thompson moved his fingers over the .38 caliber dueling pistols in the velvet-lined case. His eyes mellowed with nostalgia. Gift from the old Secretary of War. My boy Don learned to shoot with this one when he was only 6 years old. If he had lived to be an adult, he would have been a tough fighter. But he was killed by a rival delinquent gang when he was 12. He only got there a little sooner. He had just finished reading Niebuhr, so he knew the tragic irony of history. Thompson balanced one of the pistols in his hand. He looked at his watch. "It's time," he said religiously. As Thompson entered the Hall of Ministers, the representatives of 5 balance of power nations arose at once in deference to the 6th. Morton sat unobtrusively in a far corner, holding the case of dueling pistols on his knees. Thompson sat down. The minutes of the last conference were read by a mechanical secretary. A summation of their final agreement on Operation Push Button was briefly reviewed by the automatic translating secretary. No changes were suggested. The surface of the huge conference table was somewhat like a gigantic topographical map of the world. It covered perhaps 1,000 square feet and had been constructed by brainwashed artisans and engineers and scientists in perfect electronic detail. It was so realistic that it radiated a sort of sentience, seeming almost to breathe in astonishing precision with the respiration of important, strategically located cities, ports, communication, and manufacturing centers. Before each minister was a console containing several buttons. Each minister arose, made a speech concerning the sovereign rights of the particular nation or block of nations he represented. In each case, the speeches seemed the same to Morton. He knew that if merely the name of the country or block in each speech was changed, the rest would be the same, and sound something like, "Gentlemen, a free such-and-such people can no longer tolerate a militant, rearming so-and-so. Every other possibility has been discussed and rejected. I must say now that at this moment a state of war must of necessity exist between such-and-such and so-and-so." Morton had been hearing variations of it for years. He knew it all by heart. As each minister made this implacable statement, he sat down, and without further ceremony, pushed a button or buttons on his private console. On the topographical map, as a button was pushed, some important section of the map, an area, a city, a port, some significant transportation, communication, or manufacturing industrial center would shoot out realistic sparks, smoke, and then crumble into lifeless debris. Morton tried to control the flinching and twitching of his muscles. An intricate network of electronic relays connected with thermonuclear bombs went out all over the world and were hooked into the map on the conference table. Millions of people were just blown up somewhere, Morton thought. Another minister finished his speech, sat down, pressed buttons. More smoke and flashes shot up. Millions of others out there somewhere have just been annihilated, Morton thought. It doesn't seem possible, he thought then. It's not possible. It's some kind of final madness. But it's happening. It had been decided that this was the simple, direct way, avoiding long, time-wasting programs of mobilization and warfare. If the conclusion was foregone, had been the question then, why not go directly to it by the shortest and most efficient route? And the answer was as inevitable as the question. More ministers stood up, made their final declarations, and pushed buttons. Little puffballs and clouds of smoke drifted over the conference table, obscuring distinctive facial outlines and turning the ministers into shadow shapes as Morton watched. Only 2 of the ministers had not yet pressed their buttons. Only 2 sectors of the world remain alive, Morton thought. He coughed as acrid smoke swirled about the room. He felt a kind of blessed, numbed paralysis. He could almost feel the whole world turning into a radioactive hell all around him, mushrooms of gigantic size sprouting fast and furiously in the last big aftermath of rain. Yet he could scarcely imagine how it really was now, outside the cellar. He thought vaguely about the dogs, wondering how many of them had avoided hysteria by having been tied to heavy pieces of furniture and given sodium bromide tablets. The kids who survived would need pets. Morton sat there, trying to see through the thickening smoke. He tried to feel grateful for having been in the cellar. But in a few more seconds, America might also be destroyed. What then? And what if only America remained? Would that be any better? He had resisted such speculation, but how could he resist it any longer? The ministers had their wives, families, lovers in the cellar, and supplies enough to last indefinitely. But Morton's family was outside. In a few seconds they might be dead. After that, nothing at all. He heard Thompson say in a calm voice, "Morton, the pistols." He also heard the other minister say in Russian that he wanted his pistol. Morton had to respect the secret agreement that Thompson and the Russian minister had made yesterday. After the other ministers pushed their buttons, Thompson and the Russian would fight a duel, then the survivor of the duel would push his button. Someone should win, Thompson and the Russian had agreed. This way, one will be the absolute victor. If the other ministers knew what this secret agreement was, they either did not care or did not care enough now. They got up from the conference table and drifted out of the big spheroid room to their families, wives, wherever they wanted to go. Now only Thompson and the Russian remained in the room. They walked 10 paces away from one another, in the classic tradition of honorable dueling, turned and fired. They fell almost at the same time. Morton rushed over to Thompson, who was already dead, having died instantly with a bullet in his heart. Morton saw that the Russian had a bullet hole just above his left eye. Thompson, foreseeing this possible situation, had gotten a promise from Morton that he would press the button that would annihilate Russia, in case Thompson was dead or incapacitated. That would leave the United States the sole victor in the last great global struggle to establish once and for all, worldwide, the true faith. Morton fought a brief struggle with his conscience, then ran out of the room, leaving the console untouched. The United States and Russia still survived. Morton's family was still safe. He ran toward the bank of elevators to get out of the cellar. He hadn't been out of the cellar for a long, long time. The President of the United States switched off the TV and poured another martini. "You want another?" he asked the Minister of Peace. "No, sir, Mr. President." For a while they said nothing as they looked out the window at the peaceful sunshine and watched birds settle in the trees. "They ran their own course," the Minister of Peace said. "Just the same, it was an unpleasant thing to see." "Inevitable," said the President. "There wasn't any other possible way to handle them." Psychiatry would never have altered their rigid mold, he knew. It was a strangely funny thing, that spontaneous rebellion all over the world. The people putting a stop to the whole damn vicious historical show. But they had done it. The lie had been given to all the historical pessimists, like Spencer and Toynbee and Marx and all the others who had said the same things, whether they really had admitted it or not. The people, acting out of intuitive realization that they faced annihilation, had reacted en masse and taken things over for themselves. Now you couldn't even find a water pistol anywhere in the world. The UN cellar had been walled off, turned into a kind of sanitarium. Its occupants had never known the truth about the outside. Thompson and that absurd Russian were dead. But what about the others in the cellar, living there still and believing they were the only few survivors left in the world? Poor bastards, the President thought. And then he thought of that statement by Sartre, the one about hell being a restaurant where you served yourself. End of War Game by Bryce Walton. Recording by Roger Moline.
Sam, This Is You by Murray Leinster. Recording by Pam Castillo. Sam had led a peaceful and impecunious life until a voice cut in on a phone and said, "Sam, this is you." You are not supposed to believe this story, and if you ask Sam Yoder about it, he is apt to say that it's all a lie, but Sam is a bit sensitive about it. He does not want the question of privacy to be raised again, especially in Rosie's hearing. And there are other matters, but it's all perfectly respectable and straightforward. It could have happened to anybody, well, almost anybody. Anybody, say, who was a telephone lineman for the Batesville and Rappahannock Telephone Company, and who happened to be engaged to Rosie, and who had been told admiringly by Rosie that a man as smart as he ought to make something wonderful of himself. And, of course, anybody who'd taken that seriously and had been puttering around on a device to make private conversations on a party line telephone possible and almost had the trick. It began about 6 o'clock on July 2nd. When Sam was up a telephone pole near Bridges Run. He was hunting for the place where that party line had gone dead. He'd hooked up in his lineman's phone and he couldn't raise Central, so he was just going to start looking for the break when his phone rang back, though the line had checked dead. Startled, he put the receiver to his ear. "Hello? Who's this?" "Sam, this is you," a voice replied. "Huh?" said Sam. "What's that?" "This is you," the voice on the wire repeated. "You, Sam Yoder. Don't you recognize your own voice? This is you, Sam Yoder, calling from the 12th of July. Don't hang up." Sam hadn't even thought of hanging up. He was annoyed. He was up a telephone pole, trying to do some work, resting in his safety belt and with his climbing irons safely fixed in the wood. Naturally, he thought somebody was trying to joke with him, and when a man is working is no time for jokes. "I'm not hanging up," said Sam dourly, "but you'd better." The voice was familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. If it talked a little more, he undoubtedly would. He knew it just about as well as he knew his own, and it was irritating not to be able to call this joker by name. The voice said, "Sam, it's the 2nd of July where you are, and you're up a pole by Bridges Run. The line's dead in 2 places, else I couldn't talk to you. Lucky, ain't it?" "Whoever you are," Sam said formidably, "it ain't going to be lucky for you if you ever need telephone service and you've kept wasting my time. I'm busy." "But I'm you," insisted the voice persuasively, "and you're me. We're both the same Sam Yoder, only where I am, it's July 12th. Where you are, it's July 2nd. You've heard of time traveling. Well, this is time talking. You're talking to yourself, that's me, and I'm talking to myself, that's you, and it looks like we've got a mighty good chance to get rich." Then something came into Sam's memory, and every muscle in his body went taut and tight, even as he was saying to himself, "It can't be." But he'd remembered that if a man stands in a corner and talks to the wall, his voice will sound to him just the way it sounds to somebody else. Being in the telephone business, he'd tried it, and now he did recognize the voice. It was his own, talking to him, which of course was impossible. "Look," said hoarsely, I don't believe this." "Then listen," the voice said briskly, and Sam's face grew red. It burned. His ears began to feel scorched, because the voice, his voice, was telling him strictly private matters that nobody else in the world knew. Nobody but himself and Rosie. "Quit it," groaned Sam. "Somebody might be listening. Tell me what you want and ring off." The voice told him what it wanted. His own voice. It sounded pleased. It told him precisely what it wanted him to do, and then, very kindly, it told him exactly where the 2 breaks in the line were, and then it rang off. He sweated when he looked at the first of the 2 places. Adjoining was bad, and he fixed that. It was where his voice said it would be, and that was as impossible as anything else. When he'd fixed the second break, Sam called Central and told her he was sick and was going home, and that if there were any other phones that needed fixing today, people were probably better off without phone service anyhow. He went home and washed his face and made himself a brew of coffee and drank it, and his memory turned out to be unimpaired. Presently he heard himself muttering. So he said defiantly, "There ain't any crazy people in my family, so it ain't likely I've gone out of my head. But God knows nobody but Rosie knows about me telling her sentimental that her nose is so cute. I couldn't believe she ever had to blow it. Maybe it was me talking to myself. Talking to oneself is not abnormal. Lots of people do it. Sam missed out the conclusion to be drawn from the fact that he'd answered himself back. He reasoned painfully. If somebody drove over to Rappahannock past Dunsville and telephoned back that there was a brush fire at Dunsville, I wouldn't be surprised to get to Dunsville and find a brush fire there. So if somebody phones back from next Tuesday that Mr. Brodus broke his leg next Tuesday, why, I shouldn't be surprised to get to next Tuesday and find he done it. Going to Rappahannock past Dunsville and going to next Thursday past next Tuesday ain't so much difference. It's only the difference between a road map and a calendar. Then he began to see implications. He blinked. Yes, sir, he said in awe. I wouldn't have thought of it if I hadn't told myself on the telephone, But there is money to be made out of this. I must be near as smart as Rosie thinks I am. I'd better get that dinka set up. He'd more or less half-heartedly worked out an idea of how a party-line telephone conversation could be made private, and just out of instinct, you might say, he'd accumulated around his house a lot of stuff that should have been on the phone company's inventory. There were condensers and transmitters and selective ringing bells and resistances and the like. He'd meant to put some of them together someday and see what happened, but he'd been too busy courting Rosie to get at it. Now he did get started. His own voice on the telephone had told him to. It had warned him that one thing he had intended wouldn't work and something else would, but it was essentially simple after all. He finished it and cut off his line from Central and hooked this gadget in. He rang. Half a minute later, somebody rang back. "Hello," said Sam, quivering. He'd broken the line to Central, remember? In theory, he shouldn't have gotten anybody anywhere, but a very familiar voice said, "Hello," back at him, and Sam swallowed and said, "Hello, Sam. This is you in the 2nd of July." The voice at the other end said cordially that Sam had done pretty well, and now the two of them, Sam in the here and now, and Sam in the middle of the week after next, would proceed to get rich together. But the voice from July 12th sounded less absorbed in the conversation than Sam thought quite right. It seemed even abstracted, and Sam was at once sweating from the pure unreasonableness of the situation and conscious that he rated congratulation for the highly technical device he had built. After all, not everybody could build a time talker. He said with some irony, "If you're too busy to talk—" "I'll tell you," replied the voice from the 12th of July, gratified. "I am kind of busy right now. You'll understand when you get to where I am. Don't get mad, Sam. Tell you what, you go see Rosie and tell her about this and have a nice evening." "Now what," asked Sam cagily, "do you mean by that ha-ha?" "You'll find out," said the voice. "Knowing what I know, I'll even double it. Ha-ha-ha-ha." There was a click. Sam rang back, but got no answer. He may have been the first man in history to take an objective and completely justified dislike to himself. But presently he grumbled, "Smart, huh? Two can play at that. I'm the one that's got to do things if we are both going to get rich." He put his gadget carefully away and combed his hair and ate some cold food around the house and drove over to see Rosie. It was a night and an errand which ordinarily would have seemed purely romantic. There were fireflies floating about, and the moon shone down splendidly, and a perfumed breeze carried mosquitoes from one place to another. It was the sort of night on which, ordinarily, Sam would have thought only of Rosie, and Rosie would have optimistic ideas about how housekeeping could, after all, be done on what Sam made a week. They got settled down in the hammock on Rosie's front porch, and Sam said expansively, "Rosie, I've made up my mind to get rich. You ought to have everything your little heart desires. Suppose you tell me what you want so I'll know how rich I've got to get." Rosie drew back. She looked sharply at Sam. "Do you feel all right?" He beamed at her. He'd never been married, and he didn't know how crazy it sounded to Rosie to be queried on how much money would satisfy her. There simply isn't any answer to the question. "Listen," said Sam tenderly, "nobody knows it, but tonight Joe Hunt and the widow Backus are eloping to North Carolina to get married. We'll find out about it tomorrow. And day after tomorrow, on the 4th of July, Dunsville is going to win the baseball game with Bradensburg, 7-5. All tied till the 9th inning, and then George Peavy is going to hit a homer with Fred Holmes on second base." Rosie stared at him. Sam explained complacently. The Sam Yoder in the middle of the week after next had told him what to expect in those particular cases. He would tell him other things to expect, so Sam was going to get rich. Rosie said, "Sam, somebody was playing a joke on you." "Yeah?" Sam answered comfortably. "Who else but me knows what you said to me that time you thought I was mad at you and you were crying out back of the well house?" "Sam!" "And nobody else knows about that time we were picnicking and a bug got down the back of your dress and you thought it was a hornet." "Sam Yoder," wailed Rosie, "you never told anybody about that." "Nope," said Sam truthfully, "I never did. But the me in the week after next knew. He told me. So he had to be me talking to me. Couldn't have been anybody else. Rosie gasped. Sam explained all over again in detail. When he had finished, Rosie seemed dazed. Then she said desperately, Sam, either you've told somebody else everything we ever said or did together, or else there's somebody who knows every word we ever said to each other. That's awful. Do you really and truly mean to tell me? Sure, I mean to tell you, said Sam happily. The me in the week after next called me up and talked about things nobody knows but you and me. Can't be no doubt at all. Rosie shivered. He knows every word we ever said. Then he knows every word we're saying now. She gulped. Sam Yoder, you go home. Sam gaped at her. She got up and backed away from him. Do you think, she chattered despairingly, that I'm going to talk to you and somebody else listens to every word I say and knows everything I do? Do you think I'm going to marry you? Then she ran away, weeping noisily, and slammed the door on Sam. Her father came out presently, looking patient, and asked Sam to go home so Rosie could finish crying and he could read his newspaper in peace. On the way back to his own house, Sam meditated darkly. By the time he got there, he was furious. The hymn in the week after next could have warned him about this. He rang and rang and rang on the cut-off line with his gadget hooked in to call July the 12th, but there was no answer. When morning came, he rang again, but the phone was still dead. He loaded his toolkit in the truck and went off to work, feeling about as low as a man could feel. He felt lower when he reported at the office and somebody told him excitedly that Joe Hunt and the widow Backus had eloped to North Carolina to get married. Nobody would have tried to stop them if they had prosaically gotten married at home, but they had eloped to make it more romantic. It wasn't romantic to Sam. It was devastating proof that there was another him 10 days off, knowing everything he knew and more besides, and very likely laughing his head off at the fix Sam was in, because obviously Rosie would be still more convinced when she heard this news. She'd know Sam wasn't crazy or the victim of a practical joke. He had told the truth. It wasn't the first time a man got in trouble with a woman by telling her the truth, but it was new to Sam, and it hurt. He went over to Bradensburg that day to repair some broken lines, and around noon he went into a store to get something to eat. There were some local sportsmen in the store bragging to each other about what the Bradensburg baseball team would do to the Dunsville Nine. Sam said peevishly, Dunsville will win that game by 2 runs. Have you got any money that agrees with you? A local sportsman demanded pugnaciously. If you have, put it up and let somebody cover it. Sam wanted to draw back, but he had roused the civic pride of Bradensburg. He tried to temporize, and he was jeered at. In the end, philosophically, he dragged out all the money he had with him and bet it, $11. It was covered instantly amid raucous laughter, and on the way back to Batesville, he reflected unhappily that he was going to make $11 out of knowing what was going to happen in the 9th inning of that ball game, but probably at the cost of losing Rosie. He tried to call his other self that night again. There was no more answer than before. He unhooked the gadget and restored normal service to himself. He rang Rosie's house. She answered the phone. Rosie, Sam said yearningly, are you still mad at me? I was never mad at you, said Rosie, gulping. I'm mad at whoever was talking to you on the phone and knows all our private secrets, and I'm mad at you if you told him. But I didn't have to tell him. He's me. All he has to do is just remember. I tried to call him last night and again this morning, he added bitterly, and he don't answer. Maybe he's gone off somewheres. I'm thinking it might be a kind of illusion, maybe. You told me there'd be an elopement last night, retorted Rosie, her voice wobbling, and there was. Joe Hunt and the widow Backus, just like you said. It could have been a coincidence, suggested Sam, not too hopefully. I'm waiting to see if Downsville beats Bradensburg 7-5 tomorrow, tied to the 9th, with George Peavy hitting a homer, then with Fred Holmes on second base. If that happens, I'll die. Why? Asked Sam. Because it'll mean that I can't marry you ever, because somebody else would be looking over your shoulder, and we wouldn't ever be by ourselves all our lives, night or day. She hung up, weeping, and Sam swore slowly and steadily and with venom while he worked to hook up his device again, which did not make a private conversation on a party line, but allowed a man to talk to himself 10 days away from where he was. And then Sam rang and rang and rang, but he got no answer. The following day, in the big 4th of July game, Dunsville beat Bradensburg 7-5. It was tied to the 9th. Then George Peavy hit a homer with Fred Holmes on second base. Sam collected his winnings, but grimly, without joy. He stayed home that night worrying and every so often trying to call himself up on the device he had invented and been told by himself to modify. It was a nice gadget, but Sam did not enjoy it. It was a nice night, too. There was moonlight, but Sam did not enjoy that either. Moonlight wouldn't do Sam any good so long as there was another him in the middle of the week after next, refusing to talk to him so he could get out of the fix he was in. Next morning, though, the phone woke him. He swore at it out of habit until he got out of bed, and then he realized that his gadget was hooked in and Central was cut off. He made it in one jump to the instrument. "Hello?" "Don't fret," said his own voice patronizingly. "Rosie's going to make up with you." "How in blazes do you know what she's going to do?" raged Sam. "She won't marry me with you hanging around. I've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of you." "Quiet," commanded the voice on the telephone irritably. "I'm busy. I've got to go collect the money you've made for us." "You collect money? I get in trouble and you collect money?" "I have to," his voice said with the impatient patience of one speaking to a small idiot child, "before you can have it. Listen here. Where you are, it's Wednesday. You're going over to Dunsville today to fix some phones. You'll be in Mr. Brodus's law office about 10:30. You look out the window and notice a fella sitting in a car in front of the bank. Notice him good." "I won't do it," said Sam defiantly. "I ain't taking any orders from you. Maybe you're me, but I make money and you collect it. For all I know, you spend it before I get to it. I'm quitting this business right now. It's cost me my own true love and all my life's happiness, and to hell with you." "You won't do it?" his voice asked nastily. "Wait and see." So that morning, the manager told Sam when he reported for work to drive over to Dunsville and check on some lines there. Sam balked. He said there were much more important lines needing repair elsewhere. The manager explained politely to Sam that Mr. Brodus over in Dunsville had been taken drunk at a 4th of July party and fallen out of a window. He'd broken his leg, so it was a Christian duty to make sure he had a telephone in working order in his office, and Sam could get over there right away or else. On the way to Dunsville, Sam morosely remembered that he'd known about Mr. Brodus's leg. He had told himself about it on the telephone. At 10:30, he was fixing Mr. Brodus's telephone when he remembered about the man he was supposed to get a good look at, sitting in a car in front of the bank. He made an angry resolution not, under any circumstances, to glance outside of the lawyer's office. He meditated savagely that by this resolution the schemes of his other self in the future were abolished. Naturally, he presently went to the window and looked to see what he was abolishing. There was a car before the bank with a reddish-haired man sitting in it. A haze came out of the exhaust, showing that the motor was running. None of this impressed Sam as remarkable, but as he looked, 2 other men came running out of the bank. One of them carried a bag, and both of them had revolvers out, and they piled into the car, and the reddish-haired man gunned it, and it was abruptly a dwindling speck in a cloud of dust getting out of town. 3 seconds later, old Mr. Bluford, president of the bank, came out yelling, and the cashier came after him, and it was a first-rate bank robbery they were yelling about. The men in the getaway car had departed with $35,000. all of it had taken place so fast that Sam hardly realized what had happened when he went out to see what it was all about, and was instantly seized upon to do some work. The bank robbers had shot out the telephone cable out of town with a shotgun, so word couldn't get ahead of them. Sam was needed to re-establish communications with the outside world. He did, absorbedly reflecting on the details of the robbery as he'd heard them. He was high up on a telephone pole, and the sheriff and enthusiastic citizens were streaking past in cars to make his labors unnecessary when the personal aspect of all this affair hit him. "My God!" gasped Sam, shocked. "That me in the middle of next week told me to come over here and watch a bank robbery, but he didn't let on what was going to happen so's I could stop it." He felt an incredulous indignation come over him. "I would have been a hero," he said resentfully. "Rosie would have admired me. That other me is a born crook." Then he realized the facts. The other him was himself, only a week and a half distant. The other him was so far sunk in dastardliness that he permitted a crime to take place, feeling no more than sardonic amusement. And there was nothing he himself could do about it. He couldn't even tell the authorities about this depraved character. They wouldn't believe him unless he could get his other self on the telephone to admit his criminality. Even then, what could they do? Sam felt what little zest had been left in living go trickling out of his climbers. He looked into the future and saw nothing desirable in it. He painstakingly finished the repair of the shot-out telephone line, but then he went down to his truck and drove over to Rosie's house. There was but one thing he could do. Rosie came suspiciously to the door. "I come to tell you goodbye, Rosie," said Sam. "I just found out I'm a criminal, so I aim to go and commit my crimes far away from my home and the friends who never thought I'd turn out this way. Goodbye, Rosie." "Sam," said Rosie, "what's happened now?" He told her about the bank robbery and how his own self, in the week after next, had known it was going to happen, and told Sam to go watch it without giving him information by which it could have been stopped. "He knew it after it happened," said Sam bitterly, "and he could have told me about it before. He didn't, so he's an accessory to the crime, and he is me, which makes me an accessory too. Goodbye, Rosie, my own true love. You'll never see me again." "You sit right down here," Rosie ordered firmly. "You haven't done a thing yet, so it's that other you who's a criminal. You haven't got a thing to run away for." "But I'm going to have. I'm doomed to be a criminal. It's that me in the week after next. There's nothing to be done." "Says who? I'm going to do something." "Like what?" asked Sam. "I'm going to reform you," said Rosie, "before you start." She was a determined girl, that Rosie. She marched inside and put on her blue jeans, then went to her father's woodshed where he kept his tools, and got a monkey wrench and stuck it in her hip pocket. When she came to the truck, Sam said, "What's the idea, Rosie?" "I'm riding around with you," replied Rosie with a grim air. "You won't do anything criminal with me on hand, and if that other you starts talking to you on the telephone, I'm going to climb that pole and tell him where he gets off." "If anybody could keep me from turning criminal," acknowledged Sam, "it'd be you, Rosie. But that monkey wrench, what's it for?" Rosie climbed into the seat beside him. "You start having criminal ideas," she told him, "and you'll find out. Now you go on about your business, and I and the monkey wrench will look after your morals." This tender exchange happened only an hour or so after the robbery, and there was plenty of excitement around. But Sam went soberly about his work as telephone lineman. Rosie simply rode with him as it wasn't a bodyguard, but a sort of MP escort, morals police. Where he worked on a line, he called the central office to report, and he heard about the hunt for the bank robbers and told Rosie. It was good fortune that he'd been in Dunsville when the robbery happened, because his prompt repair of the phone wires had spoiled the robbers' getaway plans. They hadn't gone 10 miles from Dunsville before somebody fired a load of buckshot at them as their car roared by Lemon's store. They were passed before they realized they'd been shot at, but the buckshot had punctured the radiator, and 2 miles on they were stuck. They pushed their car off the road behind some bushes and struck out on foot, and the sheriff ran right past their car without seeing it. Then rain began to fall, and the bank robbers were wet and scared and desperate. They knew there'd be roadblocks set up everywhere, and they had that bag of money, part bills, but a lot of it silver, and all of Tidewater was up in arms. Taking evasive action, they hastily stuffed their pockets with small bills. There were no big ones, but dared not take too much, lest the pockets bulge. They hid the major part of their loot in a hollow tree. They separated, going to nearby towns, while rain fell heavily and covered their trails, and went to bed with chest colds. They felt miserable, but the rain washed away the scent they had left, and bloodhounds couldn't do a thing. None of this was known to Sam, of course. Rosie had taken charge of him, and she kept charge. She rode with him all the afternoon of the robbery. When quitting time came, he took her home and prepared to retire from the scene. But she said grimly, "Oh, no, you don't. You're staying right here. You're going to sleep in my brother's room, and my pa is going to put a padlock on the door so you don't go roaming off to call up that no-account other you and get in more trouble." "I might mess things up if I don't talk to him," Sam objected. "He's messed things up enough by talking to you. The idea of repeating our private affairs. He hadn't ought to know them, and I'm not sure," she said ominously, "that you didn't tell him. If you did, Sam Yoder—" Sam didn't argue that point, for there was no argument to make. He was practically meek until he discovered, after supper, that the schedule for the evening was a game of cribbage played in the living room where Rosie's mother and father were. He mentioned unhappily to Rosie that they were acting like old married people without the fun of getting that way, but he said that only once. Rosie glared at him, and when bedtime came, she shooed him into her brother's room, and her father padlocked him in. He did not sleep well. Next morning, there was Rosie in her blue jeans with the monkey wrench in her pocket, ready to go riding with him. She did, and the next day, and the next. Nothing happened. The State Banking Association put up $5,000 reward for the bank robbers, and the insurance company put up some more, but there wasn't a trace of the criminals. There wasn't a trace of criminality about Sam either. Rosie rode with him, but they exchanged not one single hand squeeze, nor one melting glance, nor did they even play footsie while they were eating lunch in the truck outside a filling station. Their conduct was exemplary, and it wore on Sam. Possibly it wore on Rosie, too. One day, Sam said morosely as he chewed on a ham sandwich at lunch, "Rosie, I'm crazy about you, but this feels like I've been divorced without ever even getting married first." And Rosie snapped, "If I told you how I feel, that other you in the week after next would laugh his fool head off, so shut up." Things were bad, and they got no better. For nearly a week, Rosie rode everywhere with Sam in his truck. They acted in a manner which Rosie's parents would in theory have approved, but didn't even begin to believe in. They did nothing the world could not have watched without their being embarrassed, and they said very little that all the world would not have been bored to hear. It must have been the 11th of July when they almost snapped at each other, and Rosie said bitterly, "Let me drive a while. I need to put my mind on something that it don't make me mad to think about." "Go ahead," Sam invited gloomily. He stopped the truck and got out the door. "I don't look for any happiness in this world any more anyway." He went around to the other side of the truck while she slid to the driver's seat. "Tomorrow is going to be the 12th, she said. "Do you realize that?" "I hadn't given it much thought," admitted Sam. "But what's the difference?" "That's the day where the other you was when he called you up the first time." "That's right," said Sam morbidly. "It is." "And so far," added Rosie, jamming her foot viciously down on the accelerator, "I've kept you honest. If you change into a scoundrel between now and tomorrow—" She changed the second gear. The truck jerked and bounced. "Hey," cried Sam, "watch your driving. Don't you tell me how to drive. But if I get killed before tomorrow—" Rosie changed gear again, but too soon. The truck bucked, and she jammed down the accelerator again, and it almost leaped off the road. "If you get killed before tomorrow," raged Rosie, "it'll serve you right. I've been thinking and thinking and thinking, and even if I stop you from being a crook, there'll always be that other you, knowing everything we say and do." She was hitting 40 miles an hour and speeding up. "So there'd still be no use, no hope anyway." She sobbed, partly in fury and partly in grief. The roadway curved sharply just about there, and she swung the truck crazily around it, and there was a car standing only halfway off the road. Sam grabbed for the steering wheel, but there wasn't time. The light half-truck, still accelerating, hit the parked car with the noise of dozens of empty oil drums falling downstairs. The truck slewed around, bounced back, and then it charged forward and slammed into the parked car a second time. Then it stalled. Somebody yelled at Sam. He got out of the truck, looking at the damage and trying to figure out how it was that neither he nor Rosie had been killed, and trying worriedly to think how he was going to explain to the telephone company that he'd let Rosie drive. The voice yelled louder. Right at the edge of the woodland there was a reddish-haired character screaming at him and tugging at his hip pocket. The words he used were not fit for Rosie's shell-like ears, even if they probably came near matching the way she felt. The reddish-haired man said more nasty words at the top of his voice. His hand came out of his hip pocket with something glittering in it. Sam was swinging when the glitter began, and he connected before the gun fired. There was a sort of squashy smacking sound, and the reddish-haired man lay down quietly in the road. "My God," said Sam blankly. "This was the fellow in front of the bank. He's one of those robbers." He stared. There was a loud crashing in the brushwood. The accident had happened at the edge of some woodland, and Sam did not need a high IQ to know that the friends of the red-haired man must be on the way. A second later he saw them. Rosie was just getting out of the car then. She was very pale, and there wasn't time to tell her to get started up if possible and away from there. One of the two running men was carrying a canvas bag with the words Bank of Dunsville on it. The men came at Sam, meanwhile expressing opinions of the state of things, of Sam, of the cosmos, of everything but the weather, in terms even more reprehensible than the first man had used. They saw the reddish-haired man lying on the ground. One of them, he'd come out into the road behind the truck and was running towards Sam, jerked out a pistol. He was about to use it on Sam at a range of something like 6 feet when there was a peculiar noise behind him. It was a sort of hollow clunk, which, even at such a time, needed to have attention paid to it. He jerked his head around to see. The clunk had been made by Rosie's monkey wrench, falling imperatively on the head of the second man to come out of the woods. She had carried it to use on Sam, but she used it instead on a total stranger. He fell down and lay peacefully still. Then Sam swung a second time at the second man to draw a pistol on him. Then there was only the sweet singing of birds among the trees and the whirrings and other insect noises of creatures in the grass and brushwood. Presently there were other noises, but they were made by Rosie. She wept, hanging on to Sam. He unwound her arms from around his neck and thoughtfully went to the back of the truck and got out some phone wire and his pliers. He fastened the three strangers' hands together behind them, and then their feet, and he piled them in the back of the light truck, along with the money they had stolen. They came to one by one, and Sam explained severely that they must watch their language in the presence of a lady. The three were so dazed, though, by what had befallen them, that the warning wasn't really necessary. Rosie's parents would have been pleased at how completely proper their behavior was while they took the three bank robbers into town and turned them over to the sheriff. That night, Rosie sat out on the porch with Sam, and they discussed the particular event of the day in some detail. But Rosie was still concerned about the other Sam. so Sam decided to assert himself. About 9:30, he said firmly, "Well, Rosie, I guess I'd better be getting along home. I've got to try one more time to call myself up on the telephone and tell me to mind my own business." "Says who?" demanded Rosie. "You're staying locked up right here tonight, and I'm riding with you tomorrow. If I keep you honest this far, I can keep it up till sundown tomorrow. Then maybe it'll stick." Sam protested, but Rosie was adamant, not only about keeping him from being a crook, but from having any fun to justify his virtue. She shooed him into her brother's room, and her father locked him in, and Sam did not sleep very well, because it looked as though virtue wasn't even its own reward. He sat up brooding. It must have been close to dawn when the obvious hit him. Then he gazed blankly at the wall and said, "My God, of course." He grinned, all by himself, practically from head to foot, and at breakfast he hummed contentedly as he stuffed himself with pancakes and syrup, and Rosie's depressed expression changed to a baffled alarm. He smiled tenderly upon her when she came doggedly out to the truck, wearing her blue jeans and with the monkey wrench in her pocket. They started off the same as any other day, and he told her amiably, "Rosie, the sheriff says we get $5,000 reward from the Bankers Association, and there's more from the insurance company, and there's odd bits of change offered for those fellows for past performances. We're going to be right well off." Rosie looked at him gloomily. There was still the matter of the other Sam in the middle of the week after next, and just then Sam, who had been watching the telephone lines beside the road as he drove, pulled off the road and put on his climbing irons. "What's this?" asked Rosie frightenedly. "You know?" "You listen," said Sam, completely serene. He climbed zestfully to the top of the pole. He hooked in the little gadget that didn't make private conversations possible on a party line, but did make it possible for a man to talk to himself 10 days in the future. Or the past. "Hello," Sam said at the top of the telephone pole. "Sam, this is you." A voice he knew perfectly well sounded in the receiver. "Huh? Who's that?" "This is you," said Sam. "You, Sam Yoder. Don't you recognize your own voice? This is you, Sam Yoder, calling from the 12th of July. Don't hang up." He heard Rosie gasp all the way down there in the banged-up telephone truck. Sam had seen the self-evident at last, and now, in the 12th of July, he was talking to himself on the telephone. Only instead of talking to himself in the week after next, he was talking to himself in the week before last, he being back there 10 days before, working on this very same telephone line, on this very same pole, and it was the same conversation, word for word. When he came down the pole, rather expansively, Rosie grabbed him and wept. "Oh, Sam," she sobbed, "it was you all the time." "Yeah," said Sam complacently. "I figured it out last night. That me back there in the 2nd of July, he's cussing me out, and he's going to tell you about it, and you're going to get all wrought up. But I can make that dumb me back yonder do what has to be done, and you and me, Rosie, have got a lot of money coming to us. I'm going to carry on through, so he'll earn it for us. But I'm warning you, Rosie, he'll be back at my house waiting for me to talk to him tonight, and I've got to be home to tell him to go over to your house. I'm going to say, ha, 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 ha at him." All right," said Rosie wide-eyed. "You can. But I remember that when I call me up tonight back there 10 days ago, I'm going to be right busy here and now. I'm going to make me mad because I don't want to waste time talking to myself back yonder. Remember?" "Now what," asked Sam mildly, "would I be doing tonight that would make me not want to waste time talking to myself 10 days ago? You got any ideas, Rosie?" "Sam Yoder, I wouldn't. I never heard of such a thing." Sam looked at her and shook his head regretfully. "Too bad. If you won't, I guess I've got to call me up in the week after next and find out what's cooking." You shan't," said Rosie fiercely. "I'll get even with you, But you shan't talk to that. Then she wailed. Darn you, Sam. Even if I do have to marry you so you'll be wanting to talk to me instead of that dumb you 10 days back, you're not going to. You're not. Sam grinned. He kissed her. He put her in the truck, and they rode off to Batesville to get married, and they did. But you're not supposed to believe all this, and if you ask Sam Yoder about it, he's apt to say it's all a lie. He doesn't want to talk about private party lines either, and there are other matters. For instance, Sam's getting to be a pretty prominent citizen these days. He makes a lot of money, one way and another. Nobody around home will ever bet with him on who's going to win at sports and elections anyhow. End of Sam, This Is You by Murray Leinster. Recording by Pam Castile. Scrimshaw by Murray Leinster. Recording by Pam Castile. The old man just wanted to get back his memory, and the methods he used were gently hellish from the viewpoint of the others. Pop Young was the one known man who could stand life on the surface of the moon's far side, and therefore he occupied the shack on the big crack's edge above the mining colony there. Some people said that no normal man could do it, and mentioned the scar of a ghastly head wound to explain his ability. One man partly guessed the secret, but only partly. His name was Sattel, and he had reason not to talk. Pop Young alone knew the whole truth, and he kept his mouth shut, too. It wasn't anybody else's business. The shack and the job he filled were located in the medieval notion of the physical appearance of hell. By day, the environment was heat and torment. By night, lunar night, of course, and lunar day, it was frigidity and horror. Once in 2 weeks, Earth time, a rocket ship came around the horizon from Lunar City with stores for the colony deep underground. Pop received the stores and took care of them. He handed over the product of the mine to be forwarded to Earth. The rocket went away again. Come nightfall, Pop lowered the supplies down the long cable into the big crack to the colony far down inside, and freshened up the landing field marks with magnesium marking powder if a rocket blast had blurred them. That was fundamentally all he had to do, but without him the mine down in the crack would have had to shut down. The crack, of course, was that gaping rocky fault which stretches 900 miles jaggedly over the side of the moon that Earth never sees. There is one stretch where it is a yawning gulf, a full half-mile wide and unguessably deep. Where Pop Young's shack stood, it was only 100 yards, but the colony was a full mile down in one wall. There is nothing like it on Earth, of course. When it was first found, scientists descended into it to examine the exposed rock strata and learn the history of the moon before its craters were made. But they found more than history. They found the reason for the colony and the rocket landing field and the shack. The reason for Pop was something else. The shack stood 100 feet from the big crack's edge. It looked like a dust heap 30 feet high, and it was. The outside was surface moon dust, piled over a tiny dome to be insulation against the cold of night and shadow and the furnace heat of day. Pop lived in it all alone, and in his spare time he worked industriously at recovering some missing portions of his life that Sattel had managed to take away from him. He thought often of Sattel down in the colony underground. There were galleries and tunnels and living quarters down there. There were airtight bulkheads for safety, and a hydroponic garden to keep the air fresh, and all sorts of things to make life possible for men under, if not on, the moon. But it wasn't fun, even underground. In the moon's slight gravity, a man is really adjusted to existence when he has a well-developed case of agoraphobia. With such an aid, a man can get into a tiny coffin-like cubbyhole and feel solidity above and below and around him and happily tell himself that it feels delicious. Sometimes it does. But Sattel couldn't comfort himself so easily. He knew about Pop up on the surface. He'd shipped out whimpering to the moon to get far away from Pop, and Pop was just about a mile overhead and there was no way to get around him. It was difficult to get away from the mine anyhow. It doesn't take too long for the low gravity to tear a man's nerves to shreds. He has to develop kinks in his head to survive, and those kinks— The first men to leave the colony had to be knocked cold and shipped out unconscious. They'd been underground and in low gravity long enough to be utterly unable to face the idea of open spaces. Even now there were some who had to be carried, but there were some tougher ones who were able to walk to the rocket ship if Pop put a tarpaulin over their heads so they didn't have to see the sky. In any case, Pop was essential either for carrying or guidance. Sattel got the shakes when he thought of Pop, and Pop rather probably knew it. Of course, by the time he took the job tending the shack, he was pretty certain about Sattel. The facts spoke for themselves. Pop had come back to consciousness in a hospital with a great wound in his head and no memory of anything that had happened before that moment. It was not that his identity was in question. When he was stronger, the doctors told him who he was, and as gently as possible what had happened to his wife and children. They'd been murdered after he was seemingly killed defending them, but he didn't remember a thing, not then. It was something of a blessing. But when he was physically recovered, he set about trying to pick up the threads of the life he could no longer remember. He met Sattel quite by accident. Sattel looked familiar. Pop eagerly tried to ask him questions, and Sattel turned gray and frantically denied that he'd ever seen Pop before. All of which happened back on Earth and a long time ago. It seemed to Pop that the sight of Sattel had brought back some vague and cloudy memories. They were not sharp, though, and he hunted up Sattel again to find out if he was right, and Sattel went into panic when he returned. Nowadays, by the big crack, Pop wasn't so insistent on seeing Sattel, but he was deeply concerned with the recovery of the memories that Sattel helped bring back. Pop was a highly conscientious man. He took good care of his job. There was a warning bell in the shack, and when a rocket ship from Lunar City got above the horizon and could send a tight beam, the gong clanged loudly, and Pop got into a vacuum suit and went out the airlock. He usually reached the moon dozer about the time the ship began to brake for landing, and he watched it come in. He saw the silver needle in the sky fighting momentum above a line of jagged crater walls. It slowed and curved down as it drew nearer. The pilot killed all forward motion just above the field and came steadily and smoothly down to land between the silvery triangles that marked the landing place. Instantly the rockets cut off, drums of fuel and air and food came out of the cargo hatch, and Pop swept forward with the dozer. It was a miniature tractor with a gigantic scoop in front. He pushed a great mound of talc fine dust before him to cover up the cargo. It was necessary. With freight costing what it did, fuel and air and food came frozen solid in containers barely thicker than foil. While they stayed at space shadow temperature, the foil would hold anything, and a cover of insulating moon dust with vacuum between the grains kept even air frozen solid, though in sunlight. At such times, Pop hardly thought of Sattel. He knew he had plenty of time for that. He started to follow Sattel, knowing what had happened to his wife and children, but it was hearsay only. He had no memory of them at all. But Sattel stirred the lost memories. At first, Pop followed absorbedly from city to city to recover the years that had been wiped out by an axe blow. He did recover a good deal. When Sattel fled to another continent, Pop followed because he had some distinct memories of his wife and the way he'd felt about her, and some fugitive mental images of his children. When Sattel frenziedly tried to deny knowledge of the murder in Tangier, Pop had come to remember both his children and some of the happiness of his married life. Even when Sattel, whimpering, signed up for Lunar City, Pop tracked him. By that time he was quite sure that Sattel was the man who had killed his family. If so, Sattel had profited by less than 2 days' pay for wiping out everything that Pop possessed. But Pop wanted it back. He couldn't prove Sattel's guilt. There was no evidence. In any case, he didn't really want Sattel to die. If he did, there'd be no way to recover more lost memories. Sometimes, in the shack on the far side of the moon, Pop Young had odd fancies about Sattel. There was the mine, for example. In each 2 Earth weeks of working, the mine colony nearly filled up a 3-gallon canister with greasy seeming white crystals shaped like 2 pyramids base to base. The filled canister would weigh 100 pounds on Earth. Here it weighed 18. But on Earth, its contents would be computed in carats, and 100 pounds was worth millions. Yet here on the moon, Pop kept a waiting canister on a shelf in his tiny dome behind the air apparatus. It rattled if he shook it, and it was worth no more than so many pebbles. But sometimes Pop wondered if Sattel ever thought of the value of the mine's production. If he would kill a woman and 2 children and think he'd killed a man for no more than $100, what enormity would he commit for a 3-gallon quantity of uncut diamonds? But he did not dwell on such speculation. The sun rose very, very slowly in what by convention was called the east. It took nearly 2 hours to urge its disk above the horizon, and it burned terribly in emptiness for 14 times 24 hours before sunset. Then there was night, and for 336 consecutive hours there were only stars overhead, and the sky was a hole so terrible that a man who looked up into it, what with the nagging sensation of 1/6 gravity, tended to lose all confidence in the stability of things. Most men immediately found it hysterically necessary to seize hold of something solid to keep from falling upward, but nothing felt solid. Everything fell, too, wherefore most men tended to scream. But not Pop. He'd come to the moon in the first place because Sattel was here. Near Sattel he found memories of times when he was a young man with a young wife who loved him extravagantly. Then pictures of his children came out of emptiness and grew sharp and clear. He found that he loved them very dearly, and when he was near Sattel he literally recovered them, in the sense that he came to know new things about them and had new memories of them every day. He hadn't yet remembered the crime which lost them to him. Until he did, and the fact possessed a certain grisly humor, Pop didn't even hate Sattel. He simply wanted to be near him because it enabled him to recover new and vivid parts of his youth that had been lost. Otherwise, he was wholly matter-of-fact, certainly so for the far side of the moon. He was a rather fussy housekeeper. The shack above the Big Crack's rim was as tidy as any lighthouse or fur trapper's cabin. He tended his air apparatus with a fine precision. It was perfectly simple. In the shadow of the shack he had an unfailing source of extreme low temperature. Air from the shack flowed into a shadow-chilled pipe. Moisture condensed out of it here, and CO2 froze solidly out of it there, and on beyond it collected as restless, transparent liquid air. At the same time, liquid air from another tank evaporated to maintain the proper air pressure in the shack. Every so often, Pop tapped the pipe where the moisture froze, and lumps of water ice clattered out to be returned to the humidifier. Less often, he took out the CO2 snow and measured it and dumped an equivalent quantity of pale blue liquid oxygen into the liquid air that had been purified by cold. The oxygen dissolved. Then the apparatus reversed itself and supplied fresh air from the now enriched fluid, while the depleted other tank began to fill up with cold, purified liquid air. Outside the shack, jagged, stony pinnacles reared in the starlight, and craters complained of the bombardment from space that had made them. But outside nothing ever happened. Inside it was quite different. Working on his memories, one day Pop made a little sketch. It helped a great deal. He grew deeply interested. Writing material was scarce, but he spent most of the time between 2 particular rocket landings getting down on paper exactly how a child had looked while sleeping, some 15 years before. He remembered with astonishment that the child had really looked exactly like that. Later he began a sketch of his partly remembered wife. In time, he had plenty. It became a really truthful likeness. The sun rose and baked the abomination of desolation which was the moonscape. Pop Young meticulously touched up the glittering triangles which were landing guides for the lunar city's ships. They glittered from the thinnest conceivable layer of magnesium marking powder. He checked over the moon dozer. He tended the air apparatus. He did everything that his job and survival required, ungrudgingly. Then he made more sketches. The images to be drawn came back more clearly when he thought of Sattel. So by keeping Sattel in mind, he recovered the memory of a chair that had been in his forgotten home. Then he drew his wife sitting in it, reading. It felt very good to see her again, and he speculated about whether Sattel ever thought of millions of dollars worth of new-mined diamonds knocking about unguarded in the shack. And he suddenly recollected clearly the way one of his children had looked while playing with her doll. He made a quick sketch to keep from forgetting that. There was no purpose in the sketching, save that he'd lost all his young manhood through a senseless crime. He wanted his youth back. He was recovering it bit by bit. The occupation made it absurdly easy to live on the surface of the far side of the moon, whether anybody else could do it or not. Sattel had no such device for adjusting to the lunar state of things. Living on the moon was bad enough anyhow then, but living 1 mile underground from Pop Young was much worse. Sattel clearly remembered the crime Pop Young hadn't yet recalled. He considered that Pop had made no overt attempt to revenge himself because he planned some retaliation so horrible and lingering that it was worth waiting for. He came to hate Pop with an insane ferocity and fear. In his mind, the need to escape became an obsession on top of the other psychotic states normal to a moon colonist. But he was helpless. He couldn't leave. There was Pop. He couldn't kill Pop. He had no chance, and he was afraid. The one absurd, irrelevant thing he could do was write letters back to Earth. He did that. He wrote with the desperate, impassioned, frantic blend of persuasion and information and genius-like invention of a prisoner in a high-security prison trying to induce someone to help him escape. He had friends of a sort, but for a long time his letters produced nothing. The moon swung in vast circles about the earth, and the earth swung sedately about the sun. The other planets danced their saraband. The rest of humanity went about its own affairs with fascinated attention. But then an event occurred which bore directly upon Pop Young and Sattel and Pop Young's missing years. Somebody back on Earth promoted a luxury passenger line of spaceships to ply between Earth and Moon. It looked like a perfect setup. 3 spacecraft capable of the journey came into being with attendant reams of publicity. They promised a thrill and a new distinction for the rich. Guided tours to Lunar, the most expensive and most thrilling trip in history. $100,000 for a 12-day cruise through space with views of the moon's far side and trips through Lunar City and the landing in Aristarchus, plus sound tapes of the journey and fame hitherto reserved for honest explorers. It didn't seem to have anything to do with Pop or with Sattel, but it did. There were just 2 passenger tours. The first was fully booked, but the passengers who paid so highly expected to be pleasantly thrilled and shielded from all reasons for alarm, and they couldn't be. Something happens when a self-centered and complacent individual unsuspectingly looks out of a spaceship port and sees the cosmos unshielded by mist or clouds or other aids to blindness against reality. It is shattering. A millionaire cut his throat when he saw Earth dwindle to a mere blue-green ball in vastness. He could not endure his own smallness in the face of immensity. Not one passenger disembarked even for Lunar City. Most of them cowered in their chairs, hiding their eyes. They were the simple cases of hysteria. But the richest girl on Earth, who'd had 5 husbands and believed that nothing could move her, she went into catatonic withdrawal and neither saw nor heard nor moved. 2 other passengers sobbed in improvised straitjackets. The first shipload started home fast. The second luxury liner took off with only 4 passengers and turned back before reaching the moon. Space pilots could take the strain of space flight because they had work to do. Workers for the lunar mines could make the trip under heavy sedation, but it was too early in the development of space travel for pleasure passengers. They weren't prepared for the more humbling facts of life. Pop heard of the quaint commercial enterprise through the microtapes put off at the shack for the men down in the mine. Sattel probably learned of it the same way. Pop didn't even think of it again. It seemed to have nothing to do with him, but Sattel undoubtedly dealt with it fully in his desperate writings back to Earth. Pop matter-of-factly tended the shack and the landing field and the stores for the Big Crack mine. Between times he made more drawings in pursuit of his own private objective. Quite accidentally, he developed a certain talent professional artists might have approved, but he was not trying to communicate, but to discover. Drawing, especially with his mind on Sattel, he found fresh incidents popping up in his recollection, times when he was happy. One day he remembered the puppy his children had owned and loved. He drew it painstakingly, and it was his again. Thereafter he could remember it any time he chose. He did actually recover a completely vanished past. He envisioned a way to increase that recovery, but there was a marked shortage of artist materials on the moon. All freight had to be hauled from Earth on a voyage equal to rather more than 1,000 times around the equator of the Earth. Artist supplies were not often included. Pop didn't even ask. He began to explore the area outside the shack for possible material no one would think of sending from Earth. He collected stones of various sorts, but when warmed up in the shack they were useless. He found no strictly lunar material which would serve for modeling or carving portraits in the ground. He found minerals which could be pulverized and used as pigments, but nothing suitable for this new adventure in the recovery of lost youth. He even considered blasting to aid his search. He could. Down in the mine, blasting was done by soaking carbon black from CO2 in liquid oxygen and then firing it with a spark. It exploded splendidly, and its fumes were merely more CO2 which an air apparatus handled easily. He didn't do any blasting. He didn't find any signs of the sort of mineral he required. Marble would have been perfect, but there is no marble on the moon, naturally. Yet Pop continued to search absorbedly for material with which to capture memory. Sattel still seemed necessary, but early one lunar morning he was a good 2 miles from his shack when he saw rocket fumes in the sky. It was most unlikely. He wasn't looking for anything of the sort, but out of the corner of his eye he observed that something moved, which was impossible. He turned his head, and there were rocket fumes coming over the horizon, not in the direction of Lunar City, which was more impossible still. He stared. A tiny silver rocket to the westward poured out monstrous masses of vapor. It decelerated swiftly. It curved downward. The rockets checked for an instant and flamed again more violently and checked once more. This was not an expert approach. It was a faulty one. Curving surfaceward in a sharply changing parabola, the pilot overcorrected and had to wait to gather downspeed, and then overcorrected again. It was an altogether clumsy landing. The ship was not even perfectly vertical when it settled not quite in the landing area marked by silvery triangles. One of its tail fins crumpled slightly. It tilted a little when fully landed. Then nothing happened. Pop made his way toward it in the skittering, skating gait one uses in 1/6 gravity. When he was within half a mile, an airlock door opened in the ship's side, but nothing came out of the lock. No space-suited figure, no cargo came drifting down with the singular deliberation of falling objects on the moon. It was just barely past lunar sunrise on the far side of the moon. Incredibly long and utterly black shadows stretched across the plain, and half the rocket ship was dazzling white and half was blacker than blackness itself. The sun still hung low indeed in the black star-speckled sky. Pop waded through moon dust, raising a trail of slowly settling powder. He knew only that the ship didn't come from Lunar City, but from Earth. He couldn't imagine why. He did not even wildly connect it with what, say, Sattel might have written with desperate plausibility about greasy-seeming white crystals out of the mine, knocking about Pop Young's shack in canisters containing 100 earth-pounds weight of richness. Pop reached the rocket ship. He approached the big tail fins. On one of them there were welded ladder rungs going up to the opened airlock door. He climbed. The airlock was perfectly normal when he reached it. There was a glass port in the inner door, and he saw eyes looking through it at him. He pulled the outer doors shut and felt the whining vibration of admitted air. His vacuum suit went slack about him. The inner door began to open, and Pop reached up and gave his helmet the practiced twisting jerk, which removed it. Then he blinked. There was a red-headed man in the opened door. He grinned savagely at Pop. He held a very nasty hand weapon trained on Pop's middle. "Don't come in," he said mockingly, "and I don't give a damn about how you are. This isn't social, it's business." Pop simply gaped. He couldn't quite take it in. "This," snapped the red-headed man abruptly, "is a stick-up." Pop's eyes went through the interlocked door. He saw that the interior of the ship was stripped and bare, but a spiral stairway descended from some upper compartment. It had a handrail of pure, transparent, water-clear plastic. The walls were bare insulation, but that trace of luxury remained. Pop gazed at the plastic, fascinated. The red-headed man leaned forward, snarling. He slashed Pop across the face with the barrel of his weapon. It drew blood. It was wanton, savage brutality. "Pay attention," snarled the red-headed man. "A stick-up, I said. Get it? You go get that can of stuff from the mine, the diamonds. Bring them here. Understand?" Pop said numbly, "What the hell?" The red-headed man hit him again. He was nerve-racked, and therefore he wanted to hurt. "Move," he rasped. "I want the diamonds you've got for the ship from Lunar City. Bring 'em." Pop licked blood from his lips, and the man with the weapon raged at him. "Then phone down to the mine. Tell Sattel I'm here and he can come on up. Tell him to bring any more diamonds they've dug up since the stuff you've got." He leaned forward. His face was only inches from Pop Young's. It was seamed and hard-bitten and nerve-racked. But any man would be quivering if he wasn't used to space or the feel of 1/6 gravity on the moon. He panted. "And get it straight. You try any tricks and we take off. We swing over your shack. The rocket blast smashes it. We burn you down. Then we swing over the cable down to the mine, and the rocket flame melts it. You die and everybody in the mine besides. No tricks. We didn't come here for nothing." He twitched all over. Then he struck cruelly again at Pop Young's face. He seemed filled with fury, at least partly hysterical. It was the tension that space travel, then at its beginning, produced. It was meaningless savagery due to terror. But of course Pop was helpless to resent it. There were no weapons on the moon, and the mention of Sattel's name showed the uselessness of bluff. He'd pictured the complete setup by the edge of the big crack. Pop could do nothing. The red-headed man checked himself, panting. He drew back and slammed the interlocked door. There was the sound of pumping. Pop put his helmet back on and sealed it. The outer door opened. Outrushing air tugged at Pop. After a second or two, he went out and climbed down the welded-on ladder bars to the ground. He headed back toward his shack. Somehow, the mention of Sattel had made his mind work better. It always did. He began painstakingly to put things together. The red-headed man knew the routine here in every detail. He knew Sattel. That part was simple. Sattel had planned this multi-million-dollar coup as a man in prison might plan his break. The stripped interior of the ship identified it. It was one of the unsuccessful luxury liners sold for scrap, or perhaps it was stolen for the journey here. Sattel's associates had had to steal or somehow get the fuel and somehow find a pilot. But there were diamonds worth at least $5 million waiting for them, and the whole job might not have called for more than 2 men, with Sattel as a third. According to the economics of crime, it was feasible. Anyhow, it was being done. Pop reached the dust heap, which was his shack, and went in the airlock. Inside, he went to the vision phone and called the mine colony down in the crack. He gave the message he'd been told to pass on. Sattel to come up with what diamonds had been dug since the regular canister was sent up for the Lunar City ship that would be due presently. Otherwise, the ship on the landing strip would destroy Shaq and Pop and the colony together. "I'd guess," said Pop painstakingly, "that Sattel figured it out. He's probably got some sort of gun to keep you from holding him down there, but he won't know his friends are here. Not right this minute, he won't." A shaking voice asked questions from the vision phone. "No," said Pop. "They'll do it anyhow. If we were able to tell about 'em, they'd be chased. But if I'm dead and the shack's smashed and the cable burnt through, they'll be back on Earth long before a new cable's been got and let down to you. So they'll do all they can no matter what I do," he added. "I wouldn't tell Sattel a thing about it if I were you. It'll save trouble. Just let him keep on waiting for this to happen. It'll save you trouble." Another shaky question. "Me?" asked Pop. "Oh, I'm going to raise what hell I can. There's some stuff in that ship I want." He switched off the phone. He went over to his air apparatus. He took down the canister of diamonds which were worth 5 millions or more back on Earth. He found a bucket. He dumped the diamonds casually into it. They floated downward with great deliberation and surged from side to side like a liquid when they stopped. 1/6 gravity. Pop regarded his drawings meditatively, a sketch of his wife as he now remembered her. It was very good to remember. A drawing of his 2 children playing together. He looked forward to remembering much more about them. He grinned. "That stair rail," he said in deep satisfaction. "That'll do it." He tore bed linen from his bunk and worked on the emptied canister. It was a double container with a thermware interior lining. Even on Earth, newly mined diamonds sometimes fly to pieces from internal stress. On the Moon, it was not desirable that diamonds be exposed to repeated violent changes of temperature, so a thermware-lined canister kept them at mine temperature once they were warmed to touchability. Pop packed the cotton cloth in the container. He hurried a little because the men in the rocket were shaky and might not practice patience. He took a small emergency lamp from his spare spacesuit. He carefully cracked its bulb, exposing the filament within. He put the lamp on top of the cotton and sprinkled magnesium marking powder over everything. Then he went to the air apparatus and took out a flask of the liquid oxygen used to keep his breathing air in balance. He poured the frigid pale blue stuff into the cotton. He saturated it. All the inside of the shack was foggy when he finished. Then he pushed the canister top down. He breathed a sigh of relief when it was in place. He'd arranged for it to break a frozen brittle switch as it descended. When it came off, the switch would light the lamp with its bare filament. There was powdered magnesium in contact with it and liquid oxygen all about. He went out of the shack by the airlock. On the way, thinking about Sattel, he suddenly recovered a completely new memory. On their first wedding anniversary so long ago, he and his wife had gone out to dinner to celebrate. He remembered how she looked, the almost smug joy they shared that they would be together for always, with 1 complete year for proof. Pop reflected hungrily that it was something else to be made permanent and inspected from time to time. But he wanted more than a drawing of this. He wanted to make the memory permanent and to extend it. If it had not been for his vacuum suit and the canister he carried, Pop would have rubbed his hands. Tall, jagged crater walls rose from the lunar plain. Monstrous, extended, inky shadows stretched enormous distances, utterly black. The sun, like a glowing octopod, floated low at the edge of things and seemed to hate all creation. Pop reached the rocket. He climbed the welded ladder rungs to the airlock. He closed the door. Air whined. His suit sagged against his body. He took off his helmet. When the red-headed man opened the inner door, the hand weapon shook and trembled. Pop said calmly, "Now, I've got to go handle the hoist if Sattel's coming up from the mine. If I don't do it, he don't come up." The red-headed man snarled, but his eyes were on the canister whose contents should weigh 100 pounds on Earth. "Any tricks," he rasped, "and you know what happens." "Yeah," said Pop. He stolidly put his helmet back on, but his eyes went past the red-headed man to the stair that wound down inside the ship from some compartment above. The stair rail was pure, clear, water-white plastic, not less than 3 inches thick. There was a lot of it. The inner door closed. Pop opened the outer. Air rushed out. He climbed painstakingly down to the ground. He started back toward the shack. There was the most luridly bright of all possible flashes. There was no sound, of course, but something flamed very brightly, and the ground thumped under Pop Young's vacuum boots. He turned. The rocket ship was still in the act of flying apart. It had been a splendid explosion. Of course, cotton sheeting in liquid oxygen is not quite as good and explosive as carbon black, which they used down in the mine. Even with magnesium powder to start the flame when a bare light filament ignited it, the canister bomb hadn't equaled, say, TNT. But the ship had fuel on board for the trip back to Earth, and it blew too. It would be minutes before all the fragments of the ship returned to the moon's surface. On the moon, things fall slowly. Pop didn't wait. He searched hopefully. Once a mass of steel plating fell only yards from him, but it did not interrupt his search. When he went into the shack, he grinned to himself. The call light of the vision phone flickered wildly. When he took off his helmet, the bell clanged incessantly. He answered. A shaking voice from the mining colony panted. "We felt a shock. What happened? What do we do?" "Don't do a thing," advised Pop. "It's all right. I blew up the ship and everything's all right. I wouldn't even mention it to Sattel if I were you." He grinned happily down at a section of plastic stair rail he'd found not too far from where the ship exploded. When the man down in the mine cut off, Pop got out of his vacuum suit in a hurry. He placed the plastic zestfully on the table where he'd been restricted to drawing pictures of his wife and children in order to recover memories of them. He began to plan, gloatingly, the thing he would carve out of a 4-inch section of the plastic. When it was carved, he'd paint it. While he worked, he'd think of Sattel, because that was the way to get back the missing portions of his life. The parts Sattel had managed to get away from him. He'd get back more than ever now. He didn't wonder what he'd do if he ever remembered the crime Sattel had committed. He felt somehow that he wouldn't get that back until he'd recovered all the rest. Gloating, it was amusing to remember what people used to call such artworks as he planned. When carved by other lonely men in other faraway places, they called those sculptures scrimshaw, but they were a lot more than that. End of Scrimshaw by Murray Leinster. Recording by Pam Castile.
Shepherd of the Planets by Alan Mattox. The starship came out of space drive for the last time and made its final landing on a scrubby little planet that circled a small and lonely sun. It came to ground gently, with the cushion of a retarder field on the side of the world where it was night. In the room that would have been known as the bridge on ships of other days, instrument lights glowed softly on Captain Renner's cropped white hair and upon the planes of his lean, strong face. Competent fingers touched the controls here and there, seeking a response that he knew would not come. He had known this for long enough so that there was no longer any emotional impact in it for him. He shut off the control panel and stood up. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "that's it. The fuel pack's gone." Beeson, the botanist, a rotund little man with a red, unsmiling face, squirmed in his chair. "The engineers on Earth told us it would last a lifetime," he pointed out. "If we were just back on Earth," Thorne, the ship's doctor, said dryly, "we could tell them that it doesn't. They could start calculating again." "But what does it mean?" David asked. He was the youngest member of the crew, signed on as a linguist and librarian to the ship. "Just that we're stuck here, wherever that is, for good," Farrow said bitterly. "You won't have to run engines anymore," Dr. Thorne commented, knowing that remark would irritate Farrow. Farrow glared at him. His narrow cheekbones and shallow eyes were shadowed by the control room lights. He was good with the engines, which were his special charge, but beyond that, he was limited in both sympathy and imagination. Captain Renner looked from face to face. "We were lucky to set down safely," he said to them. "We might have been caught too far out for a landing. It is night now, and I'm going to get some rest. Tomorrow we'll see what kind of world this is." He left the control room and went down the corridor towards his quarters. The others watched him go. None of them made a move to leave their seats. "What about the fuel pack?" David asked. "Just what he said," Farrow answered him. "It's exhausted, done for. We can run auxiliary equipment for a long time to come, but no more star drive." "So we just stay here till we're rescued," David said. "A fine chance for that." Farrow's voice grew bitter again. "Our captain has landed us out here on the rim of the galaxy where there won't be another ship for 100 years. "I don't understand that, man," Beeson said suddenly, looking around him belligerently. "What are we doing out here anyway?" "Extended exploration," said Thorne. "It's a form of being put out to pasture. Renner's too old for the service, but he's still a strong and competent man. So they give him a ship and a vague assignment and let him do just about what he wants. There you have it." He took a cigar from his pocket and looked at it fondly. "While they last, gentlemen," he said, holding it up. He snipped the end and lit it carefully. His own hair had grown grey in the service, and in a way, the reason for his assignment to the ship was the same as Renner's. "I think," he said slowly, "that Captain Renner is looking for something." "But for what?" Beeson demanded. "He has taken us to every out-of-the-way, backward planet on the rim, and what happens? We land. We find the natives. We're kind to them. We teach them something, leave them a few supplies. And then Renner loses interest, and we go on." "Perhaps it is for something in himself," David offered. "Perhaps he will find it here," Thorne murmured. "I'm going to bed." He got up from his seat. David stood up and went over to one of the observation ports. He ran back the radiation screen. The sky outside was very black and filled with alien stars. He could see absolutely nothing of the landscape about them because of the dark. It was a poor little planet. It hadn't even a moon. In the morning, they opened up the ship and let down the landing ramps. It was a very old world that they set foot upon. Whatever mountains or hills it had ever had long ago been levelled by erosion, so that now there was only a vaguely undulating plain studded with smooth and rounded boulders. The soil underfoot was packed and barren, and there was no vegetation for as far as they could see. But the climate seemed mild and pleasant, the air warm and dry, with a soft breeze blowing. It was probable that the breeze would be always with them. There were no mountains to interfere with its passage or alter its gentle play. Off to one side, a little stream ran crystal clear over the rocks and gravel. Dr. Thorne got a sample bottle from the ship and went over to it. He touched his fingers to the water, then touched them to his lips. Then he filled the sample bottle from the stream and came back with it. "It seems all right," he said. "I'll run an analysis of it and let you know as soon as I can." He took the bottle with him into the ship. Beeson stood kicking at the ground with the toe of his boot. His head was lowered. "What do you think of it?" Renner asked. Beeson shrugged. He knelt down and felt of the earth with his hands. Then he got out a heavy-bladed knife and hacked at it until he had pried out a few hard pieces. He stood up again with these in his hands. He tried to crumble them, but they would not crumble. They would only break into bits like sun-dried brick. "It's hard to tell," he said. "There seems to be absolutely no organic material here. I would say that nothing has grown here for a long, long time. Why? I don't know. The lab will tell us something." Renner nodded. For the rest of the day, they went their separate ways. Renner to his cabin to make the entries that were needed when a flight was ended, even though that ending was not intentional. Beeson to prowling around the edge of the stream and pecking at the soil with a geologist's pick, and Farrow to his narrow little world of engines where he worked at getting ready the traction machines and other equipment that would be needed. David set out on a tour of exploration towards the furthermost nests of boulders. It was there that he found the first signs of vegetation. In and around some of the larger groups of rocks, he found mosses and lichens growing. He collected specimens of them to take back with him. It was out there, far from the ship, that he saw the first animate life. When he returned, it was growing towards evening. He found that the others had brought tables from the ship and sleeping equipment and set it up outside. Their own quarters would have been more comfortable, but the ship was always there for their protection if they needed it, and they were tired of its confinement. It was a luxury to sleep outdoors, even under alien stars. Someone had brought food from the synthesizer and arranged it on the table. They were eating when he arrived. He handed the specimens of moss and lichen to Captain Renner, who looked at them with interest and then passed them on to Beeson for his study. "Sir," David said. "What is it, David?" Captain Renner asked. "I think there are natives here," David said. "I believe that I saw one." Renner's eyes lit up with interest. He laid down his knife and fork. "Are you sure?" he asked. "It was just a glimpse," David said, "of a hairy face peering around a rock. It looked like one of those pictures of cavemen one used to see in the old texts." Renner stood up. He moved a little way away and stood staring out into the glowing dark across the boulder-studded plain. "On a barren planet like this," he said, "they must lack so many things." "I'd swear he looks almost happy," Dr. Thorne whispered to the man next to him. It happened to be Farrow. "Why shouldn't he be?" Farrow growled, his mouth full of food. "He's got a planet to play with. That's what he's been aiming for. Wait and see." The next days passed swiftly. Dr. Thorne found the water from the little stream not only to be potable, but extremely pure. Farrow got his machinery unloaded and ready to run. Among other things, there was a land vehicle on light caterpillar treads capable of running where there were no roads and carrying a load of several tons. And there was an out-and-out tractor with multiple attachments. Beeson was busy in his laboratory working on samples from the soil. David brought in the one new point that was of interest. He had been out hunting among the boulders again, and it was almost dark when he returned. He told Renner about it at the supper table, with the others listening in. "I think the natives eat the lichen," he said. "I haven't seen much else they could eat," Beeson muttered. "There's more of the lichen than you might think," David said, "if you know where to look for it. But even at that, there isn't very much. The thing is, it looks like it's been cropped. It's never touched if the plants are small or half-grown or very nearly ready. But just as soon as a patch is fully mature, it is stripped bare, and there never seems to be any of it dropped or left behind or wasted." "If that's all they have to live on," Thorne said, "they have it pretty thin." The natives began to be seen nearer to the camp. At first there were just glimpses of them, a hairy face or head seen at the edge of a rock, or the sight of a stocky figure dashing from boulder to boulder. As they grew braver, they came out more into the open. They kept their distance and would disappear into the rocks if anyone made a move toward them. But if no attention was paid to them, they moved about freely. In particular, they would come each evening to stand in a rayed line near one of the nests of boulders. From there, they would watch the crewmen eat. There were never more than 12 or 15 of them, a bandy-legged lot with thick, heavy torsos and hairy heads. It was on one of those occasions that Dr. Thorne happened to look up. "Uh-oh," he said. "Here it comes." Renner turned his head and rose to his feet. The other men rose with him. 3 of the natives were coming toward the camp. They came along at a swinging trot, a sense of desperation and dedicated purpose in their manner. One ran slightly ahead. The other 2 followed behind him, shoulder to shoulder. Farrow reached for a ray gun in a pile of equipment near him and raised it. "No weapons," Captain Renner ordered sharply. Farrow lowered his arm, but kept the gun in his hand. The natives drew near enough for their faces to be seen. The leader was casting frightened glances from side to side and ahead of him as he came. The other 2 stared straight ahead, their faces rigid, their eyes blank with fear. They came straight to the table. There they reached out suddenly and caught up all the food that they could carry in their hands and turned and fled with it in terror into the night. Somebody sighed with relief. "Poor devils," Renner said. "They're hungry." There was a conference the following morning around one of the tables. "We've been here long enough to settle in," Renner said. It's time we started to do something for this planet. He looked towards Beeson. How far have you gotten? He asked. Beeson was as usual brisk and direct. I can give you the essentials, he said. I can't tell you the whole story, I don't know it. To be brief, the soil is highly nitrogen deficient and completely lacking in humus. In a way, the 2 points tie in together. He looked about him sharply and then went on. The nitrates are easily leached from the soil. Without the bacteria that grow around certain roots to fix nitrogen and form new nitrates, the soil was soon depleted. As to the complete lack of organic material, I can hazard only a guess. Time, of course, but back of that, probably the usual history of an overpopulation and a depleted soil. At the end, perhaps they ate everything, leaves, stems, and roots, and returned nothing to the earth. The nitrates are replaceable? Renner asked. Beeson nodded. The nitrates will have formed deposits, he said, probably near ancient lakes or shallow seas. It shouldn't be too hard to find some. Renner turned to Farrow. How about your department? He asked. I take it we're thinking of farming, Farrow said. I've got equipment that will break up the soil for you, and I can throw a dam across the stream for water. There are seeds in the ship, Renner said, his eyes lighting with enthusiasm. We'll start this place all over again. There's still one thing, Beeson reminded him dryly. Humus. Leaves, roots, organic material. Something to loosen up the soil, aerate it. Nothing will grow in a brick. Renner stood up. He took a few slow paces and then stood looking out at the groups of boulders studding the ancient plain. I see, he said, and there's only one place to get it. We'll have to use the lichens and mosses. There'll be trouble with the natives if you do, Thorne said. Renner looked at him. He frowned thoughtfully. You'll be taking their only food, the doctor pointed out. We can feed them from the synthesizer, Renner answered. We know that they will eat it. Why bother? Farrow asked sourly. Renner turned on him. Will the synthesizer handle it? He asked. I guess so, Farrow grumbled, for a while at least, but I don't see what good the natives are to us. If we take their food, Renner said, we're going to feed them. At least until such time as the crops come in and they are able to feed themselves. Are you building this planet for us or for them? Farrow demanded. Renner turned away. They put out canisters of food for the natives that night. In the morning it was gone. Each evening someone left food for them near their favourite nest of rocks. The natives took it in the dark, unseen. Gradually, Captain Renner himself took over the feeding. He seemed to derive a personal satisfaction from it. Gradually, too, the natives began coming out into the open to receive it. Before long, they were waiting for him every evening as he brought them food. The gathering of the lichen began. They picked it by hand, working singly or in pairs, searching out the rocks and hidden places where it grew. From time to time, they would catch glimpses of the natives watching them from a distance. They were careful not to get close. On one of these occasions, Captain Renner and David were working together. Do they have a language? Captain Renner asked. Yes, sir, David answered. I've heard them talking among themselves. Do you suppose you can learn it? Renner asked. Do you think you could get near enough to them to listen in? I could try, David offered. Then do so, Renner said. That's an assignment. Thereafter, David went out alone. He found that getting close to the natives was not too difficult. He tried to keep out of their sight, while still getting near enough to them to hear their voices. They were undoubtedly aware of his presence, but with the feeding they had lost their fear of the men, and did not seem to care. Bit by bit he learned their language, starting from a few key roots and sounds. It was a job for which he'd been trained. Time passed rapidly, and the work went on. Captain Renner let his beard grow. It came out white and thick, and he did not bother to trim it. The others too became careless in their dress, each man following his own particular whim. There was no longer a need for a taut ship. Farrow threw a dam across the little stream, and, while the water grew behind it, went on to breaking up the soil with his machines. Beeson searched for nitrate and found it. He brought a load of it back, and this, together with the moss and lichen, was chopped into the soil. In the end, it was the lichen that was the limiting factor. There was only so much of it, so the size of the plot they could prepare was small. But it's a start, Renner said. That's all we can hope for this first year. This crop will furnish more material to be chucked back into the soil. Year by year, it will grow until the inhabitants here will have a new world to live in. What do you expect to get out of it? Pharaoh asked bitingly. Renner's eyes glowed with an inner light. Renner's beard grew with the passing months until it became a luxuriant thing. He let his hair go untrimmed too, so that, with his tall, spare figure, he took on a patriarchal look. And with the passing months, there came that time which was to be spring for this planet. The first green blades of the new planting showed above the ground. The natives noticed it with awe and kept a respectful distance. That evening, when it was time for the natives' feeding, the men gathered about. Little by little, the feeding had become a ritual, and they would often go out to watch it. It was always the same. Renner would step forward, away from the others a little way, the load of food in his hands. The natives would come to stand before him in their ragged line, their leader a trifle to the front. There they would bow and begin a chant that had become a part of the ritual with the passing time. With the first green planting showing, there was a look of deep satisfaction in Renner's eyes as he stepped forward this night. His hair had grown quite long now, and his white beard blew softly in the constant wind. There was a simple dignity about him as he stood there, his head erect, and looked upon the natives as his children. The natives began their chant. It became louder. "Tulava," they said and bowed. As usual, Pharaoh was nettled. "What does the man want anyway?" he asked out loud. "To be God?" Renner could not help but hear him. He did not turn his head. "David," he said. "Sir?" David asked, stepping forward. "You understand their language now, don't you?" Renner asked. "Yes, sir," David said. "Then translate," Renner ordered. "Out loud, please, so the others may hear." "Tulava," the natives chanted, bowing. "Tulava, our father," David said, following the chant. Suddenly he swallowed and hesitated for a moment. Then he straightened himself and went sturdily on. "Tulava, our Father, who art from the heavens, give us this day our bread." End of Shepherd of the Planets by Alan Mattox. Recording by Patrick Eaton, Kenilworth, Warwickshire, United Kingdom.
Show Business by Boyd Ellenby. Recording by Bill Yallally. Translated by William C. Boyd and Lyle G. Boyd. Except for old Dworkin, Kotha's bar was deserted when I dropped in shortly after midnight. The ship from Earth was still 2 days away, and the Martian flagship would get in the next morning, with 700 passengers for Earth on it. Dworkin must have been waiting in Luna City a whole week, at 6,000 credits a day. That's as steep to me as it is to you, but money never seemed to worry Dworkin. He raised the heavy green lids from his protruding brown eyes as I came in. He waved his tail. "Sit down and join me," he invited in his guttural voice. "It is not good for a man to drink alone, for I have no company in this Baidigaz deserted hole. A man must something be doing, what?" I sat down in the booth across from my Venusian friend and stared at him while he punched a new order into the drink board. "For me, another shikich," he announced, "and for you, the same." Against my better judgment, for I knew I'd have plenty to do handling that mob of tourists. The first crowd of the season is always the roughest. Tomorrow, I consented. Dworkin had already consumed 6 of the explosive things, as the empty glasses on the table showed, but he exhibited no effects. I made a mental note, as I'd done so often before, that this time I would not exceed the safe terrestrial limit of 2. "You must be in the money again, drinking in Port Shishik," I remarked. "What are you doing in Luna City this time?" He merely lifted his heavy eyelids and stared at me without expression. "No, in the money I am not. There are too many chiselers in business. Just when I think I have a good thing, I am swindled. It is too bad."
He snorted through his ugly snout, making the Venusian equivalent of a sigh. I knew there was a story waiting behind that warty skin, but I was not sure I wanted to hear it. For the next round of drinks would be on me, and shishik was 150 credits a shot. Still, a man on a moon assignment has to amuse himself somehow. So I said, "What's the latest episode in the Dworkin soap opera? What is the merchandise this time? Gems? Pet Mercurian fire insects? A new supply of Denkana?"
"I do not smuggle drugs. That is a base lie," replied my friend stolidly.
He knew, of course, that I still suspected him to be the source of the last load of that potent narcotic, although I had no more proof than did the Planetary Bureau of Investigation. He took a long pull at his drink before he spoke again.
"But Dworkin is never down for long. This time it is show business. You remember how I have always been by the theater so fascinated? Well, I decided to open a show here in Luna City. Think of all the travelers, bored stiff by space and the emptiness thereof, who pass through here during the season. Even if only half of them go to my show, it cannot fail." I waited for some mention of free tickets, but none was made. I was about as anxious to see Dworkin's show as I was to walk barefoot across the Mar Imbrium, but I asked with what enthusiasm I could force. "What sort of act are you putting on? Girls?" I shuddered as I recalled the pathetic shop-worn chorus girls that Sam Lowe had tried to pass off last year on the gullible tourists of the spaceways. That show had lasted 10 nights, 9 more than it deserved to. There are limits even to the gullibility of earth-lubbers. "Yes, girls," replied Dworkin, "but not what you are perhaps thinking. Martian girls."
This was more interesting. Even if the girls were now a little too old for the stage in the Martian capital, they would still get loud cheers on the moon. I knew. I started to say so, but Dworkin interrupted.
"And not the miserable girls they buy from the slave traders in Biostin. These girls I collected myself from the country along the Upper Canal."
I repressed my impulse to show my curiosity. It could be all perfectly true, and if it were not, the opening night would tell. But it sounded a lot like one of Dworkin's taller tales. I had never been able to disprove any one of them, but I found it a little hard to believe that so many improbable things had ever happened to one man. However, I like being entertained, if it doesn't cost me too much, so I finally said, "I suppose you are going to tell me you ventured out into the interior of Mars, carrying a 6-week supply of water and oxygen on your back, and visited the exo-theaters on the spot?"
"How did you know that? That is just what I did," solemnly affirmed my companion.
He snorted again and looked at his glass. It was empty, but he tilted it into his face again in an eloquent gesture. No words were needed. I punched the symbols for the shchich into the drink board on my side of the table. Then, after hesitating, I punched the 2 in signal. I must remember, though, that this was my second and last. His 8th shchich seemed to instill some animation into Dworkin.
"I know you feel skepticism after my exploits. You will see tomorrow night that I speak true."
"Amazing," I said, especially as I just happened to remember that 3 different expeditions from Earth tried to penetrate more than 100 kilometers from Behastin, but either they couldn't carry the water and oxygen that far, or they resorted to breathing Mars air and never came back. And they were Earthmen, not Venusians who are accustomed to 2 atmospheres of carbon dioxide.
"My friend, you must not reason. It was so. It will always be so. The principle of induction is long exploded. I did indeed breathe Mars air. Wait, I'll tell you how."
He took another long swig of the shchich.
"What your Earthmen did not realize was that they cannot acclimate themselves as do we Venusians. You know, the character of our planet made adaptability a condition of survival. It is true that our atmosphere is heavy, but on top of our so-high mountains, the air is thin. We must live everywhere, the space is so few. I first adapted myself on Earth to live. I was there a whole year, you will recollect. Then I go further. Your engineers construct air tanks that made like the air of the mountains, thin, So I learned to live in those tanks. Each day I have spent 1, 2, 3 hours in them. I get so I can breathe air at 1/3 pressure of your already thin atmosphere, and at 1/6 the tension of oxygen. No, my friend, you could not do this. Your lungs burst. But old Dworkin, he has done it. I take with me only some water, for I know the Martians, they not give water. To trade some miniature kerosene lamps. You know, they got no fuel oil now, only atomics, but these little lamps, they like for antiques, for a sentiment, because their great-grandfathers used them. Well, I walked through Valajas and not stop, too close by the capital, too much contact with men of outer planets. I also walked through Bur and Zamet. I come to a small place where they never see foreigner, named Tasaha. Oh, I tell you, the men of the outer planets do not know Mars. How delightful, how unspoiled are the Martians once you get away from the people by tourists so spoiled. How wonderful across the sands to go, free as birds. The so friendly greetings of the Martian men and the Martian women. Ah, well, in Tasaha I go to theater. Such lovely girls, you will see. But I saw something else that, my friend, you hardly believe. Dworkin looked down at his empty glass and snorted gently. I took the hint, although for myself I ordered the less lethal Martian Azadzani. I was already having difficulty believing parts of his narrative, and it would be interesting to see if the rest were any harder. My companion continued, They not only have the chorus, which you have seen on Earth, imported from Mars, and such a chorus, such girls, but they had something else. You recall your terrestrial history? Once your ancestors had performers on the stage who did funny motions and said amusing remarks, the spectators to make laugh. I think you called it vaudeville. Well, on Mars, they also have vaudeville. He paused and looked at me from under half-shut eyelids, and grinned widely to show his reptilian teeth. I wondered if he'd really found something new. I would even be willing to pay for a glimpse of Martian vaudeville. I wondered if my Martian was too rusty for me to understand jokes in the spoken lingo. They have not only men and women telling jokes, they have trained animals acting funny, Dworkin went on. This was too much. I suppose the animals talked too, I said sarcastically. Do they speak Earth or Martian? He regarded me approvingly. My friend, you catch on quick. He raised a paw. Now don't at conclusions jump. Let me explain. At first I did not believe it either. They sprang with no warning. Onto the stage came a Telul. You know him, I think. And a Shiuchid. The Shiuchid was riding a bicycle. I mean a monocle, one wheel. The Telul moved just as awkward as he always does, and tried to ride a tandem four-wheeled vehicle, which had been especially for him made. In spite of my resolve, I chuckled. The picture of a Telul trying to ride a four-wheeled bicycle, pumping each of his 8 three-jointed legs up and down in turn, while maintaining his usual supercilious and indifferent facial expression, was irresistibly funny. Wait, said my friend, and again raised a paw. You have as yet nothing heard. They made jokes at the same time. De shiuit, asked the Telul. Who was that Tulula I saw you with up at the canal? And the Telul replies, That was no Tulula, that was my Shikai. I doubled up, laughing. Unless you have visited Mars, this may not strike you as funny, but I collapsed into a heap. I put my head on the table and wept with mirth. It seemed like 5 minutes before I was able to speak. Oh, no. Yes, I tell you, yes, insisted my friend. He even smiled himself. If you don't know the social system of the Martians, there is no point in me trying to explain why the idea of a Tulul being out with that neuter of neuters, a Shikai, is so devastatingly funny. But that, suddenly, was not quite the point. Did it happen? I had large doubts. Nobody had ever heard a Tulul make any sort of sound, and it was generally supposed that they had no vocal cords, and no Shichuid. They somewhat resemble a big groundhog and live in burrows along the canals of Mars, had ever been heard to make any noise except a high-pitched whistle when frightened.
Now just a minute, Dworkin, I said.
I know, my friend, I know. You think it is impossible. You think the talking is faked. So I thought it too. The vape.
It seems Dworkin had inquired among the audience as to who owned the performing animals. The local Martians were not as impressed as he was with the performance, but they guided him to the proprietor of the Trained Animal Act. He was a young Martian, hawk-nosed, with flashing black eyes, dusky skin, and curly hair.
So I say to him, this Martian, Dworkin continued, if your act on the level is, I buy. I had 3 small diamonds with, he explained. But the Martian was hard to deal with. First he said he would not sell his so valuable and so beloved animals. The only talking animals on Mars, he said. The liar. At long last I get him to make a price, but on condition that he brings the animals around to my inn in the morning for a private audition.
I suppose, I interrupted, you were beginning to have some doubts as to the Martian's good faith. After all, a talking Tulul and a talking Shiujid all at one time is quite a lot to ask. I would have—
Please, friend, please, interrupted my companion. Do you not think old Dworkin knows these things? Of course he does. I think. The owner, he is pulling a fake, I guess. I know that animals do not really talk. Next morning, I think he no show up. But no, I am mistaken. Promptly at 9 o'clock, he come to my inn with a little dog cart with the animals. He puts them on the stage in the bar of the inn. They act like before.
But they didn't talk, of course.
Oh, my friend, that's where you are wrong. They talk like nobody's business. The jokes are funnier than ever. Even dirtier, maybe. But Dworkin is not fooled. He think, aha. I say to the Martian, you fake this, what? The animals not talk. Suppose you have them do the act while you outside stay, what? And then I think I have him. The Martian tears his curly hair, flash his black eyes. He take insult that I think he is fake. Name of the Martian gods, he cry. But at last he agreed to go away and tell animals to go ahead.
Dworkin, you were a sap to string along with him even that far, I said wearily. I hope you hadn't paid the guy any money. He shook his head.
No, my old and best, he said. Dworkin no fool is, even on Mars. No money. But wait, the animals go on without the owner. Same stage business, same talk, same jokes, and even funnier yet. What? I started at Dworkin. He did not smile, but finished off the 11th shechikh, the 5th I had bought him. Listen, I said. Are you sitting there telling me we have a tool and a sheujid that can really talk? You listen, my friend. Like you, I think something is wrong. I say to the Martian owner, my friend, maybe I buy your act, if you tell me how it is done. But you know as well as I do that it is impossible to these animals to talk. Tell me, what is the trick? Dworkin lifted his glass and shook it, as though he could not believe it was empty, and then looked at me questioningly. I shook my head. He snorted, looked melancholy, writhed up from his chair, and reached for his fur cape. Well, thanks for the drinks, he said. A dark suspicion crept into my mind, but I could not restrain myself. Wait, Dworkin, I shouted. You can't just leave me up in the air like that. What happened then? Dworkin snorted into his green handkerchief. The Martian admitted it was a fake after all, he said mournfully. Can you imagine it? What a chiseler! Dishiushid, he said. Can't really talk. The Tulul just throws his voice. End of Show Business by Boyd Ellenby. Translated by William C. Boyd and Lyle G. Boyd. Recording by Bill Yallely.
It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Recording by Pam Castile. It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Know him? Well, you might say I practically grew up with him. He was my hero in those days. I thought few wiser or greater men ever lived. In my eyes, he was greater than Babe Ruth, Lindy, or the president. Of course, time and my growing up caused me to bring him into a perspective that I felt to be more consonant with his true position in his field of endeavor. When he died, his friends mourned for fond remembrance of things past, but privately many of them felt that he had outlived his best days. Now, with this glorious vindication, I wonder how many of them are still alive to feel the twinge of conscience. Oh, we're delighted, of course, but it seems incredible even today to us elated oldsters. Although we were always his staunchest admirers, in retrospect we can see now that no one believed more than we that he did it strictly for the dollar. It is likely there was always a small core of starry-eyed adolescents who found the whole improbable saga entirely believable, or at least half believed it might be partly true. The attitude of the rest of us ranged from a patronizing disparagement that we thought was expected of us, through grudging admiration to out-and-out enthusiasm. Certainly, if anybody had taken the trouble to consider it, and why should they have, the landing of the first manned ship on our satellite seemed to render him as obsolete as a horde of other lesser and even greater lights. At any rate, it was inevitable that the conquest of the moon would be merely a stepping stone to more distant points. Oh no, I had nothing to do with the selection of the red planet. Coming in as head of Project P4 in its latter stages, as I did when Dr. Fredericks died, the selection had already been made. Yes, it's quite likely I may have been plugging for Mars below the conscious level. A combination of chance, expediency, and popular demand made Mars the next target rather than Venus, which was in some ways the more logical goal. I would have given anything to have gone, but the metaphorical stout heart that one reporter once credited me with is not the same as an old man's actual fatty heart. And there were heartbreak years ahead before the Goddard was finally ready. During this time, he slipped further into obscurity while big, important things were happening all around us. You're right. That one really big creation of his is bigger than ever. It has passed into the language and meant employment for thousands of people. Too few of them have even heard of him. Of course, he was still known and welcomed by a small circle of acquaintances, but to the world at large he was truly a forgotten man. It is worthy of note that one of the oldest of these acquaintances was present at blast-off time. He happened to be the grandfather of a certain competent young crewman. The old man was a proud figure during the brief ceremonies, and his eyes filled with tears as the mighty rocket climbed straight up on its fiery tail. He remained there gazing up at the sky long after it had vanished. He was heard to murmur, "I am glad the kid could go, but it is just a lark to him. He never had a sense of wonder. How could he? Nobody reads any more." Afterward, his senile emotions betraying him, he broke down completely and had to be led from the field. It is rumored he did not live long after that. The Goddard drove on until Mars filled the viz-screen. It was planned to make at least a half-dozen braking passes around the planet for observational purposes before the actual business of bringing the ship in for landfall began. As expected, the atmosphere proved to be thin. The speculated Dead Sea areas, oddly enough, turned out to be just that. To the surprise of some, it was soon evident that Mars possessed, or had possessed, a high civilization. The canali of Schiaparelli were indeed broad waterways stretching from pole to pole, too regular to be anything but the work of intelligence. But most wonderful of all were the scattered but fairly numerous large walled cities that dotted the world. Everybody was excited, eager to land and start exercising their specialties. One of the largest of these cities was selected more or less at random. It was decided to set down just outside, yet far enough from the walls to avoid any possibility of damage from the landing jets in the event the city was inhabited. Even if deserted, the entire scientific personnel would have raised a howl that would have been heard back on Earth if just a section of wall was scorched. When planetfall was completed and observers had time to scan the surroundings, it was seen that the city was very much alive. "What keeps them up?" marveled Kopchansky, the Aeronautics and Rocketry Authority. The sky swarmed with ships of strange design. The walls were crowded with inhabitants, too far away for detailed observation. Even as they looked, an enormous gate opened and a procession of mounted figures emerged. In the event the place was deserted, the captain would have had the honor of being the first to touch Martian soil. While atmospheric and other checks were being run, he gave orders for the previously decided alternative. Captain, semanticists, and anthropologists would make the first contact. With all checks agreeing that it was safe to open locks, soon the three representatives of Earth were walking shoulder to shoulder down the ramp. It was apparent that the two scientists purposely missed stride inches from the end, so that it was the captain's foot that actually touched ground first. The cavalcade, though these beasties were certainly not horses, was now near enough to the ship for details to be seen. Surprise and wonderment filled the crew, for while the multi-legged steeds were as alien as anyone might expect to find on an alien world, the riders were very definitely humanoid. Briefly, brightly, and barbarically trapped as they were by earthly standards, they seemed to be little distinguishable from homegrown Homo sapes. The approaching company appeared to be armed mainly with swords and lances, but also in evidence were some tubular affairs that could very well be some sort of projectile discharging device. The captain suddenly felt unaccountably warm. It was a heavy responsibility. He hoped these Martians wouldn't be the type of madmen who believed in the shoot first, inquire later theory. Even as he stood there, outwardly calm but jittering internally, the Martian riders pulled up 10 feet from the Earthmen. Their leader, tall, dark-haired, and subtly lighter in hue than his companions, dismounted and approached the captain. With outstretched hand, he took the captain's in a firm grip. Let it be recorded here, to the shame of an Earth where reading for pleasure is virtually a lost pastime, that not one man on the Goddard realized the significance of what followed. "How do you do?" he said in perfect English, with an unmistakable trace of Southern accent. "Welcome to Barsoom. My name is John Carter." It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Recording by Pam Castillo.
The Star by H.G. Wells. Recording by John Segrist. It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made, almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheel about the sun, had become very erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspected retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest a world the greater portion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune, nor outside the astronomical profession did the subsequent discovery of a faint, remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any very great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, that its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellite was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without a training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system. The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swims in a vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune there is space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without a warmth or light or sound, blank emptiness for 20 million times a million miles. That is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traversed before the very nearest of the stars is attained. And, saving a few comets more unsubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed this gulf of space, until early in the 20th century this strange wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter it was, bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day it was clearly visible to any decent instrument, as a speck with a barely sensible diameter, in the constellation Leo near Regulus. In a little while an opera glass could attain it. On the third day of the new year, the newspaper readers of two hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. A planetary collision, one London paper headed the news, and proclaimed Duquesne's opinion that this strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic, so that in most of the capitals of the world, on January 3rd, there was an expectation, however vague, of some eminent phenomenon in the sky. And as the night followed the sunset round the globe, thousands of men turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars just as they had always been. Until it was dawn in London, and Pollux setting, and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policemen saw the thing. The busy crowds in the market stopped to gape. Workmen going to their work betimes, milkmen, the drivers of new carts, dissipation going home jaded and pale, homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country, laborers trudging afield, poachers slinking home. All over the dusky, quickening country it could be seen. And out at sea, by seamen watching for the day, a great white star comes suddenly into the westward sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk, an hour after the day had come. And where science has not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilences that are foreshadowed by these fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the warmth of the sunrise watching the setting of this strange new star. And in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement, rising almost to shouting pitch, as the two remote bodies had rushed together, and a hurrying to and fro to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, and this appliance and that, to record this novel, astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune it was, had been struck, fairly and squarely, by the strange planet from outer space, and the heat of the concussion had incontinently turned two solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before the dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere men marveled at it, but of all those who saw it, none could have marveled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who far away at sea had heard nothing of its advent, and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon and climb zenithward and hang overhead and sink westward with the passing of the night. And when next it rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs, in open spaces, staring eastward for the rising of the great new star. It rose with a white glow in front of it, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger," they cried, "it is brighter." And, indeed, the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was in its apparent size beyond comparison. But scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as the little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter," cried the people clustering in the streets, but in the dim observatories the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said, "nearer." And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer." And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type. It is nearer. Men writing in offices, struck with a strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words. It is nearer. It hurried along awakening streets. It was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways, shouting the news to the passers-by. It is nearer! Pretty women, flushed and glittering, heard the news told jestingly between the dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. Nearer, indeed! How curious, how very, very clever people must be to find out things like that. Lonely tramps faring through the wintry night murmured those words to comfort themselves, looking skyward. It has need to be nearer, for the night's as cold as charity. Don't seem much warmth from it if it is nearer, all the same. What is a new star to me? Cried the weeping woman kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early for his examination work, puzzled it out for himself, with the great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. Centrifugal, centripetal, he said with his chin on his fist. Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force. What then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this? Do we come in the way? I wonder. The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again, and it was now so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost of itself, hanging huge in the sunset. In a South African city a great man had married, and the streets were alight to welcome his return with his bride. Even the skies have illuminated, said the flatterer. Under Capricorn, 2 Negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits, for love of one another, crouched together in a cane brake where the fireflies hovered. That is our star, they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliance of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small white vial, there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day, serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then come back at once to his momentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up the sky, over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city, hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eyes of a brave enemy. You may kill me, he said after a silence, but I can hold you, and all the universe for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change, even now. He looked at the little vial. There will be no need of sleep again, he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table as his habit was, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without the piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken to impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his gray eyebrows at the rising tiers of fresh young faces, and spoke with his accustomed studied commonness of phrasing. Circumstances have arisen. Circumstances beyond my control, he said and paused, which will debar me from completing the course I have designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain. The students glanced at one another. Had they heard aright? Mad? Raised eyebrows and grinning lips they were, but 1 or 2 faces remained intent upon his calm, gray, fringed face. It will be interesting, he was saying, to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume. He turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was usual to him. What was that about lived in vain? Whispered one student to another. Listen, said the other, nodding towards the lecturer. And presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo towards Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star was hidden in its turn, save only Jupiter near the zenith. Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was very white and beautiful. In many parts of the world that night, a pallid halo encircled it about. It was perceptibly larger. In the clear, refractive sky of the tropics, it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter of the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were a midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamps burnt yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night, and throughout Christendom a somber murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside like the belling of bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was the tolling of the bells in a million belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter, as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. And the streets and houses were alight in all the cities, the shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed all over the world and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in a fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster towards the sun. Already every second this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew now, indeed, it must pass 100 million miles wide of the earth and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter and his moons sweeping splendid round the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of the planets grew stronger. And the result of that attraction? Inevitably, Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit into an elliptical path, and the burning star, swung by his attraction wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path, and perhaps collide with, and certainly pass very close to, our Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to I know not what limit, so prophesied the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of the coming doom. To many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached, it seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened towards a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I have spoken of people praying through the night and people going aboard ships and people fleeing towards mountainous country, that the whole world was already in a terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and want still ruled the world, and save for the talk of idle moments and the splendor of the night, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. And all the cities, the shops, save one here and there, opened and closed at their proper hours. The doctor and the undertaker plied their trades. The workers gathered in the factories. Soldiers drilled. Scholars studied. Lovers sought one another. Thieves lurked and fled. Politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the nights, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000. For them, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet, and were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy everywhere. Scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful, that night, at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense at last, a little heated by argument, signified its unaltered convictions by going to bed. So, too, barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for the howling dog here and there, The beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw the star rise, an hour later it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there were still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter until it had turned night into a second day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of in a curved path, had it lost no velocity to Jupiter, it must have leapt the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come by our planet. The next night it had become a third the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America near the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at and hot. And a breath of hot wind blew now with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia and Brazil and down the St. Lawrence Valley, it shone intermittently through a driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violent lightning, and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba was a thaw and devastating floods, and upon all the mountains of the earth the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of the high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon, in the upper reaches, with swirling trees and the bodies of beasts and men, they rose steadily in the ghostly brilliance, and came trickling over their banks at last, behind the flying population of their valleys. And along the coast of Argentina and up the South Atlantic the tides were higher than had ever been in the memory of man, and the storms drove the waters in many cases scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities, and so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. The earthquakes began and grew until all down America from the Arctic Circle to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding, fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. The whole side of Cotopaxi slipped out in one vast convulsion, and a tumult of lava poured out so high and broad and swift and liquid that in one day it reached the sea. So the star, with the wan moon in its wake, marched across the Pacific, trailed the thunderstorms like the hem of a robe, and the growing tidal wave that toiled behind it, frothing and eager, poured over island and swept them clear of men, until that wave came at last, in a blinding light and with the breath of a furnace. Swift and terrible it came, a wall of water, 50 feet high, roaring hungrily upon the long coast of Asia, and swept inland across the plains of China. For a space, the star, hotter now and larger and brighter than the sun in its strength, showed with pitiless brilliance the wide and populous country, towns and villages with their pagodas and trees, roads, wide cultivated fields, millions of sleepless people staring in helpless terror at the incandescent sky, and then, low and growing, came the murmur of the flood. And thus it was with millions of men that night, a flight now hither, with limbs heavy with heat and breath fierce and scant, and the flood like a wall swift and white behind. And then death. China was lit glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of Eastern Asia, the great star was a ball of dull red fire because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above was the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods, and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalaya were melting and pouring down by 10 million deepening converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindustan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters around the stems were dark objects that still struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in a rudderless confusion, a multitude of men and women fled down the broad river ways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the star, and larger, hotter, and brighter with a terrible swiftness now. The tropical ocean had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghostly wreaths from the black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seemed to those who in Europe watched for the rising of the star that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland, the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour through a terrible suspense, and the star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations they had counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually, but in the tropics Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam, and when at last the great star rose near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia it was the star had begun to fall behind the movement of the sky, and then suddenly, as it hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India, from the mouth of the Indus to the mouths of the Ganges, was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills, black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people, who fell one by one into the turbid waters, as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across the furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind, and a gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looking up, near blinded at the star, saw that a black disk was creeping across the light. It was the moon, coming between the star and the earth, and even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east with a strange, inexplicable swiftness sprang the sun. And then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that presently, to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space, and then slower, and at last came to rest. Star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And though those who were still alive regarded it for the most part with that dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding, swifter and swifter, in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment around the world. All over the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never before seen, and where the volcanoes flared red against the cloud canopy there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-silted ruins, and the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the water streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in the way, and piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, and for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries, and sodden fields. Such few ships as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storm subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon, shrunk to a third of its former size, took now 80 days between its new and new. But of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and books and machines, of the strange change that had come over Iceland and Greenland and the shores of Baffin's Bay, so that the sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarce believe their eyes, this story does not tell. Nor of the movement of mankind, now that the earth was hotter, northward and southward towards the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and the passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are very different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung through our solar system into the sun, one wrote, it is astonishing what little damage the earth, which it missed so narrowly, has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and the masses of the seas remain intact, and indeed the only difference seems to be the shrinkage of the frozen water around either pole, which only shows how small the vastness of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles. End of The Star by H.G. Wells.
The Soul Spectroscope by Edward Page Mitchell. Recording by Tommy Howell. The singular materialism of a progressive thinker. Professor Tyndall's views more than justified by the experiments of the celebrated Professor Dummkopf of Boston, Massachusetts. Boston, December 13th. Professor Dummkopf, a German gentleman of education and ingenuity, at present residing in this city, is engaged in experiments which, if successful, will work a great change both in metaphysical science and in the practical relationships of life. The professor is firm in the conviction that modern science has narrowed down to almost nothing, the border territory between the material and the immaterial. It may be some time, he admits, before any man shall be able to point his finger and say with authority, "Here mind begins. Here matter ends." It may be found that the boundary line between mind and matter is as purely imaginary as the equator that divides the northern from the southern hemisphere. It may be found that mind is essentially objective as is matter, or that matter is as entirely subjective as is mind. It may be that there is no matter except as conditioned in mind. It may be that there is no mind except as conditioned in matter. Professor Dummkopf's views on this broad topic are interesting, although somewhat bewildering. I can cordially recommend the great work in 9 volumes, Verpflichtungswissenschaft, to any reader who may be inclined to follow up the subject. The work can undoubtedly be obtained in the original Leipzig edition through any responsible importer of foreign books. Great as is the problem suggested above, Professor Dummkopf has no doubt whatever that it will be solved, and at no distant day. He himself has taken a masterly stride toward a solution by the brilliant series of experiments I am about to describe. He not only believes with Tyndall that matter contains the promise and potency of all life, but he believes that every force, physical, intellectual, and moral, may be resolved into matter, formulated in terms of matter, and analyzed into its constituent forms of matter. That motion is matter, mind is matter, law is matter, and even that abstract relations of mathematical abstractions are purely material. Photographing smell. In accordance with an invitation extended to me at the last meeting of the Radical Club, an organization, by the way, which is doing a noble work in extending our knowledge of the unknowable, I dallied yesterday at Professor Dummkopf's rooms in Joy Street at the West End. I found the professor in his apartment on the upper floor, busily engaged in an attempt to photograph smell. "You see," he said, as he stirred up a beaker from which strongly marked fumes of sulfuretide hydrogen were arising and filling the room. "You see that, having demonstrated the objectiveness of sensation, it has now become my privilege and easy task to show that the phenomena of sensation are equally material. Hence I am attempting to photograph smell." The professor then darted behind a camera which was leveled upon the vessel in which the suffocating fumes were generated, and busied himself a while with the plate. A disappointed look stole over his face as he brought the negative to the light and examined it anxiously. "Not yet, not yet," he said sadly. "But patience and improved appliances will finally bring it. The trouble is in my tools, you see, and not in my theory. I did fancy the other day that I obtained a distinctly marked negative from the odor of a hot onion stew, and the thought has cheered me ever since. but it's bound to come. I tell you, my worthy friend, the actinic ray wasn't made for nothing. Could you accommodate me with $1.25 to buy some more collodion? The bottle theory of sound. I expressed my cheerful readiness to be banker to genius. Thanks, said the professor, pocketing the scrip and resuming his position at the camera. When I have pictorially captured smell, the most palpable of the senses, the next thing will be to imprison sound. Vulgarly speaking, to bottle it. Just think a moment. Force is as imperishable as matter. Indeed, as I have been somewhat successful in showing, it is matter. Now, when a sound wave is once started, it is only lost through an indefinite extension of its circumference. Catch that sound wave, sir. Catch it in a bottle. Then its circumference cannot extend. You may keep the sound wave forever if you will only keep it corked up tight. The only difficulty is in bottling it in the first place. I shall attend to the details of that operation just as soon as I have managed to photograph the confounded rotten egg smell of sulfhydric acid. The professor stirred up the offensive mixture with a glass rod, and continued. While my object in bottling sound is mainly scientific, I must confess that I see in success in that direction a prospect of considerable pecuniary profit. I shall be prepared at no distant day to put operas in quart bottles, labeled and assorted, and contemplate a series of living popular airs in ounce vials at prices to suit the times. You know very well that it costs a $10 bill now to take a lady to hear Martha or Mignon, rendered in first-class style. By the bottle system, the same notes may be heard in one's own parlor, at a comparatively trifling expense. I could put the operas into the market at from 80 cents to $1 a bottle. For oratorios and symphonies, I should use demijohns, and the cost would, of course, be greater. I don't think that ordinary bottles would hold Wagner's music. It might be necessary to employ carboys. Sir, if I were of the sanguine habit of you Americans, I should say that there were millions in it. Being a phlegmatic Teuton, accustomed to the precision and moderation of scientific language, I will merely say that in the success of my experiments with sound I see a comfortable income as well as great renown. A scientific marvel. By this time the professor had another negative, but an eager examination of it yielded nothing more satisfactory than above. He sighed and continued. Having photographed smell and bottled sound, I shall proceed to a project as much higher than this, as the reflective faculties are higher than the perceptive, as the brain is more exalted than the ear or nose. I am perfectly satisfied that elements of mind are just as susceptible of detection and analysis as elements of matter. Why, mind is matter. The soul spectroscope, or as it will better be known, Dummkopf's duplex self-registering soul spectroscope, is based on the broad fact that whatever is material may be analyzed and determined by the position of the Fraunhofer lines upon the spectrum. If soul is matter, soul may thus be analyzed and determined. place a subject under the light, and the minute exhalations or emanations proceeding from his soul, and these exhalations or emanations are, of course, matter, will be represented by their appropriate symbols upon the face of a properly arranged spectroscope. This, in short, is my discovery. How shall I arrange the spectroscope? And how shall I locate the subject with reference to the light is, of course, my secret. I have applied for a patent. I shall exploit the instrument and its practical workings at the centennial. Till then, I must decline to enter into any more explicit description of the invention. The importance of the discovery. What will be the bearing of your great discovery in its practical workings? I can go so far as to give you some idea of what those practical workings are. The effect of the soul spectroscope upon everyday affairs will be prodigious, simply prodigious. All lying, deceit, double-dealing, hypocrisy will be abrogated under its operation. It will bring about a millennium of truth and sincerity. A few practical illustrations. No more bell punches on the horse railroad. The superintendent, with a smattering of scientific knowledge, and one of my soul spectroscopes in his office, will examine with the eye of infallible science every applicant for the position of conductor, and will determine by the markings on his spectrum whether there is dishonesty in his soul, and this as readily as the chemist decides whether there is iron in a meteorolite or hydrogen in Saturn's ring. No more courts, judges, or juries. Hereafter justice will be represented with both eyes wide open and with one of my duplex self-registering soul spectroscopes in her right hand. The inmost nature of the accused will read at a glance, and he will be acquitted, imprisoned for 30 days, or hung, just as the Fraunhofer lines, which lay bare his soul, may determine. No more official corruption or politicians' lies. The important element in every campaign will be one of my soul spectroscopes, and it will effect the most radical and at the same time the most practicable of civil service reforms. No more young stool pigeons in tall towers. No man will subscribe for a daily newspaper until a personal inspection of its editor's soul by means of one of my spectroscopes has convinced him that he is paying for truth, honest conviction, and uncompromising independence, rather than for the false utterances of a hired conscience and a bought judgment. No more unhappy marriages. The maiden will bring her glibly promising lover to me before she accepts or rejects his proposal, and I shall tell her whether his spectrum exhibits the markings of pure love, constancy, and tenderness, or of sordid avarice, vacillating affections, and post-nuptial cruelty. I shall be the angel with shining sword, or rather spectroscope, who shall attend Hymen and guard the entrance to his paradise. No more shame, for if anything be wanting in the character of a mean, no amount of brazen pretension on his part can place the missing line in his spectrum. If anything is lacking in him, it will be lacking there. I found by a long series of experiments upon the imperfectly constituted minds of the patients in the lunatic asylum at Taunton. Then you have been at Taunton? Yes. For 2 years I pursued my studies among the unfortunate inmates of that institution. Not exactly as a patient myself, you understand, but as a student of the phenomena of morbid intellectual developments. But I see I am wearying you, and I must resume my photography before this stuff stops smelling. Come again. Having bid the professor farewell, and having wished him abundant success in his very interesting experiments, I went home and read again for the 39th time Professor Tyndall's address at Belfast. End of The Soul Spectroscope.
The Asses of Balaam by Gordon Randall Garrett. The remarkable characteristic of Balaam's ass was that it was more perceptive than its master. Sometimes a child is more perceptive because more straightforward and logical than an adult. It is written in the book of Numbers that Balaam, a wise man of the Moabites, having been ordered by the king of Moab to put a curse upon the invading Israelites, mounted himself upon an ass and rode forth toward the camp of the children of Israel. On the road he met an angel with drawn sword barring the way. Balaam, not seeing or recognizing the angel, kept urging his ass forward, but the ass recognized the angel and turned aside. Balaam smote the beast and forced it to return to the path, and again the angel blocked the way with drawn sword, and again the ass turned aside, despite the beating from Balaam, who, in his blindness, was unable to see the angel. When the ass stopped for the third time and lay down, refusing to go further, Balaam waxed exceeding wroth and smote again the animal with a stick. Then the ass spoke and said, "Why dost thou beat me? I have always obeyed thee, and never have I failed thee. Have I ever been known to fail thee?" And Balaam answered, "No." And at that moment his eyes were opened, and he saw the angel before him. Studies in Scripture by Kekar Gwyn of Eboricon. With the careful precision of controlled anger, Dodath fell, a ripple the stomp along his right side. Each of his 12 right feet came down in turn, while he glared across the business bench at Uyghur Bedis. He started the ripple again, while he waited for Uyghur's answer. The ripple was a good deal more effective than just tapping one's fingers, and equally as satisfying. Uyghur Bedis twitched his mouth and allowed his eyelids to slide up over his eyeballs in a slow blink before answering. Dodath had simply asked, "Oh, why wasn't this reported to me before?" But Uyghur couldn't find the answer as simply as that. Not that he didn't have a good answer, it was just that he wanted to couch it in exactly the right terms. Dodath had a way with raking sarcasm that made a person tend to cringe. Dodath was perfectly well aware of that. He hadn't been in the executive office of Predator Council all these years for nothing. He knew how to handle people, when to praise them, when to flatter them, when to rebuke them, and when to drag them unmercifully over the shell bed. He waited, his right legs marching out their steady rhythm. "Well," said Uyghur at last, "it was just that I couldn't see any point in bothering you with it at that point. I mean, one specimen of an entirely new species," snapped the Dodath in a sudden interruption. His legs stopped their rhythmic tramp. His voice rose from its usual 8,000 cycle rumble to a shrill squeak. "Fry it, Uyghur! If you wanted a good fieldman, I would have sacked you long ago. The trouble is that you have a penchant for bringing me problems that you ought to be able to solve by yourself, and then flipping right over on your back and holding up on some information that ought to be brought to my attention immediately." There wasn't much Uyghur could say to that, so he didn't try. He simply waited for the raking to come, and sure enough it came. Dodath's voice lowered itself to a soft purr. "The next time you have to do anything as complicated as setting a sniff trap, you just hump right down here and ask me, and I'll tell you all about it. On the other hand, if the lower levels all suddenly became infested with sharks at the same time, why, you just take care of that little detail yourself, eh? The only other alternative is to learn to think Uyghur winced a trifle and kept his mouth shut. Having delivered himself of his jet of acid, Dodo Powell looked down at the data booklet that Uyghur had handed him. Fortunately, he said, there doesn't seem to be much to worry about. Only the universal motivator knows how this thing could have spawned, but it doesn't appear to be very efficient. No, sir, it doesn't, said Uyghur, taking heart from his superior's mild tone. The eating orifice is oddly placed, and the teeth are obviously for grinding purposes. I was thinking more of the method of locomotion, Dodo said. I believe this is a record, although I'll have to look in the files to make sure. I think that 6 locomotive limbs is the least I've ever heard of on an animal that size. I've checked the files, said Uyghur. There was a 4-limbed leaf-eater recorded 700 years ago, 4 locomotive limbs, that is, and 2 grasping, but it was only as big as your hand. Dodo looked through the 3 pages of the booklet. There wasn't much there, really, but he knew Uyghur well enough to know that all the data he had thus far was there. The only thing that rankled was that Uyghur had delayed for 3 work periods before reporting the intrusion of the new beast, and now 5 of them had been spotted. He looked at the page which showed the 3 bathygraphs that had been taken of the new animals from a distance. There was something odd about them, and Dodo couldn't, for the eyed of him, figure out what it was. It aroused an odd fear in him and made him want to burrow deeper into the ground. I can't see what keeps them from falling over, he said at last. Are they as slow-moving as they look? They don't move very fast, Uyghur admitted, but we haven't seen any of them startled yet. I don't see how they could run very fast, though. It must take every bit of awareness they have to stay balanced on 2 legs. Dodo sighed whistlingly and pushed the data booklet back across the business bench to Uyghur. All right, I will file the preliminary spotting report now. Get out there and get me some pertinent data on this queer beast. Scramble off. Right away, sir. And Uyghur? Yes, sir? It is apparent that we have a totally new species here. It will be called a Uyghur, of course, but it would be better if we waited until we could make a full report to the keepers, so don't let any of this out, especially to the other sets. Certainly not, sir, not a whistle. Anything else? Just keep me posted, that is all. Scramble up. After Uyghur had obediently scrambled off, Dodo relaxed all his knees and sank to his belly and thought. His job was not an easy one. He would like to have his office get full credit for discovering a new species, just as Uyghur had, understandably enough, wanted to get his share of the credit. On the other hand, one had to be careful that holding back information did not constitute any danger to the balance. Above all, the balance must be preserved. Even the sniff had its place in the ecological balance of the world, although one didn't like to think about sniffs as being particularly useful. After all, every animal, every planet had its place in the scheme. Each contributed its little bit to maintaining the balance. Each had its niche in the ecological architecture, as Dodo liked to think of it. The trouble was that the balance was a shifting, swinging, ever-changing thing. Living tissues carried the genes of heredity in them, and living tissues are notoriously plastic under the influence of the proper radiation or particle bombardment. And animals would cross the poles. The world had been excellently designed by the universal motivator for the development and evolution of life. Again, the concept of the balance showed in his mighty work. Suppose, for instance, that the world rotated more rapidly about its axis, thereby exposing the whole surface periodically to the deadly radiation of the blue sun. Instead of having a rotation period that, combined with the eccentricity of the world's orbit, gave it just enough libration to expose only 63% to the rays, leaving the remaining 37% in twilight or darkness. Or suppose the orbit was so nearly circular that there were no perceptible vibration at all. One side would burn eternally, and the other side would freeze, since there would be no seasonal winds blowing first east, then west, bringing the warmth of the blue sun from the other side. Or again, suppose there were no moon and no yellow sun to give light to the dark side. Who could live in an everlasting night? Or suppose that the magnetic field of the world were too weak to focus the majority of the blue sun's output of electrons and ions on the poles. How could life have evolved at all? Balance. And the ultimate, universal motivator had put part of the responsibility into the hands of his only intelligent species. And a part of that part had been put into the hands of Dodeth Pell as the head of Predator Control.
Try it!
Something was niggling at the back of Dodeth's mind, and no amount of philosophizing would shake it. He reached into the drawer of the business bench and pulled out the duplicate of Bigard's data booklet. He flipped it open and looked at the bathygraphs again. There was no single thing about them that he could pinpoint, but the beasts just didn't look right. Dodeth Pell had seen many monstrous animals in his life, but none like this. Most people disliked and were disgusted by Snith because of the uncanny resemblance the stupid beast had to the appearance of Dodeth's own race. There could be no question of the genetic linkage between the two species, but in spite of the physical similarities, their actions were controlled almost entirely by instinct instead of reason. They were like some sort of idiot parody of intelligent beings, but it was their similarity which made them loathsome. Why should Dodeth Pell feel a like emotion when he saw the bathygraphs of the two-legged thing? Certainly there was no similarity. Wait a minute. He looked carefully at the three-dimensional pictures again. Riot, he couldn't be sure. After all, he wasn't a geneticist. Checking the files wouldn't be enough. He wouldn't know how to ask the proper cross-spelling questions. He lolled his tongue out and absently rasped at the slight itch on the back of his hand while he thought. If his hunch were correct, then it was time to call in outside help now, instead of waiting for more information. Still, he needn't necessarily call in official expert help just yet. If he could just get a lead, enough to verify or disprove the possibility of his hunch being correct, that would be enough for a day or two, until Uyghur got more data. There was always Yerdeth, an older para-brother on his prime father's side. Yerdeth had studied genetics, theoretical, not applied, with the thought of going into control, and kept on dabbling in it, even after he discovered that his talents lay in the robot design field. "Ardan," he said sharply. At the other end of the office, the robot assistant ceased his work for a moment. "Yes, sir." "Come here a minute. I want you to look at something." "Yes, sir." The robot's segmented body was built very much like Dodeth's own, except that instead of the 12 pairs of legs that supported Dodeth's body, the robot was equipped with wheels, each suspended separately and equipped with its individual power source. Ardan rolled sedately across the floor, his metallic body gleaming in the light from the low ceiling. He came to a halt in front of Dodeth's business bench. Dodeth handed Ardan the thin data booklet. "Scan through that." Ardan went through it rapidly, his eyes carefully scanning each page, his brain recording everything permanently. After a few seconds, he looked back up at Dodeth. "A new species?" "Exactly. Did you notice anything odd about their appearance?" "Naturally," said Ardan. "Since their like has never been seen before, it is axiomatic that they would appear odd." Fright, Dodeth thought. He should have known better than to ask a question like that of Ardan. To ask it to determine what might be called second-order strangeness in a pattern that was strange in the first place was asking too much of a robot. "Very well, then. Make an appointment for this evening with Dodeth Pell. I would like to see him at his home, if it is convenient." "Yes, sir," said the robot. Evening was 4 week periods away, and even after Yerdeth had granted the appointment, Dodeth found himself fidgeting in anticipation. Twice during the following work periods, Vigor came in with more information. He had gone above ground with a group of protection robots finally to take a look at the new animals himself, but he hadn't yet managed to obtain enough data to make a definitive report on the strange beasts, but the lack of data was in itself significant. Dodeth usually liked to walk through the broad tunnels of the main thoroughfares, since he didn't particularly care to ride robot back for social distance, but this time he was in such a hurry to see Yodeth that he decided to let Ardan take him. He climbed aboard, clamped his legs to the robot side, and said, "To Yodeth, pals." The robot said, "Yes, sir," and rolled out to the side tunnel that led toward one of the main robot tunnels. When they finally came to a tunnel labeled Robots and Passengers Only, Ardan rolled into it and revved his wheels up to high speed, shooting down the tunnelway at a much higher velocity than Dodeth could possibly have run. The tunnelway was crowded with passenger-carrying robots and with robots alone carrying out orders from their masters. But there was no danger. No robot could learn any of Dodeth's race, nor could any robot stand idly by while someone was harmed. Even in the most crowded of conditions, every robot in the area had one thing foremost in his mind: the safety of every human within sight or hearing. Dodeth ignored the traffic altogether. He had other things to think about, and he knew, without even bothering to consider it, that Ardan could be relied upon to take care of everything. Even if it cost him his own pseudo-life, Ardan would do everything in his power to preserve the safety and health of his passenger. Once in a while, in unusual circumstances, a robot would even disobey orders to save a life, for obedience was strictly secondary to the sanctity of human life, just as the robot's desire to preserve his own pseudo-living existence was outranked by the desire to obey. Dodeth thought about his job, but he carefully kept his mind off the new beasts. He knew that fussing in his mind over them wouldn't do him any good until he had more to work with, things which only his para-brother Yodeth could supply him. Besides, there was the problem of what to do about the Hercule breeding sites, which were being encroached upon by the Quiggles. Some of the swamps on the surface, especially those that approached the hot belts, were being dried out and filled with dust, which decreased the area where the Hercule could lay its eggs, but increased the nesting sites for Quiggles. That, of course, was a yearly cycle in general. As the blue sun moved from one side to the other, and the wind shifted accordingly, the swamps near the twilight border would dry out or fill up accordingly. But this year the eastern swamps weren't filling up as they should, and some precautionary measures would have to be taken to prevent too great a shift in the Hercule-Quiggy balance. Then there was the compensating migratory shift of the hotland beasts, those which lived in the areas where the slanting rays of the blue sun could actually touch them, and which could not stand the, to them, terrible cold of the darklands. Instead, they moved back and forth with the blue sun and remained in their own area, a hot, dry, fiery bright hinterland, occupied only by Nurse poles and other horrendous beasts. Beyond those areas, according to the robot patrols which had reconnoitered, there had nothing left. Nothing could. No protoplasmic being could exist under the direct rays of the blue sun. Even the metal and translight bodies of a robot wouldn't long protect the sensitive mechanisms within from the furnace heat of the huge star. Each species had its niche in the world. Some, like the Hercule, lived in swamp water. Others lived in lakes and streams. Still others flew in the skies, or roamed the surface, or climbed the great trees. Some, like Dodeth's own people, lived beneath the surface. The one thing an intelligent species had to be most careful about was not to disturb the balance with their abilities, but to work to preserve it. In the past, there had been those who had built cities on the surface, but the cities had removed the natural growth from large areas, which in turn had forced the city people to import their food from outside the cities, and that had meant an enforced increase in the cultivation of the remaining soil, which destroyed the habitats of other animals, besides depleting the soil itself. The only sensible way was to live under the farmland, so that no man was ever more than a few hundred feet from the food supply. The universal motivator had chosen that their species should evolve in burrows beneath the surface, and if that was the niche chosen for Dodeth's people, then that was obviously where they should remain to keep the balance. Of course, the sniff too was an underground animal, although the tunnels were unlined. The sniff's tunnels ran between and around the armored tunnels of Dodeth's people, so that each city surrounded the other without contact, if the burrows of the sniff could properly be called a city. "Yodeth Powell's resident," said Ardan. "Ah, yes." Dodeth, his thoughts interrupted, slid off the back of the robot and flexed his legs. "Wait here, Ardan, I'll be back in an hour or so." Then he scrambled over to the door which led to Yodeth's apartment. 20 minutes later, Yodeth Pell looked up from the data book facsimiles and scanned Dodeth's face with appraising eyes. "Very cute," he said at last with a slight chuckle. "Now what I want to know is someone playing a joke on you, or are you playing a joke on me?" Dodeth's eyelids slid upward in a vast blink of surprise. "What do you mean?" "Why, these bathygraphs," Yodeth rapped the bathygraphs with a wrinkled horny hand. He was a good deal older than Dodeth, and his voice had a tendency to rasp a little when the frequency went above 20,000 cycles. "They're very good, of course. I mean, very good. The models have very fine detail to them. The eyes especially are good, and they look as if they really ought to be built that way." He smiled and looked up at Dodeth. Dodeth resisted an urge to ripple a stomp. "Well," he said impatiently. "Well, they can't be real, you know." Yodeth replied mildly, "Why not?" "Oh, come now, Dodeth. What did it evolve from? An animal doesn't just spring out of nowhere, you know. New species are discovered occasionally," Dodeth said, "and there are plenty of mutants and just plain freaks. Certainly, but you don't hatch a sniff out of a hurt leg. Where are your intermediate stages?" "Is it possible that we might have missed the intermediate stage?" "I said stages. Plural. Pick any known animal, any one, and tell me how many genetic changes would have to take place before you'd come up with an animal anything like this one." Again, he tapped the bathygraph. "Take that eye, for instance. The lid goes down instead of up, but you notice that there is a smaller lid at the bottom that does go up a little ways. The closest thing to an eye like that is on the hugel, which has eyelids on top that lower a little, but the hugel has 18 segments, 16 pairs of legs, and 2 pairs of feeling claws. Besides, it's only the size of your thumb joint. What kind of gene mutation would it take to change that into an animal like the one in this picture? And look at the size of the thing. If it weren't in that awkward vertical position, if it were stretched out on the ground, it'd be as long as a human. Look at the size of those legs. Or take another thing. In order to walk on those 2 legs, the changes in skeleton and visceral structure would have to be tremendous." "Couldn't we have missed the intermediate stages then?" Dodeth asked stubbornly. "We've missed the intermediates before, I dare say." "Perhaps we have," Yodeth admitted, "but if you boys in the ecological corps have been on your toes for the past 1,000 years, we haven't missed many, and it would take at least that long for something like this to evolve from anything we know. Even under direct polar bombardment? Even under direct polar bombardment. The radiation up here is strong enough to sterilize a race within a very few generations. And what would they eat? Not many plants survive there, you know." Well, I didn't say it's flatly impossible, you understand, if a female of some animal or other carrying a freshly fertilized zygote into a species happened to have all the necessary potential characteristics and a flood of ionizing radiation went through the zygote at exactly the right time and it managed to hit just the right genes in just the right way. Well, I'm sure you can see the odds against it are tremendous. I wouldn't even want to guess at the order of magnitude of the exponent. I'd have to put on a 10 in order to give you the odds against it. Dodath didn't quite get that last statement, but he let it pass. I'm going to pull somebody's legs off, one by one, come next work period, he said coldly. One by one. He didn't, though. Rather than accuse Wygor, it would be better if Wygor were allowed to accuse himself. Dodath merely wanted to wait for the opportunity to present itself, and then there would be a roasting. The opportunity came in the latter part of the next week. Vigor, who had purportedly been up on the surface for another field trip, scuttled excitedly into Dodath's office, wildly waving some bathygraph sheets. Dodath, look, I came down as soon as I saw it. I've got the graphs right here. Horrible! Before Dodath could say anything, Wygor had spread the sheets out fanwise on his business bench. Dodath looked at them and experienced a moment of horror himself before he realized that these must be doctored bathygraphs. Even so, he gave an involuntary grasp. The first graphs had been taken from an aerial reconnaissance robot, winging in low over the treetops. The others were taken from a higher altitude. They all showed the same carnage. An area of several thousand square feet, tens of thousands, had been cleared of trees, had been ruthlessly cut down and stacked. Bushes and vines had gone with them, and the grass had been crushed and ploughed up by the dragging of the great fallen trees. And there were obvious signs that the work was still going on. In the close-ups, he could see the bipedal beasts wielding cutting instruments. Dodath forced himself to calmness and glared at the bathygraphs riot. They had to be fakes. A new species might appear only once in 100 years, but according to Yudeth, this couldn't possibly be a new species. What was Wygor's purpose in lying, though? Why would he falsify data? And it must be he. He had said that he had seen the beast himself. Well, Dodath would have to find out. Tool users, eh? He said, amazed at the calmness of his voice. Such animals weren't unusual. The smiths used tools for digging and even for fighting each other, and the Hercules dammed up small streams with logs to increase their marshland. It wasn't immediately apparent what these beasts were up to, but it was far too destructive to allow it to go on. But try it all. It couldn't be going on. There were only two alternatives. Either Wygor was a liar, or Yudeth didn't know what he was talking about, and there was only one way of finding out which was which. Hold on. Get my equipment ready. We're going on a field trip. Wygor, you'll get the rest of the expedition ready. You and I are going up to see what all this is about. He jabbed the communicator button. Fret. Why should this have to happen in my sector? Hello? Give me an intercity connection. I want to talk to Batham Benz, coordinator of ecological control in Visala. He looked up at Wygor. Scatter up, Riot. I want to... Oh, hello. Batham, sir. Dodath. Have you had any reports on a new species, a bipedal one? What? Oh, no, sir, I'm not kidding. One of my men has boarding graphs of the thing. Frankly, I'm inclined to think it's a hoax of some kind, but I would like to ask you to check if it's been reported in any of the other areas. We're located a little out of the way here, and I thought perhaps some of the stations farther north or south had seen it. Yes, that's right. 2 locomotive limbs, 2 handling limbs, big as a human, and they hold their bodies perpendicular to the ground. Yes, I know it sounds silly, and I'm going out to check the story now, but you ought to see these bathygraphs. If it is a hoax, there is an expert behind it. Very well, sir, I will wait. Dodath scowled. Batham had sounded as if he, Dodath, had lost his senses. Maybe I have, he thought. Maybe I'll start running around mindlessly and get shot down by some patrol robot who thinks I'm a smith. Maybe he should have investigated first and then called when he was sure one way or another. Maybe he should have told Patham he was certain it was a hoax instead of hedging his bet. Maybe a lot of things, but it was too, hello, yes, sir, no, you will, yes, sir, I will give you a call as soon as I have checked. Yes, sir, thank you, sir. Death felt like an absolute fool. Individually and collectively, he consigned to the frying pan Batham, Uyghur, Yadav, the new beast if it existed, and finally himself. By the time he had finished his all-encompassing curse, his 24 pistoning legs nearly brought him to the equipment room, where Ardan and Uyghur were waiting. 4 hours and more of steady travelling did very little to sweeten Dodath Pell's temper. The armoured car was uncomfortable, and the silence within it was even more uncomfortable. He did not at all feel like making small talk with Uyghur, and he had nothing as yet to say to Ardan or the patrol robots who were rolling along with the armoured car. One thing he had to admit, Uyghur certainly didn't act like a man who was being carried to his own doom, which he certainly was if this was hoax. Uyghur would lose all position and be reduced to living off his civil insurance. He would be pitied by all and respected by none. But didn't look as though that worried him at all. Dodath contented himself with looking at the scenery. The car was not yet into the forest country. This was all rolling grassland. Off to one side, a small herd of grazing grancos lifted their graceful heads to watch the passage of the expedition, then lowered them again to feed. A Fang Zitiban, disturbed in the act of stalking the grancos, stiffened all his legs and froze for a moment, looking balefully at the car and the robots, then went on about his business. When they came to the forest, the going became somewhat harder. Centuries ago, those who had tried to build cities on the surface had also built paved strips to make travel by car easier and smoother. And Dodath almost wished there were one leading to the target area. Variety hated travelling, especially in a lurching armoured car. He wished he were bored enough or tired enough to go to sleep, but at long last, Uyghur ordered the car to stop. "We are within 2 miles of the clearing, sir," he told Dodath. "All right," Dodath said morosely. "I'll go the rest of the way on foot. I don't want to startle them at this stage of the game, so keep it quiet and stay hidden. Tell the patrol robots to spread out, and tell them I want all the movie shots we can get. I want all the keepers to see these things in action. Got that? Then let's get moving." They crept forward through the forest, Dodath and Ardan taking the right, while Uyghur and his own robot, Assam, stayed a few yards away to the left. They were all expert woodsmen, Dodath and Uyghur by training and experience, and the robots by indoctrination. Even so, Dodath never felt completely comfortable above ground, with nothing over his head but the clouded sky. The team had purposely chosen to approach from a small rise, where they could look down on the clearing without being seen, and when they reached the incline that led to the ridge, one of the armed patrol robots who had been in the lead took a look over the ridge and then scuttled back to Dodath. "They're there, sir." "What are they doing?" Dodath asked, scarcely daring to believe. "Feeding, I believe, sir. They aren't cutting down any trees now. They are just sitting on one of the logs, feeding themselves with their handling limbs. How many are there?" 20, sir. I'll take a look." He scrambled up the ridge and peeked over, and there they were, less than a quarter of a mile away. Dazedly, Dodath took a pair of field glasses from Ardan and focused them on the group. Oh, they were real all right, no doubt of that. None whatever. Mechanically, he counted them 20. Most of them were feeding, but 4 of them seemed to be standing a little apart from the others, watching the forest, acting as lookouts. Typical herd action, Dodath thought. He wished that Yadath were here. He would show that fool what good his 10 to the billion thoughts were. And yet, in another way, Dodath had the feeling that his power brother was right. How could the life of the world have suddenly evolved such creatures, for they looked even more impossible when seen in the flesh? Their locomotive limbs ended in lumpy protuberances that showed no sign of toes, and they were covered all over with a dull grey hide, except for the hands at the ends of their handling limbs, and the necks and the faces of their oddly shaped heads, where the skin ranged in colour from a pinkish to a definite brown, depending on the individual. There was no hair anywhere on their bodies except on the top and the back of their heads. No, wait. There were two long tufts above each eye. Do you see what they're eating? Uyghur's voice whispered. Dodeth hadn't. He'd been too busy looking at the things themselves, but when he did notice, he made a noise like a throttled yip. Feckle! There were few enough of the animals. Only a few small population was needed to keep the balance, but they were important, and the swamps were drying up and the criggers were moving in on them, and now Dudith made a hasty count 20. By the universal motivator, these predators had eaten a hercle apiece. Overhead, the yellow sun, a distant dot of intensely bright light, shed its wan glow over the ghastly scene. Dudith wished the moon were out. Its much brighter light would have shown him more detail, but he could see well enough to count the gnawed skeletons of the little harmless hercles. Even the moon, which wouldn't bring morning for another 15 work periods yet, couldn't have made it any plainer that these beasts were deadly dangerous to the balance. How often do they eat? He asked in a strained voice. It was Uyghur's robot, Arsam, who answered. About 3 times every work period. They sleep then. Their metabolic cycle seems to be timed about the same as yours, sir. Said Dodeth, 60 hercles per sleep period. Why, the whole hercle population eaten before long, Uyghur. As soon as we can get shots of all this, we are going back. There is not a moment to lose. This is the most deadly, dangerous thing that has ever happened to the world. Try me, yes, Vigo said in an awed voice. 3 hercles in 1 period. Allow me to correct you, sir, said the patrol robot. They do not eat that many hercles. They eat other things besides. Like what, for instance? Dodeth asked in a choked voice. The robot told him, and Dodeth groaned. Omnivores, that is even worse, Ardan. Pass the word to the scouts to get their pictures and meet at that tree down there behind us in 10 minutes. We've got to get back to the city. Dodeth Pal laid his palms flat on the speaker's bench and looked around at the assembled keepers of the balance, wise and prudent thinkers who had spent lifetimes in ecological service and had shown their capabilities many times over. And that is the situation, sirs, he said after a significant pause. The moving and still bathygraphs, the data sheets, and the samplings of the area all tell the same story. I do not feel that I alone can make the decision. Emotionally, I must admit I'm tempted to destroy all 20 of the monsters. Intellectually, I realize that we should attempt to capture at least one family group if we can discover what constitutes a family group in this species. Unfortunately, we cannot tell the sexes apart by visual inspection. The sex organ themselves must be hidden in the folds of that grey hide. And this is evidently not their breeding season, for we have seen no sign of sexual activity. We have very little time, sirs, it seems to me. The damage they have already done will take years to repair, and the danger of upsetting the balance irreparably grows exponentially greater with every passing work period. Sirs, I ask your advice and your decision. There was a murmur of approval for his presentation as he came down from the speaker's bench. Then the keepers went into their respective committee meetings to discuss the various problems of detail that had arisen out of the one great problem. Dodeth went into an anteroom and tried to relax and get a little sleep, though he doubted he'd get any. His nerves were too much on edge. Ardan woke him gently. Your breakfast, sir? Dodeth blinked and jerked his head up. Ardan, have the keepers reached any decision yet? No, sir, not yet. The data are still coming in. It was 3 more work periods before the keepers called Dodeth Pell before them again. Dodeth could almost read the decision on their faces. There was both sadness and determination there. It was an uncomfortable decision, Dodeth Pell, said the eldest keeper, without a preliminary but a necessary one. We can find no place in the ecological balance for this species. We have already ordered a patrol column of 200 fully armed pesticide robots to destroy the animals. 2 are to be captured alive if possible, but if not, the bodies will be brought to the biological laboratories for study. Within a few hours, the species will be nearly or completely extinct. By the way, you may tell your assistant Uyghur that the animal will go down in the files as Uyghur X, a unique distinction for him in many ways, but not, I fear, a happy one. Dodeth nodded silently, and now that the decision had been made, he felt rather bad about it. Something in him rebelled at the thought of a species becoming extinct, no matter how great the need. He wondered if it would be possible for the biologists and the geneticists to trace the evolution of the animal. He hoped so. At least they deserved that much. Dodeth Pell delayed returning to his own city. He wanted to wait until the final results had been brought in before he returned to his duties. The delay turned out to be a little longer than he expected, much longer, in fact. The communicator in his temporary room buzzed, and when he answered, Uyghur's voice came to him, a rush of excited words that didn't make any sense at all at first, and when it did make sense, he didn't believe it. What is well, what? I said, Uyghur repeated, that the report has come back from the pesticide column. They have found no trace of any such animal as we have described. They're nowhere to be found, in or near the clearing. I think, said Dodeth very calmly, that I'll take a little trip over to the bright side and take up permanent residence there. It's going to be pretty hot for me around here before long. And he cut the connection without waiting for Vigor's answer. The armored car jounced across the grassland at high speed. Behind it, 2 more cars followed, each taking care not to run exactly in the tracks of the one ahead, so that there would be as little damage as possible done to the grass. In the lead car, Dodeth Pell watched the forest loom nearer, wondering what sort of madness he would find there this time. Beside him, the eldest keeper dozed gently in the way that only the very young or the very old can doze. It was just as well. Dodeth didn't feel much like talking. This time, as they approached the clearing, he didn't bother to tell the car to stop 2 miles away. If the animals were gone, there was no point in being cautious. All through the wooded area he could see occasional members of the pesticide robots. He told the car to stop at the base of the little rise that he used before as a vantage point. Then, without further preliminaries, he got out of the car and marched up the slope to take a look at the clearing. Overhead, the burning spark of the yellow sun cast its pale radiance over the landscape. At the ridge, he stopped suddenly and ducked his head. Then he grabbed his field glasses and took a good look. The animals had built themselves. A few crude-looking shelters out of the logs, but he hardly noticed that. There were 4 of the animals in plain sight, standing guard. The others were obviously inside the root huts asleep. Great galloping fungus blight, was he out of his mind? What was going on around here? Couldn't the robots see the beasts? That's very odd, said the voice of the eldest keeper in puzzled tones. I thought the robots said they'd gone away. Lend me your field glasses. As he handed the powerful glasses over to the keeper who had followed him up the hill, Dodeth said, I'm glad you can see them. I thought maybe my brain had been short-circuited. I can see them, said the eldest keeper, peering through the glasses. Then he handed them back to Dodeth. Let's get back down to the car. I want to find out what is going on around here. At the car, the eldest keeper just scowled for a moment, looking very worried. By this time, the other 2 cars had pulled up nearby, discharging their cargo of 2 more keepers apiece. While just the eldest keeper talked in low tones with his colleagues, Dodeth stalked over to one of the pesticide robots who was prowling nearby. Found anything useful? He asked sarcastically, knowing that sarcasm was useless on a robot. I'm not looking for anything useful, sir. I am looking for the animals we are supposed to destroy. You come over and tell the eldest keeper that, Dodeth said. Yes, sir, the robot agreed promptly, rolling along beside Dodeth as he returned to where the keepers were waiting. What is going on here? The eldest demanded curtly of the robot. Why haven't you destroyed the animals? Because we cannot find them, sir. What is your name? The eldest snapped. Arika, sir. All right, Arika, said the eldest somewhat angrily. Stand by for orders. You'll repeat them to the other robots. Understand? Yes, sir, said the robot. All right, then, said the eldest. First, you take a run up that hill and look into that clearing. You'll see those creatures in there. All right. Yes, sir. I've seen those creatures in there. The eldest keeper exploded. Then get in there and obey your orders. Don't you realize that their very existence threatens the life of all of us? They must be eliminated before our whole culture is destroyed. Do you understand? Obey. Yes, sir, said the robot. His voice sounded odd, but he spun around and went to pass the word on to the other robots. Within minutes, more and more of the pesticide robots were swarming toward and into the clearing. They could hear rumbling noises from the clearing, low grunts that were evidently made by animals who were trapped by the encircling robots. And then there was a vast silence. Death and the keepers waited. Not a shot was fired. It was as though a great soundproof blanket had been flung over the whole area. What in the unknown name of the universal motivator is going on around here? Said Dodeth in a hushed tone. He wondered how many times he had asked himself that. We may as well take a look, said the eldest keeper. 200 pesticide robots were ranged around the perimeter of the clearing, their weapons facing inwards. Not a one of them moved. Inside the circle of machines, the 20 Uyghur stood motionless, watching the ring of robots. Now and then one of them gave a deep coughing rumble, but otherwise they made no noise. Dodeth Pearl could stand it no longer. Robots! He shouted as loudly as could, his voice shrill with urgency. I order you to fire! It was as though he hadn't said a word. Both robots and Uyghur ignored him completely. Dodeth turned and yelled to one of the patrol robots that was standing nearby. You! What is your name? Arvam, sir. Arvan, can you tell what it is those things have done to the robots? They haven't done anything, sir. Then why don't the robots fire as they have been told? Dodeth didn't want to admit it, even to himself, but he was badly frightened. He'd never heard of a robot behaving this way before. They can't, sir. They can't? Don't they realize that if those things aren't killed, we may all die? I didn't know that, said the patrol robot. If we do not kill them, then you may be killed, and you have ordered us to kill them. But if we obey your orders, then we will kill them, and that will mean that you won't be killed. But they will, so we can't do that. But if we don't, then you will be killed, and we must obey, and that means we must, but we can't. But if we don't, we will, and we can't. So we must, but we can't. But if we don't, you will. So we must, but we can't, but we... He kept repeating it over and over again, and on and on and on. Stop that! Snapped Dodeth, but the robot didn't even seem to hear. Dodeth was really frightened now. He looked back at the 5 keepers and scuttled towards them. What is wrong with the robots? He asked shrilly. They have never failed us before. The elder keeper looked at him. What makes you think they failed us now? He asked softly. Dodeth gaped speechlessly. The eldest didn't seem to be making any more sense than the patrol robot had. No, the keeper went on, they haven't failed us. They have served us well. They have pointed out to us something which we have failed to see, and in doing so have saved us from making a catastrophic error. I don't understand, said Dodeth. I will explain, the elder keeper said, but first go over to that patrol robot and tell him quietly that the situation has changed. Tell him that we are no longer in any danger from the Uyghur. Then bring him over here. Dodeth did as he was told, without understanding at all. Still don't understand, sir, he said bewilderedly. Dodeth, what would happen if I told Arvam here to fire on you? Why, he'd refuse. Why should he? Because I'm human. That's the most basic robot command. I don't know, the eldest said, eyeing Dodeth shrewdly. You might not be human, you might be Snith. You look like Snith. Dodeth swallowed the insult, wondering what the eldest meant. Arvam, the eldest keeper said to the robot. Doesn't he look like a Smith to you? Yes, sir, Arvan agreed. Dodeth swallowed that one, too. And how do you know he isn't a Smith, Arvan? Because he behaves like a human, sir. A Smith does not behave like a human. And if something does behave like a human, what then? Anything that behaves like a human is human, sir. Dodeth suddenly felt as though his eyes had suddenly focused after being unfocused for a long time. He gestured toward the clearing. You mean those things are human? Yes, sir, said Arvan solidly. But they don't even talk. Pardon me for correcting you, sir, but they do. I cannot understand their speech, but the pattern is clearly recognizable as speech. Most of their conversation is carried on in terms of subsonic frequency, so your ears cannot hear it. Apparently, your voices are supersonic to them. Well, I'll be fried, said Dodeth. He looked at the elder keeper. That's why the robots reported they couldn't find any animal of that description in the vicinity. Certainly, there weren't any. And we were so fooled by their monstrous appearance that we didn't pay any attention to their actions, said Dodeth. Exactly. But this makes the puzzle even worse, said Dodeth. How could such a creature evolve? Look, interrupted one of the other keepers, pointing up there in the sky. All eyes turned toward the direction the finger pointed. It was a silvery speck in the sky that moved and became larger. I don't think they're from our world at all, said the eldest keeper. He turned to the patrol robot. Arvan, go down and tell the pesticide robots that there is no danger to us. They are still confused, and I have a feeling that humans in that ship up there might not like it if we are caught pointing guns at their friends. As Arvan rolled off, Dodeth said, Another world? Why not? Asked the eldest. The moon, after all, is another world, smaller than ours, to be sure, and ours, but still another world. We haven't thought too much about other worlds because we have our own world to take care of. But there was a time back in the days of the builders of the surface cities when our people dreamed such things. But our moon was the only one close enough, and there was no point in going to a place which is even more hellish than our bright side. But suppose the yellow sun also has a planet, or maybe even one of the more distant suns, which are hardly more than glimmers of light. They came and they landed a few of their party to make a small clearing. Then the ship went somewhere else, to the dark side of our moon, maybe. I don't know. But they were within calling range, for the ship was called as soon as trouble appeared. We don't know anything about them yet, but we will. And we've got to show them that we too are human. We have a job ahead of us, a job of communication. But we also have a great future if we handle things right. Dodeth watched the ship, now grown to a silvery globe of tremendous size, drift slowly downward toward the clearing. He felt an inward glow of intense anticipation, and he fidgeted impatiently as he waited to see what would happen next. He rippled a stomp. End of The Asses of Balaam by Gordon Randall Garrett.
Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Ian Bradford Nonganoongataha, Pew. Larry Thomas bought a cuckoo clock for his wife without knowing the price he would have to pay. That night, at the dinner table, he bought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. My God, what is it? She looked up at him, bright-eyed. Well, open it. Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. A cuckoo clock, Doris cried. A real old cuckoo clock like my mother had. She turned the clock over and over, just like my mother had when Pete was still alive. Her eyes sparkled with tears. It's made in Germany, Larry said. After a moment he added, Carl got it for me wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise, I wouldn't have... He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it. He scowled. What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want? Doris sat holding on to the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. Well, Larry said. What's the matter? He watched in amazement as she leapt up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough. He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed, drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently, she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisting together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said, and what she had said too, for that matter, not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that? About getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he felt that way, he needn't have got it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean, so damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges and the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo, waiting to come out. Was he listening? His head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. She could ask him. And she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward, but Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming towards him shyly. Go on, she said. I'm waiting. The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped, quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous, perfect. And the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up, he liked her. She was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. Do you hear me? She whispered. I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world. She paused, embarrassed. I hope you'll like it here. Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down, and making sure he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. Why do you put your thumb over the door? Doris asked once. You're supposed to. She raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close. Why not? Maybe you're afraid of him. Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who, or what, had pecked at him. One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right. Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently, Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake." She caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Miss Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. "An antique, or what?" She took his arm, leading him towards the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later, they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time. He says—" "Says what?" Doris looked down. "He always says he's been robbed, even if he didn't get it wholesale." She brightened. "But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me, every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour." She gazed up at the clock. "He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right." There was the sound of footsteps on the porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. "Chambers, I'll be damned." His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He came back into the dining room. Doris drew her robe around her helplessly, backing away. Bob began. "That is, we—" He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly, the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved towards him. "Shut that din off," he said. He raised his fist towards the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. "That's better." Larry studied Doris and Bob, standing mutely together. "I came over to look at the clock," Bob said. "Doris told me that it's a rare antique and that—" "Nuts. I bought it myself." Larry walked up to him. "Get out of here." He turned to Doris. "You too. And take that damn clock with you." He paused, rubbing his chin. "No. Leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it." In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time, sometimes even at 12 o'clock, when he should have been busiest. And if he did come out at all, he usually only spoke once or twice, never the correct number of times. And there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things. And even the whirring of the clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him. "Listen," he said late one night to the closed little door. "I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest." He paced back and forth. "I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them, the young punk and his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women," he set his jaw. "Isn't that right?" The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. "Isn't that right?" he demanded. "Don't you have anything to say?" He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. "All right, I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left." He grinned wryly. "Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone." He scowled. "Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out whether you like it or not. You hear me?" 11 o'clock came. Far off, at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself. But the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock beyond the door, silent and remote. "All right, if that's the way you feel," Larry murmured, his lips twisting. "But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like." He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out, Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her from the very start. They had got along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob, too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to start on you first," he smiled. "Birds of a feather, that's what you are, the three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out? Or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me—" The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment, the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except, of course, for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "Is it very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair? It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been a suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive." "I don't mean suicide," Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him. End of Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Ian Bradford Nunganungataha, Pew.
Crossroads of Destiny by H. Beam Piper. Recording by Michael Monette. I still have the dollar bill. It's in my box at the bank, and I think that's where it will stay. I simply won't destroy it, but I can think of nobody to whom I'd be willing to show it. Certainly nobody at the college, my history department colleagues least of all. Merely to tell the story would brand me irredeemably as a crackpot, but crackpots are tolerated even on college faculties. It's only when they begin producing physical evidence that they get themselves actively resented. When I went into the club car for a nightcap before going back to my compartment to turn in, there were 5 men there sitting together. One was an army officer with the insignia and badges of a staff intelligence colonel. Next to him was a man of about my own age, with sandy hair and a bony, Scottish-looking face, who sat staring silently into a highball which he held in both hands. Across the aisle, an elderly man, who could have been a lawyer or a banker, was smoking a cigar over a glass of port, and beside him sat a plump and slightly too well-groomed individual, who had a tall, colorless drink, probably gin and tonic. The fifth man, separated from him by a vacant chair, seemed to be dividing his attention between a book on his lap and the conversation, in which he was taking no part. I sat down beside the sandy-haired man. As I did so and rang for the waiter, the colonel was saying, "No, that wouldn't. I can think of a better one. Suppose you have Columbus get his ships from Henry VII of England and sail under the English instead of the Spanish flag. You know, he did try to get English backing before he went to Spain, but King Henry turned him down. That could be changed." I pricked up my ears. The period from 1492 to the Revolution is my special field of American history, and I knew at once the enormous difference that would have made. It was a moment later that I realized how oddly the colonel had expressed the idea, and by that time the plump man was speaking. "Yes, that would work," he agreed. "Those kings made decisions most of the time on whether or not they had a hangover, or what some court favorite thought." He got out a notebook and pen and scribbled briefly. "I'll hand that to the planning staff when I get to New York. That's Henry VII, not Henry VIII. Right. We'll fix it so that Columbus will catch him when he's in a good humor." That was too much. I turned to the man beside me. "What goes on?" I asked. "Has somebody invented a time machine?" He looked up from the drink he was contemplating and gave me a grin. "Sounds like it, doesn't it? Why, no, our friend here is getting up a television program. Tell the gentleman about it," he urged the plump man across the aisle. The waiter arrived at that moment. The plump man, who seemed to need little urging, waited until I had ordered a drink and then began telling me what a positively sensational idea it was. "We're calling it Crossroads of Destiny," he said. "It'll be a series, 1 half-hour show a week. In each episode, we'll take some historic event and show how history could have been changed if something had happened differently. We dramatize the event up to that point just as it really happened, and then a commentary voice comes on and announces that this is the crossroads of destiny. This is where history could have been completely changed. Then he gives a resume of what really did happen, and then he says, but suppose so-and-so had done this and that instead of such and such. Then we pick up the dramatization at that point, only we show it the way it might have happened, like this thing about Columbus. We'll show how it could have happened and end with Columbus wading ashore with his sword in one hand and a flag in the other, just like the painting, only it'll be the English flag, and Columbus will shout, 'I take possession of this new land in the name of His Majesty Henry VII of England.'" He brandished his drink to the visible consternation of the elderly man beside him. "And then the sailors all sing, 'God Save the King,' which wasn't written till about 1745, I couldn't help mentioning. "Oh?" The plump man looked startled. "Are you sure?" Then he decided that I was and shrugged. "Well, they can all shout, 'God Save King Henry,' or 'St. George for England,' or something. Then, at the end, we introduce the program guest, some history expert, a real name, and he tells how he thinks history would have been changed if it had happened this way." The conservatively dressed gentleman beside him wanted to know how long he expected to keep the show running. "The crossroads will give out before long," he added. "The sponsor will give out first," I said. "History is just one damn crossroads after another." I mentioned in passing that I taught the subject. Why, since the beginning of this century, we've had enough of them to keep the show running for a year. "We have about 20 already written and ready to produce," the plump man said comfortably, "and ideas for twice as many that the planning staff is working on now." The elderly man accepted that and took another cautious sip of wine. What I wonder, though, is whether you can really say that history can be changed. Well, of course. The television man was taken aback. One always seems to be when a basic assumption is questioned. Of course, we only know what really did happen. But it stands to reason if something had happened differently, the results would have been different, doesn't it? But it seems to me that everything would work out the same in the long run. There'd be some differences at the time, but over the years, wouldn't they all cancel out? Non, monsieur, the man with the book, who had been outside the conversation until now, told him earnestly. Make no mistake, history can be changed. I looked at him curiously. The accent sounded French, but it wasn't quite right. He was some kind of a foreigner, though. I'd swear that he never bought the clothes he was wearing in this country. The way the suit fitted, and the cut of it, and the shirt collar, and the necktie. The book he was reading was Langmuir's Social History of the American People, not one of my favorites, a bit too much on the doctrinaire side, but what a bookshop clerk would give a foreigner looking for something to explain America. What do you think, Professor? The plump man was asking me. It would work out the other way. The differences wouldn't cancel out, they'd accumulate. Say something happened a century ago, to throw a presidential election the other way. You'd get different people at the head of the government, opposite lines of policy taken, and eventually we'd be getting into different wars with different enemies at different times, and different batches of young men killed before they could marry and have families, different people being born or not being born. That would mean different ideas, good or bad, being advanced, different books written, different inventions, and different social and economic problems as a consequence. Look, he's only giving himself a century, the colonel added. Think of all the changes if this thing we were discussing, Columbus sailing under the English flag, had happened. Or suppose Leif Erikson had been able to plant a permanent colony in America in the 11th century, or if the Saracens had won the Battle of Tours. Try to imagine the world today if any of those things had happened. One thing you can be sure of, any errors you make in trying to imagine such a world will be on the side of over-conservatism. The sandy-haired man beside me, who had been using his highball for a crystal ball, must have glimpsed in it what he was looking for. He finished the drink, set the empty glass on the stand tray beside him, and reached back to push the button. I don't think you realize just how good an idea you have here, he told the plump man abruptly. If you did, you wouldn't ruin it with such timid and unimaginative treatment. I thought he'd been staying out of the conversation because it was over his head. Instead, he had been taking the plump man's ideas apart, examining all the pieces, and considering what was wrong with it and how it could be improved. The plump man looked startled and then angry. Timid and unimaginative were the last things he'd expected his idea to be called. Then he became uneasy. Maybe this fellow was a typical representative of his lord and master, the faceless abstraction called the public. What do you mean? He asked. Misplaced emphasis. You shouldn't emphasize the event that could have changed history. You should emphasize the changes that could have been made. You're going to end this show where you were talking about with a shot of Columbus wading up to the beach with an English flag, aren't you? Well, that's the logical ending. That's the logical beginning, the sandy-haired man contradicted. And after that, your guest historian comes on. How much time will he be allowed? Well, maybe 3 or 4 minutes. We can't cut the dramatization too short. And he'll have to explain a couple of times, and in words of one syllable, that what we have seen didn't really happen. Because if he doesn't, the next morning, half the 12-year-old kids in the country will be rushing wild-eyed into school to slip the teacher the real inside about the discovery of America. By the time he gets that done, he'll be able to mumble a couple of generalities about vast and incalculable effects, and then it'll be time to tell the public about widgets, the really safe cigarettes, all filter and absolutely free from tobacco. The waiter arrived at this point, and the sandy-haired man ordered another rye highball. I decided to have another bourbon on the rocks, and the TV impresario said gin and tonic absently, and then went into a reverie which lasted until the drinks arrived. Then he came awake again. "I see what you mean," he said. "Most of the audience would wonder what difference it would have made where Columbus would have gotten his ships, as long as he got them and America got discovered. I could see it would have made a hell of a big difference. But how could it be handled any other way? How could you figure out just what the difference would have been?" Well, you need a man who'd know the historical background, and you need a man with a powerful creative imagination who is used to using it inside rigorously defined limits. Don't try to get them both in one. A collaboration would really be better. Then you work from the known situation in Europe and in America in 1492 and decide on the immediate effects. And from that, you have to carry it along step by step down to the present. It would be a lot of hard and very exacting work, but the result would be worth it. He took a sip from his glass and added, "Remember, you don't have to prove that the world today would be the way you set it up. All you have to do is make sure that nobody else would be able to prove that it wouldn't." "Well, how could you present that?" "As a play, with fictional characters and a plot. Time, the present, under the changed conditions, the plot, the reason the coward conquers his fear and becomes a hero, the obstacle to the boy marrying the girl, the reason the innocent man is being persecuted, will have to grow out of this imaginary world you've constructed and be impossible in our real world. As long as you stick to that, you're all right." "Oh, sure, I get that." The plump man was excited again. He was about half sold on the idea. "But how will we get the audience to accept it? We're asking them to start with an assumption they know isn't true." "Maybe it is, in another time dimension," the colonel suggested. "You can't prove it isn't. For that matter, you can't prove there aren't other time dimensions." "Ha! That's it," the sandy-haired man exclaimed. "World of alternate probability. That takes care of that." He drank about a third of his highball and sat gazing into the rest of it, in an almost yogic trance. The plump man looked at the colonel in bafflement. "Maybe this alternate probability time dimension stuff means something to you," he said, "but be damned if it does to me." "Well, as far as we know, we live in a four-dimensional universe," the colonel started. The elderly man across from him groaned. "Fourth dimension? Good God! Are we going to talk about that?" "It isn't anything to be scared of. You carry an instrument for measuring in the fourth dimension all the time. A watch." "You mean it's just time? But that isn't—" "We know of 3 dimensions of space," the colonel told him, gesturing to indicate them. "We can use them for coordinates to locate things, but we also locate things in time. I wouldn't like to ride on a train or a plane if we didn't. Well, let's call the time we know, the time your watch registers, time A. Now, suppose the entire infinite extent of time A is only an instant in another dimension of time, which we'll call time B. The next instant of time B is also the entire extent of time A, and the next, and the next. As in time A, different things are happening at different instants. In one of these instants of time B, one of the things that's happening is that King Henry VII of England is furnishing ships to Christopher Columbus. The man with the odd clothes was getting excited again. "This, how you say, this alternate probability, it is a theory generally accepted in this country?" "Got it," the sandy-haired man said before anybody could answer. He set his drink on the stand tray and took a big jackknife out of his pocket, holding it unopened in his hand. "How's this sound?" he asked, and hit the edge of the tray with the back of the knife. "Bong! Crossroads of Destiny," he intoned, and hit the edge of the tray again. "Bong! This is the year 1959. But not the 1959 of our world, for we're in a world of alternate probability, in another dimension of time, a world parallel to and coexistent with, but separate from our own, in which history has been completely altered by a single momentous event. He shifted back to his normal voice. Not bad, only 25 seconds, the plump man said, looking up from his wristwatch. And a trained announcer could maybe shave 5 seconds off that. Yes, something like that. And at the end, we'll have another 30 seconds. And we could do without the guest. But this alternate probability in another dimension, the stranger was insisting. Is this a concept original with you? He asked the colonel. Oh, no. That idea's been around for a long time. I never heard of it before now, the elderly man said, as though that completely demolished it. Then it is generally accepted by these scientists? No, the sandy-haired man relieved the colonel. There's absolutely no evidence to support it, and scientists don't accept unsupported assumptions unless they need them to explain something, and they don't need this assumption for anything. Well, it would come in handy to make some of those reports of freak phenomena like mysterious appearances and disappearances or flying object sightings or reported falls of non-meteoric matter theoretically respectable. Reports like that usually get the ignore and forget treatment now. Then you believe that these other worlds of the alternate probability, they exist? No, I don't believe it either. I've no reason to, one way or another. He studied his drink for a moment and lowered the level of the glass slightly. I've said that once in a while things get reported that look as though such other worlds in another time dimension may exist. There have been whole books published by people who collect stories like that. I must say that academic science isn't very hospitable to them. You mean things sometimes, leak in from one of these other worlds? That has been known to happen? Things have been said to have happened that might, if true, be cases of things leaking through from another time world, the sandy-haired man corrected, or leaking away to another time world. He mentioned a few of the more famous cases of unexplained mysteries. The English diplomat in Prussia who vanished in plain sight of a number of people, the ship found completely deserted by her crew. The lifeboats all in place, stories like that. And there's this rash of alleged sightings of unidentified flying objects. I'd sooner believe that they came from another dimension than from another planet, but as far as I know, nobody's seriously advanced this other time dimension theory to explain them. I think the idea's familiar enough, though, that we can use it as an explanation or pseudo-explanation for the program, the television man said. Fact is, we aren't married to this Crossroads title yet. We could just as easily call it Fifth Dimension. That would lead the public to expect something out of the normal before the show started. That got the conversation back onto the show, and we talked for some time about it, each of us suggesting possibilities. The stranger even suggested one, that the Civil War had started during the Jackson administration. Fortunately, nobody else noticed that. Finally, a porter came through and inquired if any of us were getting off at Harrisburg, saying that we would be getting in 5 minutes. The stranger finished his drink hastily and got up, saying that he would have to get his luggage. He told us how much he had enjoyed the conversation, and then followed the porter toward the rear of the train. After he had gone out, the TV man chuckled. "Was that one an oddball?" he exclaimed. "Where the hell do you suppose he got that suit?" "It was a tailored suit," the colonel said, "a very good one. And I can't think of any country in the world in which they cut suits just like that. And did you catch his accent?" "Phony," the television man pronounced. "The French accent of a Greek waiter in a fake French restaurant in the Bronx." Not quite. The pronunciation was all right for French accent, but the cadence, the way the word sounds were strung together, was German. The elderly man looked at the colonel keenly. I see your intelligence, he mentioned. Think he might be somebody up your alley, Colonel? The colonel shook his head. I doubt it. There are agents of unfriendly powers in this country, a lot of them, I'm sorry to have to say. But they don't speak accented English, and they don't dress eccentrically. You know there's an enemy agent in a crowd. Pick out the most normally American type in sight, and you usually won't have to look further. The train ground to a stop. A young couple with hand luggage came in and sat at one end of the car, waiting until other accommodations could be found for them. After a while, it started again. I dallied over my drink, then got up and excused myself, saying that I wanted to turn in early. In the next car behind, I met the porter, who had come in just before the stop. He looked worried, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke to me. Pardon, sir. The man in the club car who got off at Harrisburg. Did you know him? Never saw him before. Why? He tipped me with $1 bill when he got off. Later, I looked closely at it. I do not like it. He showed it to me, and I didn't blame him. It was marked $1 in United States of America, but outside that there wasn't a thing right about it. One side was gray, all right, but the other side was green. The picture wasn't the right one, and there were lots of other things about it, some of them absolutely ludicrous. It wasn't counterfeit. It wasn't even an imitation of a United States bill. And then it hit me like a bullet in the chest. Not a bill of our United States. No wonder he had been so interested in whether our scientists accepted the theory of other time dimensions and other worlds of alternate probability. On an impulse, I got out 2 ones and gave them to the porter. Perfectly good United States Bank gold certificates. You better let me keep this, I said, trying to make it sound the way he'd think a federal agent would say it. He took the bills, smiling, and I folded his bill and put it into my vest pocket. Thank you, sir, he said. I have no wish to keep it. Some part of my mind below the level of consciousness must have taken over and guided me back to the right car and compartment. I didn't realize where I was going till I put on the light and recognized my own luggage. Then I sat down, as dizzy as though the 2 drinks I had been a dozen. For a moment, I was tempted to rush back to the club car and show the thing to the colonel and the sandy-haired man. On second thought, I decided against that. The next thing I banished from my mind was the adjective incredible. I had to credit it. I had the proof in my vest pocket. The coincidence arising from our topic of conversation didn't bother me too much either. It was the topic which had drawn him into it. And, as the sandy-haired man had pointed out, we know nothing, one way or another, about these other worlds. We certainly don't know what barriers separate them from our own, or how often those barriers may fail. I might have thought more about that if I'd been in physical science. I wasn't. I was in American history. So what I thought about was what sort of country that other United States must be, and what its history must have been. The man's costume was basically the same as ours, same general style, but many little differences of fashion. I had the impression that it was the costume of a less formal and conservative society than ours, and a more casual way of life. It could be the sort of costume into which ours would evolve in another 30 or so years. There was another odd thing. I'd noticed him looking curiously at both the waiter and the porter, as though something about them surprised him. The only thing they had in common was their race, the same as every other passenger car attendant, but he wasn't used to seeing Chinese working in railway cars. And there had been that remark about the Civil War and the Jackson administration. I wondered what Jackson he had been talking about. Not Andrew Jackson, the Tennessee militia general who got us into war with Spain in 1810, I hoped. In the Civil War, that had baffled me completely. I wondered if it had been a class war or a sectional conflict. We'd have plenty of the latter during our first century, but all of them had been settled peacefully and constitutionally. Well, some of the things he'd read in Lingmuir's social history would be surprises for him, too. And then I took the bill out for another examination. It must have gotten mixed with his spendable money. It was about the size of ours, and I wondered how he had acquired enough of our money to pay his train fare. Maybe he'd had a diamond and sold it, or maybe he'd had a gun and held somebody up. If he had, I didn't know that I blamed him under the circumstances. I had an idea that he had some realization of what had happened to him, the book and the fake accent, to cover any mistakes he might make. Well, I wished him luck, and then I unfolded the dollar bill and looked at it again. In the first place, it had been issued by the United States Department of Treasury itself, not the United States Bank or one of the state banks. I'd have to think over the implications of that carefully. In the second place, it was a silver certificate. Why, in this other United States, silver must be an acceptable monetary metal, maybe equally so with gold, though I could hardly believe that. Then I looked at the picture on the gray obverse side, and had to strain my eyes on the fine print under it to identify it. It was Washington, all right, but a much older Washington than any of the pictures of him I had ever seen. Then I realized that I knew just where the crossroads of destiny for his world and mine had been. As every school child among us knows, General George Washington was shot dead at the Battle of Germantown in 1777 by an English, or rather Scottish, officer, Patrick Ferguson, the same Patrick Ferguson who invented the breech-loading rifle that smashed Napoleon's armies. Washington today is one of our lesser national heroes because he was our first military commander-in-chief. But in this other world, he must have survived to lead our armies to victory and become our first president, as was the case with the man who took his place when he was killed. I folded the bill and put it away carefully among my identification cards, where it wouldn't a second time get mixed with the money I spent, and as I did, I wondered what sort of a president George Washington had made, and what part in the history of other United States had been played by the man whose picture appears on our dollar bills, General and President Benedict Arnold. End of Crossroads of Destiny by H. Beam Piper.
The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Ian Bradford Nunganungataha, Pew. Attention. Inner Flight Ship. Attention. You are ordered to land at the control station on Deimos for inspection. Attention. You are to land at once. The metallic rasp of the speakers echoed through the corridors of the great ship. The passengers glanced at each other uneasily, murmuring and peering out the port windows at the small speck below, the dot of rock that was the Martian checkpoint Deimos. "What's up?" an anxious passenger asked one of the pilots hurrying through the ship to check the escape lock. "We have to land. Keep seated," the pilot went on. "Land? But why?" They all looked at each other. Hovering above the bulging inner flight ship were 3 slender Martian pursuit craft, poised and alert for any emergency. As the inner flight ship prepared to land, the pursuit ships dropped lower, carefully maintaining themselves a short distance away. "There's something going on," a woman passenger said nervously. "Lord, I thought we were finally through with those Martians. Now what?" "I don't blame them for giving us one last going over," a heavy-set businessman said to his companion. "After all, we're the last ship leaving Mars for Terra. We're damn lucky they'll let us go at all." "You think there really will be a war?" a young man said to the girl sitting in the seat next to him. "Those Martians don't dare fight, not with our weapons and ability to produce. We could take care of Mars in a month. It's all talk." The girl glanced at him. "Don't be so sure. Mars is desperate. They'll fight tooth and nail. I've been on Mars 3 years. She shuddered. Thank goodness I'm getting away. Prepare to land, the pilot's voice came. The ship began to settle slowly, dropping down towards the tiny emergency field on the seldom visited moon. Down the ship dropped. There was a grinding sound, a sickening jolt. Then silence. We've landed, the heavy-set businessman said. They better not do anything to us. Terra will rip them apart if they violate one space article. Please keep your seats, the pilot's voice came. No one is to leave the ship, according to the Martian authorities. We are to remain here. A restless stir filled the ship. Some of the passengers began to read uneasily. Others stared out at the deserted field, nervous and on edge, watching the 3 Martian pursuit ships land and disgorge groups of armed men. The Martian soldiers were crossing the field quickly, moving towards them, running double time. The Inner Flight spaceship was the last passenger vessel to leave Mars for Terra. All other ships had long since left, returning to safety before the outbreak of hostilities. The final group of Terrans to leave the grim red planet, businessmen, expatriates, tourists, and any and all Terrans who had not already gone home. What do you suppose they want? The young man said to the girl. It's hard to figure Martians out, isn't it? First they give the ship clearance, let us take off, and now they radio us to set down again. Oh, by the way, my name's Thatcher, Bob Thatcher, since we're going to be here a while. The port lock opened. Talking ceased abruptly as everyone turned. A black-clad Martian official, a province leader, stood framed against the bleak sunlight, staring around the ship. Behind him, a handful of Martian soldiers stood waiting, their guns ready. This will not take long, the leader said, stepping into the ship, the soldiers following him. You will be allowed to continue your trip shortly. An audible sigh of relief went through the passengers. Look at him, the girl whispered to Thatcher. How I hate those black uniforms. He's just a provincial leader, Thatcher said. Don't worry. The leader stood for a moment, his hands on his hips, looking around at them without expression. I have ordered your ship grounded so that an inspection can be made of all persons aboard, he said. You Terrans are the last to leave our planet. Most of you are ordinary and harmless. I am not interested in you. I am interested in finding 3 saboteurs, 3 Terrans, 2 men and a woman who have committed an incredible act of destruction and violence. They are said to have fled to this ship. Murmurs of surprise and indignation broke out on all sides. The leader motioned the soldiers to follow him up the aisle. 2 hours ago, a Martian city was destroyed. Nothing remains, only a depression in the sand where the city was. The city and all its people have completely vanished, an entire city destroyed in a second. Mars will never rest until the saboteurs are captured, and we know they are aboard this ship. That's impossible, the heavy-set businessman said. There aren't any saboteurs here. We'll begin with you, the leader said to him, stepping up beside the man's seat. One of the soldiers passed the leader a square metal box. This will soon tell us if you're speaking the truth. Stand up. Get on your feet. The man rose slowly, flushing. See here. Are you involved in the destruction of the city? Answer. The man swallowed angrily. I know nothing of any destruction of any city, and furthermore, he is telling the truth. the metal box said tonelessly. Next person. The leader moved down the aisle. A thin, bald-headed man stood up nervously. No, sir, he said. I don't know a thing about it. He is telling the truth, the box affirmed. Next person. Stand up. One person after another stood, answered, and sat down again in relief. At last, there were only a few people left who had not been questioned. The leader paused, studying them intently. Only 5 left. The 3 must be among you. We have narrowed it down. His hand moved to his belt. Something flashed, a rod of pale fire. He raised the rod, pointing it steadily at the 5 people. All right. The first one of you. What do you know about this destruction? Are you involved with the destruction of our city? No, not at all, the man murmured. Yes, he is telling the truth, the box intoned. Next. Nothing. I know nothing. I had nothing to do with it. True, the box said. The ship was silent. 3 people remained. A middle-aged man and his wife and their son, a boy of about 12. They stood in the corner, staring white-faced at the leader, at the rod in his dark fingers. It must be you, the leader grated, moving towards them. The Martian soldiers raised their guns. It must be you. You there, the boy. What do you know about the destruction of our city? Answer. The boy shook his head. Nothing, he whispered. The box was silent for a moment. He is telling the truth, it said reluctantly. Next. Nothing, the woman muttered. Nothing. The truth. Next. I had nothing to do with the blowing up of your city, the man said. You're wasting your time. It is the truth, the box said. For a long time the leader stood, toying with his rod. At last he pushed it back in his belt and signaled the soldiers towards the exit lock. You may proceed on your trip, he said. He walked after the soldiers. At the hatch, he stopped, looked back at the passengers, his face grim. You may go, but Mars will not allow her enemies to escape. The 3 saboteurs will be caught, I promise you. He rubbed his dark jaw thoughtfully. It is strange. I was certain they were on this ship. Again he looked coldly around at the Terrans. Perhaps I was wrong. All right. Proceed. But remember, the 3 will be caught. Even if it takes endless years, Mars will catch them and punish them. I swear it. For a long time no one spoke. The ship lumbered through space again, its jets firing evenly, calmly, moving the passengers towards their own planet, towards home. Behind them, Deimos and the red ball that was Mars dropped further and further away each moment, disappearing and fading into the distance. A sigh of relief passed through the passengers. What a lot of hot air that was, one grumbled. Barbarians, a woman said. A few of them stood up, moving out into the aisle, towards the lounge and the cocktail bar. Beside Thatcher, the girl got to her feet, pulled her jacket around her shoulders. Pardon me, she said, stepping past him. Going to the bar, Thatcher said. Mind if I come along? I suppose not. They followed the others into the lounge, walking together up the aisle. You know, Thatcher said, I don't even know your name yet. My name is Mara Gordon. Mara. That's a nice name. What part of Terra are you from? North America? New York? I've been in New York, Mara said. New York is very lovely. She was slender and pretty, with a cloud of dark hair tumbling down her neck against her leather jacket. They entered the lounge and stood undecided. Let's sit at a table, Mara said, looking around at the people at the bar, mostly men. Perhaps that table over there. But somebody's already there, Thatcher said. The heavy-set businessman had sat down at the table and deposited his sample case on the floor. Do we want to sit with him? Oh, it's all right, Mara said, crossing to the table. May we sit here? She said to the man. The man looked up, half rising. It's a pleasure, he murmured. He studied Thatcher intently. However, a friend of mine will be joining me in a moment. I'm sure there's enough room for us all, Mara said. She seated herself, and Thatcher helped her with her chair. He sat down too, glancing up suddenly at Mara and the businessman. They were looking at each other almost as if something had passed between them. The man was middle-aged, with a florid face and tired, gray eyes. His hands were mottled, with the veins showing thickly. At the moment, he was tapping nervously. My name's Thatcher, Thatcher said to him, holding out his hand. Bob Thatcher. Since we're going to be together for a while, we might as well get to know each other. The man studied him. Slowly, his hand came out. Why not? My name's Erickson. Ralph Erickson. Erickson? Thatcher smiled. You look like a commercial man to me. He nodded towards the sample case on the floor. Am I right? The man named Erickson started to answer, but at that moment there was a stir. A thin man, about 30, had come up to the table, his eyes bright, staring down at them warmly. Well, we're on our way, he said to Erickson. Hello, Mara. He pulled out a chair and sat down quickly, folding his hands on the table before him. He noticed Thatcher and drew back a little. Pardon me, he murmured. Bob Thatcher's my name, Thatcher said. I hope I'm not intruding here. He glanced around at the three of them, Mara, alert, watching him intently, heavy-set Erickson, his face blank, and this person. Say, do you three know each other? He asked suddenly. There was silence. The robot attendant slid over soundlessly, poised to take their orders. Erickson roused himself. Let's see, he murmured. What will we have? Mara? Whiskey and water. You, Jan? The bright, slim man smiled. The same. Thatcher? Gin and tonic. Whiskey and water for me also, Erickson said. The robot attendant went off. It returned at once with the drinks, setting them on the table. Each took his own. Well, Erickson said, holding up his glass, to our mutual success. All drank, Thatcher and the three of them. Heavy-set Erickson, Mara, her eyes nervous and alert, Jan, who had just come along. Again, a look passed between Mara and Erickson, a look so swift that he would not have caught it had he not been looking directly at her. What line do you represent, Mr. Erickson? Thatcher asked. Erickson glanced at him, then down at the sample case on the floor. He grunted. Well, as you see, I'm a salesman. Thatcher smiled. I knew it. You get so you can always spot a salesman right off by his sample case. A salesman always has to carry something to show. What are you in, sir? Erickson paused. He licked his thick lips, his eyes blank and lidded like a toad's. At last, he rubbed his mouth with his hand and reached down, lifting up the sample case. He set it on the table in front of him. Well, he said, perhaps we might even show Mr. Thatcher. They all stared down at the sample case. It seemed to be an ordinary leather case, with a metal handle and a snap lock. I'm getting curious, Thatcher said. What's in there? You're all so tense. Diamonds? Stolen jewels? Jan laughed harshly, mirthlessly. Eric, put it down. We're not far enough away yet. Nonsense, Eric rumbled. We're away, Jan. Please, Mara whispered. Wait, Eric. Wait? Why? What for? You're so accustomed to— Eric, Mara said. She nodded towards Thatcher. We don't know him, Eric. Please. He's Perrin, isn't he? Erickson said. All Terrans are together in these times. He fumbled suddenly at the cat's lock on the case. Yes, Mr. Thatcher, I am a salesman. We're all salesmen, the three of us. Then you do know each other. Yes, Erickson nodded. His two companions sat rigidly, staring down. Yes, we do. Here, I'll show you our line. He opened the case. From it he took a letter knife, a pencil sharpener, a glass globe paperweight, a box of thumbtacks, a stapler, some clips, a plastic ashtray, and some things Thatcher could not identify. He placed the objects in a row in front of him on the tabletop. Then he closed the sample case. I gather you're in office supplies, Thatcher said. He touched the letter knife with his finger. Nice quality steel. Looks like Swedish steel to me. Erickson nodded, looking into Thatcher's face. Not really an impressive business, is it? Office supplies, ashtrays, paper clips. He smiled. Oh, Thatcher shrugged. Why not? They're a necessity in modern business. The only thing I wonder... What's that? Well, I wonder how'd you'd ever find enough customers on Mars to make it worth your while. He paused, examining the glass paperweight. He lifted it up, holding it to the light, staring at the scene within until Erickson took it out of his hand and put it back in the sample case. And another thing, if you three know each other, why did you sit apart when you got on? They looked at him quickly. And why didn't you speak to each other until we left Deimos? He leaned towards Erickson, smiling at him. 2 men and a woman. 3 of you sitting apart in a ship, not speaking, not until the check station was passed. I find myself thinking over what that Martian said. 3 saboteurs, a woman and 2 men. Erickson put the things back in the sample case. He was smiling, but his face had gone chalk white. Mara stared down, playing with a drop of water on the edge of her glass. Jan clenched his hands together nervously, blinking rapidly. You 3 are the ones the leader was after, Thatcher said softly. You are the destroyers, the saboteurs. But their lie detector. Why didn't it trap you? How did you get by that? And now you're safe, outside the check station. He grinned, staring around at them. I'll be damned. And I really thought you were a salesman, Erickson. You really fooled me. Erickson relaxed a little. Well, Mr. Thatcher, it's in a good cause. I'm sure you have no love for Mars either. No Terran does. And I see you're leaving with the rest of us. True, Thatcher said. You must certainly have an interesting account to give, the 3 of you. He looked around the table. We still have an hour or so of travel. Sometimes it gets dull, this Mars Terra run. Nothing to see, nothing to do but sit and drink in the lounge. He raised his eyes slowly. Any chance you'd like to spin a story to keep us awake? Jan and Mara looked at Erickson. Go on, Jan said. He knows who we are. Tell him the rest of the story. You might as well, Mara said. Jan let out a sigh suddenly, a sigh of relief. Let's put the cards on the table. Get this weight off us. I'm tired of sneaking around, slipping. Sure, Erickson said expansively. Why not? He settled back in his chair, unbuttoning his vest. Certainly, Mr. Thatcher. I'll be glad to spin you a story, and I'm sure it will be interesting enough to keep you awake. They ran through the groves of dead trees, leaping across the sun-baked Martian soil, running silently together. They went up a little rise, across a narrow ridge. Suddenly, Eric stopped, throwing himself down flat on the ground. The others did the same, pressing themselves against the soil, gasping for breath. Be silent, Eric muttered. He raised himself a little. No noise. There'll be leechers nearby from now on. We don't dare take any chances. Between the 3 people lying in the grove of dead trees and the city was a barren, level waste of desert, over a mile of blasted sand. No trees or bushes marred the smooth, parched surface. Only an occasional wind, a dry wind eddying and twisting, blew the sand up into little rills. A faint odor came to them, a bitter smell of heat and sand carried by the wind. Eric pointed. Look, the city, there it is. They stared, still breathing deeply from their race through the trees. The city was close, closer than they had ever seen it before. Never had they gotten so close to it in times past. Terrans were never allowed near the great Martian cities, the centers of Martian life. Even in ordinary times, when there was no threat of approaching war, the Martians shrewdly kept all Terrans away from their citadels, partly from fear, partly from a deep, innate sense of hostility towards the white-skinned visitors whose commercial ventures had earned them the respect and the dislike of the whole system.
"How does it look to you?"
Eric said. The city was huge, much larger than they had imagined from the drawings and models they had studied so carefully back in New York, in the War Ministry office. Huge it was, huge and stark, black towers rising up against the sky, incredibly thin columns of ancient metal, columns that had stood wind and sun for centuries. Immense bricks that had been lugged there and fitted into place by slaves of the early Martian dynasties, under the whiplash of the first great kings of Mars. An ancient, sun-baked city, a city in the middle of a wasted plain, beyond groves of dead trees, a city seldom seen by Terrans, but a city studied on maps and charts in every war office on Terra. A city that contained, for all its ancient stone and archaic towers, the ruling group of all Mars, the council of senior leaders, black-clad men who governed and ruled with an iron fist. The senior leaders, 12 fanatic and devoted men, black priests, but priests with flashing rods of fire, lie detectors, rocket ships, intra-space cannon, many more things the Terran Senate could only conjecture about, the senior leaders and their subordinate province leaders. Eric and the two behind him suppressed a shudder.
"We've got to be careful," Eric said. "We'll be passing among them soon. If they guess who we are or what we're here for—"
He snapped open the case he carried, glancing inside for a second. Then he closed it again, grasping the handle firmly.
"Let's go," he said. He stood up slowly. "You two, come up beside me. I want to make sure you look the way you should."
Mara and Jan stepped quickly ahead. Eric studied them critically as the three of them walked slowly down the slope, onto the plain, towards the towering black spires of the city.
"Jan," Eric said, "take hold of her hand. Remember, you're going to marry her. She's your bride. And Martian peasants think a lot of their brides."
Jan was dressed in the short trousers and coat of the Martian farmer. A knotted rope tied around his waist, a hat on his head to keep off the sun. His skin was dark, colored by dye until it was almost bronze.
"You look fine," Eric said to him.
He glanced at Mara. Her black hair was tied in a knot, looped through a hollowed-out uke bone. Her face was dark, too, dark and lined with colored ceremonial pigment, green and orange stripes across her cheeks. Earrings were strung through her ears. On her feet were tiny slippers of Peru hide, laced around her ankles. And she wore long, translucent Martian trousers with a bright sash tied around her waist. Between her small breasts, a chain of stone beads rested, good luck charms for the coming marriage.
"All right,"
Eric said. He himself wore the flowing gray robe of a Martian priest, dirty robes that were supposed to remain on him all his life, to be buried around him when he died.
"I think we'll get past the guards. There should be heavy morning traffic on the road."
They walked on, the hard sand crunching under their feet. Against the horizon, they could see specks moving. Other persons going towards the city, farmers and peasants and merchants bringing their crops and goods to market. "See the cart?" Mara exclaimed. They were nearing a narrow road, 2 ruts worn into the sand. A Martian hoofa was pulling the cart, its great sides wet with perspiration, its tongue hanging out. The cart was piled high with bales of cloth, rough country cloth, hand-dipped. A bent farmer urged the hoofa on. "And there," she pointed, smiling. A group of merchants riding small animals were moving along beside the cart, Martians in long robes, their faces hidden by sand masks. On each animal was a pack, carefully tied on with rope, and beyond the merchants, plodding dully along, were peasants and farmers in an endless procession, some riding carts or animals, but mostly on foot. Mara and Jan and Eric joined the line of people, melting in behind the merchants. No one noticed them. No one looked up or gave any sign. The march continued as before. Neither Jan nor Mara said anything to each other. They walked a little behind Eric, who paced with a certain dignity, a certain bearing becoming his position. Once he slowed down, pointing up at the sky.
"Look," he murmured, in the Martian hill dialect. "See that?"
2 black dots circled lazily. Martian patrol craft, the military on the outlook for any sign of unusual activity. War was almost ready to break out with Terra, any day, almost any moment.
"We'll be just in time," Eric said. "Tomorrow will be too late. The last ship will have left Mars."
"I hope nothing stops us," Mara said. "I want to get back home when we're through." Half an hour passed. They neared the city, the wall growing as they walked, rising higher and higher until it seemed to blot out the sky itself. A vast wall, a wall of eternal stone that had felt wind and sun for centuries. A group of Martian soldiers were standing at the entrance, the single passage gate hewn into the rock, leading into the city. As each person went through, the soldiers examined him, poking his garments, looking into his load. Eric tensed. The line had slowed almost to a halt.
"It'll be our turn soon," he murmured. "Be prepared." "Let's hope no leaders come around," Jan said. "The soldiers aren't so bad."
Mara was staring up at the wall and the towers beyond. Under their feet the ground trembled, vibrating and shaking. She could see tongues of flame rising above the towers, from the deep underground factories and the forges of the city. The air was thick and dense with particles of soot. Mara rubbed her mouth, coughing.
"Here they come,"
Eric said softly. The merchants had been examined and allowed to pass through the dark gate, the entrance through the wall into the city. They and their silent animals had already disappeared inside. The leader of the group of soldiers was beckoning impatiently to Eric, waving him on.
"Come along," he said. "Hurry up there, old man."
Eric advanced slowly, his arms wrapped around his body, looking down at the ground.
"Who are you and what's your business here?"
the soldier demanded, his hands on his hips, his gun hanging idly at his waist. Most of the soldiers were lounging lazily, leaning against the wall, some even squatting in the shade. Flies crawled on the face of one who had fallen asleep, his gun on the ground beside him.
"My business," Eric murmured. "I'm a village priest."
"Why do you want to enter the city?"
"I must bring these 2 people before the magistrate to marry them."
He indicated Mara and Jan, standing a little behind him.
"That is the law the leaders have made."
The soldier laughed. He circled around Eric.
"What do you have in that bag you carry?"
"Laundry. We stay the night."
"What village are you from?"
"Kronos."
"Kronos?" The soldier looked to his companion.
"Ever heard of Kronos?"
"A backwater pigsty. I saw it once on a hunting trip." The leader of the soldiers nodded to Jan and Mara. The 2 of them advanced, their hands clasped, standing close together. One of the soldiers put his hand on Mara's bare shoulder, turning her around. "Nice little wife you're getting," he said. "Good and firm-looking." He winked, grinning lewdly. Jan glanced at him in sullen resentment. The soldiers guffawed. "All right," the leader said to Eric. "You people can pass." Eric took a small purse from his robe and gave the soldier a coin. The 3 of them went into the dark tunnel that was the entrance, passing through the wall of stone into the city beyond. They were within the city.
"Now," Eric whispered. "Hurry."
Around them the city roared and cracked, the sound of 1,000 vents and machines shaking the stones under their feet. Eric led Mara and Jan into a corner by a row of brick warehouses. People were everywhere, hurrying back and forth, shouting above the din, merchants, peddlers, soldiers, street women. Eric bent down and opened the case he carried. From the case, he quickly took 3 small coils of fine metal. Intricate meshed wires and veins worked together into a small cone. Jan took one and Mara took one. Eric put the remaining cone into his robe and snapped the case shut again.
"Now remember, the coils must be buried in such a way that the line runs through the center of the city. We must trisect the main section where the largest concentration of buildings is. Remember the maps. Watch the alleys and streets carefully. Talk to no one if you can help it. Each of you has enough Martian money to buy your way out of trouble. Watch especially for cut purses, and for heaven's sake, don't get lost.
Eric broke off. Two black-clad leaders were coming along the inside of the wall, strolling together with their hands behind their backs. They noticed the three who stood in the corner by the warehouses and stopped.
Go, Eric muttered, and be back here at sundown. He smiled grimly, or never come back.
Each went off a different way, walking quickly without looking back. The leaders watched them go.
The little bride was quite lovely, one leader said. Those hill people have the stamp of nobility in their blood from the old times. A very lucky peasant to possess her, the other said.
They went on. Eric looked after them, smiling a little. Then he joined the surging mass of people that milled eternally through the streets of the city. At dusk they met outside the gate. The sun was soon to set, and the air had turned thin and frigid. It cut through their clothing like knives. Mara huddled against Jan, trembling and rubbing her bare arms.
"Well," Eric said, "did you both succeed?"
Around them, peasants and merchants were pouring from the entrance, leaving the city to return to their farms and villages, starting the long trip back across the plain towards the hills beyond. None of them noticed the shivering girl and the young man and the old priest standing by the wall.
"Mine's in place," Jan said, "on the other side of the city, on the extreme edge, buried by a well."
"Mine's in an industrial section," Mara whispered, her teeth chattering.
"Jan, give me something to put over me. I'm freezing." "Good," Eric said. "Then the three coils should trisect dead center, if the models were correct."
He looked up at the darkening sky. Already, stars were beginning to show. 2 dots, the evening patrol, moving slowly towards the horizon.
"Let's hurry. It won't be long."
They joined the line of Martians moving along the road, away from the city. Behind them, the city was losing itself into the somber tones of night, its black spires disappearing into the darkness. They walked silently with the country people until a flat ridge of dead trees became visible on the horizon. Then they left the road and turned off, walking towards the trees.
"Almost time," Eric said.
He increased his pace, looking back at Jan and Mara impatiently.
"Come on!"
They hurried, making their way through the twilight, stumbling over rocks and dead branches, up the side of the ridge. At the top, Eric halted, standing with his hands on his hips, looking back.
"See?" he murmured. "The city. The last time we'll see it this way."
"Can I sit down?" Mara said. "My feet hurt me." Jan pulled at Eric's sleeve.
"Hurry, Eric. Not much time left." He laughed nervously. "If everything goes all right, we'll be able to look at it forever." "But not like this," Eric murmured.
He squatted down, snapping his case open. He took some tubes and wiring out and assembled them together on the ground at the peak of the ridge. A small pyramid of wire and plastic grew, shaped by his expert hands. At last he grunted, standing up.
"All right."
"Is it pointed directly at the city?" Mara asked anxiously, looking down at the pyramid. Eric nodded.
"Yes, it's placed according—"
He stopped, suddenly stiffening.
"Get back. It's time. Hurry!"
Jan ran down the far side of the slope, away from the city, pulling Mara with him. Eric came quickly after, still looking back at the distant spires, almost lost in the night sky.
"Down!"
Jan sprawled out, Mara beside him, her trembling body pressed against his. Eric settled down in the sand and dead branches, still trying to see.
"I want to see it," he murmured. "A miracle. I want to see."
A flash, a blinding burst of violet light lit up the sky. Eric clapped his hands over his eyes. The flash whitened, growing larger, expanding. Suddenly, there was a roar and a furious hot wind pushed past him, throwing him on his face in the sand. The hot, dry wind licked and seared at them, crackling the bits of branches into flame. Mara and Jan shut their eyes, pressed tightly together.
"God," Eric muttered.
The storm passed. They opened their eyes slowly. The sky was still alive with fire, a drifting cloud of sparks that was beginning to dissipate with the night wind. Eric stood up unsteadily, helping Jan and Mara to their feet. The three of them stood, staring silently across the dark waste, the black plain, none of them speaking. The city was gone. At last, Eric turned away.
"That part's done," he said. "Now the rest. Give me a hand, Jan. There'll be 1,000 patrol ships around here in a minute."
"I see one already," Mara said, pointing up. A spot winked in the sky, a rapidly moving spot. "They're coming, Eric." There was a throb of chill fear in her voice.
"I know."
Eric and Jan squatted on the ground around the pyramid of tubes and plastic, pulling the pyramid apart. The pyramid was fused together like molten glass. Eric tore the pieces away with trembling fingers. From the remains of the pyramid, he pulled something forth, something he held up high, trying to make it out in the darkness. Jan and Mara came close to see, both staring up intently, almost without breathing.
"There it is," Eric said. "There."
In his hand was a globe, a small, transparent globe of glass. Within the glass, something moved, something minute and fragile, spires almost too small to be seen, microscopic. A complex web swimming within the hollow glass globe, a web of spires, a city. Eric put the globe into the case and snapped it shut.
"Let's go,"
he said. They began to lope back through the trees, back the way they had come before.
"We'll change in the car," he said as they ran. "I think we should keep these clothes on until we're actually inside the car. We still might encounter someone."
"I'll be glad to get my own clothing on again," Jan said. "I feel funny in these little pants."
"How do you think I feel?" Mara gasped. "I'm freezing in this, what there is of it."
"All the young Martian brides dress that way,"
Eric said. He clutched the case tightly as they ran.
"I think it looks fine."
"Thank you," Mara said, "but it is cold."
"What do you suppose they'll think?" Jan asked. "They'll assume the city was destroyed, won't they? That's certain."
"Yes," Eric said. "They'll be sure it was blown up. We can count on that. And it will be damn important to us that they think so."
"The car should be around here someplace," Mara said, slowing down.
"No, farther on," Eric said. "Past that little hill over there. In the ravine by the trees. It's so hard to see where we are."
"Shall I light something?" Jan said.
"No, there are maybe patrols around who—"
He halted abruptly. Jan and Mara stopped beside him. "What?" Mara began. A light glimmered. Something stirred in the darkness. There was a sound.
"Quick!"
Eric rasped. He dropped, throwing the case far away from him into the bushes. He straightened up tensely. A figure loomed up, moving through the darkness, and behind it came more figures, men, soldiers in uniform. The light flashed up brightly, blinding them. Eric closed his eyes. The light left him, touching Mara and Jan, standing silently together, clasping hands. Then it flicked down to the ground and around in a circle. A leader stepped forward, a tall figure in black, with his soldiers close behind him, their guns ready.
"You three," the leader said. "Who are you? Don't move. Stand where you are."
He came up to Eric, peering at him intently, his hard Martian face without expression. He went all around Eric, examining his robes, his sleeves.
"Please,"
Eric began in a quavering voice, but the leader cut him off.
"I'll do the talking. Who are you three? What are you doing here? Speak up." "We are going back to our village,"
Eric muttered, staring down, his hands folded.
"We were in the city, and we're going home."
One of the soldiers spoke into a mouthpiece. He clicked it off and put it away.
"Come with me," the leader said. "We're taking you in. Hurry along." "In? Back to the city?"
One of the soldiers laughed.
"The city is gone," he said. "All that's left of it you can put in the palm of your hand."
"But what happened?" Mara said.
"No one knows. Come on, hurry it up."
There was a sound. A soldier came quickly out of the darkness.
"A senior leader," he said. "Coming this way."
He disappeared again.
"A senior leader."
The soldier stood waiting, standing at a respectful attention. A moment later, The senior leader stepped into the light. A black-clad old man, his ancient face thin and hard, like a bird's, eyes bright and alert. He looked from Eric to Jan. "Who are these people?" "Villagers going back home." "No, they're not. They don't stand like villagers. Villagers slump. Diet, poor food. These people are not villagers. I came from the hills, and I know." He stepped close to Eric, looking keenly into his face. "Who are you? Look at his chin. He never shaved with a sharpened stone. Something is wrong here." In his hand a rod of pale fire flashed. "The city is gone, and with it at least half the Leader Council. It is very strange. A flash, then heat, and a wind. But it was not fission. I am puzzled. All at once, the city has vanished. Nothing is left but a depression in the sand."
"We'll take them in," the other leader said. "Soldiers, surround them. Make certain that—" "Run!" Eric cried. He struck out, knocking the rod from the senior leader's hand. They were running, soldiers shouting, flashing their lights, stumbling against each other in the darkness. Eric dropped to his knees, groping frantically in the bushes. His fingers closed over the handle of the case, and he leaped up. In Terran, he shouted to Mara and Jan. "Hurry! To the car! Run!" He set off down the slope, stumbling through the darkness. He could hear soldiers behind him, soldiers running and falling. A body collided against him and struck out. Someplace behind him there was a hiss, and a section of the slope went up in flames. The leader's rod! "Eric!" Mara cried from the darkness. He ran towards her. Suddenly he slipped, falling on a stone. Confusion and firing, the sound of excited voices. "Eric, is that you?" Jan caught hold of him, helping him up. "The car! It's over here! Where's Mara?" "I'm here!" Mara's voice came. "Over here! By the car!" A light flashed. A tree went up in a puff of fire, and Eric felt the singe of the heat against his face. He and Jan made their way towards the girl. Mara's hand caught his in the darkness. "Now the car!" Eric said. "If they haven't got to it!" He slid down the slope into the ravine, fumbling in the darkness, reaching and holding onto the handle of the case, reaching. He touched something cold and smooth. Metal. A metal door handle. Relief flooded through him. "I've found it! Jan, get inside! Mara, come on!" He pushed Jan past him, into the car. Mara slipped in after Jan, her small, agile body crowding in beside him. "Stop!" a voice shouted from above. "There's no use hiding in that ravine! We'll get you! Come up and—" The sound of the voices was drowned out by the roar of the car's motor. A moment later, they shot into the darkness, the car rising into the air. Treetops broke and cracked under them as Eric turned the car from side to side, the last furious thrusts from the two leaders and their soldiers. Then they were away, above the trees, high in the air, gaining speed each moment, leaving the knot of Martians far behind. "Towards Marsport," Jan said to Eric, "right?" Eric nodded. "Yes, we'll land outside the field in the hills. We can change back into our regular clothes there, our commercial clothing. Damn it, we'll be lucky if we can get there in time for the ship." "The last ship," Mara whispered, her chest rising and falling. "What if we don't get there in time?" Eric looked down at the leather case in his lap. "We'll have to get there," he murmured. "We must." For a long time there was silence. Thatcher stared at Erickson. The older man was leaning back in his chair, sipping a little of his drink. Mara and Jan were silent. "So you didn't destroy the city," Thatcher said. "You didn't destroy it at all. You shrank it down and put it in a glass globe in a paperweight. And now you're a salesman again, with a sample case of office supplies." Erickson smiled. He opened the briefcase, and reaching into it, he brought out the glass globe paperweight. He held it up, looking into it. "Yes, We stole the city from the Martians. That's how we got by the lie detector. It was true that we knew nothing about a destroyed city.
But why? Thatcher said. Why steal the city? Why not merely bomb it? Ransom, Mara said fervently, gazing into the globe, her dark eyes bright. Their biggest city, half of their council, in Eric's hand.
Mars will have to do what Terra asks, Erickson said. Now Terra will be able to make her commercial demands felt. Maybe there won't even be a war. Perhaps Terra will get her way without fighting.
Still smiling, he put the glass globe back into the briefcase and locked it. Quite a story, Thatcher said. What an amazing process. Reduction of size. A whole city reduced to microscopic dimensions. Amazing. No wonder you were able to escape. With such daring as that, no one could hope to stop you. He looked down at the briefcase on the floor. Underneath them, the jets murmured and vibrated evenly, and the ship moved through space towards distant Terra.
We still have quite a way to go, Jan said. You've heard our story, Thatcher. Why not tell us yours? What sort of line are you in? What's your business?
Yes, Mara said. What do you do? What do I do? Thatcher said. Well, if you like, I'll show you. He reached into his coat and brought out something. Something that flashed and glinted. Something slender. A rod of pale fire. The three stared at it. Sickened shock settled over them. Thatcher held the rod loosely, calmly, pointing it at Erickson. We knew you three were on this ship, he said. There was no doubt of that. But we didn't know what had become of the city. My theory was the city had not been destroyed at all, that something else had happened to it. Council instruments measured a sudden loss of mass in the area, a decrease equal to the mass of the city. Somehow the city had been spirited away, not destroyed, but I could not convince the other council leaders of it. I had to follow you alone. Thatcher turned a little, nodding to the men sitting at the bar. The men rose at once, coming towards the table. A very interesting process you have. Mars will benefit a great deal from it. Perhaps it will even turn the tide in our favor. When we return to Marsport, I wish to begin work on it at once. And now, if you will please pass me the briefcase. End of The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Ian Bradford, Nunga Nunga Taha, Pew.